Chapter 1, The Painless One and the Chosen of Suffering. TSK, how disgusting. So dizzy. What's happening to me? I felt like I'd been spinning in a washing machine for 3 days. Amidst the vertigo, I struggled to open my eyes. The dazzling light that caught my eye made me squint in pain. I had no idea what was happening, only that my whole body ached. My mind was blank, and it felt like all my memories were gone. As I dazedly stared, the blinding light was suddenly blocked by a shadow, a stunning blonde woman in a white lab coat looking down at me. She was breathtaking, with lips as red as blood, voluptuous curves, and a figure that was downright seductive, especially paired with her doctor's attire. The contrast alone made my heart race. Awake now? How are you feeling, handsome? She asked with a smile, her alluring eyes locking onto my bewildered gaze. What happened to me? I was utterly confused, but gradually realized this must be a hospital and I was strapped to the bed. Then, I instinctively assessed my physical condition. There were all sorts of unfamiliar instruments attached to my body. I felt awful, dizzy, but nothing seemed seriously wrong. My arms and legs were all intact. Wait, what? That's not right. Why can't I feel my right leg? I tried moving my leg but failed, so I raised my head and asked, why can't I feel my right leg? Why am I here? The doctor with fiery red lips narrowed her eyes and cooed playfully, easy there, handsome. Your right leg just has a minor scrape, it's already bandaged and medicated. Nothing to worry about. A scrape? I furrowed my brows. How did I get hurt? Let me see my leg. Take a look? You probably can't right now. The doctor's voice remained gentle. Why not? Because your right leg is in the next room. What? My mind instantly went blank, my already chaotic thoughts taking a brutal hit. How can my right leg be in the next room? When did you people amputate my leg? I thrashed weakly in the hospital bed like a dying fish, struggling to sit up and assess my situation. Don't be in such a hurry, a lot has happened, and you need to calm down first. Let me explain everything slowly. The curvaceous female doctor extended her finger, gently tracing my exposed pectoral muscles as she pinned me down on the bed. The sensitivity in my chest and the warmth of her breath sent an involuntary shiver down my spine. Fixed in place, I had no choice but to keep lying there, listening to her speak while lost in my own recollections. You've just undergone a kidney transplant. Right now, there's someone else's kidney inside your body. Rejection symptoms might make you feel a bit uncomfortable. Lie still and don't move around. What the hell? Amputation and a kidney transplant? Was I in a car accident? I'm bewildered, my memory gradually returning, and I blurt out, who donated to me? I think I'm an orphan. Is the donor okay? He's doing just fine, the doctor replies. Where is he? The morgue in the basement. He's being cremated tomorrow. What? Dead? I stare at the doctor in disbelief and ask, he died because he gave me his kidney? No, he died of late-stage kidney cancer, the doctor said. My mind became even more confused. So you transplanted his kidney into me? I began struggling desperately on the bed again. Wait, don't panic yet, he still had one healthy kidney. Oh, but the one we transplanted into you was the cancerous one. What the hell is wrong with you? The intense shock brought back my memories. I realized something was off. This woman in front of me didn't seem like a legitimate doctor. What kind of doctor dresses like a nightclub hostess? I struggled a few times and noticed the restraints binding me were too secure. This place was nothing like a hospital. It looked more like a torture chamber. I forced myself to calm down and tried hard to recall. I'm an orphan, parentless since childhood. Left the orphanage at 15, juggling work and school ever since. Sure, I've made minor enemies here and there, but not nearly enough to land me in this nightmare, amputations and kidney transplants. I had just been heading home from school to sleep. How the hell did I end up here? Who the hell are you? What did I do to you guys? Tee-hee. The doctor traced her slender jade-like fingers across her lips and chuckled. Oh my, aren't you a clever little cutie pie? Finally catching on, are we? The game has begun, and you're among the first batch of chosen lucky ones. Excited? I furrowed my brows. What game? The doctor cut me off. You're quite popular right now, you know? Lots of people are watching your live stream. As she spoke, she casually waved her hand, conjuring a faint blue holographic screen before me, dense with scrolling bullet comments. More. Cut off the other leg. The other leg too. Amazing. Just what I love to watch. Finally got a chance to see this up close. Where did this screen suddenly appear from? Can I buy it? This kid was unconscious earlier, totally ruined the fun. Now that he's awake, let's see his reaction. Ha ha ha. Are there any other shows? Hurry up and bring them out. What kind of stream is this? Seeing these barrage comments, my heart leaped. Dark web? Had I been captured? Stop thinking, pretty boy. Your world is about to undergo unprecedented upheaval, beyond anything you can imagine. All you need to do is enjoy this game. Why don't you take a look at this first? The female doctor's hand greedily caressed my pectoral muscles as she opened another video. The video showed her using a chainsaw to cut through my right leg, blood splattering everywhere. The sight made me nauseous, yet there I was, lying motionless on the bed. The female doctor curled her crimson lips into a twisted, sickening grin, her face flushed and her eyes shimmering with excitement. I could even sense her hands trembling slightly, as if suppressing the urge to kill. This woman was undeniably a psycho. How was that? Pretty thrilling, isn't it? Are you also wondering why it doesn't seem to hurt at all? As she spoke, the doctor casually pointed at the machines connected all over my body. She kept talking to herself, less about answering my questions and more about fulfilling her perverted desires. Recognize this? Of course you wouldn't. This thing is at least 300 years ahead of your planet's technology. It can manipulate your nerves. Right now it's in pain mode, meaning it controls all your sensations of pain. Earlier, I blocked it for easier slicing. But now, as she spoke, the female doctor finally removed her hands from me, placing them on the machine beside her, grinning perversely. Since you're already awake, then, let me bring you more pleasure. With that, she closed her eyes and pressed a button. Every ounce of previously blocked pain sensation came flooding back. Yet, the surroundings were eerily silent. Neither the doctor nor the livestream audience made a sound. It was as if someone had hit pause on time itself, leaving everyone frozen in place. The expected screams never came. The female doctor wore a puzzled expression that clearly betrayed her confusion. Staring into my calm eyes, she was utterly baffled. Timidly, I asked, "Is something wrong?" Internally, I wondered about all that talk of manipulating nerves or whatever, considering whether I should tell her I was born without the ability to feel pain. The female doctor's eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked at me, who was supposed to have recovered the sense of pain, and asked, Your leg doesn't hurt?" "My leg doesn't hurt. Why? It's in the next room. Can't hurt anymore." The female doctor froze briefly, then glared at me, who was still cracking jokes. Her face instantly twisted into a menacing scowl, with veins on her forehead forming a hashtag symbol. Very well, very well. You've got guts. Let's see how long you can keep this up." As soon as she finished speaking, she mercilessly adjusted a few knobs, and the machine connected to me immediately flashed an ominous red light. In an instant, she envisioned the most excruciating torment imaginable befalling me, my muscles convulsing violently, enduring pain far beyond human limits at level 10, followed by screams, spasms, and desperate pleas for mercy. But in reality, the moment the machine's red light blinked on, I merely trembled slightly before showing no further reaction. While locking eyes with her in mutual bewilderment, I scanned my surroundings, assessing my predicament and plotting an escape. Theoretically speaking, shouldn't I be reacting right about now? My calm voice acted like a spark, igniting the fury in her heart. She laughed bitterly through clenched teeth. Fine. You brought this upon yourself." No sooner had the words left her mouth than she pressed a hand against the edge of the bed, flipped over, and pinned me beneath her. Her white coat slipped off, revealing the scandalously minimal fabric beneath. I only saw a flash of white before me as she pinned me down with an outfit that skirted the edge of censorship. The pressure and elasticity were absolutely top tier. "No, Lady Benefactor, what are you doing? Stop this." In an instant, I flushed crimson, struggling violently. Subconsciously, I wanted to say don't stop, but felt it inappropriate to make cheeky remarks in a life or death moment. Besides, it being our first meeting, I couldn't very well urge her to continue. Her face twisted in a savage grimace, her soul contorted as she glared at me, gnashing her teeth as she spat. "I hope you're ready. Entertain me." The machine beside me roared at maximum power, emitting an eerie crimson glow and an unsettling hum. A strange tingling sensation spread across my entire body as a voice suddenly echoed within my mind. "Critical threshold breached. Unlocking, binding, initializing. Chosen of agony. Pain level +9. Initial genetic lock detected, awaiting activation. Required pain level, 11/100. Wait, what? I was utterly bewildered. Bang! My expression still frozen in confusion. Recalling the voice in my head, the female doctor furiously slapped me. It felt like being struck by a flail. I grunted from the impact. To my horror, I realized this woman possessed astonishing strength, far beyond what I could resist. Breathing heavily, her eyes burned with a furious, almost deranged flame as she glared at me, her prey as helpless as fish on a chopping block. My disobedience had shattered all her previous plans and delusions. "Why, aren't you unaffected?" she hissed through clenched teeth, her hands tightening around me with increasing force. My pupils constricted abruptly as I felt my muscles strain unnaturally. Stunned by her terrifying strength, this was absolutely not the power any ordinary woman should possess. "I'm strapped down here. Just because I don't fear pain doesn't mean I can't die." A flash of inspiration struck. Seeing her fiery glare, I decided to play along for now. I let out an exaggerated scream and writhed on the bed. "It hurts so much. I forgot earlier." The female doctor's blazing eyes faltered, her expression freezing momentarily. "Forgot? How does one forget pain? Pretty bold of you." But watching my theatrics of agony, her vicious expression softened somewhat. She laughed vindicatively before pressing another button on the nearby machine. Crimson light flooded the room. "Chosen of agony, pain value +8. Initial gene lock, pending activation, required pain value, 19/100. The same voice echoed in my mind again, and I knew it was time to play along with the pain. I continued my performance of screaming in agony, though even I could tell it sounded fake. After all, I've never felt pain since childhood, so this was the best I could manage. With no good way to escape for now, I had no choice but to follow the prompts of the pain value in my head. First, I tried to rack it up to 100 and see what this initial gene lock could do. Even though my act was unconvincing, the doctor seemed to be in a much better mood than before. She adjusted the instruments while shifting her position atop me, her medical attire slipping off piece by piece. Wave after wave of terrifying neural stimuli came, but they were completely ineffective on me. I could only act along with her to accumulate points based on the increasing pain value. Ah, is this the maximum power? Is there more power available? If you increase it anymore, they might die, don't push it further. Some viewers in the comments mocked my poor acting, leaving me helpless. The female doctor's perverse smile gradually stiffened. Even with her mind clouded by lust, she could sense something was wrong. Once upon a time, when she tortured her prey, their agonized muscles and nerve reactions were her spiritual nourishment, but why don't I provide that? This was already the second time I interrupted her from her moment of lust. Kid, are you messing with me? She snarled. You're asking if I want this? I retorted. Bang! She slammed her palm onto the machine, causing it to flare crimson. Her patience had run out. You've pissed me off, little one, she hissed. I don't know what the hell is wrong with you, but you've ruined my mood. I reached under me and pulled out a dagger. Someone nearby shouted, Wait, sister, could you at least explain where that knife came from first? With a sharp metallic ring, a flash of white light appeared, followed by crimson. The surgeon's scalpel was already buried in my chest before I could finish my smug remark. Sufferings chosen, pain value +2. The low pain value meant this cut wasn't as torturous as that previous machine, but it still made my pupils instantly contract. I don't feel pain, but that doesn't mean I can't die. I'm starting to lose interest in playing nicely with you. The female doctor tossed her hair, adjusted her sitting position while rubbing against me. As she spoke, her knife-wielding hand began moving like a paintbrush dipped in red pigment across a canvas. Chosen by pain value +2. Chosen by pain value +1. I originally wanted to have a good time with you, but you've really pissed me off, she continued. So it suddenly occurred to me, why not cut it off first and then reuse it? I wonder if your expression would remain as calm as it is now. Her bewitching voice echoed in my ears. This was spiritual torture as much as physical agony. Watching my expression darken visibly, that deranged female doctor's face grew increasingly delighted and pleased. The pain value was climbing steadily. I knew my time was running out. Her other hand was already tugging at my trousers. Who could have imagined that the first time a woman undressed me would be when she intended to castrate me? Crack! Suddenly, a dull, teeth-gritting sound echoed through the room, catching the female doctor's attention. She looked down to see a splash of crimson before her. My nails had dug into the handcuffs as if trying to snap them through sheer force, but what broke wasn't the restraints. She turned back to see my expressionless face unchanged. What are you doing? She shouted. This doctor, accustomed to all manner of torture and twisted by nature, suddenly sensed something amiss. I smiled. Feeling no pain, all I cared about was the prompt tone in my ear signaling my broken fingernails. Chosen by the god of pain value +4. Snap. Crack. The sounds came almost simultaneously as all the nails on my left hand were ruthlessly torn off by my own doing. Chosen by the god of pain value +3, gene lock, awaiting activation, required pain value, 101 out of 100. Conditions met, gene lock activated. Bang! A bolt of lightning flashed through my mind as if a giant door slowly swung open. At the same moment, those unbreakable steel handcuffs shattered instantly. Chapter 3 Special Event Reward, World's First. The gene lock has opened. Every cell feels like it's burning, my heart roars like an internal combustion engine, and that transformative sensation makes me acutely aware an unprecedented change is occurring within me. And with it comes power. The metal snaps, an alloy handcuff strong enough to restrain an ox shatters instantly. My arm, steaming and boiling with energy, lifts high. In the doctor's widened pupils gleams the cold reflection of broken metal. Our bodies spring up like leopards, the situation instantly reversed. I pinned the female doctor onto the bed, snatching the knife, twisting my body, all in one fluid motion, as if I'd practiced it countless times before. The previous frivolity in my eyes vanished without a trace. After regaining my freedom, I didn't utter another word. With a wolf-like ferocity gleaming in my eyes, I lifted the knife in my hand and forcefully plunged it into the woman's exposed chest, right where her heart should be. At that moment, even the viewers in the barrage who had initially mistaken this for some bizarre erotic livestream began to sense that something was terribly wrong. Hold on, isn't this situation a bit off? Is there a problem? And how the hell did he just snap those handcuffs earlier? Are you acting? Just wondering what's the next plot twist. What? Now switching to the traditional missionary position? But both the female doctor and I knew this was no joke. Her eyes were filled with terror as both hands desperately clutched my knife-wielding arm, unable to comprehend how I'd broken free from the restraints. Carbon-based lifeform, 18 years old, lower-tier physical energy, impossible. what have you done? Her shrill voice echoed through the room, veins bulging on her forehead like a trapped beast in its death throes. Yet I remained utterly indifferent, bracing against her abdomen with my remaining leg as my grip tightened relentlessly. The dagger kept descending steadily despite her frantic resistance. The razor-sharp blade sliced through the smooth, tender flesh of her chest. That form which could drive countless men wild held no effect on me. I was like a precise machine, methodically butchering my prey. No, it's just a game, nothing serious will happen, the female doctor pleaded desperately when she saw her words had no effect on me. Forcing an ingratiating smile, she begged, this is the paradise of the chosen. You're one of the elect, this is merely an initial test. You passed. Excellent performance, you'll receive many rewards after this. You must be wondering what's going on, right? Let me go, I know everything. Ask me anything, I'll tell you all. Whatever you want, just tell me. I can promise you anything, I'm yours too, do whatever you want. Her flustered voice shifted tones multiple times, from pleading to fawning, even resorting to bribery and seduction later, but my expression remained unchanged as I firmly gripped the knife in my hand. Her half-naked state and pitiful words sparked no interest in me. Instead, they made my right hand, pressing on the knife, tighten into a two-handed grip. I knew that despite my strength enough to snap steel handcuffs, she could still resist me, proving she was no ordinary person. This was a life-or-death situation. No more words were needed. Blood seeped out as her life force slowly drained away. You can't kill me, I'm... Crunch! That was the sound of a dagger piercing through the breastbone and nailing the heart, forever sealing her unfinished words within her mouth. Only then did I finally meet her wide-open eyes and speak my first words after breaking free. I've been an orphan since childhood, surviving this long hasn't been easy. All these years, I've learned just one thing, never hand your chance to live over to someone else. With that, the sharp intensity in my eyes faded instantly, my body went limp, and I collapsed weakly into her still warm embrace. You're supposed to save this triumphant speech for after they're actually dead, huh? I forced out a hollow laugh, but seeing my completely vanished right leg quickly extinguished any amusement. During the life-or-death crisis, my mind had been crystal clear, kill or be killed. But now, everything was chaos. What game? What test? Why had my leg suddenly been severed? I clenched my fists. The extreme power from unlocking my genetic limits gave me a shred of confidence. Turning my gaze to the floating screen connected to the so-called live broadcast, I searched desperately for answers. On the large screen, the previously silent display that had briefly gone quiet due to unexpected circumstances was now in complete uproar. Game? What game? Does this mean we're also among the chosen ones? After all, how did this video suddenly appear before my eyes? It just popped up on my computer out of nowhere, and now I can't close it. Hell yeah! I'll remember you, counter-kill bro. Police have been notified. I quickly skimmed through, finding only fragmented information before the entire room suddenly shook violently. The large screen went black in an instant, the darkness crashing into my eyes. I startled, instinctively wanting to react, but my body completely refused to obey, as if floating in space. Before me streamed data flows resembling a spacetime tunnel, while strange mechanical tones echoed in my ears accompanied by lines of subtitles materializing out of thin air. The initial game concluded, and lines of text flickered before my eyes. Welcome to the world-spanning game, Divine Selection Paradise. Initial selected participants, 14,569,812. Initial contestants, 1,652,348. Completed contestants, 926,357. Note, initial stages do not involve actual death, but incomplete participants will be disqualified. Perfect clears, 3,549, your initial clearance rating, SSS tier, perfect clearance. Current consecutive perfect clearances, 1. Reward calculation in progress, holy shit. I stared at the subtitles, utterly dumbfounded, finally realizing that the world had truly changed. Immediately afterward, another special event notification appeared. Special event triggered, killing the initial Divine Guide personnel. Achievement badge obtained, deicide. Special event triggered, confiscated a 003 class sealed artifact, sensory manipulator. Item is special and has been reclaimed. Reward, equivalent sealed artifact has been placed in inventory. Initial reward points, 3,000. Initial reward items, intermediate recovery potion *3, placed in inventory. Your current world ranking, 1/726357. Rankings update with each game session. Sustained perfect performance and high rankings may bring delightful surprises. Keep up the excellent work. Am I really number one in the world? I stared blankly at the 1/726357, my mind reeling. Then, the screen displayed perfect clear reward, free physical restoration function. Please relax. Before I could process this, an irresistible drowsiness overwhelmed me, and consciousness slipped away. I don't know how much time had passed, maybe just a few minutes, when I was jolted awake by the alarm. Opening my eyes, I saw the familiar dim room, a 10-square-meter dormitory sanitation room, mold creeping up the corners, and an old, second-hand Redmi phone by the bed. I jolted in shock, looking down at my legs, they were completely intact. Was it a dream? So real. I sighed in disappointment and absent-mindedly slapped my phone to turn off the alarm, only to hear a deafening bang. The sound snapped me fully awake. Turning on the light and examining the deep imprint on the bed, I was utterly bewildered. If not for the mattress, this so-called luxury phone might have been destroyed. Instantly, a thought flashed through my mind. I quickly grabbed my phone, connected to the dorm Wi-Fi, and opened a social media platform. The first trending topic beneath the search bar read, Divine Selection Paradise, a global game. The search volume had already reached a staggering 180 million. Even the most sensational celebrity PR teams wouldn't dare fabricate such numbers. I hurriedly clicked in to browse the reposted news. Starting at midnight, numerous people vanished into thin air. A Canadian Airlines plane crashed when the cockpit crew disappeared mid-flight. Live broadcasts suddenly appeared on countless phones, computers, and electronic devices, some even materialized directly on people's corneas, impossible to shut off. A man in Australia displays supernatural abilities, claiming to be the perfect game conqueror, heralding a new era where he will become the world's ruler in the future. A large number of people claim to be the chosen ones, but no one has been forced into the game yet, stating they can join voluntarily later. Experts suggest this may be a case of mass fraud, with authorities currently investigating. They urge genuine participants or those related to the game to contact officials proactively. The screen floods with news, mostly official announcements, highlighting the severity of the situation. Less than 20 hours after the news broke, it has already spread widely. Entire news sections are dominated by this story, with speculative videos from independent creators flooding social platforms. I was among the first witnesses to this upheaval, and the very first at that. Based on all current interviews, every witness has stated that after the first game ended, the screen suddenly entered their eyes, allowing them to view their data and the timing of the next game at will through mere thought. However, none of the volunteers currently in hospitals have shown any ocular or neurological abnormalities. As I read the interview details, a thought triggered it, and the screen appeared before my eyes. Controlling it felt entirely natural, like an instinctive command over my body. The screen displayed only a few lines of text. Rest mode. Each time you play, you can choose to be a spectator or a player. Certainly, we believe the world welcomes players, and in the end, players will come to possess the world. Time until next game starts, 47:54:43. This is the challenge of the gods, Divine Paradise welcomes your arrival. Only 2 days left until the next game starts? The game time flows continuously with reality, it's more like time travel, not just mental immersion. I muttered to myself while gathering information, suddenly realizing that despite ranking first, I seemed to know nothing, while other participants online appeared far more informed. I remembered there had been a guide in the initial game, but I killed them, my first murder, yet I felt no psychological burden at all. A vague premonition told me the world's moral standards and order were about to be reshuffled. After half an hour, I realized I was going to be late and hurriedly got up to wash. 5 minutes later, I was out the door. Hey, it's Xiaolu. You're up late today, I thought you'd already left, greeted Uncle Wang, the dorm supervisor. Because I'm an orphan and an impoverished student, I applied to live in the janitor's closet of the building, poor living conditions but free of expenses, and it spared me complicated interpersonal relationships. Go ahead with your work, I replied perfunctorily before rushing off to school. Reporting in, I called out from the door of Class 3 to 7 Senior High. The classroom atmosphere was different today, filled with a buzzing restlessness. Old Lou, the homeroom teacher, stood at the lectern while students whispered among themselves. He kept checking his phone without managing the class. After my announcement, the classroom fell silent as if someone had hit the mute button. Every head turned toward the door in unison, and old Lou finally set down his phone. After 5 seconds of silence, he took a deep breath and asked, "Why are you late?" I've never seen such treatment for being late. After hesitating, I said, "Overslept." Instantly, the classroom returned to its noisy state, with someone making a tisk sound. Old Lou's eyes also dimmed. He had initially thought our class had produced a player, considering the game's end time was roughly this morning. Seeing that no one was paying attention to me anymore, I returned to my seat and sat down. In this senior year classroom, because of that incident, everyone had set aside their studies and coursework. Everyone was discussing excitedly, wearing expressions as if they were eagerly awaiting the arrival of a new world. Ahem, alright, now that everyone's here, let's quiet down, the homeroom teacher spoke up. According to the school and the Ministry of Education's requirements, classes are suspended today to discuss and organize some matters. As for the subsequent course arrangements, it will depend on how society is specifically organized. Even how the college entrance examinations will be conducted is subject to circumstances. Right now, that matter takes precedence over everything else. However, the homeroom teacher's serious expression didn't make the students take things more seriously, on the contrary, it only made them more excited. Alright, I assume everyone knows what I'm talking about. That divine selection paradise. Has anyone in our class been selected as one of the so-called chosen ones? As soon as these words were spoken, I instinctively lowered my head slightly, glancing sideways at everyone in the classroom. The class instantly erupted into chaos, with students looking around and chattering eagerly, all trying to spot if any of their classmates might be one chosen to experience it firsthand. I buried my head even lower. I usually didn't have many friends, my presence was hardly noticed, and no one cared about me. I thought to myself, this worldwide supernatural phenomenon is completely inexplicable by science, and when no one knows what the future holds, it's best to wait and see. Anyone who recklessly exposes themselves is an idiot, surely nobody would. Teacher, me. I've been chosen. A boy by the window proudly raised his hand. It was Zhang Tao. This guy hadn't been particularly close to me, and coming from a somewhat wealthy family, he loved showing off at school. When we first met, he tried to bully me because I was an orphan, but after I beat him up, we rarely interacted. I couldn't help but facepalm at his foolish behavior internally, yet I still turned my gaze towards him, curious to glimpse the perspective of another chosen one besides myself. Oh, the homeroom teacher, old Lu, lit up with interest as he looked at Zhang Tao and asked, Zhang Tao, you were selected? Were you directly participating in the game, or were you just a viewer? I was a viewer. The live broadcast appeared right before my eyes, Zhang Tao said timidly, then quickly added, but for the next game, I qualify to participate. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of wow erupted in the classroom. After all, in the monotonous grind of senior year, such a world-shaking event was utterly thrilling. Zhang Tao basked in everyone's envious expressions, his grin stretching almost from ear to ear. Any more? Teacher Lu sent a message on her phone while continuing to address the whole class. I hope everyone will be honest. This matter is very important to the country, and of course, to you as well. In the quiet atmosphere, no one raised their hand again. Alright, students, please study on your own for now. Zhang Tao, come with me for a moment. Zhang Tao strode out of the classroom like a triumphant general, his head held high and chest puffed out. Damn, so envious, why is it him? Zhang Tao never studies normally. Old Lu always used to say he was good for nothing, but now he's being so polite. Study? Study my ass. This supernatural stuff can't be explained by current science, who the hell would you even learn it from? Videos are circulating online, haven't you seen them? That game seems to be some kind of alternate dimension where you can gain superpowers. Wait, actual superpowers? For real? Do we have any chance of getting selected later? Didn't they say something about the first batch of chosen ones? After the homeroom teacher left, the students whispered among themselves and quickly pulled out their phones, exchanging the latest news and videos they had seen. At first, I was confused, why were they so excited? You have to understand, that so-called game I experienced was anything but fun. I was utterly powerless, strapped to an operating table, amputated, had my kidney removed, and was sliced open by that deranged woman. Good thing I've been numb to pain since childhood, endured plenty of suffering, and that pain god's selection allowed me to cheat fate. Otherwise, very few of these ordinary students could withstand that level of torture. But gradually, from what everyone described, I realized that each person's initial game seemed to be different. While most involved some test of humanity, extreme cases like mine, being tortured and slaughtered, appeared to be very rare. Moreover, when summarizing the game, it says, no real death occurs in the initial levels, but those who fail to complete the challenge will be disqualified. This seems to imply that, under normal circumstances, this game might actually involve real death. Yet, none of the classmates seemed to care or even know about this news. They treated the Divine Selection Park as just a game entering to fight monsters and level up as if playing, completely oblivious to the potential consequences. I just saw that someone from the US who participated in the game claimed they had some kind of temporary ranking system. That Special Forces soldier said he ranked 67th and was rewarded with a body-enhancing elixir. He boasted he could now fold bottle caps in half with his fingers. His strength was beyond measure. Really? If he keeps participating, won't he become a superhuman? Listening to the chatter around me, I remained silent, reaching into my desk compartment to pick up a bottle cap. With a squeeze of my fingers, the cap was effortlessly crushed into a tiny ball, as if fed through a shredder. The corners of my mouth lifted slightly as I savored the power in my hand. That game was indeed brutal and twisted, but I only wished it were even more twisted. Compared to the tightly constrained reality ruled by rigid regulations, I preferred that world where life and death were determined by fate and skill, where everything depended on one's own ability. Hey, what are you grinning about? Did you have a wet dream last night? A crisp voice rang in my ear. It was my deskmate, Xia Antong. Xia Antong and I have been deskmates for 3 years. Having gone through a lot since childhood, I've learned to size people up fairly well. Though she never came across as domineering, I could tell from her clothes and demeanor that we were from different worlds. I don't know why, but the more I try to keep my distance from her, the more brazenly she teases me. It's nothing, I just thought of something happy. I quietly tucked the bottle cap ball into my desk compartment and spoke without turning my head. Suddenly, my ear tingled as Sia Anton leaned in and whispered, pretending? You were chosen too, weren't you? My heart skipped a beat, but I feigned calm as I asked, what nonsense are you talking about? Why'd you say that? We locked eyes momentarily, her narrowed, smiling gaze made me inexplicably guilty. After all, I also had an audience during my initial game. Could this really be a coincidence? The torment of being divinely chosen in-game, unlocking genetic constraints, and killing without hesitation, it was far more extreme than anything our classmates discussed in their R-rated conversations. This absolutely had to stay secret. So I glanced at her and tentatively extended my in-game right leg that had originally been amputated. Look at my leg. Sia Anton lowered her head to look and said, what? So fair, long, and smooth, let me touch it? She immediately reached out. Startled, my mind filled with question marks? Chapter 6, I have connections at the police station. What about the hospital? Stop that. Can you at least try to be a little more mindful? Lusa quickly withdrew his leg as he watched Sia Anton's eyes light up with excitement, already beginning to take advantage. He had intended to test her reaction. After all, his condition in the game had been rather alarming, and this leg had been amputated. But judging by her response, this girl before him probably hadn't been unlucky enough to see his initial in-game avatar after all. People are best at projecting themselves onto others. You say I was chosen and just hiding it, but aren't you really talking about yourself? Lusu didn't elaborate further on his own question, instead steering the conversation toward the other person. But to his surprise, Sia Anton stared into his eyes for a moment before actually nodding seriously. Yes. Luso? Wait, you're just telling me like that? Sia Anton glanced around. Seeing her classmates all engrossed in their own conversations and no one paying attention to the two of them, she turned her head away, avoiding Lusa's gaze, and continued whispering. In a completely unknown world, as the minority, it's only natural to avoid standing out too much and first observe how things work. Suddenly, Sia Anton changed the subject. So, are you going to participate in the second game in 2 days? Hearing this, Lusa's mouth twitched involuntarily. You just assume I'm one of the chosen too, don't you? I don't recall admitting anything. Receiving no response, Sia Anton proactively added, whatever you think, my advice is don't participate. Wait it out first. The temptation to change your destiny is too strong. I know if given the chance, you wouldn't miss it. But our country's internet regulation is extremely tight. During major upheavals like this, many reports and news items never see the light of day, all to maintain stability. I was among the first audience members. Last night, after a brief moment of shock, I documented everything thoroughly. I've reviewed over 100 game live streams, featuring all sorts of people facing different, or sometimes identical, scenarios. Some images were brutal, things you'd never find online. The trials they faced completely disregarded modern moral and legal standards. As she spoke, Sia Anton's face paled slightly, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. I even saw a player who actually died in that game. If games were another world, with time continuous with reality and space seamlessly connected equivalent to players directly crossing over into it, then, could they still survive? Lu Su. Sia Anton stared quietly at Lusa's profile, speaking earnestly in a way that made him feel inexplicably guilty. Because Lu Su was the one who knew it best in this world, he was the very person who had lived through it. What he had endured was the most brutal and bizarre ordeal in the world, the peril and bloodshed involved. He understood better than anyone. Thank you. Actually, Lu Su could probably guess why his wealthy desk partner was trying to get close to him. It was nothing more than a spoiled rich girl who, after entering a new environment, discovered that this poor boy was different from the usual sycophants around her. He didn't fawn over her or care about her, which naturally piqued her curiosity. What else could it be? Teenage girls are all about that sort of thing. But he still said thank you. A true judge assesses deeds, not intentions. Sigh, I hope you'll give it proper thought. Sia Anton didn't know whether Lu Su had taken her words to heart, so she could only sigh and began scrolling through videos on her phone, skimming the latest news reports. People of all sorts came and went in the corridor outside. Occasionally, students would leave in ones and twos, and Lu Su even caught sight of police officers among the crowd. Online opinions ran the gamut, but as time passed, the credibility of much information became highly questionable. Many self-media accounts chasing traffic seemed to have gone mad, daring to say anything eye-catching. Some even claimed that people in the game gained superpowers, with the strongest now capable of creating nuclear bombs with bare hands. Lu Su, how come I didn't know I'm this badass? His own assessment was that ordinary, unarmed humans were no longer a match for him, but against firearms, death remained the only outcome. He was still too weak, far from the point where personal combat prowess could give him a sense of security. The first day of the world's transformation had passed just like that. Lu Su walked alone on his way home, found a deserted spot, and silently gazed at a wall. He forcefully slammed the knuckles of his right fist against the exposed corner of the wall. With a dull thud, the brick shattered at the corner, crumbling as several fragments tumbled down. That punch from Lu Su was delivered with such force that a crimson bruise instantly bloomed across his entire fist. Even around the edges of his fist, the skin had been scraped off, with a faint trace of blood seeping out. Looking at his fist, Lu Su furrowed his brow slightly. He didn't feel any pain, nor did he know what level of pain this should be classified as. However, the point allocation mechanism of the Chosen of Suffering still hadn't appeared. Was the level of pain insufficient, or is there some restriction? This point allocation system of the Chosen of Suffering was his greatest reliance at present. It had allowed him to clear the initial stages of the game and even temporarily secured him the top global ranking. He needed to figure out how that thing worked as soon as possible. Having it cheap but not knowing how to use it would be utterly laughable. After throwing a few more punches at the wall, the sound of pain increasing still didn't come. Instead, an irritating voice reached him from behind. What? Are you so depressed you're taking it out on the wall now? Do you have to copy every stupid move of brainless villains just to prove your own idiocy? Lu Su smashed the wall again with greater force, sending bits of rubble flying, then turned to glare at Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao had thoroughly enjoyed a whole day of special treatment today, already floating on cloud 9, fantasizing about his future life of privilege and even casually belittling the guy who had once given him trouble when he went out. But Lu Su's punch cooled his fiery heart slightly, forcing him to retort with bravado. You deliberately showed up late this morning. Did you really think you'd make everyone believe you got chosen? How many people in the entire world actually get selected? The divine selection paradise, you're just an orphan even your own parents didn't want. Did you really think you'd be chosen by the gods? Lu Su showed no intention of responding at all. He dug out half a brick from the already shattered wall with his bare hands and quietly walked toward the other person. Have you forgotten what I said when I beat you last time? What are you trying to do? Zhang Tao took a quick step back in fear, grabbing a bicycle lock from beside him. All day today, he had been immersed in thoughts about the world undergoing drastic changes, how he had unexpectedly become a favorite overnight, and gained superpowers. I forgot I don't actually have superpowers yet. I can't beat this guy in front of me. Let me tell you, our statuses are different now. I could kill you without bearing any responsibility. Don't come any closer. I swear, I've got connections at the police station. What? Did your dad get arrested for soliciting prostitutes? Lu Su retorted expressionlessly, having already closed the distance to stand right in front of Zhang Tao. Damn it, caught soliciting prostitutes. Zhang Tao was completely stunned. The two locked eyes, and all of Zhang Tao's previous bravado vanished, leaving only sheer terror. Ever since getting beaten up back in high school, he'd never dared to provoke Lu Su again, but never had he felt fear like this before. Staring into Lu Su's eyes, his legs nearly gave way. There was something different about the gaze of someone who'd killed before. Go fuck your mother. In extreme terror, Zhang Tao cursed loudly to boost his courage, wildly swinging the bike lock in his hand. Lu Su, having been in countless fights since childhood, casually blocked it and knocked the bike lock away with his wrist. Pains chosen. Pain points +1. Lu Su froze momentarily at the long unheard voice in his mind, as if recalling something, his smile gradually twisting into something twisted. I think I understand a bit now, thanks. Also, you mentioned you have connections at the police station. Do you have any at the hospital? If not, it's fine, you'll have some very soon. Chapter 7, Re-entering the game, Mask of Original Sin. In the end, within the dim alley, the thoroughly broken Zhang Tao lay unconscious, covered in wounds, though Lu Su, who walked away, was similarly bruised and battered. Except nearly all of Lu Su's injuries were deliberately self-inflicted. He had grown adept at this. It didn't hurt anyway, and with both appearing equally battered, plus being an orphan with no assets tying him down, the police usually just swept the matter under the rug. But this time, when Lu Su acted, he sensed with primal intuition just how fragile the other man was. Had he truly wanted to, there had been countless ways to kill Zhang Tao in that moment. Of course, he didn't do so. Lu Su had a clear understanding of his position. He knew his current strength was far from reaching the level where he could do whatever he pleased. Hurriedly rushing back to his small room, he pulled out a piece of paper and began jotting down his judgments about the Chosen of Pain. 1. Self-harm doesn't count. Harm inflicted upon oneself doesn't contribute to the pain value points. 2. The most straightforward way is through the other party's harm and torment toward oneself. This is the simplest way to gain points. And in such a situation, even if one had the ability to break free but chose not to, it wouldn't matter, it wouldn't be considered self-harm. Lu Su believed this was a bug. After pondering for a long while, Lu Su wrote down his third conjecture. 3. If you are forced or indirectly harmed due to the actions of the other party or an enemy, you can add points as well. In the first game, he had broken his own fingernails trying to break free, and just now when he took action, what the opponent threw was actually met with his own fist, yet still succeeded. After putting down the pen, Lu Su took a deep breath and looked at the summary before him. Anyway, that's roughly how it is. TSK, this system of mine doesn't even have a proper newbie tutorial or anything, have to figure things out myself. There are this many rules for the torment chosen for now. We'll add more if we find anything later. Lusa tucked this piece of paper under his pillow, lay flat on his back, and began to rest, though his mind remained unsettled for a long time. His preparations were complete, which meant time until the next game begins, 29 hours 24 minutes and 43 seconds. Time until next game begins, 00:30:23. A full day and night passed quickly. Lusu didn't participate in his classmates' discussions, his mind had already entered the game. As time passed, subtitles changed, and simultaneously a voice echoed in his mind. 30 minutes remaining until game start. Please make the necessary preparations in advance. Please choose to be either an audience member or a player. Faced with these two options before him, Lusa suddenly recalled what Xie Antong had said to him with unusual seriousness just 2 days earlier. Heh, thanks for the heads up. Yet you're right, how could I ever pass up an opportunity like this? When destiny comes knocking, all choices cease to be choices. Player identity confirmed. Welcome to the divine selection paradise. May your courage carry you straight to the heavens. Half an hour later, data streams enveloped Lusa's entire body, and his figure vanished from the small room. Welcome to the game. Your current dungeon difficulty level is Hell Mode. You have 5 minutes for initial setup. Watching the rapidly loading data stream, Lusa saw a personal player status panel appear before him. Game points, 3000. Pain value, 7. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Speed, 10. Luck, 3. Spirit, 0. Bonus medal, Godslayer, Legendary. Equipment, none. Backpack, Starter Pack. You have a reward to claim. Looking at his status panel, he was surprised to find that his suffering value was also displayed there, and he could allocate points to the stats below. Not knowing which stat was the most important, he decided to postpone allocating the points for later. Claim. Your reward has arrived. Obtain sealed artifact, A007, Soul of the 7 Deadly Sins. 7 Deadly Sins effect amplifies the corresponding weakness in the user's humanity, but simultaneously grants enormous corresponding enhancements. Set initial appearance. As the voice faded, a massive gray mist materialized before Lusu, formless and shifting. In a flash of inspiration, Lusu declared, assume the form of a flowing mask. The mist coalesced slowly into a mask that molded itself to his face, yet carried no discernible weight or sensation of being worn. Please choose form: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. Lusu pondered for a moment, opting for one that seemed relatively easier to control. Greed. The mask contorted before transforming into a deep blue hue. Please set mode, normal/overload. Plop. Preparation time is over. Entering the game. In a blur, a sensation of weightlessness washed over him, and the next second, Lusu found himself inside the game. As soon as he opened his eyes, Lusu was shocked to discover that the dizziness hadn't subsided. His head felt heavy while his feet seemed weightless. What's more, the surroundings were unusually scorching, as if he'd been placed on a steamer. When he finally regained his senses, Lusu realized he was currently hanging upside down in midair, with chains shackling his left ankle. And beneath him, dozens of meters below, was a bubbling pool of searing lava. Ah! Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream came from nearby. Only then did Lusu realize that in this second game, he wasn't the only one present. Including myself, there are 10 people hanging here, like roasted ducks in a fireplace. Wasn't this supposed to be a game? What's going on? Why am I hanging? It's so hot, so scalding. How do we get down from here? Around me, others who were similarly suspended had already begun to panic. The incredibly realistic physical sensations were making them increasingly nervous. Lusa glanced briefly and paid no further attention. Their caliber was clearly quite limited, whether as enemies or allies, it mattered little. Welcome to the game. Unfortunately, you've been selected for Hell Mode, but at the same time, you're also quite lucky. Each of you stands on your own platform, and below those platforms, lava is steadily rising. You must escape in time. If you're too late, well, that would truly be regrettable. Next is the first escape tool. A mechanical voice rang out within this hellish furnace, and then, amidst the 10 people, a rope descended, and tied to it was a saw. A saw covered in crimson rust, its teeth full of gaps and jagged edges. Looking at this object and the rising magma beneath them, the 10 people instantly understood the meaning of escape in their minds. In an instant, an uncontrollable chill surged through everyone's heart, except for one person, of course. Chapter 8, Hellish Difficulty, The Corrupting Influence of Greed. Lusu looked at the dangling saw with only one thought in his mind. Whoa, isn't this just pain points delivered to my doorstep? The real world and the game world were interconnected, but in reality, injuries required hospital treatment, severe ones might even leave him disabled. However, in the game, he knew very well that achieving flawless clearance conditions would grant him free full-body healing. That was precisely why he insisted on joining the game. The stakes are high, but for him, the rewards are absolutely maximized. What do you mean? What does this mean? You call this a game? No one told me this before. This is pure deception. I'm reporting you. Listening to the cries of despair around him, Lusu had already gone numb. He turned his head to look at the woman next to him, who was crying and screaming hysterically. Where would you even report this? Don't you know what kind of situation this is? Though Lusu had anticipated some clueless participants at the game's start, this level of outrageous behavior still exceeded his expectations. Lusu activated his portable livestream screen to check if the audience had information about the other 9 players, but when he looked, he noticed an unusually large number of viewers currently focused on him. Is this what the player's perspective looks like when achieving a perfect clear? I specifically wanted to see what top-tier gameplay looks like. This scene is kinda terrifying. I've never seen anything like this before. Thank goodness I decided to observe first and see what kind of games these were. Well, now I know, I'll stick to being a spectator. I checked the other 9 players, only 3 are veterans who've cleared before. The rest are first-timers. Looks like this guy's the only perfect clear contestant here. Lusu now realized that although their livestream assignments were randomized, they could still be searched and categorized by others. If that's the case, those players who achieved perfect clears would quickly find themselves under the spotlight. This might not necessarily be a good thing. The world would never casually allow an individual to possess superhuman abilities. Good thing he'd chosen to wear a mask. Still, his personality traits and habitual movements could potentially be recognized by keen observers. I quit. I don't want to saw off my own leg. Let me quit, I'm done playing. While Lusu watched, the woman beside him continued crying pitifully, clearly unable to face reality. What surprised Lusu was that a response actually appeared in midair. A mechanical voice echoed through the air. The store system will open shortly. During the game's preparation phase, you may purchase exit tokens for forced withdrawal mid-game. Once an exit token is used, your game qualification will be permanently revoked. The store cannot be accessed during gameplay. Exit coins? Such a thing exists, Lusu thought to himself, but didn't show it. In situations like this, he already knew exactly how to milk the suffering points for all they were worth. What do you mean you can't exit? The lava's already rising. I'm dizzy. Let me down. Amid the continuous piercing screams of the woman, the sudden metallic screech of friction abruptly cut through the panicked and desperate atmosphere, instantly drawing the gazes of the other 9 people. Above the molten lava, a chain violently shuddered with a sharp creaking sound, instantly silencing all the clamor around. The chain restraining Lusu's right leg now swayed violently in midair as he swung back and forth like an agile monkey. With a sharp snap, Lusu forcefully grabbed the rusted saw blade dangling in the air. The quality of these chains isn't bad at all. They don't even feel loose when shaking them like this. After yanking down the saw effortlessly, Lusu's relaxed voice echoed through the confined space, causing the surrounding 9 people's pupils to dilate as they stared in shock at this man who had taken the first decisive action. Is he insane? He's actually going to saw through his leg? With that rusty saw? Truth be told, brothers, you're all being surprisingly courteous. Who would have thought no one would fight over this unique prop? Letting me acquire it just like that. Cutting off your own leg to escape is such a cliché tactic. Speaking of which, did you guys actually pay the rights fee for saw? With the saw already in his hand, Lusu wasn't in any hurry to act. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he chatted casually while absent-mindedly waving the tool in the air. His inexplicable casual demeanor made those around him seriously doubt whether he truly understood the gravity of his predicament, that survival required him to saw through his own limb. Yet from the very first word he spoke, Lusu himself had already realized one thing: this wasn't entirely in character for him. His current mental state was like that of a halfway drunk man, still capable of fully controlling his mind, yet subconsciously yearning to spout nonsense utterly unlike his usual character. This might be the effect of the original sin mask on his face, amplifying the corresponding traits in his human nature while also granting their respective advantages. Lusu had no desire to restrain himself overly much. Greed, talkativeness, cunning in the face of such a brutal game challenge. These were precisely the traits he needed. Moreover, in the days to come, he could leverage these very traits to ensure that the audience watching him wouldn't easily connect his in-game persona with his real-world self. And he really wanted to see what bonuses the greed mode would give him. It seems someone has already taken the first step. In the scorching air, that mechanical voice sounded again, but this time it carried an unusual trace of human-like emotion. However, merely obtaining the saw doesn't count as a successful escape. I know, it's just amputating a leg, no big deal. Not like it's the first time anyway. I just feel this game is seriously lacking in fun and exploration. It's really not interesting at all. Lusu continued, his voice practically dripping with glee, barely suppressing sinister chuckles. After all, I was the first to get the saw, shouldn't there be some kind of reward? Lusu finally bared his fangs. Beneath the blue mask, his terrifying ambition and greed became unmistakably clear. The other 9 contestants around remained silent, quietly watching the figure who was hanging there yet still haggling. Amid this terrifying scene, it seemed only that person maintained a playful attitude throughout. Games naturally contain many hidden achievements and special rewards waiting to be discovered, but these require players to explore on their own. Fine, so Stingy won't give me anything at all. I just want to ask, what if they cut off my leg and I still don't get rescued? I don't really trust this. What if I'm swaying around and accidentally fall into the lava after they cut my leg off? No, this isn't part of the game. The platform beneath your feet is expandable. There won't be any issues as long as you escape before lava overtakes it. So you're saying as long as I saw off my leg, I can get free, right? Correct. A swirling light danced across the blue mask, forming a grinning face that seemed delighted at the success of its scheme. A cold glint flashed as the rust-stained saw pressed against his own leg and began cutting. Only, the iron shackle was fastened around his right ankle. Yet he was sawing through his left leg. Chapter 9, The Extreme of Greed. Fortune saw through death. What sound does metal make as it slowly saws through flesh? The answer was silence. Before the saw encountered true resistance, there was only the sensation of leather rubbing against leather, as if two cowhides were grinding forcefully against each other, determined to wear one of them raw. Against the already crimson backdrop of the magma-filled hell, that leg turned an even deeper red in an instant. The world seemed to fall silent for a moment, like a freeze frame on a black and white silent film cartoon, the air filled only with the sizzling sound akin to frying steak. Aha! A piercing scream rang out, but it didn't belong to Lusu. It came from the woman hanging beside him. Lusu hadn't even reacted yet when her voice had already risen to a pig slaughtering pitch. What are you doing? Stay away from me. Having entered this with a gaming mindset, she'd never encountered such a scene. Could this thing really be sawed off just like that? Glancing at the masked figure beside her, her entire body thrashed violently in midair as she struggled. Rambling incoherently, fear had completely devoured her rationality, pushing her mind to the brink of collapse. Pains chosen, pain value +3. Pains chosen, pain value +2. As continuous pain notifications kept coming, Lusu was still inwardly pleased until the woman beside him started screaming like a slaughtered pig, completely throwing him off. Speechless, he glanced at the woman and muttered sarcastically, "Not to be rude, but what are you yelling for? It's not your leg being sawed off. Besides, you'll have to go through it soon enough anyway. Think of this as giving you a preview. It'll do you good. What? Or would you rather try it out right now?" As he spoke, Lusu even extended the saw in his hand toward the other person, as if extending an invitation. The woman stopped screaming and fell motionless, fainted outright from terror as she watched the blood-soaked hand holding a saw, scared unconscious by extreme torture play. Now all she wished for was to wake up and find it was all just a nightmare. Honestly, couldn't she have mentally prepared herself before coming in? Lusu casually scared a bystander unconscious and resumed sawing off his leg. The act of severing one's own limb involves not just excruciating physical pain, but more profoundly, a form of psychological torture, a slow execution of the spirit. Yet Mask of Original Sin's greed mode spared Lusu even this mental burden. As long as he could watch his pain points accumulate, as long as he received his rewards, such trivial costs, painless and itchless, could be utterly disregarded. As the saying goes, when profits reach 50%, men become daring adventurers. When profits reach 100%, people dare to trample upon all human laws. When profits reach 300%, people dare to risk their very lives. But for Lusu now, even 1%, or the slightest potential gain, is enough to make him gamble with his life. Greed makes him revel in that sensation of dancing on a knife's edge. Fortune favored the bold. That feeling is enough to drive one mad. The saw blade had already cut halfway through by now, and aside from the woman beside him, the other contestants had also turned visibly pale. Who wouldn't be terrified by such an extreme and graphic scene? Especially with this masked psycho before them, sawing through himself without uttering a single sound of pain, even chuckling occasionally. It truly gave them the feeling of having stepped into hell. Bro, you're amazing, casually entering this game like that. We were somewhat overestimating ourselves. Meanwhile, a man with a pale face was talking to Lusu, but according to the audience, this was also someone who had participated in and cleared the novice game. To sever when it's time to sever, choosing to cut off a leg first thing is impressive. For your first game, your score and ranking must be pretty high. But would you take a look already? You're currently sawing the left leg. Oh, Lusu glanced at his mangled left leg. What's the problem? The shackles are on your right foot. What's the point of sawing off your left leg? I feel like sawing it. Is that not allowed? Lusu swayed unsteadily with utterly shameless conviction, then suddenly shouted at empty air. Who made the rule that you have to saw off the right leg anyway? I just want to saw off my left leg, is that okay? This time, Lusu's shout was directed at the entity that had previously communicated with the people, the one resembling a game organizer. But this time, the mechanical voice that had appeared several times before did not sound again. Lusu didn't care either way. His scheme was just a gamble after all, win or lose, at least he'd still have his intermittently accumulating pain points, right? The other players watching around them turned their heads away at this moment, their eyes filled with despair. With one companion having fainted from fright and the other appearing to be some mentally unstable pervert, if they got the chance to survive, they'd never dare participate in such a deadly game again. And it wasn't just them, even those currently observing as audience members among the chosen ones now unanimously affirmed the correctness of their decisions. Is this what they call hell-level difficulty? Thank goodness I didn't participate. Absolutely terrifying. Are all the perfect clear contestants this kind of psychopath? Facing such an extreme game, only a psychopath could remain so calm while sawing off their own leg. But it's pointless. You've got the ruthlessness, just not the brains to back it up. Most of the audience stared at Lu Su, the perfect clearance player, watching the chilling scene unfold, marveling at his reckless courage. However, among the spectators were not just idle onlookers. Some astute individuals, seeking to gather intelligence for future decisions, understood Lu Su's true intentions. A chosen one named Blank, currently watching as part of the audience, typed his insight on Lu Su's live broadcast screen. Blank, you don't actually believe a player who achieved perfect clearance would be stupid enough to saw off the wrong leg, do you? Blank, if I'm not mistaken, he's playing a game with the rules. Do you remember what he said earlier? Blank, in the previous dialogue, he asked, what if cutting off the leg doesn't lead to rescue, and even gave an example of accidentally falling straight into lava afterward. Blank, his goal was to explore all possibilities where cutting off the leg doesn't lead to rescue, but he deliberately steered the perspective toward irrelevant details. Blank, and finally, in that seemingly casual yet frenzied manner, he asked whether cutting off the leg would guarantee rescue. This was the real dagger unveiled when the map was unrolled. There are many ways to cut a leg, including not cutting the trapped one. Blank, but the organizer, having been misled earlier, gave an affirmative answer. Blank, this was the reason he sawed off his left leg. Blank, though merely a play on words, he executed it without hesitation, for potential gain. Perfect clear players truly are monsters who maximize benefits. Pain, one's own leg, none of it falls within their consideration. Chapter 10 Fear will cloud your judgment. Let's talk prices. Blank, which means, from the very beginning of the game, this expert had no trace of fear in his mind. Blank, rusty saws, scorching lava, none of it mattered to him. From the start, he only considered how to maximize his own benefits in this game. Blank, to act with such audacity, utmost greed, extreme confidence, combined with merciless self-discipline. This person named Blank spoke intermittently, his words disjointed, as if he were both speaking and thinking aloud at the same time. But since his words appeared on the screen, Lu Su noticed a sharp decline in the barrage of comments. Clearly, everyone was now focused on reading his analysis. Just moments ago, they were merely enjoying the spectacle, but now that he'd pointed things out, they suddenly realized they'd been watching blindly all along. Seriously, dude, why's everyone happily staying ignorant while you're out here breaking the illusion? Naturally, not everyone accepted such analytical remarks. After all, some people refused to admit they're complete noobs. After the blank space, someone immediately jumped out and protested. How can you be so sure it's exactly as you think? Maybe this is just some crazy person? Yeah. And shouldn't the organizer's voice be more like an automated machine voice? How could there possibly be a verbal mistake? Wouldn't that mean someone's manipulating it? Hearing these stubborn denials, Blank didn't have the slightest inclination to respond. In the real world, Blank was staring at the screen in shock, analyzing every move Lu Su made in real time while recording the entire gameplay footage. An opportunity like this, to change his fate and gain superhuman abilities, was something he would never miss. He was determined to become a player himself one day. However, he didn't dare act as a guinea pig without preparation. He decided to gather intel first, studying both the game's mechanics and the playstyles of top-tier players worldwide before diving in. Little did he expect to stumble upon something of this magnitude right away. A player of this caliber. I must find a way to get to know him and befriend him. Thinking this to himself, Blank casually typed on the screen in reply. Blank, think whatever you want. To be honest, I'm not even sure I fully grasped the mastermind's entire plan. Let's just see how things unfold. The live stream was abuzz with opinions, but after just one glance at the beginning, Lu Su paid no further attention, immersing himself entirely in his work. Right at this moment, he was still sawing his leg, as if completing some highly satisfying work, or perhaps engaged in some incredibly amusing pastime, not showing the slightest urgency, because he was accumulating pain points. From the beginning until now, he had already accumulated over 20 points. For the first time, Lu Su felt that this leg of his could be so useful. As long as he could perfectly clear the level in the end, nothing else mattered. Watching the rising pain value, who cared about legs or not? There was no such opportunity outside. He himself felt no pain and had no psychological pressure, but he had thoroughly tormented everyone around him. The woman who had fainted earlier had now woken up and was vomiting frantically. The others weren't faring much better either. Most were drenched in sweat, their faces deathly pale as they turned their heads away, refusing to look at Lu Su. The scorching environment, the life and death trial, the unbearable suffering before their eyes, and that perverse fellow player all combined to make them feel as though they truly descended into hell. Chosen of suffering, pain value +1. It wasn't until later that Lu Su realized the pain value had virtually stopped increasing, growing at an unusually slow rate. Only then did he understand that the leg sawing business was basically done. With lingering reluctance, he thus plucked off his left leg just like that. Holding the blood-drenched left foot in his hand, after examining it for a few seconds, he murmured, "Speaking of which, with this kind of performance, I should definitely qualify for some extra benefits, right? Regrowing a severed limb must require better, higher-level potions than reattaching one, right?" As he spoke, he casually tossed the severed half of his leg into the molten lava below. "Ha ha, I've sawed it off. Hey, still there? Didn't you say cutting off my leg would free me?" Luce's unrestrained, almost provocative voice echoed through the space as he laid out his terms to the realm's master, but there was no response. Just when Luce thought this attempt might have failed as well, that voice once again emerged from above in the space. Only this time, the mechanical tone was unusually cold. The hint of human-like warmth it had carried before had completely vanished, now sounding more like a purely emotionless machine. The related entry rules have been fixed. Player Luce has successfully exploited a system vulnerability, earning the badge, System Attacker, Epic. Relevant rewards will be settled together at the end of the game. The mechanical voice's pronunciation of Lu Su was deliberately obscured. Except for Lu Su himself, others could only hear a blurred address. After the rewards were distributed, there were no additional remarks, as if wary of being tricked into revealing more by Lu Su. Unfazed, Luce's mask shimmered with shifting colors that formed a satisfied smile. Hanging upside down in midair, he stretched his limbs with a leisurely yawn. "Ah, not bad, not too stingy after all." The cavern pulsed solely with the bubbling of magma. Everyone else stood frozen in astonished silence. No one expected that the person before them wasn't some masochist with a messed up brain, but rather a ruthless madman who would stop at nothing for personal gain. Encountering such a dungeon scenario and such a player on their very first game, the livestream chat had long since exploded. Recalling the analysis from that player named Blank, everyone was left speechless in awe. For a moment, the flood of legendary praises never stopped. Just looking at the terrifying cross-section of his severed leg at this moment, few felt admiration, more predominantly, a pure sense of awe and fear. Luce paid no attention to the gazes of those around him. After catching his breath slightly, instead of rushing to free himself, he spoke again. "To be honest, I don't understand why you few still haven't grasped the situation." Upon hearing his voice, the other 9 players froze in unison, failing to comprehend what he meant. "You truly have no regard for life and death. Are you aware that the magma is rising at this very moment? What is this thing? Tell me," Luce said, shaking the saw in his hand. "Surely you don't think this is something that brings nothing but pain and torment? If we're currently in a game, this would be called the clearance prop. And now, this one and only clearance prop is in my hands. Even when I obtained it, not a single soul tried to snatch it. Out of fear, everyone's been avoiding this saw. Don't be afraid. Fear will rob you of your judgment. This so-called hell game is going suspiciously smoothly. I hope we get more opportunities like this in the future." Ever since putting on the mask of greed, Lu Su had not only become consumed with insatiable desire, but had also grown noticeably more talkative. Yet as he kept rambling on, the other players around him couldn't shake off an inexplicable chill running down their spines even though the ambient temperature had already soared past 50 degrees Celsius. "Alright, enough chatter." Luce smirked as he playfully twirled the saw in his hand. "Does anyone still want to saw off a leg now? Come, let's talk about the price." Chapter 11, The Evil Within, A Brutal Murder. Luce's words sent everyone's expressions changing dramatically, their faces alternating between shadow and light as they stared at the still swaying figure in the center. Meanwhile, in the real world, Blank, who had been closely observing Luce's every move, slammed his fist on the table and shouted excitedly, "Fuck! I knew it would be like this." Those earlier tests weren't just about maximizing benefits, there were much deeper implications behind them, including probing the rules of this game. What exactly is controlling this suddenly appearing game? A machine, an omnipotent god, or an alien civilization? Such probing is crucial for the entire world, yet the big shot manages to accomplish it unnoticed, even securing benefits for themselves in the process. Moreover, the previous ruthless methods can also intimidate other participants, making it the perfect moment to extort them. Kongbai gritted his teeth, sorting through his thoughts, growing more and more excited the deeper he delved. He didn't think there was anything wrong with such extreme greed. Given the drastic changes in the world, where life and death are predetermined and wealth is granted by fate, the strong naturally had to resort to any means necessary to grow powerful in the early stages of the game. But just as he was typing on the screen of this game livestream, he slowly lowered his hands, because he could see most viewers' comments and the psychological state they were revealing. This is straight up blackmail. Shouldn't people be helping each other in times like this? Isn't it bad enough to have your legs sawn off? Threatening others in such a terrifying atmosphere feels downright unnecessary. Impressive and utterly insane, though I surely wouldn't want to encounter someone like this in a game. Apart from such saintly commentary, the rest was mostly hype, like watching a flashy Hollywood blockbuster. They either projected bizarre emotions onto the scene or truly saw themselves as detached spectators. People seem to have forgotten that they, the audience, are also the chosen ones. They too have the opportunity to participate in the game. Everyone is already part of it. The world had changed in an instant, but people's mindsets had yet to shift accordingly. Blank thought, abandoning the idea of sending a barrage comment. He stopped trying to communicate with these infants and turned his attention to the scenes unfolding within the game. What do you mean? What do you mean by negotiate the price? Beside them, the woman who had been shouting the loudest suddenly shot a hateful glare at Lu Su, staring at him with unmasked hostility. Exactly what it sounds like. No money, no saw. What's the problem? Lu Su turned his head nonchalantly and met her gaze as he spoke. Have you no conscience left? Profiting from this? You heartless, soulless monster. I quit. I'm not playing this game anymore. What kind of game forces you to keep playing once you're in? Why does the game organizer barely respond to us, yet they answer you so readily? How could you saw off your own leg so effortlessly? It's obvious you're in cahoots. This whole thing is a conspiracy. Look, everyone. He's not some amazing player at all. He's actually in cahoots with the people behind this game. Perhaps it was the overwhelming psychological pressure, but the woman now erupted into a frenzy of venting. Her fear and agony transformed into fury, all of it pouring down upon Lu Su. Her entire body twisted violently, rattling the chains that bound her. Watching her frenzied state, Lu Su wore an utterly bewildered expression. The air hung silent for several seconds before Lu Su slowly began to speak. Yes, you're absolutely right. I'm one of them. Actually, I'm an NPC in this game, not a player. I have no sense of pain. I can saw however I please. I'm just here to torment you normal players. What's wrong? So what are you going to do about it? At that moment, the blue mask of greed shimmered as luminous trails formed into a massive mocking grin, smiley face, as if taunting its opponent. Lu Su understood all too well that this wretched woman before him was essentially an amplified manifestation of human nature. While he wore the mask of greed, hers was likely a mask forged by years of pampered privilege. The weak lash out at the weaker. In the face of this bizarre world's game, no matter how strong one might appear, they inevitably seem relatively weaker. So her breakdown needed an outlet, and he became that outlet. Even if he appeared terrifying, clearly possessing the power to kill her, years of social conditioning had convinced her that provoking a mere human like him would bear no consequences. The methods, too, were much the same, relying on loud voices, framing, slander, manipulating public opinion, and isolation. But the world has changed, yet there are still those who fail to grasp this reality. Lu Su watched her with amusement. What did it matter if he admitted it? What if he was slandered? What if he truly became an enemy to all of them? Lu Su's unapologetic admission left the woman speechless. A choked, whimpering sound escaped her throat, her face flushing bright red. Was it the heat, or was she nearly suffocating from her own emotions? The magma is still rising, everyone. Lu Su swung one foot in midair, even casually waving the saw in his hand as if he might toss it down at any moment. How much money do you want? Finally, someone spoke. Lu Su thought to himself that there were still sensible people around and was about to turn around to see who it was. I don't want money, I want. But before the words were finished, a glimmer of red light caught my eye the moment I turned my head. Across from him, a man swung forcefully with the momentum of his chains, wielding a foot-long dagger that gleamed crimson in his grip. That dagger was clearly no ordinary weapon, it had to be some kind of prop from a game. Then, the man swinging over showed a fierce glare, and before you could blink, as Lu Su turned around, the knife was already right before his eyes. A lethal strike meant to kill with one slash. Amidst the grating screech of metal, blood splattered. The attack that should have severed his throat was instead dodged by Lu Su in a split second, forcing his collarbone to take the hit. The knife remained firmly lodged in his collarbone, immovable. The blue mask remained utterly expressionless, even as its smiling mouth stretched wider, pulling clear to the corners of its lips. Chosen of agony. Pain points +5. Who'd have thought that even at this juncture, such an unexpected delight would appear? Kill him. Now. Kill him. The woman beside him began writhing violently, shouting excitedly. The man's eyes also gleamed with ferocity. Seeing his first strike land successfully, he prepared to press his advantage. But in an instant, the commotion ended abruptly. The woman's excited shrieks were cut off in her throat. A thin crimson line appeared across the man's neck. Lu Su casually swung the saw in his hand with terrifying speed, a movement barely perceptible to the naked eye, leaving only the frightening whistle of splitting air in its wake. Ding dong, too bad. You only get one chance. Oh, asterisk asterisk. Also, thank you for the knife you sent. Chapter 12 famous scene, chop off his legs, and he still has to thank us. As the words fell, the man opposite loosened his grip on the knife in his right hand, utterly drained of strength. His eyes widened abnormally large, his hands clutching his throat as blood gushed out like poured water. Holding couldn't stop it. Within seconds, the upside-down man became entirely drenched in blood. The scorching heat quickly coagulated the blood, his body twitching twice in midair before falling still. Dead? Witnessing the murder before their eyes sobered everyone up somewhat. Lu Su, however, found it quite interesting. Looking at the corpse roasted crisp on the outside yet tender inside, he even had the mood to crack a dark joke. This red-skinned duck makes for a decent cosplay. Honestly, there's even a proper roasting oven inside. Truth be told, under the influence of the greed mask, he should have taken advantage of this bold contestant to rack up more agony points. But he didn't do that. What was engraved in his mind was already unshakable: never surrender the chance to survive to others. If someone wanted to kill him, he wouldn't waste words. Pulling the dagger from his shoulder, he stared at the automatically displayed weapon description before him. Sharp blade, rare weapon. Effect, armor break. When used to attack, it unleashes triple the user's power, with an upper limit that needs to be explored independently. Description, when you don't know what to do, just thrust it in. Lu Su? Isn't this description just slightly, a bit off? Quality weapons. Though the level doesn't sound particularly high, better than nothing I suppose. With that, Lu Su casually tossed the knife into his backpack as spoils of war. Furthermore, if we're categorizing things this way, the mask on his face apparently didn't count as a weapon item. Sequence-sealed artifacts appeared to be their own unique category of objects. After surveying the surroundings, no one else dared to meet the gaze of that deep blue mask. In places untouched by human-made order like the law, violence will always be the most effective language. Enough. Since things have come to this, name your price. At last, the first sensible person spoke up. Lu Su turned his head to look at him. I know what you really want isn't money, you're after the in-game chips, aren't you? In my initial game, there was a 500-point bonus reward. Plus, since my performance was outstanding, the guide gave me an additional 300 points. I'll give you all these points if you help me escape this predicament. It's clear that those who've previously cleared game levels generally possess much stronger mental resilience. But Lu Su's next words nearly made him spit blood. 800? That's all the points you've got? The crowd? What the hell are you talking about? 800 points is a lot, alright? What are you saying? These are all my points, okay? The game just started, who could possibly have more? Didn't your guide explain the situation to you? Lu Su. My guide? Would you believe me if I said I killed him? My reward is straight up 3,000 points? Alright, small business after all, and since you're the first, I'll agree. Lu Su agreed to the other party's transaction request. As an added bonus, since you're indeed the first client, I'll throw in a little perk for you. What? The other party didn't quite catch on. After all, having his leg sawed off wasn't something he'd mentally prepared for yet. His teeth were practically chattering. Lu Su simply pulled up his personal game panel. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Speed, 10. Luck, 3. Spirit, 0. Bonus badges, Godslayer, Legendary, System Attacker, Epic. Current pain value, 28. From the moment he entered the game, Lu Su realized the greatest purpose of this pain value: allocating points. For normal players, this statistic on their personal panel could only be increased through rare encounters or special items in the game, but Lu Su could directly boost it. The ratio for allocating points to strength, agility, and speed was 1 to 2, luck was 1 to 5, and the ratio for spirit was a staggering 1:10. To maximize his current abilities, Lu Su hardly hesitated and poured all his points into the strength attribute. Strength increased, 1024. Already surpassing human limits, his strength more than doubled. Gripping the saw tightly, the wooden handle creaked ominously under the strain, as if on the verge of shattering at any moment. The surge of strength brought psychological inflation. Looking at his not particularly robust arms, Lu Su felt as if the Hulk was residing inside his body right now. Hey, what do you mean? The transaction was already completed. The man across from Lu Su suddenly saw veins bulge violently as Lu Su's right hand gripped the saw with deathly force, while the mask still bore an extremely twisted expression. He suddenly felt unusually terrified. Nothing, hee. Customer service industry, let me personally help you saw off that leg. Man, no, don't, stay away from me. This wasn't part of our original deal. As he spoke, he began struggling violently. All the courage and determination he'd managed to muster earlier vanished completely in that moment. You want to saw me? Why don't you just fucking kill me? Aren't you gonna torture me like you tortured yourself before? I'm not a fucking masochist, I can't take this. Don't be scared. I'm an honest merchant, how could I harm you? I'm just running an experiment. As the other person struggled desperately, a murderous glint flashed in Lu Su's eyes, while the patterns on his mask rearranged into an eerily expressive exclamation mark. The saw in his right hand swung out with such speed that it carried a faint rumble of wind and thunder. Snap! A crisp sound echoed, like a butcher chopping ribs on a cutting board with a cleaver. The completely rusted saw teeth, propelled by immense velocity, became the sharpest cutting tool. The figure fell with the sound, landing on the platform with a dull thud. Only after breaking free did the man whose leg had been cut realize it was over. Then the pain arrived. With a piercing scream, he clutched his leg in agony, writhing in pain before gritting his teeth and enduring the torment, his face drenched in sweat. He lifted his severed left leg and firmly pressed down on the blood vessels to prevent excessive bleeding. Forcing a smile uglier than a grimace, he raised a trembling thumb toward Lu Su, who was still dangling in midair, stammering, "Thank you, boss." His words of gratitude were sincere. Though faced with life and death, he had made his choice, yet he truly didn't believe he could have endured the agony of sawing off his own leg with a rusted blade. Lu Su's godlike maneuver made him feel those earlier points hadn't been wasted, at least his life was spared. Well, look how this turned out, he's even thanking us now. Chapter 13, The Frenzied Bidding gives her ample time for regret. After finishing his verbal sparring, Lu Su was satisfied with his current strength and even gave a thumbs up to the guy whose leg he had chopped off. He didn't seem to find anything wrong with it. Having already experienced superhuman power, he had mentally prepared for the impending changes to this world. But others didn't see it that way. His livestream audience erupted in chaos. The viewers' emotions surged even more intensely than when they had watched Lu Su engage in such graphic self-mutilation by sawing off his own leg. After all, for them, this was the first time they had witnessed someone actually wield supernatural power. The primal allure of power always takes precedence, far surpassing so-called wealth and authority. Damn, that's insane. What did I just see? Was I seeing things? That was definitely a superpower, right? What kind of power is that? Using a rusty saw to slice a man's leg clean in half? Sorry for speaking too loudly earlier, you're absolutely amazing. Any chance we could exchange contact info? I noticed you don't often watch your own live streams. This is exactly what makes this game fascinating, right? If it were about superpowers, I'd want to try too. Life and death stakes be damned. I checked other players' streams just now, most don't have it this brutal. This pro just happened to land in this hell difficulty game instance. Fortune favors the bold. Cut the bullshit. If I handed you a saw and told you to cut off your own leg, would you dare? The live stream instantly became incredibly bustling. Those who had previously preferred to stay aloof as mere spectators were now itching to join in, tossing their earlier fears and mixed emotions to the wind. Some people were already asking for Lu Su's contact information, hoping to connect with him in the real world. Some even claimed that he was the boss of a Fortune 500 company, attempting to recruit Lu Su under his wing. Blank sat in front of the screen and shook his head speechlessly. People finally began to gradually realize the severity of the situation. And this was merely the beginning. Lu Su's abilities were still relatively tame. Superhuman strength might be supernatural, but at least he still looked human. When images of sky-soaring and earth-penetrating feats emerged, with palms summoning wind and thunder, that would be when people truly lost their minds. Yet amidst the flood of praise and fervent excitement, someone finally noticed something off. Wait a minute, doesn't anyone else think something's strange here? If he had this ability to instantly sever legs, why did he take his time sawing his own leg off earlier? The barrage of comments suddenly froze. When this feeble voice emerged, everyone fell silent. Damn right, why the hell would anyone do that? Why torture yourself when there's the simplest solution available? I could get painless surgery straight away, but I won't it just for fun? All of Blank's previous behaviors could be reasoned with somehow, but this inexplicable conflict left everyone utterly baffled. A group of analysis experts like Blank sat before their screens, racking their brains to come up with countless explanations for Lu Su's actions, yet none could justify why he would subject himself to such harsh treatment. Could he really be a masochist? Or is there something wrong with his brain? Impossible. A top-tier player capable of perfect clears, how could someone like that possibly have brain issues? There must be some deeper meaning we haven't considered yet. Let's analyze it further. As for Lu Su's hidden intentions, they would never be able to decipher them. After all, what he truly wanted was simply some pain points. Below them, the first rescued person had vanished into thin air without a trace. No one knew whether this already counted as the game's conclusion. But in any case, his disappearance instantly filled the still hanging crowd with extreme excitement. Before Lu Su could speak, the voices of the others rose one after another. Big shot, look over here. I'm willing to pay too. I have 200 points, plus an ordinary weapon, both obtained in the initial game. You can have them. Just come and chop off my leg yourself. Help me chop off my leg, and I'll pay you after I get out. Lots and lots of money. You can fill in the checkbook yourself. Chop mine, come chop mine. We're all fellow Chinese, come help out. The previously terrified players who dared not utter a word now perked up seeing such a painless method, and one after another began bidding to have their legs chopped off. These days, you can even auction off the chance to have someone else's leg amputated. The broken window effect never goes out of style. Normally if you told people you'd chop off their leg without anesthesia, no one would accept. But now, after watching that Rusty saw work on Lusa's leg for over 10 minutes, people suddenly felt that having a clean amputation would be such a blessing. Watching the crowd scramble eagerly, Lusu didn't refuse this time, simply waiting for people to offer higher prices. After all, those who participated in the initial game but failed to clear it still had some points left. Some had even signed internal game agreements to transfer their points from this round to Lusu. With the greed mask's influence, Lusu had completely shed any moral restraints, transforming into a ruthless exploiter skin. Hacking off legs posed no problem as long as people kept paying. In the end, he obtained an unfamiliar game item, several game points, and promises of additional clear rewards, all in exchange for severing limbs one after another. In Japan, this would already qualify someone as a leg-cutting immortal. After screams upon screams, in the end, only 4 people remained dangling in midair. 2 had already been scared witless, seemingly having completely abandoned any hope of survival. Lusu couldn't be bothered with them either. Giving up on life was none of his concern. The remaining former victor gave him one last look before abruptly vanishing, apparently having obtained an exit token from past rewards. Finally, Lusu once again looked at the woman beside him, the one who kept shouting, oblivious to the situation, and always eager to hurl insults at him. By now, she had been quiet for quite some time. When Lusu turned to glance at her again, though trembling with fear, she spoke up once more. "I warn you, someone like you." But this time, Lusu couldn't be bothered to listen to her anymore. The blade flashed this time. What Lusu sawed off was his own shackled leg. His body fell immediately afterward, landing squarely on the platform. Reaching out to touch the edge of the platform, he smiled at the woman in the air and said, "The magma is almost here now." Lusu's figure disappeared in an instant, and within a few breaths, the magma had already submerged the platform. In the last glimpse of his vision, Lusu saw the woman finally awaken at the critical moment, letting out a sharp scream as she desperately reached for the swaying saw in the air, followed by a mournful shriek. But it was already too late. The lava had already swallowed the platform, but not yet her. She still had ample time for regret, but no longer any opportunity. People do die from sheer foolishness. Chapter 14 Loot Distribution Ceremony. Perfect clear player exposed. Whether that woman would regret in her final moments, whether her heart would be torn apart, were no longer questions Lusu needed to consider. Now, Lusu felt a slight pang of regret. Perhaps driven by greed, as the game neared its end, he began to feel his gains were somewhat meager. Was this leg-sawing punishment the only one arranged? Shouldn't there have been multiple tortures arranged, repeated torment, grilling her front and back like flipping a pancake? What kind of hell difficulty is this? Seriously, the imagination is a bit lacking. This isn't nearly twisted enough. As I was thinking, the familiar sensation of data streaming didn't appear. It seemed that after disappearing from the platform, the game didn't immediately conclude. When my eyes opened again, I found myself in an impossibly bright space. And the 4 people I had previously rescued were now sitting on chairs, their faces filled with terror as they nervously scanned their surroundings. The game isn't over yet. This hellish torment actually seemed far from finished. Just as they emerged in wild excitement, thinking it was finally over, reality dealt them a crushing blow. The moment Lusu exited, 4 pairs of eyes instantly turned toward him. Clearly, the game was waiting for all participants to assemble before proceeding. Each person found themselves secured to a chair, arranged in a perfect pentagon formation. At the center stood an endlessly deep pentagonal prism, utterly hollow and incomprehensible in purpose. What set Lusu apart from the others was that instead of being dismayed, he was actually quite pleased to see the game continuing. After all, as long as the game went on, there would still be opportunities to profit. His mindset was clearly different. After the previous rounds, he was now even getting a bit carried away with the excitement of playing. Patting the ever-smiling mask on his face, Lusu muttered to himself, "I knew it couldn't be this unimaginative. The game needs to be even more twisted, doesn't it? Control, control." Though thoroughly enjoying the feeling of harvest, Lusu was also keeping himself in check, careful not to let himself be completely engulfed by the rhythm of the mask. The mask merely amplifies corresponding emotions. It mustn't be allowed to completely dominate him. All personnel have arrived. Welcome, survivors of the Hell game. After Lusu appeared, the mechanical voice that had been absent for a while resurfaced in the space. Upon hearing that voice, the other 4 individuals even shivered, though it was unclear whether it was from pain or not. "You seem quite delighted? That defies logic." Suddenly, the tone of the voice shifted, and everyone was stunned as they realized it was actually addressing Lusu. The game's controller is actually taking the initiative to talk to players. Lusu raised his head, looked around, and asked, "Oh, that's quite good then. So, are there any rewards for that? What the hell kind of reward is this? Are you addicted to taking advantage of loopholes or what? This is a hellish difficulty game, not some easy target for exploitation." Lusu's simple remark completely broke the game's voice control system, leaving it speechless for quite a while. Then, the lights around the 5 people suddenly dimmed out of nowhere, and the faint glow only accentuated the atmosphere of loneliness and terror. Squeak, creak creak. A sharp, strange sound rang out, and right under the bewildered gazes of the group, the massive barrel-shaped space in the center began to slowly rise with black water. As everyone focused their gaze, someone immediately let out a shocked gasp. That wasn't black water at all, it was an uncountable swarm of insects, an abnormally massive horde. Layer upon layer, cluster upon cluster emerged from below, surging upward, who knows where they came from. And the insects within were nothing like ordinary ones, each looked abnormally revolting. Some resembled scorpions, but every single one measured half a meter long. Some were covered entirely in barbs, their long tongues ceaselessly writhing and coiling. Some soft-bodied worms wriggled endlessly, even bursting under pressure, oozing thick, pulpy juices. Within the vast, cylindrical space, the worms kept piling higher and higher, their incessant squeaking and creaking now filling the entire chamber enough to make anyone nauseous. Before long, the towering cylindrical enclosure was completely filled. That's a colossal pillar with a diameter of 5 meters and a height of at least several dozen meters. Completely packed with bugs just like that, by a rough estimate. There must be at least several 100 million of those extra-dimensional insects inside here. The 4 people sitting around the pillar all looked as pale as death at that moment, and even Lusa couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Perhaps there are people in this world who aren't afraid of wild beasts, but faced with such a swarm of insects, excluding perhaps those goo masters from Miaojang, no one would likely remain unfazed. This thing is absolutely pushing both physical and psychological limits, something no normal person should have to face. Especially considering these appear to be alien bugs. Holy shit, come on dude, seriously, this is too disgusting. Can't watch another second, I'm out. Gonna check other live streams instead. Honestly, this is a bit too intense. I give up. Being a spectator is way better, never be a player. The livestream audience was also venting their frustrations. The sheer number of these bugs had already crossed the line from bizarre to outright disturbing. Soon after, they discovered that what separated that space from their room was a specially made 50 centimeters x 50 centimeters glass window. Looking at this window, people were terrified to the point of nearly fainting. This meant those bugs would soon break in. When will this end? Just let me die. Beside them, a man, unable to bear the pressure any longer, slammed his fist against the glass with a dull thud. But his fury was powerless to change anything in this moment. Looking at these bugs, Lusa's first thought was, this seems like another chance to accumulate pain points. All players, shouldn't you feel honored? The game was supposed to be over already. But since too many players remain alive, which contradicts the concept of hell mode, we're having a small additional test. The game's lifeline was originally in this player's hands. He could have easily made himself the sole survivor, making this additional test unnecessary and allowing him to achieve perfect clearance once again. That's right, he is the only one among you who achieved the title of perfect clearance in the beginner's level. And because of his soft-heartedness, the current situation occurred. Come on, everyone, let's give him a round of applause for his performance. The organizer's voice sounded once again, accompanied by the lights turning on in Lusa's room, making it clear who he was referring to. Only this time, the tone and choice of words carried a very distinct note of sarcasm, leaving much to ponder. Had Lusa somehow offended him? Clap clap clap. The crisp sound of applause echoed through the space, intertwining with the chirping of insects. And the only person applauding at this moment was none other than Lusu himself. Not bad, not bad. According to your logic, I must be damn impressive. I think I deserve to give myself a round of applause too. So back to the question, with such outstanding performance from me, shouldn't there be any extra rewards? Chapter 15, the Loot Division Game, the most unfortunate position? Lusa's voice remained calm, his tone dripping with sarcasm, entirely unfazed by the organizer's mockery, even tossing it right back at them. He couldn't figure out why he'd suddenly become a target, as if the game itself had taken a disliking to him, deliberately painting him as everyone's enemy. He even mentioned that he was a perfect game completionist. But he didn't see any problem with that. The more targets on his back, the more profit to be gained. Being targeted was an opportunity in itself. Risk always walks hand in hand with opportunity. As a certain philosopher named Gao once said, the fiercer the storm, the more valuable the fish. Gao, what was it again? Let's just say it was Gorky who said it. All rewards in the game, the benefits of clearing a level, aren't given, you have to earn them, or rather, take them by force. What you can obtain depends entirely on how far you manage to go next. Greed, that mask seems to suit you quite well. I just wonder whether your soft-hearted mercy towards them might end up costing you your own life. I actually got soft-hearted listening to you, your words almost moved me. Maybe you should award me a prize or give me an achievement badge. Lusu didn't let the conversation drop for a second, effortlessly firing back a retort. Watching Lusu and that unknown voice go back and forth, their words sharp and confrontational, the other 4 people nearby already felt like complete outsiders. All they could do was watch the experts spar from the sidelines, too intimidated to speak up themselves. Only now did they realize that there truly was a distinction between achieving a perfect clearance and just completing the level. It turned out this expert had been among the absolute top tier from the very beginning. Now, the way the crowd looked at him grew subtly complicated. What began as fear and avoidance now carried an additional tinge of gratitude. After all, though he was greedy, insane, and squeezed them dry like a vampire, when it came down to it, he genuinely saved their lives. If Lu Su were truly just a bloodthirsty psychopath, he could have easily let all these people perish in the lava. There would have been no need for him to help everyone by severing their legs. Indeed, in this hellish game, straightforward leg amputation was practically an act of mercy. But given the circumstances, with no telling what the future held, none of those present intended to thank Lu Su, this so-called great benefactor. Very well, the final bonus round. Dividing the spoils. Let's all cheer up, it's time to reap the rewards. Ordinary players, don't feel discouraged either. In the next phase, you'll be on the same level as that guy. This is the game of gods, this is the gambit of challengers. Here, anything can happen, don't think you can't do it, you could become completely different overnight. Paradise of the Chosen, we welcome your join. The voice filled with temptation sounded once more, as if to stir the greed in people's hearts, yet clearly, these words still weren't very friendly to Lu Su. Clearly, it aimed to drive a wedge between Lu Su and the others, hinting that the upcoming game would involve some degree of competition among them. Then, amid the writhing and screeching of the bugs, two pillars rose before each person, within easy reach, each bearing a button, one red, the other green. Meanwhile, directly above the towering insect pillar, a crimson number appeared. 100. The loot distribution game is about to begin. All of you have already passed the trials of hell and were supposed to receive direct rewards, but logically, there shouldn't be so many people surviving the trials. Therefore, you will now collectively discuss and distribute the final reward value of 100 among yourselves. Special hint, the rewards are generous. Then, as everyone was left bewildered, a screen appeared before each of them. Each screen displayed different scenes, showing entirely separate content. Come take a look, these are the deepest desires and longings in your hearts. The scene depicts earth-shaking powers, with the might to move mountains and fill seas, or shatter planets between fingertips. There's the allure of luxury and decadence, gazing down upon the masses from a position above 10,000 others. Others suddenly find time frozen aboard neon-lit trains crowded with beautiful women in Tokyo, or getting stuck in washing machines while stepsisters do laundry. Seems like something strange got mixed in here. TSK, what kind of nonsense is all this stuff of yours? In any case, the Divine Selection Paradise is the place where your dreams come true. Believe me, given your current shallow understanding, this 100 absolutely holds the power to completely change your lives. Seeing the time was about right, the organizers who had been seducing them for quite a while felt there was no need for further setup. With desires already stirred, what remained was the grand drama of divvying up the spoils. Alright, the loot sharing game is about to begin. Here are the rules. This 100 represents the total sum of rewards, and the distribution method will be decided by your group of 5 through voting, with no one holding special privileges. At these words, the other 4 players visibly relaxed. If that were indeed the case, then the gap between themselves and the player who had achieved a perfect clearance would no longer exist. But then, what's the purpose of this creepy jar of insects? And this jar serves as the punishment for players who don't fit in. The rules are as follows. Each player will take turns proposing their own allocation plan for these points. If half or more of the participants press the green approval button, indicating agreement, then the allocation plan will be passed, and everyone will receive their corresponding share of rewards. On the contrary, if more than half disagree, the person who proposed that plan will be teleported inside here. The little animals all love you very much. Then, the turn will pass to the next person in order, who will continue to propose their own plan. As this was said, the jar filled with insects glowed faintly. Staring at that jar, everyone's anxiously suspended hearts now sank into complete despair. So, this thing was meant for executions after all. The most terrifying way to die in this world, it simply couldn't get worse than this. Enough chatter. Begin the orderly distribution, starting now. The voice faded, and a number began flashing rapidly above each person's head, counting from 1 to 5. Every player's nerves instantly tightened. Several immediately closed their eyes and began praying, hoping to be assigned a later position. In this game, those assigned first positions had their fates entirely determined by others. It was literally a matter of life and death. Forget about getting any advantages, getting assigned an early position meant survival itself would be nearly impossible. They might as well have died in the previous game. This is entirely a game of luck. Ding! Everyone's bodies trembled at the sound as the numbers halted, assigning each person's turn in the plan. Number 1 Lu Su. Chapter 16, The Insane Allocation Plan, Is He Seeking Death? Numbers 1 through 5, assignments complete. Looking at their assigned numbers, players 4 and 5 instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Never mind anything else, according to the agreed-upon rules, at least their lives were now guaranteed safe. Moreover, their positions were quite favorable. As previously stated, if half or more participants disagreed with a proposal, the suggester would be executed. By sheer instinct then, those with earlier numbers would surely be more accommodating during distributions, perhaps even actively currying their favor. After all, their positions were towards the back, and they wouldn't die, there was no particular benefit to gain, so they naturally couldn't agree. As for the second and third ranked players, their expressions darkened slightly. Their positions were awkward, and facing the towering insect pillar before them, those numbers didn't offer much sense of security. Especially the second-ranked player, the only woman present, whose face paled noticeably, silently cursing her rotten luck. But when she noticed Lu Su, the top-ranked player, with the number 1 glowing above his head, her mood instantly brightened, feeling a deep sense of balance. At this moment, the other 4 were all looking in Lu Su's direction, their eyes carrying varying degrees of pity and schadenfreude. Sure enough, offending the game master in this kind of game isn't a wise choice. No matter how strong you are, you're just a player in the game, while they're the ones who make the rules. Who do you think you're trying to impress? Seeing Lu Su lowering his head in silence, they inexplicably felt a sense of satisfaction. Everyone loves to create idols, but what they enjoy even more than that is watching those idols fall from their pedestals. Seeing someone who was clearly the strongest among them, so strong it disrupted the balance of the game, get deliberately placed in the most unfortunate position filled them with secret delight. What gratitude was there left? When you helped us sever that leg earlier, didn't you also extort us in the process? At that moment, flickering light surged across Lu Su's blue mask, forming no particular expression. He remained bowed low, murmuring something under his breath. Everyone fell silent, not speaking a word, quietly waiting to hear what this big shot had to say. Beyond the pavilion, along the ancient road, the fragrant grass stretches endlessly green. The crowd? What the hell are you singing for now? Are you out of your damn mind? Don't try to guess the boss's thoughts, but no matter what, it's Lu Su's turn now, and he gets to make the call. Damn, this is totally rigged. This has to be staged. Sigh. Just keep a low profile. Why stir up trouble with the organizers? Now let's see how this plays out. Just staying alive would be a blessing at this point. Sigh. The tallest tree catches the wind. Look at the other player's eyes, clearly, they want him dead. People should stay low-key. Sigh. The barrage comments overwhelmingly showed little faith, with only Blank and a few others frowning as they sensed something amiss. Gamble, the core of this game shouldn't have led to such a deadlock. They calculated while watching Lu Su, who was still humming a tune, eagerly awaiting his judgment. Lu Su himself was also deep in thought. The first thing that came to mind was the effect of his greed mask. It had been mentioned right at the start of the game, but he had briefly pushed that description to the back of his mind. Greed Blue, Kaido, personality effect, amplifies greed, makes one talkative and mentally active, cunning, and sinister. Benefit, luck will gradually improve in subtle ways, yielding remarkable effects at critical moments. Description, at the gambling table, the one who wants to win the most will win. Logically speaking, my luck should be pretty good. If that's the case, then, oh, seems like there's no problem at all. After a long silence, Lu Su finally spoke, smiling as if talking to himself, while that comical grin reappeared on his blue mask. Ah, what a pity these fine bugs can't be put to good use, such a waste. Gazing at the pain points before him, Lu Su had already grasped the crux of this game. Just as he was about to say more, a voice from nearby cut him off. This player who cleared the game perfectly, I think since we've reached this point, let's stop speaking in riddles. I'll be straightforward. We all acknowledge your skills, but after all, you're the first one. Let's just say you'll forego this reward. Your share is 0. As for how the 4 of us divide it, let's discuss that together now. This way, though you gain nothing, as long as the distribution succeeds, at least you won't be thrown into this cage. You were once a flawless completionist. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be another chance. Would that be okay? The seemingly more intellectual woman next to him spoke up first, appearing quite rational as she considered things from Lu Su's perspective. After all, he was number 2. If this number 1 decided to go berserk and throw his life away, the pressure would immediately shift to him, forcing him to bear the brunt. Why not take the initiative? At least this way, she could secure Lu Su's vote and share the risk. At that moment, the organizer spoke up again. Attention, everyone, remember the time limit. If no vote is completed within 5 minutes, the door in front of you will randomly open slightly for a brief moment. Just then, the organizer's voice rang out once more, cold as a judge delivering a death sentence. The competing players listened to his words, instantly feeling their hearts sink once again. Of course, to prevent anyone from stalling, if it's your turn and you deliberately refuse to provide an allocation policy, we'll prioritize opening the door in front of you. What do you think of my proposal, perfect clearance player? You heard it, we can't delay this matter any longer. The second-ranked woman began speaking anxiously, trying to pressure Lu Su into following her pace. Stop yelling, don't keep interrupting me. Lu Su silenced her, then looked up and asked, I want to ask, can this 100-point allocation have decimal places? For example, assigning someone 0.000001 or something like that? No, only positive integers for allocation. Tisk, that's really a bit unfortunate. Lu Su muttered to himself and raised his head. In that case, I won't waste any more words. My allocation method is as follows. Number 2 was startled, thinking, as expected, this guy's about to lose it. How can such things be decided without discussion? The other players were all pricking up their ears. Player 5, 1 o'clock. The man from Player 5 froze in disbelief. Player 3, 1 o'clock. Player 3 doubted their ears. Player 1, that would be me, 98 points. Players 2 and 4, 0 points. Female Player 2. When this utterly insane distribution method was announced, everyone doubted whether their ears were malfunctioning. The entire livestream room practically exploded. Is he seeking death? Chapter 17, Dare to Refuse Me? When her distribution comes, you too won't get a single thing. Shit. No way, you're still running your mouth at a time like this? Wise men know when to yield. I was wondering, is there any chance this guy is actually a masochist who really wants to crawl into that bug jar just to experience it? Stop talking, I feel sick enough to throw up. Since the organizers have clearly decided to target you, and you're still refusing to cooperate here, you're practically begging for trouble. This is no longer idle talk or discussion. I've said all along that this person isn't some big shot, just someone who relied on a twisted mind to pass the initial level and achieve perfect clearance. Allowing such characters to be revered as elite players just shows how incompetent this so-called divine selection paradise really is. In no time, voices rose in a clamor as people desperately tried to distance themselves, convincing each other that this figure wasn't worth their admiration, that they had simply misjudged. When a god falls from the altar, the clamor will be far greater than when they ascended. Confirm allocation method? A mechanical voice sounded from above, as if the organizers were also stunned by Lusa's statement. Confirmed. After confirmation, modifications will incur related costs. Confirm. After the dual confirmation, a somewhat blurred number reappeared above each person's head, the numbers assigned by Lu Su. The lights dimmed. Slap. After the sound of a buzzer, red lights immediately began flashing. The moment Lu Su confirmed this allocation method, female contestant number 2 pressed the rejection button in front of her without hesitation. Not the slightest hesitation. With a cold expression, she turned to look at Lu Su and said, Contestant number 1, since you insist on courting death, don't blame us for what happens next. Those who can't discern the situation will inevitably meet their demise, no matter how formidable their strength may be. It's over. Since you're so eager to enter that bug-infested place, you've gotten your wish. A chilling voice rang out. Now emboldened by the game's rules, she shed all fear and openly launched a verbal assault against Lu Su. Lu Su merely chuckled softly before turning his gaze toward the woman. The woman showed no fear now, staring fixedly at the blue mask, at the man who had brought her endless terror. Soon, this devil of a man would die by her hand. The thought, vague yet undeniable, filled her with an odd sense of accomplishment and pleasure. As she pressed the button, the power to judge others at will intoxicated her slightly. But as he watched the woman's face, Lusa's smiling mask never wavered. There are only 2 women in this entire game. You're slightly better than that woman. Upon hearing Lusa's words, a cold sweat involuntarily formed on number 2's forehead. She remembered vividly that woman from the previous lava hellscape who had been frantically cursing at number 1, Lu Su. Now, that woman isn't here. What transpired speaks for itself. But she died because of her own foolishness. As for you, though not quite as stupid, you're certainly not intelligent either, and frankly, a bit too self-assured for your own good. Number 2 stared at Lu Su, eyes brimming with defiance, before finally curling his lips into a scornful smirk. Facing death and still clinging to your pride as a master, is there any point? Then, she turned to look at the other players and said, Don't waste any more time. Press the red button in front of you to vote no. Let's consider it payback for our broken legs and the blackmail we suffered. It must be said that there are only so many ways to stir up resentment, and with just one sentence from contestant number 2, her intentions were crystal clear. Lusa nearly burst out laughing. Clearly, it was this hellish game difficulty that forced everyone to choose between losing a leg or death. But in this woman's narrative, how did he suddenly become the villain who chopped off legs? Number 2 didn't care about logic, now wasn't the time for reasoning. The key was to sling mud first and try to align herself with the group as much as possible. Contestant number 4, in his distribution plan, both of us got absolutely nothing, 0 points. With your position so far down the lineup, there was never any real danger to your life. Accepting 0 benefits is clearly unacceptable. As for number 3 and number 5, assigning just 1 point to each of you doesn't seem like an attempt to win you over. To me, it looks more like an insult. Let's reject this together. I can promise you this, in my subsequent allocation plan, I guarantee neither of you will receive such pitiful shares. With just a few words, number 2 had been working to divide the group, pushing Luso to stand against everyone else. Ding! Another loud sound, and the options before number 4 also turned red. In a short span of time, it appeared Luso had already reached the edge of the cliff. But Luso at this moment still seemed to be humming a tune. The evening breeze caresses the willows, the flute's melody fades, beyond the mountains where the sunset glows. Number 2 paid him no mind, her eyes burning with the flames of ambition. Today marked her first participation in the divine selection game. She was determined to personally finish off this former perfect clear player. Number 3, number 5, stop hesitating. Make your decision. I've said this before, when it's my turn to decide, the worst outcome would still be an equal split. You'll definitely secure better benefits. From beginning to end, it was almost entirely number 2's solo performance, as if in this second game, she had become the protagonist. At this moment, Lusa finally spoke up. You said that if you were to distribute it, the worst outcome would be an equal split. Then why can't the 3 of them vote you out later? After you're dead, they could split it 3 ways. Wouldn't that be more? What role do you play in this? Number 2. Number 2 was instantly stunned by these words, rendered utterly speechless by the direct question. She stammered out. Everyone shouldn't be fooled by him. I was just stating the most basic facts of the situation. Besides, no matter how you look at it, my distribution method is far better for everyone than yours. Lusa sneered without bothering to respond and simply continued. Following this logic, if we're dividing equally, then why should positions 4 and 5 accommodate position 3? If they eliminate position 3 as well, wouldn't the money to be divided increase even more? But by that time, number 5, will you still get your share of the money? Cause and effect are intertwined. The cause is the head of the effect, and the effect is the tail of the cause. When someone ahead dies, think about how it might affect you when your turn comes. Sometimes, you have to reason backward when making decisions. You're absolutely right, this game is indeed one of luck. And as it happens, I'm the luckiest one among all of you. Number 3, number 5, you have no choice but to accept my arrangement. Believe it or not, if number 4 were to distribute benefits, the share for both of you would be exactly 0. Chapter 18, an utterly unanswerable open scheme. He's no madman. Absolutely impossible. Lusa's slightly sinister voice echoed through the space. The moment he finished speaking, number 2 erupted in curses, frantically protesting. Everyone, don't listen to his deception. As for how to allocate the points specifically, we can certainly discuss and come up with a fair distribution method. If I handle the distribution, there's absolutely no possibility of anyone getting completely 0 points. Please trust me, I swear on my personal integrity that we won't end up in a situation where one person takes all the points. After going through hell together in this game, we've essentially shared life and death battles. Number 2 kept babbling like a madman, as if trying to cover something up, as if trying to suppress the guilt in her heart. Lusa's few simple words moments ago had already filled her with overwhelming dread. Almost instinctively now, all she wanted was to vote Lusu out. Get this devil with mental issues eliminated. Her chance would come. Lusu also noticed her mental state. Smiling, he interrupted her again. Vows have never been trustworthy. Compared to vows, choices based on human nature are far more believable. What did you see in those videos that just stirred the deepest desires within everyone? What are you afraid of? Even if my policy passes and brings you no benefit, you still won't die, yet right now you're acting so eager. That deep-seated desire, that ultimate benefit, it's something you can't bring yourself to give up, is it? Perspiration was already forming on number 2's forehead. She wanted to say something more, to turn the tide, to make number 3 and number 5 cast their votes immediately. Just one more vote was needed. Right at that moment, someone among the others who had remained silent all this time finally spoke up. It was number 5 who spoke. Since there was no imminent threat to life, he seemed relatively relaxed. I'd like to ask first, senior number 1, why do you say that if we let number 4 handle the distribution, both number 3 and I would get nothing? Lusu tilted his head slightly in his direction, the blue mask forming an expression of speechless disbelief. Don't you use your brain at all? Then, he turned his head to glance at woman number 2 with a half-smile and said, this just proves you're not as clever as this number 2 lady here. If I'm not mistaken, you'd basically figured out the key to this game right after I finished speaking earlier, hadn't you? Number 2 gave a slight tremble, as if her thoughts had been exposed, but she dared not admit it, wanting to act tough. Yet Lusu didn't give her the chance, leaning back in his chair before continuing. Suppose this game had only one player. Then without a doubt, he would take the entire share, 100%, and happily go home. But what if there were 2 players? Would the split be 50-50? Or something else? Of course not. It would be 100-0, because as long as half agree, the proposal passes. The one with allocating power has no reason to consider the other's opinion at all. Lusa's words guided everyone's train of thought. Apart from number 2, whose expression grew increasingly grim, the others were all intently listening. Lusa's voice continued. So, what happens when there are 3 people in this game? Though spoken calmly, those like Bai Kong who had been pondering while watching the livestream instantly grasped the sinister nature of the game at that very moment. Inside and outside the game, they almost blurted out simultaneously with Lusa's voice. The distributor only needs to offer the third person a tiny benefit while completely disregarding the second person, and this allocation plan will pass. The distribution would be 99-0-1. Because if the third person disagrees, then when this allocation plan fails and only 2 people remain, that last person would get absolutely nothing. So, when the number of people gradually increases, what will happen next? I probably don't need to elaborate further, right? For a moment, everyone fell silent. None of them were fools. Previously, due to external pressures, their thoughts had been chaotic, and no one had clearly grasped the crucial point. Now, with Lusu having explained everything so plainly, they could all deduce the potential outcomes that might follow. If there are 4 people, the first person's distribution method only needs to consider the interests of the second to last person. Because if the first person dies, it becomes a situation of distributing among the previous 3 people, and in that case, as previously explained clearly, the second to last person would get nothing. Thus, the distribution method is 99-0-1-0. And continuing this pattern, now comes the distribution method for 5 people. Though it's hard to accept, though it feels counterintuitive, judging by this approach, Luce's allocation method is actually unbreakable. He was actually right. But how dare he? How dare he? One small mistake would cost him his life. Yet this was his decision, as if the life-threatening danger brought him no pressure whatsoever, not even the slightest waver in his mental state. So, I'm actually the luckiest one among you. In that case, you really do love me. These words were spoken by Lu Su into thin air, addressed to the organizers, intending to maneuver himself into being the first one. Silence means consent? 5-minute time limit reached. Click. The small door in front of Lu Su opened and closed again, dropping out a few seemingly friendly little creatures. They began aimlessly squeaking and wandering about the space. You even found me some little companions. It seems you really do love me after all. Lu Su kept up his verbal sparring and even began actively drawing the insects toward himself. He wasn't in a hurry to push the other players, letting them slowly process the situation while he took the opportunity to enjoy himself and think of other ways to extract benefits. While he was leisurely taking his time, the other players were unwilling to accept reality, looking at each other with suspicious eyes as they searched for ways to break free from this predicament. Especially number 2, she was the most unwilling to concede. Even now, she was still thinking about how to turn the tables. Everyone, that scenario is just the worst case possibility, it's the game's trap. As long as we stand united. But halfway through her words, she found it hard to even convince herself. Why should anyone else believe her? Right. Player 3 and Player 5, I can give you something personally. Just as she was about to win over Players 3 and 5 by directly giving them points now, aiming to gain their trust. But before she could finish speaking, she remembered that in the previous segment, Lu Su had already extorted every last point from all 4 players. Player 2 watched Player 1 with a gaze full of despair and shock, as if looking up at an insurmountable mountain peak. Could it be that he had already foreseen this exact situation moments ago? Chapter 19, Reason may not be dependable, but greed and human nature are eternal. At this thought, woman number 2's eyes instantly became hollow and distant. As long as every one of us trusts each other, there wouldn't be a situation where only he takes the lion's share. She was still racking her brains, muttering meaningless words to herself. In truth, this matter was really quite simple. If only everyone trusted each other, if only they all trusted her, how could the 4 of them end up with such a pitiful share of the benefits? Yet it was precisely this sliver of suspicion that had everyone stuck at an impasse. Don't think about it, number 2. At that moment, Lusa spoke again, interrupting her train of thought. Can you really face your own heart? Would you believe in yourself that if I died, you wouldn't try to grab the most for yourself? And even if you did find some way to make everyone believe you, to throw me out and put yourself in the best position, don't you realize that number 3 might throw you out in exactly the same way? The light in number 2's eyes gradually dimmed. Upon hearing these words, she finally understood there was no way out. Originally, she had believed her own cleverness could turn the tables. If only. What a pity there are no ifs anymore. Lu Su had already begun teasing the small insects crawling in. One creature resembling a scorpion, with an enormous tail, had already climbed onto his body at his beckoning. Reaching out to pinch it, with just a slight pressure, the seemingly exceptionally robust giant insect immediately became utterly defenseless. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Su, holding the insect in his hand, gradually moved it closer to the wound where his leg had been severed. The next moment, the scorpion's tail violently trembled, and something no one expected happened. It spat fire. Chosen of agony. Agony value +6. Whoa, what the hell kind of alien creature is this? Lu Su was genuinely shocked, staring at his chart on the outside but raw on the inside severed leg stump. He truly hadn't imagined this bug could pack such a punch. Still spitting fire? Actually, this thing's quite good at stopping bleeding. Huh? Stopping bleeding? You call charring a severed limb stopping bleeding? Other players watched as he came to mess around, and after experiencing the bug's terrifying power firsthand, the already immense pressure in their hearts grew even heavier. Can I take this thing home? Can you just give it to me? Where are the organizers? Why aren't they saying anything? Lusa's voice met with no response. Whether it was the previous escape game or the current loot-sharing game, neither was inherently that difficult. Only, the broken leg, the lava, the rusted saw, swarming insects, death, doors to venomous creatures that could open at any moment. All of this relentlessly weighs down on one's heart, crushing every psychological defense, pushing you to the brink, forcing you to make wrong choices, even decisions that abandon life itself. Except none of this affects Lu Su in the slightest. Number 1, I have a question for you. In the silence, player 3, who had remained quiet all along, finally spoke, as if making one last desperate attempt. You've analyzed it well, but this distribution method only works when everyone is in a rational state of mind. What if some among us don't care about benefits at all, don't care about anything, and just want to vote you out, want you dead? The moment these words fell, a thunderous bang erupted as player 5 seemed to go berserk, violently pounding the chair beneath them. I don't care. I don't care. Why should I get nothing when my legs are broken? I've suffered so much, and now I'm in the safest position. I demand at least 10 points, no matter who's in charge of distributing them. If I don't get them, I won't agree. We might as well all die. Anyway, I'll be the last one, I won't die. Number 5 screamed hysterically, like someone who had already been driven mad. It was just impossible to tell whether he was faking it or had truly lost his mind. This type of competitive game becomes most troublesome when dealing with someone like this. Player 2's previously dimmed eyes suddenly lit up again, glaring intently at player 5. If only player 5 would act recklessly, if only player 5 was a fool, for whatever reason, as long as he rejected the offer. Right at that moment, player 4, who had initially been allocated 0 points, suddenly spoke up. Player 1, give me 5 points. Never mind what player 5 thinks, I can agree. Silence. Silent. In the vast empty room, it seemed even the sound of breathing had vanished, while the chirping of insects gradually faded from everyone's awareness. Number 5's eyes bulged wide, his previous frenzied expression completely gone as he stared fixedly at number 4 with unbelieving intensity. His feigned madness had failed to even exert pressure on Lu Su before collapsing of its own accord. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. In room 1, Lu Su burst into uproarious laughter, the expression on his entire mask brimming with unrestrained glee. He did nothing but watch a good show, the process of a fragile alliance crumbling on its own. Turning to number 3, he voiced his answer. Reason may not be worthy of expectation, but greed and human nature are eternal. You will genuinely believe from the depths of your heart that no matter who is making the allocation, as long as they hold that power of distribution, they will inevitably make the choice I described earlier. You desire to maximize your own interests, yet you don't want to give others the opportunity to maximize theirs. Greed and suspicion are eternal. Whether I live or die doesn't matter. When it comes to your own interests, the choices you actually have are simply life or death, 0 or 1. This is a game of hell. The difference between 0 and 1 is rewards could ultimately amount to a vast disparity. What I just showed you, the thing that stirred the deepest desires within you, won't make you give up on bridging that gap between 0 and 1. Moreover, after going through this experience, you might never dare to set foot in this game again. In other words, this might be your last chance to reap the benefits and alter your reality. Finally, in the entire room, only Lu Su's voice continued to echo relentlessly. It sounds like words meant for others, yet also resembles a personal recap. No one responded, and the organizers remained silent. In an atmosphere stifled to its limit, every player was anticipating any possible unexpected turn of events. But it didn't happen. When the second 5-minute interval arrived, a massive spider entered room 3's chamber. Soon, the voting tallies for room 3 and room 5 silently changed to agree, without fanfare or further resistance, as if fulfilling some silent pact. Game over. Inferno difficulty dungeon, lava cavern, 5 players cleared. 1 player perfect victory. Game reward ratio will be allocated according to the additional test game results. Divine Selection Paradise, welcome your arrival. Chapter 20, Settlement Harvest, Function Unlock, and Ranking Preview. The game's mechanical voice echoed in everyone's ears as the game screen before each spectator's eyes instantly ended. The game has ended. Please visit other ongoing games or look forward to the next one. The Divine Selection Park welcomes you to become players as well. After Lu Su's game ended, the same 2 sentences appeared before the audience who had been watching the gameplay. Watching this intense, hellishly difficult game, everyone couldn't help but shout in excitement. That's brutal. I was planning to check out more game dungeons, but once I got here, I couldn't leave. I never thought people like this actually existed in the world now. Honestly, I still don't get it. Did that count as a perfect clear? Why would anyone agree to his distribution method? Upstairs, go play somewhere else. With that level of intelligence, maybe you should sit this game out. Why is he always wearing a mask? I really want to see what he looks like. If he ever showed his face, he'd probably go viral instantly. Even though the game before their eyes had ended, the crowd was still reluctant to part, vigorously discussing it in the already black screen livestream. From beginning to end, the number of people watching Lu Su's gameplay had reached tens of thousands, with a significant portion unwilling to leave once they tuned in. Even among countless players who had achieved perfect clears, Lu Su was the most captivating kind, satisfying the public's fantasies about new worlds. Of course, the words of most people remain extraordinarily naive, still dreaming about fame, becoming internet celebrities, or feeling a sense of pride simply because they share the same nationality with the other party. However, given the sheer number of people involved, hidden among the foolish majority, there are also quite a few with ulterior motives. Blank stared at the laptop before him, which currently had dozens of documents open, recordings of all kinds of intelligence he had gathered during this game session, including game types, categories, various undisclosed information, as well as powerful players. Among them, the document titled "A certain player wearing a blue mask" is the one with the most words and the richest content. After Lu Su ended his livestream, he immediately went to other streams to continue gathering intelligence, but his mind kept flashing back to Lu Su's previous performance, replaying his every action and behavior. With such mental fortitude, possessing strength that clearly surpasses human limits, along with that demeanor utterly indifferent to pain and fear, the game has just begun, and yet there are already players of this caliber. How many more such formidable individuals exist? Blank felt a mix of emotions, excitement, concern, and above all, awe. As the game progressed, it was certain that the world would soon see individuals emerge who could single-handedly sway the course of global events. The world is just a game. Meanwhile, various official organizations, both domestic and international, also had personnel observing the live broadcast and watching Lu Su. Noted down: erratic personality, extraordinary strength, suspected mental disorder, shows no fear of pain and even seems to crave it. He speaks Mandarin, undoubtedly Chinese, which should be considered a good thing. Back up all materials at the highest security level and send them to the Secretariat. Observe, analyze, find a way to locate him. Never mind where this suddenly appearing world game came from, these top-tier players alone might become strategic assets in the future. We must find them first, guide them, cooperate with them, or control them. In the unseen corners of the world, turbulent undercurrents have always been surging. Meanwhile, over at Lu Su's side, he had entered the game settlement interface, listening to his game results while reviewing the gains from this journey. Game over. Current participant count, 521-4948. Number of participants who completed the challenge, 1,985,419. Number of perfect clears, 7,529. Your clearance rating, SSS rank, perfect clear. Current consecutive perfect clears, 2. Rewards being calculated. Special event triggered, caused an in-game bug through guidance, earning achievement badge, system attacker, epic, Special event triggered, due to personal actions, triggered an additional game test phase, obtaining enhanced final rewards. Current reward points, 8,800. Current reward items, intermediate healing potion *5, advanced healing potion *3, game exit token *1, epic weapon lottery ticket *2, random sealed artifact lottery ticket *1, special skill lottery ticket *1. Special reward this time, awakening of spirit, personal spirit +1. Note, spirit serves as the foundation for mastering various special skills. Looking at the extensive list of benefits unfolding before him, Lu Su felt thoroughly satisfied. The divine selection game was undoubtedly an opportunity not to be missed. Whether through enduring suffering or claiming in-game rewards, both would propel his strength to rapid growth. The next phase of the world's transformation would inevitably be one of great chaos. He had to seize every moment before that day arrived to enhance his power as much as possible. Wearing the mask, one can wreak havoc without restraint, but without it, it's best not to draw attention. A man's worth may invite no crime, yet his treasures make him prey. The growth of one's power will inevitably be seen as a threat by certain individuals. Let's take a look at the treasures in the backpack first. There's quite a lot of stuff here. Opening his game backpack, he examined the items inside. Including what he had extorted, his total points had now reached 12,400. He had no idea what tier this represented, but it was surely nothing low-end. Regarding weapons, aside from the unused lottery tickets, all he had now was the sharp blade he'd seized. Though not a high-grade weapon, it suited him well enough for the time being. As for the two badges, they were essentially Lu Su's most distinctive features, setting him apart from other players, both being triggered by special events. Godslayer, Legendary. Effect buff, when facing attacks from higher tiers, immune to all effects except direct damage. During equal tier attack resolution, your effects take priority. System Attacker, Epic. Bonus effect, successful exploitation or guidance of game vulnerabilities will yield higher tier rewards. Lu Su didn't know the maximum number of badges he could wear, but since there were bonuses, he decided to keep them on for now. As for the newly obtained exit coin, its description is quite simple. Exit coin, can forcibly exit the game. Cost, all items, abilities, and points obtained from the game will be reset to 0. Description, cowards can save their lives, but don't fantasize about reaping the benefits of the strong. Purely a life-saving item. After considering various descriptions, Lusa decided to temporarily hold off on using the lottery ticket and exited the game. The same dizziness, the same awakening in bed, only this time, as he opened his eyes, the game's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. This voice also reached the ears of every chosen individual. The Divine Selection Paradise's first official game has concluded. Special notice to all selected individuals, functionality activated, rankings preview. Chapter 21, Pinnacle Rankings, Xia Anton's Intelligence. Store functionality has been activated. During game rest periods, all selected individuals may prepare their purchases in advance. Products in the store will assist your performance within the game. Friends system activated. All selected individuals may now add friends, transfer funds, exchange gifts, and perform related actions. Note that transaction fees will apply depending on the specific amount involved. Stay tuned for upcoming features including collaborative gameplay and more. Feature update announcement. Since the game began, new people have been selected every day, and we look forward to seeing all of you become players. Now, after 2 games have passed, many outstanding players have emerged. We believe they will eventually have everything. To help players better understand themselves and others, after the next game concludes, we will launch the Peak Leaderboard. The Peak Leaderboard will comprehensively rank the top 100 players based on their combat power, in-game performance, and owned boost items. Those who make the list will receive subsequent benefits. We look forward to everyone's active participation and excellent performance in the next game. The announcement ended, and the above dialogue repeated twice in everyone's mind, as if emphasizing the key points. Lusa frowned slightly as he watched such a preview. Peak ranking list. This sort of thing is practically throwing top-tier players into the fire. With just 3 games under my belt, I might already be among the strongest, but my abilities are far from outrageous, utterly insignificant compared to some violent organizations. Take the simplest example, I currently don't even have the confidence to survive a gunfight. But then again, if it says there are benefits here, they must be pretty good. I don't know if this will expose my real appearance and personal information, but I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. For now, Lusa decided to push such uncontrollable matters to the back of his mind. He was cautious, but that didn't mean he lacked the courage to take risks. The idea of deliberately underperforming in the next game or skipping it altogether just to avoid this ranking system was absolutely out of the question. Just get by if you can, but the growth of strength is what matters most. If something really goes wrong, just face it head on. Thinking this, he pulled up that screen in his mind and gazed at the page displayed on it. Rest mode. For every game, you may choose to be either a spectator or a player. Of course, we believe that the world welcomes players, and players will ultimately possess the world. Time until the next game begins, 47:57:43. This is the challenge of the gods, the Divine Selection Paradise. Welcome. Beside this standard page, 2 additional tabs had appeared, Friends and Store. After getting familiar with the usage, Luze opened his eyes in the room. Sitting up in the dimly lit room, Luze assessed his physical condition, sensing his complete body. Excellent, the special reward for a perfect clearance, full body restoration. This was the most evident benefit of joining the game. In the real world, suffering the Divine Selection's effect was still far too restrictive. Gently hopping twice, my first sensation was of lightness, truly featherlight. If breaking through genetic limits was what those previous 10 points of strength achieved, then these current 24 points are downright excessive and uncontrollable. Lusu didn't know what the ancient martial heroes meant by light as a swallow, but he subscribed to one principle: immense power turns even a brick into a projectile, and right now, he was that brick. His legs felt as if powered by high-capacity engines, delivering terrifying propulsion. Previously in the game, he had no legs, nor any movement or sensation. Now he felt he needed to adjust to controlling his physical body. If Xiang Tao were to appear before him again and provoke him now, he might actually hesitate. Hitting him could genuinely mean killing him. Murder in the real world, that might still be a bit tricky to handle. The experiences from the game, combined with the lingering effects of the greed mask, had left him with somewhat abnormal tendencies. He needed to rein himself back to normalcy. Opening his phone and launching the familiar app, the very first trending topic that greeted him sent a tremor through his heart. It's true, people really die in the Divine Selection game. Lusa thought to himself, just as I expected. It's in the second game that the Divine Paradise truly bears its fangs. That's when people realize the game's true nature and its cruelty. Just think about it, among those who participated alongside him, 5 people had already died, right before his very eyes. There was even one he had killed with his own hands. As for the remaining people, they neither achieved a perfect clearance nor had healing opportunities like his. Returning to the real world with a broken leg? With these thoughts, Lusa's heart grew heavier. A world upheaval of this magnitude would undoubtedly be catastrophic. The authorities should ban the opening of Divine Selection Paradise. Everyone should be forbidden from participating in that Divine Selection Paradise game. What is the true nature of the divine paradise? Supernatural power or fraud? Sudden increase in hospital visitors across regions, official explanation? The trending topics were clearly different from the first wave, where excitement and curiosity had now turned to panic. Lu Su even noticed that some particularly extreme headlines and videos would disappear the moment he refreshed the page. It was obvious that invisible hands were fiercely regulating and frantically deleting content to maintain social stability. But Lu Su understood this suppression wouldn't last. Trying to block the flow of information was ultimately impossible. With a sigh, Lu Su turned off his phone and headed to school. Ding ding, the bell rang. The class bell had already rung, but the classroom was still noisy, with no one managing the chaos, resembling a bustling marketplace. Chatterboxes that they were, the classmates continued their endless chatter. It was baffling how boys and girls of this age seemed to possess inexhaustible energy. This time, Lu Su no longer listened to what they were discussing. Their discussions about the game, their fears, their speculations, all of it was his own lived experience. Unconsciously, he seemed to have grown somewhat distant from the others. The game is over. Did you watch it? Or perhaps, did you participate? Until a voice sounded right by his ear, warm breath accompanying it, pulling Lu Su out of his thoughts. Turning his head, he found Xia Antong had somehow leaned in close, her lips nearly brushing his ear as she spoke. Though Lu Su had never admitted it, the nature of their exchange now all but confirmed he was the chosen one. What is it? Something wrong? Lu Su still avoided giving a direct answer. If you've successfully cleared the level, congratulations on your good luck. If you're an audience member, you must have seen quite a lot by now. Xia Antong's expression turned slightly grave as she spoke, pulling out her phone and lowering her voice. This time in the game, I've been gathering as much intelligence as possible. The Divine Selection amusement park is truly no joke. Some games reach levels of cruelty that clearly exceed physiological limits. They're called hell difficulty for good reason. It truly lives up to its name like hell itself. What's more, though the game has just started, some ridiculously strong players have already begun emerging. Take a look at this video. Speaking in a thief-like manner, Xia Antong slid the phone across from under the table. Lu Su's left eyelid suddenly started twitching violently. Chapter 22. What a small world. How should I describe myself? Urgent. Upon unlocking his phone, what greeted his eyes was a crimson dark space, the video content being all too familiar to Lu Su himself. Molten lava. The sound of sawing. 10 players bound together. Lu Su. Barely suppressing the twitching at the corner of his mouth, Lu Su momentarily couldn't find the strength to voice his sarcasm. Is the world really this small? Before the lava engulfs the platform, you'll need to find a way to escape. What do you mean? Are you telling us to saw our legs off? It's not like limb amputation is anything new. Did you guys actually pay royalties to saw or what? What's the price for being the first to grab the saw? Listening to the voices of the organizers inside and the dialogue of himself in the game, Lu Su genuinely felt that excruciating awkwardness that makes your toes curl. What can I say? What should I say? After watching a few minutes of the game footage, Xia Antong, observing his expression, spoke up. Saw off your own leg, saw it off, not chop. If it's someone without training, I don't think anyone could truly make that decision. They just die as is, giving up all hope of living. But look at this guy. By now, Lu Su had already spotted himself in the video, leisurely sawing off his own leg. Back then, wearing the mask of greed, he hadn't found it the slightest bit odd. But viewing it now in his normal state, even he had to admit it was somewhat unsettling. To play along slightly, Lu Su even deliberately asked, why isn't he sawing the chained leg instead? Xia Antong nodded and said, at this point, I also wondered if the person might simply have some mental issues, but as I watched further, I realized just how terrifying he truly was. Keep watching, this is my edited version, where I've extracted only the most crucial parts. As she spoke, Xia Antong dragged the progress bar while shielding her phone, explaining the contents to Lu Su. But Lu Su already felt his scalp tingling. Listening to her analyze him right before his eyes, he could truly say the numbness spread from head to toe. He didn't know how much time had passed when, at last, the video of that game finally ended, Lu Su's face taut with tension. To be honest, it was only from an outsider's perspective that he could truly realize how utterly extraordinary his performance had been in the previous game. Going unnoticed was simply impossible. That's pretty much the gist of it. Finally, the video finished playing. Xia Antong took a deep breath, turned off her phone, her face utterly unable to conceal its astonishment. No matter how many times she watched it, she never tired of it. Each viewing brought that same overwhelming sense of awe rising within her. Glancing at Lu Su beside her, his expression seemed somewhat dazed. She thought he must be lost in shock too. How about it? Give me your thoughts. Lu Su, Omega? How the hell am I supposed to comment on this? How does one evaluate themselves? Waiting online for answers, I'm in a hurry. That's pretty impressive, truly remarkable. I reckon he must have cleared it with perfect scores. Left with no other choice, Lu Su decided to boast a little about himself. Pretty impressive? This is downright godlike. Seeing Lusa somewhat distracted, Sia Anton grew visibly agitated. Whether it's intellect or capability, someone like him is powerful enough to disrupt the very fabric of human society. We actually had a feeling about this before, but we didn't expect it to happen so soon. Lusa listened to her words, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in his heart, and spoke up. So this affects human order already? Isn't it still too early for that? The only real capability he's demonstrated so far is strength far beyond ordinary humans. How could such combat ability possibly affect human social order? But this is only the beginning, Sia Antong said solemnly. Strength will only snowball, and no one knows how many people like this exist in the world. The changes the divine selection paradise brought to the world overnight were drastic and irreversible. In the future, those who control this world may no longer be high-ranking officials or capital tycoons, but the most elite players. Just as they say in divine selection games, players will ultimately become the masters of this world. Lu Su, this video was recorded by you yourself, right? Have you uploaded it online, or is this video currently available on the internet? Sia Andong shook her head. No, I have some connections at home and can access first-hand information on the internet. I've actually seen a few videos about you in the back end, but they were all quickly deleted. This not only speaks to your video's dark and violent nature, with people dying, but also suggests that authorities may already have taken notice of this individual in the footage. Top-tier players must be strategically stockpiled. The authorities, the state, various departments, and all sorts of factions have surely been keeping close watch. Now that the friend system is live, there'll probably be team-based gameplay coming soon. Just wait, all sorts of bizarre factions will spring up like bamboo shoots after rain. Sia Anton spoke at length. Lusa sensed her family background might be more complex than it appeared, but didn't press for details. One thing was certain, the number of individuals and organizations watching him now was likely anything but small. I wonder how much longer the original Sin mask can conceal me. After all this talking, it's time you told me the truth. I've already shared that I'm one of the chosen. By the end, Sia Andong suddenly flashed a sidelong grin. Omega, leaning in to whisper in Lusa's ear. You're sure you're a player, right? Knowing you, I bet you ignored my advice and joined the game after all. Lusa calmly pushed her away without showing any expression, thinking to himself, the classroom is so noisy no one would notice us here. Could you please not stick so close? Speaking right next to someone's ear makes it tickle. This time, Lusu didn't deny it. Then what difficulty level game dungeon are you? I forgot to check, but anyway, while our game does have casualties, the majority do manage to survive. Your game has casualties too? Sia Anton was startled for a moment, then scrutinized Lusu from head to toe. That's not too bad then. You're quite lucky. You must have been in a normal or difficult instance. Based on the intelligence I've gathered so far, the games in Divine Selection Paradise are roughly divided into 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Lusa's expression grew serious as he listened to this information. Though he had personally experienced the hell difficulty, his participation in the games had left him with little understanding of the overall system or other players' situations. Tell me more. What's your assessment? What's the approximate distribution ratio among these game modes? Chapter 23 Campus Riot, Heaven and Earth Society. Sia Anton nodded in agreement. After all, to gain others' trust, she had approached Lusa precisely to find someone credible during the early stages of the game. In matters like this, she saw absolutely no need to hold back. The ratio of the 4 game difficulty levels, it's hard to say. I can't give you an exact proportion, but it's obvious that the harder the level, the smaller its proportion would be. Most of the time, you'll encounter normal and challenging games more frequently. Even the ordinary parts aren't simple, and once you reach the difficult stages, casualties become a frequent occurrence. As for nightmares and hell, they're meant quite literally. That place is no longer a game or some challenge to overcome, it's about finding ways to survive. By this point, Sia Antong's voice had dropped to a whisper, her face pale and uneasy. After all, she was just a high school senior, accustomed to a life of comfort. How could she have ever directly confronted life and death before? By the way, there are also types of games. In the same difficulty level, there are a wide variety of games with numerous types. But it's not that there aren't repeated games. Each game likely has multiple identical copies, each played by different participants. For example, in that video I just showed you, I saw another 10 players encountering the exact same game. The gameplay footage. I didn't watch it through to the end. In that instance, there were no top-tier players like masked individuals, everyone was relatively average. I'm afraid, no one survived. Sia Anton swallowed hard, just thinking about that scene sent chills down her spine. So, the Divine Selection Paradise truly is, to a large extent, a game of luck. Getting chosen for the hell-level dungeon means certain death. Those who shared a dungeon with the masked man practically had their lives handed back to them. But such a brutal and unforgiving game will inevitably breed a group of peak-level masters capable of changing the world. Lusa nodded slightly as he listened, showing little concern about the dangers. In his view, the higher the difficulty of a game, the greater the rewards. The opportunities in the game are equal for all, so for top-tier players, being assigned high-difficulty dungeons is actually a good thing. At the very least, he hoped all the games would be hellish, that way, he could kill multiple birds with one stone. Can we choose the difficulty level for game dungeons? Lu Su asked. How is that possible? Xia Antong shook her head with a wry smile. At least for now, there's absolutely no way to choose. Judging by the competition footage and the players' performances, they clearly have no idea what they're about to face. If we could choose, who would pick a hell difficulty game right off the bat? Lu Su? That's right, it's me. He really wanted to choose the hell level difficulty. If it had to be categorized, his initial game was probably also at hell level. Suddenly, Xia Antong changed the subject and looked at Lu Su, asking, I bet you've already participated in the game. The fact that you came out unscathed without any mental changes proves you're quite extraordinary. But honestly ask yourself, if you were assigned a hell difficulty game dungeon and had to saw off your own leg with a rusty saw, could you handle it? Lu Su. That's why you must be fully prepared and make your peace before joining the game. Best to redeem an exit token in advance. You'd lose everything, but at least you'd keep your life. Seeing that Lu Su still hadn't responded, Xia Antong didn't wait for his answer either, finishing her own suggestion without hesitation. The start of the game was crucial. She herself needed to start figuring out how to participate in it too. Why come to me with all this? Lu Su suddenly frowned and sighed. What do you want from me? If the other party knew he was ranked first, it'd be normal to try winning him over, but she didn't seem to know that either. This young lady gave all this information for free, simply out of curiosity about me from our previous interactions. Xia Antong blinked several times, her eyes flickering with a blend of embarrassment and irritation as she lowered her head to conceal her slightly flushed face, resignation also coloring her expression. This guy. Do men in this world really think about transactional benefits when a girl actively shows goodwill toward them? Because of the divine selection paradise, the world is about to undergo tremendous changes. Various official and civilian organizations will soon emerge, and even small personal groups will quickly form. Amidst the collapse of order, suspicion and confrontation inevitably lead to a dog-eat-dog society. In such circumstances, finding allies sooner rather than later is crucial. Only by securing allies before the situation spirals entirely out of control can mutual trust be established. Me? Lu Su's mind instantly filled with question marks. Choosing a student like me as an ally? This is absurd. Your family background must be somewhat significant, right? Can't you try to connect with experts or reach out to influential groups? Two high school students talking about alliances and such here sounds a bit too childish. Yet Xia Antong shook her head and said earnestly, in this competition format, Special Forces soldiers don't necessarily perform better than street thugs under different game scenarios. Especially in the early stages when people don't fully understand the game yet, it's relatively fair. Besides, my intuition tells me you're not bad at all. Even Zhu Yuanzhang started as a beggar before becoming an emperor. I don't think our conversation is childish or unrealistic. What? Do those self-proclaimed rational and wise people truly understand the coming of the divine paradise? Do they know how to deal with it? I simply wanted to find you. If possible, I hope we can cooperate happily in the future. As she spoke, Xia Antong tentatively extended her hand towards Lu Su's direction. Lu Su stared blankly at the outstretched hand before him, offering a handshake. He sensed the other person was telling the truth, but not the whole truth. Suddenly, right at that moment, the school's loudspeaker blared. Students in the eastern section of the teaching building, please evacuate quickly and orderly. Avoid crowding and do not remain in classrooms. Lu Su and Xie Antong exchanged glances, both feeling startled in their hearts. The east wing of the teaching building? Isn't that right here? Too preoccupied to shake hands, Lu Su flipped onto the windowsill in one swift motion, trying to see what was happening outside. The crowd in the classroom had been in complete chaos earlier. Amidst all the noise, he hadn't noticed any commotion outside at all. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion echoed from outside the classroom, drowning out all the clamor. It sounded like a load-bearing wall being demolished. A booming voice, utterly inhuman, roared mightily, resounding throughout the entire teaching area. The world belongs to the Heaven and Earth Society. Chapter 24, coming straight for me, with no retreat left. The Heaven and Earth Society? Lu Su pressed against the window, listening to the distant shouts, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Just moments ago, he had been discussing organizations and factions with Xie Antong, and here one was popping up already? And this didn't make sense. Wasn't the Heaven and Earth Society an organization from the Mingqing era? Commonly known as the Hongmen, how could it suddenly resurface in this day and age? Lu Su keenly sensed that this definitely had something to do with the divine selection paradise, perhaps it was even an organization specifically targeting it. After that astounding roar, the other party didn't stop but continued bellowing. The sun and moon revolve in cycles. The divine selection descends, uniting all under heaven. The world belongs to the Heaven and Earth Society. Lu Su. Hearing this voice, Lu Su knew his previous assumption was correct. This was undoubtedly an organization founded with the divine selection paradise as its purpose. The sun and moon cycle. The other parties seemed to have lost their mind, roaring incessantly and repeating the same words, to the point where Lu Su found it rather tiresome. Accompanying the roars were the screams of various students and the sounds of things being smashed. Walls collapsed, desks and chairs flew through the air, and it was impossible to tell how many people were injured. Lu Su's senses were among the sharpest even by human standards. Hearing those noises, he realized the commotion was coming from the floor below him. The teaching area on the lower level had turned into utter chaos. But Lu Su had no intention of paying attention to such matters. He just found it strange. Why would the school let someone like that in? Since the person isn't here anyway, might as well delete it. Nothing more to say. Boom! Just as Lu Su was caught in thought, suddenly, an explosion rang out. The corridor floor outside the classroom was smashed open by a massive hammer, sending bricks flying and thick dust swirling through the air. In the next instant, a massive figure clad in tattered clothes, with unnaturally bulging muscles and towering over 6 feet tall, leaped out from the shattered floor. Standing amid the swirling dust, the figure slightly raised its head and locked eyes with Lu Su, who was clinging to the window and peering outside. The two stared at each other in stunned silence. 0-0. Lu Su. Damn, my luck is really shitty today. Just had to make deep eye contact right after saying I wouldn't run into trouble. Lu Su instantly averted his gaze and leapt down from the window ledge, deftly navigating through the chaotic classroom to return to his seat. That single glance was enough for him to memorize the other's general appearance and distinctive features. The muscle expansion had reached tearing point levels clearly beyond normal human capacity. Crimson eyes glared with complete loss of rationality. His school uniform was riddled with holes, stretched taut by his bulging muscles and further torn during the violent rampage. In his hands, he wielded a massive hammer, its head over 30 centimeters in diameter. Made of some unknown metal, a single strike from it would undoubtedly leave an ordinary person either dead or severely injured. Lu Su quickly pieced it together. This was a student from the school, and without a doubt, a player. Though exactly what had caused him to end up in this state remained unclear. Coming? What the hell is that? Xia Antong stood aside, watching as Lu Su jumped back before shouting her question. Probably a player, gone berserk for some reason. Seems like he's promoting some kind of organization now, Lu Su replied. Let's go. Without another word, Xia Antong grabbed Lu Su and dashed toward the exit. She had played through the game twice and witnessed too many scenes, fully aware of the threat that strong players now posed to ordinary people. At this moment, several classrooms in the Eastern District had descended into chaos, with all the students rushing outside, their excitement outweighing their fear. The moment she stepped out, she saw the giant standing there in a daze. Holy shit, Lu Peng? One of the students recognized the other person and seemed quite familiar with them. With a look of astonishment, they walked over, gazing at the dazed, irrational giant. Did you join the game? How did you end up like this? So handsome. The other person didn't even glance at them, merely swinging an arm casually. The approaching student instantly flew up like a plastic bag, sent sprawling nearly 8 meters away by the forceful slap. Lying on the ground, already unconscious. The crowd instantly scattered in fear like startled birds and beasts, leaving a vast empty clearing in the middle of the classroom. The sun and moon revolve in cycles. The figure didn't even glance at the crowd, just kept shouting slogans loudly into the air, the sound pounding painfully against everyone's eardrums. Swinging the massive hammer in his hands, he smashed the classroom wall before him into pieces with a thunderous crash. For some inexplicable reason, Lu Su couldn't help but think 80. In his mind, the giant didn't actively pursue. In those few dozen seconds, nearly everyone had already fled. Right at that moment, the giant suddenly turned its head, its crimson eyes locking onto the direction of the crowd, and met Lu Su's gaze directly. Lu Su, F*******. Why the F******* are you always staring at me? Can't you look at someone else? Lu Su averted his gaze, already having gauged the other's capabilities deep in his eyes. Far inferior to me. Suddenly, the opponent's eyes widened abruptly as they stared at Lu Su, then charged toward him, their massive body whipping up a howling gust of wind. The crowd instantly panicked, scattering in all directions. Lu Su and Xia Andong joined the fleeing throng, hastily retreating. The giant stood motionless, then suddenly swung their enormous hammer with a terrifying roar, smashing it down toward the crowd. Lu Su's brow twitched as realization struck him. This assault seemed to be aimed squarely at him. Instinctively, he slowed his steps slightly, deciding to try taking the hammer blow with his shoulder to gauge how much pain value it carried. Dodge it! Beside him, Xia Antong pulled forcefully on his arm, using her body strength to help him evade the strike. What are you doing? Hurry and run! Are your reflexes really that slow? Lu Su cast a slightly surprised glance at the young girl before looking back at the giant charging toward them once more. A single exchanged glance confirmed it. She was exactly the person he'd been searching for. He could now be 80% certain this thing across from them seemed to have specifically targeted him. Blending into the crowd would only lead to unnecessary casualties among bystanders, not to mention make it painfully obvious that the creature had singled him out from the multitude. After a brief deliberation, Lusa turned to the scattered crowd beside him and Xia Antong, who was urging him to leave quickly. "Thank you." Then he abruptly pushed her into the crowd, while he himself stumbled and broke free from the mass. Standing alone made him highly conspicuous, and the frenzied giant began advancing toward him. In a frantic chase, the two distanced themselves from the others and ended up on an open platform at the corner of the building's corridor. With his back pressing against the corner wall, Lusa calmly turned to face the heavily panting figure before him. There was no retreat left now. Chapter 25 An uncommon mode of communication, or utterly terrified? Huff. Taking a deep breath, Lusa slowly turned around to face the irrational giant before him. Though it was called a giant, Lusa felt no sense of oppression from its presence. Its strength paled in comparison to his own. The other party seemed more like a pawn, someone sent out by figures behind the scenes to release certain signals. Why would they pinpoint me? Have I been exposed? If even Xia Antong couldn't recognize the difference between my real self and how I appear in the game, Lusa didn't think he'd be exposed so quickly. Seems there are still circumstances I don't understand. Lusa slightly twisted his wrist, feeling the explosive power within his body, and muttered to himself in a low voice. Why insist on courting death like this? In this entire school, the only person who could crush you, and you just had to target him? The only troublesome issue is that this little Hulk-like guy has caused such a sensation upon appearance, he's probably about to become breaking news and turn into a major social event. If I really get involved and end up knocking him down, it might be hard to walk away clean. Not planning to say anything? Just gonna stand there? Strength is the greatest confidence booster. With no trace of nervousness, Luce casually turned around and looked at the other as he asked. The sun and moon alternate in endless cycles. I wasn't fucking asking for this. Lu Su was thoroughly exasperated. He could tell the other person had truly lost all rationality. Judging by this state of affairs, they were most likely being manipulated by someone else. So it seemed this entire mess stemmed from that organization called the Heaven and Earth Society. At this moment, the corridor and stairs about 10 meters away were already filled with teachers and students, all watching anxiously in their direction. Many people held up their phones, their expressions a mix of shock and steadiness, yet they still remembered to take photos. Seeing Lusa forced back into the corner and the wildly towering figure standing before him, everyone felt that Lusu was in mortal danger. Run, man! Are you just standing there waiting to die? Don't move! Don't make any sudden moves that might startle them! From the crowd came a never-ending stream of shouts, with all sorts of irresponsible and even contradictory suggestions being thrown out. In the corner, the head teacher's phone was practically smoking from all the calls, looking extremely urgent. Xia Andong also looked at Lu Su with some concern. She could sense that Lusa's deliberate isolation and being cornered was intentional, but she wasn't sure if he had a solid plan to handle it. Even for someone who had cleared the game before, could he really pull it off? Lusa took in everyone's reactions, when suddenly, at the far end of the corner, someone dressed distinctly different from the others pushed through. The newcomer wore a red uniform of some unknown department, looking sharp and efficient. The moment he appeared, the head teacher quickly approached him, as if finding a pillar of support. Then, a voice sounded in Lusa's ear. Classmate, don't be afraid. Please stay calm and don't provoke them. My name is Zhao Jiaqing. I'm from a national security department. Lu So? Clearly, that voice didn't come from the crowd, but seemed to originate right beside his ear, just like the sound transmission techniques described in martial arts novels. Supernatural abilities, it's a player. These words flashed through Lusa's mind instantly. He immediately raised his head and locked eyes with the man dressed in red uniform. Lu Su was absolutely certain it was him. The other person saw Lusa's expression and flashed an OK hand signal, continuing to transmit his voice message. Don't panic, I'll come help you. Don't provoke them, and don't run around recklessly. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep you safe. Just try to relax a bit. Truthfully, Zhao Jiaqing wasn't entirely confident either, but he had no choice. He was afraid Lu Su, being just a student, might lose his composure, so his priority was to stabilize the young man first. Lusa said, okay, no problem. Zhao Jiaqing could use telepathic communication, but Lu Su couldn't. This time he spoke directly, even flashing an OK sign towards Zhao Jiaqing in the crowd. Teachers and students instantly turned their heads, giving Zhao Jiaqing suspicious looks, causing cold sweat to break out on his face. Ancestor, why the hell did you have to say it out loud? Take it easy, but not that easy. Don't you know you're still in mortal danger? The game has only just begun, and Zhao Jiaqing has no experience dealing with such sudden incidents either. Fortunately, this insane giant Lu Peng had already lost his sanity long ago, so Lusa's words didn't strike him as odd. All Zhao Jiaqing could do was force an awkward laugh and start trying to persuade him. Classmate Lu Peng, right? Can you hear me? We hope you can calm down. Whatever requests or difficulties you have, you can tell us. We are. Lu Su listened to these overly familiar words and curled his lips, thinking to himself why this classic Hong Kong cop movie surrender negotiation tactic was still so enduringly popular. What fucking good could it possibly do? The guy across was clearly out of his mind already, for fuck's sake. The sun and moon rotate in cycles. The other person kept talking incessantly, like a giant repeater. The chosen one descends, uniting the world under one banner. I never said unification wasn't possible, but why are you harping on at me about it? Lu Su said impatiently. The world belongs to the heaven and earth society. Belongs, you say it belongs then it belongs. I never said it didn't belong, so what exactly are you trying to do? Lu Su began attempting to communicate with the idiot. The sun and moon revolve. Clearly, the attempt to communicate with the idiot had failed, the other party was still repeating mindlessly. Zhao Jiaqing's peripheral pleas proved utterly futile now. Watching the two at the center of the field chatting happily, he instantly flushed with anger, his anxiety bordering on desperation. Dude, can't you grasp the seriousness of the situation right now? Don't provoke him. Zhao Jiaqing sent another whispered message to Lu Su. But Lu Su had no intention of dragging this out further. His opponent clearly lacked rationality, and prolonging things would be pointless. Better to test the other's capabilities directly. The Tian Dihui is pure trash. Instantly, Lu Ping jerked his head up, his eyes blazing with crimson light as his murderous aura locked onto Lu Su, who dared to insult the Tian Dihui. Well, that pretty much confirms it's controlled by that so-called Tian Dihui, Lu Su thought to himself. Stop. Swift as lightning, Zhao Jiaqing had already roared the moment Lu Su uttered his provocation, but it was too late. The violent wind erupted, shattering the paving stones beneath their feet as Zhao Peng's massive frame lunged toward Lu Su like a speeding locomotive. Yet Lu Su stood frozen in place, as if paralyzed with fear. Zhao Jiaqing abruptly charged forward, but the moment he moved, he already knew he was too late. Damn it! Lu Su stood with relaxed posture, watching the enormous shadow envelop him before suddenly raising his head, his eyes flashing with unmistakable contempt. With a slight twist of his body, he evaded the opponent's heavy strike, then his left hand shot out like lightning, thumb and forefinger clamping onto the other's chin. Crack! Chapter 26, The Overwhelming Power Gap. Name cards. Silencing the world to listen to the sound of shattering bones. It was just the strength of 2 fingers, but those were Lu Su's 2 fingers. The opponent's jaw was crushed instantly, dislocating the entire joint in the process, effectively preventing any further screams or utterances. Buddy, since you're out of your mind anyway, I won't hold back anymore. 10 points of strength would already exceed human limits, but Lu Su now possessed 24. In truth, he had already shown considerable restraint. Had he truly struck directly, it wouldn't have been just a shattered jaw, the skull itself would have been crushed. Boom! The tremendous impact, combined with Lu Su's finger-guided redirection of the opponent's force, sent the utterly unconscious foe crashing headfirst into the wall behind. Meanwhile, Lu Su casually sidestepped with slight grace, effortlessly dodging the aftermath. Crack, crack. Bricks shattered, chunks of debris flying everywhere. Whether it was due to the opponent's inherent impact or Lu Su's force adding fuel to the flames remained unclear. Large cracks had already spread across the wall like a spider's web, teetering on the verge of collapse. Beyond the wall was the school campus, where Lu Peng's massive frame now lay limp on the ground, his head having smashed through, exposed outside. He had completely lost consciousness. The entire process happened extremely quickly. The distance between the two was no more than 5 meters, and from the moment the opponent began charging until they crashed headfirst into the wall, barely a second had passed. Lu Su only made his move when the opponent's body blocked his own figure, swift as lightning, without the slightest warning. By this time, Zhao Jiaqing had already rushed close. After planting his feet firmly, he stared dumbfounded at the scene before him, utterly at a loss for words. His eyes kept darting back and forth between Lu Su and the giant who lay unconscious on the ground, his mind momentarily unable to process what had just happened. From his perspective, Lu Su suddenly provoked the other party with words, causing them to lose control and charge at him, yet Lu Su remained completely motionless. Then, somehow, Lu Su dodged with a swift sidestep, and the other person crashed straight into the wall and knocked themselves out. The whole incident carried a strange lightness to it, forming a stark contrast with the previous tension, almost eerie in its absurdity. Just moments ago, he had been wide-eyed with fury. As he charged forward, his mind had even conjured images of Lu Su severely injured or dead, forcing him to bear the responsibility for a life. But at this glance, seems like nothing's wrong, eh? Forget about him earlier, when Lu Peng transformed into a giant and charged. The crowd had cried out in alarm. Many clicked their phone shutters while squeezing their eyes shut. Now, seeing Lu Su completely unharmed, silence briefly fell over them, as if things weren't supposed to unfold this way. You? Zhao Jiaqing frowned at Lu Su, studying him from head to toe. Judging by Lu Su's current condition, it didn't seem like he was hurt at all. He ran into it himself. Don't try to pin it on me. I shouldn't be held responsible, right? Lu Su quickly said. Zhao Jiaqing? Is that all you're thinking about? Zhao Jiaqing instantly felt a headache coming on. This kid's way of thinking seemed a bit off. Are you okay? Does psychological distress count? I've suffered severe mental trauma. Can I file for state compensation? Lu Su declared with righteous indignation. Zhao Jiaqing, forget it, I'm just glad you're alright. But don't pull heroic stunts like this anymore. I heard you decided to lure away that madman all by yourself to protect your classmates. You still need to watch out for your own safety. Lu Su? No, where did you get this news from? What kind of absurd misunderstanding is this? At that moment, commotion erupted once again behind them. Cheers broke out from the crowd as the students who had retreated far away gradually gathered around. Badass. What kind of reaction is this? Comparable to an F1 racer. Calm under pressure, my man. In an instant, the scene erupted with people snapping photos, uploading short videos, and showering praise non-stop. The school dean immediately rushed over, hovering around Lu Su with exaggerated concern. Had there truly been a fatality today, his career would surely have taken a hit. Even coordinated applause broke out from the crowd, giving Lu Su the surreal impression of being a triumphant matador after a successful bullfight. Quite a vivid depiction. Even the bull appears stunned now. Zhao Jiaqing, noticing the swarm of students gathering, hastily shouted to stop them, and only then did teachers begin restoring order. Soon, several more individuals wearing distinctive uniforms squeezed in, though theirs were blue in color. Then, a few figures draped in blue encircled Zhao Ping, their actions unclear to onlookers. Lu Su casually responded with a few words. After repeatedly assuring the dean that he didn't need to go to the hospital, he quickly tried to disappear into the crowd. Zhao Jiaqing watched Lu Su's retreating figure with a furrowed brow, suddenly speaking up again. Wait a moment. As he spoke, he pulled out a golden business card from the inner lining of his uniform jacket. Lu Su turned around, and Zhao Jiaqing handed him the business card. Here's my business card, take it first. Right now, I have a lot of follow-up matters to handle, and this area will soon be sealed off as a crime scene. I don't have time to chat with you, but if you feel you should contact me, then contact me. In that final sentence, Zhao Jiaqing emphasized the words "you should" with particular weight, his eyes locking onto Lu Su's as if implying something more. Lu Su reached out and took the business card, stuffing it into his trouser pocket without even glancing at it. While murmuring vague assurances, he immediately made his escape. Zhao Jiaqing didn't press the matter further either, turning back to rejoin his colleagues and begin handling this unexpected incident. Are you okay? Xia Antong approached him, asking quietly as she watched Lu Su nod in response. Watching Lu Su successfully slip away, she exhaled in relief, though not without a lingering trace of suspicion. Why is Lu Su so certain that nothing will happen to him? Does this guy have such confidence in his own abilities? Did the ability he gained in the game enhance his agility? Why does that weird creature seem to have a special affection for Lu Su, chasing after him relentlessly? For now, she set these questions aside in her heart, planning to ask him privately later. Watching as the numerous students were evacuated and the caution tape was put up, the personnel from the special department continued carrying out their tasks. The sky darkened as Zhao Jiaqing let out a long sigh, beginning to reflect on the day's events. Everything had happened so suddenly that even he felt somewhat dazed. A high school student who can remain calm in times of danger, that kind of psychological resilience, plus quick reflexes. And what's more, he never seems to show any signs of nervousness or fear. Muttering to himself, the student he encountered earlier today had left an overwhelmingly deep impression on him. In this world, there are only two types of people who remain completely unfazed when faced with unexpected situations: those who are too oblivious to grasp the circumstances, and those who possess unshakable confidence. Captain Zhao, we've completed the basic inquiries, said a female staff member in a blue uniform, striding swiftly into the room while clutching several X-ray films. It's just that the injury pattern is slightly unusual. Aside from the fractured skull from the forehead impact, the other person's jaw was inexplicably shattered for some reason. Chapter 27, the third game, Hell Difficulty, Demon Hospital. Lost in his own thoughts, Zhao Jiaqing was instantly startled and whirled around, startling the other person in turn. Broken jaw? From an impact? Oh, the blue-clad clerical worker responded, pulling out a stack of reports as she spoke. Uncertain, so it feels slightly peculiar. After all, the other party's skull also has fractures, that's relatively more normal, and aligns well with the angle of impact. But if the impact occurred at that angle, theoretically it shouldn't have hit the chin. I'm not sure if there's any friction, perhaps it's from previous injuries. He's out of life-threatening danger now. His name is Lu Peng, and our investigation has confirmed he's a player of the God's Selection game. Just as the secretary was about to continue the report, Zhao Jiaqing suddenly interrupted. Wait a minute. As he spoke, he walked over with furrowed brows, picked up the stack of X-ray films from the other's hands, and examined them repeatedly. The clerical secretary in charge of the investigation was also stunned. He couldn't understand why Zhao Jiaqing had suddenly developed such an unusual interest in the injury. The severity of this bone fracture appears to be worse than the head trauma. Remember, at that time, this student's physical strength was remarkably high. After all, he could smash through walls. Although the human skull is harder, such a significant disparity is still rather peculiar. What possible explanation do you think could account for this? Zhao Jiacheng asked while recalling the scenes from earlier that day. Day and night cycled. That guy had clearly lost his mind for some reason, incessantly repeating those same phrases. The constant repetition meant his jaw couldn't have been broken beforehand, it had to be from that single impact. Perhaps it's from rubbing against the wall? After all, they did smash right through it, the secretary ventured hesitantly, thinking Zhao Jiacheng was concerned about the other party's injuries. Zhao Jiacheng. Maybe so. Zhao Jiacheng didn't argue, merely murmuring in response. Yet in his mind, he kept replaying the daytime scene over and over, reliving that high school student's bizarre and extraordinary behavior. Time flew by quickly. After the unexpected incident that day, the weekend arrived, coinciding with the school's plans to enhance security measures. Lu Su lay quietly on the bed, awaiting the arrival of a new round of the game. These past 2 days had been rather nerve-wracking for him. He couldn't stop thinking about whether members of that strange organization would come to investigate him, or if the family members of that student he had instantly defeated would come looking for trouble. Fortunately, none of those things happened. Time until next game starts, 00:58:43. The final hour. At this moment, he was on a phone call with Xia Antong, discussing the current game situation. Xia Antong, I don't know how you managed it yesterday, but I presume your skills must be decent. Still, no matter what, this game is too dangerous. I strongly recommend that you must purchase an exit coin before playing. Lusa typed back, I see. Are you joining the game this time too? Yeah. The response was quite brief. Let's each do our own thing for now, and if there's a chance later, we'll add each other as friends. Also, just a heads up, while the in-game outfits are standardized, the intel I got suggests that underwear is apparently brought in directly. So, you could try to see if you can bring things in from the real world. Lusa stared at the message, surprisingly realizing he'd never encountered this obscure piece of knowledge before, nor did he know what special connections his deskmate might have. Having connections sure is convenient, unlike himself, who could only resort to cheating out of sheer helplessness. After saying thanks, with the information weighing on his mind, Lusa lay quietly alone on his single bed in that tiny room, lost in thought. He was wondering whether Xia Antong was truly trustworthy. If they were to cooperate, his identity as the top-ranked student would definitely have to be disclosed. But at a glance, her family background was clearly complicated. Could such matters really be resolved by trust alone? Lost in thought, acutely aware of time slipping away, he unconsciously pulled out a golden business card from his school uniform pocket. It was given to him by Zhao Jiacheng, who had told him to call when you feel the time is right. After glancing at the unfamiliar department name on the front and Zhao Jiacheng's contact information on the back, Lusa pondered briefly. Then he stuffed that business card into his underwear. Forgive me, Mr. Zhao Jiacheng. Stay with my buddy for a while. This works perfectly for Xia Antong's experiment about sneaking items in. I didn't have anything suitable on hand anyway, so I'll borrow yours. Perfect fit. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his backpack, loaded with his achievements and various supplies, waiting for that long-anticipated announcement. For some reason, this announcement always stirred up an inexplicable excitement within him. Please make the necessary preparations in advance. Please choose to be a spectator or a player. Player. Hello, player. You have a brief time to prepare. Game points, 12,400. Pain value, 6. Strength, 24. Agility, 10. Speed, 10. Luck, 3. Spirit, 1. Bonus medal, Godslayer, Legendary, System Breaker, Epic. Game initialized, preparing to begin. Welcome to Divine Selection Paradise. The same dizziness, the same spinning world, only this time, Lusu had grown considerably more accustomed to it. It felt just like coming home. When his eyes opened again, they met a vast, dim room filled with the musty scent of dampness. Clearly, the sanitary conditions left much to be desired. With a slight sway, his feet found solid ground beneath him, unlike the last experience of being suspended midair. Lusu felt slightly disappointed. Why did this feel inferior to last time? At least last time, he'd been suspended midair with a chance to saw off his own leg. He briefly touched his face. The mask was already perfectly fitted, seamless to the touch. Several other players stood nearby, but before Lusu could observe them properly, a voice that greatly pleased him echoed through the space. Welcome, players, to the Divine Selection Games Infernal Mode Demon Sanatorium. The mechanical sound rang out as the grinding noise of gears turning echoed simultaneously. An attract robot emerged from the corner. Hearing this sound, all the players instantly changed expressions, their faces darkening with tension. They were no longer newcomers, they had now come to understand the terror of Hell Mode. How could they be so unlucky? It was only the second game, and they'd already run into something like this. And beneath Lusa's mask, a satisfied smile appeared. Hell Mode? It really feels like coming home. Chapter 28, The Gluttony Mask. Buddy, are you seriously okay in the head? In hell mode, my pain threshold should still be manageable. Counting this time, I've probably gotten hell-level dungeons 3 times in a row. My luck is truly something else. Hee hee. I couldn't help but laugh. Luckily it's me, an ordinary person probably couldn't handle this kind of arrangement. Hello there, all you excellent players. I'll be your host for this session. You may call me the Great Tom. Welcome to Demon Hospital. Though if you prefer to call this place a prison, that's perfectly fine too. Lusa looked at the tin-plated robot before him and suddenly asked, Tom, are you the same entity as the voice from the previous game? Great Tom, mind your language, kid. Lusa considered the voice. It did sound somewhat familiar, yet he saw no point in embarrassing the other party over trivial matters. So instead of responding, he simply opened his live stream feed to check for any valuable information from the audience's perspective. It's starting. I skipped class just to watch from the master's perspective. Alright, I'm gonna quit my job right now to check it out. Once I master this, I'm done with this damn job. I'm joining the game too. This is some high-stakes gameplay right here. Just checked, all 5 players in this game instance have beaten the game before, no rookies. And besides this one, that foreigner over there is also a player who cleared the game perfectly. This is getting interesting. Wait a minute, did I enter the right room? Why is the VIP's mask color different from last time? Lusa briefly glanced at the barrage comments, realizing his viewer count had been steadily growing recently. Being watched like this certainly wasn't comfortable, but it did have clear advantages, like always being able to quickly gather information about those around him. A high-stakes game. Looks like this opponent might not be as easy to handle as the last one. Wait, the mask's color? After being reminded, Lusu turned to look at the tin robot. On its mottled metallic surface, he could barely make out his own blurred reflection. That was a red mask. Red, Miko, gluttony, personality influence, an intensified form of greed manifesting as appetite, mental chaos, capable of consuming anything. Everything repulsive in the world becomes incredibly delicious in their mouth. Advantage, astonishing digestive ability, everything consumed is converted into energy, with all negative effects nullified. Side effects, the more one eats, the higher the toxicity of what's consumed, the greater the mental confusion, and the energy within the body does not belong to oneself. To some extent, failure to release it could result in bodily explosion. Hiss. Lusa took a deep, chilling breath, never expecting that this time he'd been hit with something extreme right off the bat. Last time, with the Mask of Greed, there were at least 2 modes to choose from, normal and overload, and in normal mode, the changes hadn't felt particularly drastic. But gluttony was different. It was the only one among the 7 sin masks that came without any mode options. Food and sex are human nature, yet lust and gluttony are the 2 most spiritually impactful, and consequently, the most negatively influential of vices. But judging by this description, its functionality is downright monstrous. At early stages, this is undoubtedly a bug-tier superpower, truly worthy of an S-class sealed artifact. Both its effects and side effects are top-tier, and we still don't even know what other states or overload modes might entail. Still, high risk brings high reward, fitting perfectly with this game's core principles. At least for now, he didn't feel any impact on his mental state. Alright, presumably none of you who've come here are ordinary players. You can get to know each other, or exchange information, familiarize yourselves with each other's abilities. After all, in a sense, everyone here is both a cooperative partner and a competitor. What do you mean? After the tin robot finished speaking, the foreigner among the players spoke up. Based on the earlier bullet comments, Lusa knew this was a player who had achieved a perfect completion. Literal meaning. You should familiarize yourselves with it first. The red light on the tin robot flickered twice, then its tracks rolled as it dragged its body towards the door. So what's the mission in this game this time? Don't rush. Also, you must address me as the Great Lord Tom. The tin robot seemed extremely annoyed by the player's disrespect, leaving without even turning its head, its mechanical footsteps never pausing. After the door closed, only these 5 players remained in the dozens of square meters damp space. The atmosphere fell into silence, with an almost oppressive tension owing to the hellish difficulty of the game. The foreigner who had spoken earlier now furrowed his brows, muttering curiously, "What is the purpose of this robot coming here? What's this guy here for? He didn't say anything. Fuck, he didn't give us any damn information. Probably came to serve as a mirror," Lusa responded upon hearing his muttering, touching his own mask. By the way, can this international friend actually understand Chinese? If so, why not speak it? After all, the robot's words seemed to be in Chinese, or perhaps in this foreigner's ears, they were in English mode? Hearing this, the foreigner froze momentarily, raised an eyebrow with a thoughtful expression, but casually replied, "I don't want." Lusu ignored him again, and the atmosphere once more turned awkward. This round of the game has 5 players. None of them seem like rookies, really giving off that professional vibe. Though they all look like they've swallowed something disgusting, at least no one's screaming about the hell mode difficulty. That's already pretty impressive. there's a foreigner who seems particularly arrogant. He clearly understands Chinese but refuses to speak, trying to mimic some movie star's brooding act. On the left is a big, burly guy who looks physically strong, but probably isn't much of a contender. At least his appearance is distinctive enough that we don't need to remember his name, just call him Big Guy. There's also a woman whose eyes have been darting around at everyone since she arrived. She doesn't seem like someone easy to deal with either, but oh well, here's hoping she drops some gold. Then there's the most outrageous one on the far right, a guy who's almost 6'3". While everyone else is stuck with the game's default clothing, he somehow managed to get his hands on a full outfit, all red with flashy floral patterns. Might as well call him Drama King. Silence. Dressed in red, the guy Lusa called the flamboyant man stiffly turned his neck, his lips twitching as he looked at Lusu and said, "Bro, can't you just keep those thoughts to yourself? Why do you have to voice out the narration? Are you really not intellectually challenged? Where exactly am I flamboyant? This outfit was assigned by the organization." Chapter 29, One of Us? Which department are you from? Sa Nan's lips kept twitching uncontrollably. The other three players had also turned to stare at Lu Su, all wearing exasperated expressions. Seriously dude, your mere presence completely disrupts the atmosphere. In this oppressive, cold-blooded tension-filled survival game where death could come at any moment, you waltz in acting like some fucking judge? Everyone was just listening to your whole spiel in that atmosphere, and their emotions became somewhat disjointed. The flamboyant man in red sighed slightly, giving Lu Su a once-over, feeling somewhat too exhausted to even roast him. And here you are giving critiques from the peanut gallery? All these people look pretty normal here except you wearing a mask. Not just any mask, but a bright red one with patterns constantly forming from its glow. Is this the kind of reward you get in the game? Let's just say it's as abstract as you are. Ha, did I say that out loud? No way, do you have mind-reading powers? Lu Su touched his mouth in astonishment, feeling the icy chill of his mask against his fingers. You really did say. The flamboyant man in red sighed helplessly, immediately regretting his words the moment they left his mouth. Damn it, why did I have to argue with this lunatic? Holy shit, is this some kind of idiot aura? Seeing the expressions of those around him, Lu Su realized this incident was probably true. It seemed the mental confusion side effect of the gluttony mask had been present all along. If he didn't actively control it, there would indeed be some minor troubles. Oh well, since it's been said, just let it be. Games always need narration anyway, it helps you understand how others see you. Who wants to know how you see us? Ha, I've only heard that old people can't hold in their piss and shit, didn't expect someone who can't hold in their words either. The vulgar brute couldn't help but mock, perfectly in character, before silence once again fell over the crowd. Everyone was sizing each other up, except no one was as neurotic as Lu Su. Ahem. A cough broke the silence as the flashy red-clothed man took the initiative to speak. I'm not called Flashy Red-Clothed Man. My name is Jiu Tian, it's my real name, not a nickname. I think now that we're in this hellish game, we should all try to eliminate unnecessary barriers as quickly as possible. From a broader perspective, in relation to this game, we're all humans, we're on the same side. From an immediate standpoint, we might need to understand each other better. I believe this would benefit the game. Most of you are Hua nationals, right? I'm with the official organization, you can trust me. Jiu Tian spoke calmly, attempting to first unite everyone. This relates to his background. In times of crisis, one must unite all forces that can be united, especially when there's no prior enmity between parties to begin with. I don't think so, the foreigner spoke up. We are not sure what the purpose of the game is yet, but you can call me Kirk, that's my name. The woman who had remained silent on the other side finally spoke, looking at Jiu Tian and saying, "Hello, thank you for your sincerity. But as that tin man mentioned earlier, in this game we collaborate but also compete. At this point, it's truly difficult to establish trust." Humph, official? The burly man also spoke up. The game has only begun a few days ago. There's already an official presence? You people just meddle blindly. Honestly, the greatest contribution you could make would be to stop interfering, always fooling around day after day. The big guy clearly had quite a temper and spoke to everyone with the same curt attitude. But Lu Su knew this was likely a manifestation of fear and tension. The pressure of the hellish game forced him to vent in such an unfriendly manner. Seeing the communication going poorly, Jiu Tian sighed. He had anticipated this situation. Slowly turning his head, he looked toward Lu Su, waiting for him to respond. He had also just watched his own livestream. Being part of an organization, his external support staff were monitoring him and had already briefed him on Lu Su's situation. Logically speaking, he should be an expert. As Lu Su watched him turn his head, he pondered briefly before replying. Can I really not call you Hot Red Guy? Jiu Tian, huh? At that moment, he felt his head was about to explode. If you don't know how to address me, you can just make up a nickname. Who asked you? Is that even the point? Just as the situation reached a stalemate, the voice in the room sounded once again. It was the same voice, but this time no tin man appeared, only the mechanical tone accompanied by text appearing on the wall. Divine Selection Paradise, Hell Mode, Demon Asylum. Player Basic Mission, Survive. As long as you survive until the mission is completed, you will pass successfully. Player's mission objective, locate the source of the disease, find the most severely infected person, and resolve the crisis they bring. Players who complete the objective will receive additional rewards, with evaluations based on performance and contributions. Demonic Hospital welcomes every patient's arrival. Countdown 5 minutes, the game is about to begin. 0005:00. Right after the brief description ended, the voice stopped without any additional dialogue. As if all extraneous conversation had already been handled by that tin robot from earlier, now it's time for serious narration. Looking at such mission descriptions, everyone's expressions grew somewhat solemn. Hell Mode, the basic task was simply survival. Of course, none of the 5 present were pushovers to begin with, otherwise just the word survival alone would be enough to terrify them. Jotian also understood the likelihood of cooperation among them was truly minimal. Moreover, the mission is vague. What kind of illness? How do we determine who is the sickest? If surviving until the end counts as clearing the level, then wouldn't someone slack off, just waiting for others to complete missions while they hide and survive? Wouldn't that be the same? How exactly was this designed? Everyone fell silent, quietly checking their backpacks and medical supplies, preparing for the unknown that awaited in 5 minutes. Oh, right. Lusa muttered to himself softly, but in such a tense atmosphere, even the slightest sound drew everyone's attention. The guy wearing the red mask suddenly reached into his pants, gripping something in a rather unmentionable area. What the hell do you mean, dude? Right in front of everyone. So you're revealing your true self by wearing a mask, huh? Think it's fine as long as your face isn't showing? The man in red slapped his forehead and asked the staff outside through his livestream. Is his information accurate? Is he really an expert? Before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed, his eyes glued to what Lusa pulled out from his pants. A golden business card. That custom business card design was all too familiar to Jiu Tian. His expression instantly relaxed, as if spotting an old friend, and he strode boldly toward Lu Su. Leaning close to Lusa's ear, he whispered, "One of ours? Damn good cover, brother. Which department are you from?" Chapter 30, Sedative Meal for Patients, You Eat Like Crazy? Lu Su instinctively flipped his wrist upon seeing the stranger approach, hiding his card beneath while casting a wary glance at the other person. Cut the crap, we're on the same side. Time's running out. Which department are you from? Me? Lu Su tilted his head slightly in thought. I'm from the senior 3rd grade. Wine Sky. Goddamn high school department. What nonsense is this? What are you even talking about? Jiu Tian was completely stunned. Seeing there were only 3 minutes left, he was utterly beside himself. How can my colleagues still be like this? Do I really seem so untrustworthy? Even though we might come from completely different places, this is still an official organization. Can't we even have this basic level of trust? Come on buddy, hurry up. I can already see your business card. I'm Jiu Tian, from City K in Zhanghai Province. I didn't bring my card. Besides, do we still need to use these things? Look at my outfit. He even tugged at the red fabric of his clothes. Why aren't you wearing the uniform? Went for a red mask instead? Your branch must have some special rules, huh? By the way, shouldn't there be someone from our crew in your livestream room? Just have them check me out. Lu Su realized the other person had probably misunderstood something and kept spinning wild tales. You look pretty old. How could you possibly be in the same department as me? Are you still in high school? Are you the Dean of Student Affairs? Wine Sky. Firm. My fists are clenched with anger. How could this person be so undisciplined and disorganized? By the way, according to our organization's records, there are indeed players who have cleared the game perfectly, but there seems to be no record matching this mask situation. You should communicate more and explore further. In Wine Sky's live broadcast footage, the relevant staff member reminded. Suppressing his urge to hit someone, Wine Sky spoke with a cold expression and lowered voice. Comrade, I don't know what your plan is, but you commented on my clothes color earlier and deliberately pulled out your calling card, obviously trying to lure me here, right? Do you have something to say? Lusa scratched his head. Actually, I think I'm a bit hungry. Odd. Who asked you? Jiu Tian immediately turned away, tossing back a "take care of yourself" without another glance. Bye-bye now. Speaking to the livestream crew, he said, quick, find out where this guy belongs. What's wrong with him? What the hell? How can you mess around with a hell difficulty game? Reminder to all players, you'd better get out of this room quickly before time runs out. The countdown had reached its final minute when the room opened, revealing a pitch-black corridor outside that seemed to lead straight into an abyss. No one dared to disobey the broadcast announcement. In hell mode, instant death situations could appear at any moment. Kirk, the foreigner, strode out first, his receding figure carrying an air of solitary pride. The bulky man glared at his back with visible irritation. What a show-off, he muttered before following suit. Jiu Tian and the woman also quickly followed, leaving the room. Lu Su still maintained his usual behavior. After stepping out of the door at the very last second, he lingered outside and peeked his face back in, curious to see what exactly would happen. Boom! The door abruptly slammed shut, flinging Lu Su right out, leaving an imprint of his face on the door. Zhou Tian, who had been keeping an eye on his colleague out of the corner of his eye, weakly turned his head away at this sight. He could feel himself reaching his limit. After the door closed, what came into view was a long corridor that curved slightly, disappearing beyond about 100 meters of darkness ahead before turning sharply to the left. Along both sides of this corridor stood massive iron doors at regular intervals, dark and silent, as if housing dangerous beasts. Within the entire corridor, not a single sound could be heard. Presumably, behind these doors lies where the patients reside. Jutian ran his hand along the curved wall, calculating the distance ahead before striding forward with long steps. Before getting down to serious business, he intended to first survey the terrain and basic architectural layout. No staircases, probably a single-level structure, though hidden passages aren't out of the question. Given this curvature, it might be a circular building. In the silent space, Zhou Tian's voice echoed. He held nothing back, decisively sharing his thoughts with everyone. At that very moment, the game's voice resurfaced once more. Breakfast time, 30 minutes. Mealtime is mission time. During this period, players must enter the patient's room. If you go out, you must return to the room as soon as possible. Staying too long in the hallway will lead to unfortunate events. Clank clank. After the sound, a food tray fell out from the hidden compartment beneath each room. No one could tell where they'd come from. Instantly, an unbearably strange and fishy stench permeated the space. Under the dim strip lighting, the plate held a large jar of sticky goo. You'd have a hard time convincing yourself it was edible if nobody told you. Its contents were indistinguishable, with vague glimpses of bone fragments and mucosal membranes. Beside the can sat a small dish containing several white pills. The tray reads, "Patient exhibits mental instability. Sedatives have been mixed into the meal. Attempted communication may be possible." Looking at this so-called hospital, mental disorders must be its primary focus, Zhou Tian murmured. Damn it, the burly man cursed. This stuff counts as food? Feeding patients this garbage, who wouldn't develop mental problems? Was it really that bad to eat? Lu Su glanced at the objects on the ground. Why did he feel like they looked strangely delicious? The gluttony mask's influence on appetite was maximized, completely overpowering all rational judgment. The red warning lights were already flashing, urging the player to quickly enter the ward. Without time to think, Lu Su randomly chose a room, picked up a food tray, and walked in. The environment inside the room was noticeably different from outside. It was far from clean, with walls covered in grime and even bloodstains. Yet the entire room was brightly lit, non-stop, 24 hours a day. In the corner crouched a gaunt man, emaciated as a demon, shackled hand and foot. The moment Lu Su entered, the man fixed him with a hateful stare, his eyes locked onto the food tray in Lu Su's hands. Time to eat, breakfast I don't quite remember. Heavenly food, my friend. Look how thin you've gotten, almost skin and bones. You want some? The room was completely bare of furniture. Lu Su glanced around, stepped inside directly, set down the meal tray, and sat cross-legged on the floor. Want some? A hoarse voice rasped from the patient's mouth, teeth clenched. Of course I don't want to eat it. You new kid, delicious? If it's so delicious, why don't you eat it yourself? Don't you dare get cocky with me. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Su's eyes suddenly lit up as he exclaimed. Really? Thanks a lot. With that, he grabbed that mysterious can and immediately started chugging its contents directly into his mouth. Patient? Chapter 31, Whirlwind sweeps away withered leaves, the variables of Hell's Game. Bang! 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 A crack split open across the mask as that massive container's contents poured in frantically, as if draining into a bottomless abyss. You'll be the same someday. Only now did the man manage to finish his sentence, completely frozen in shock. In the blink of an eye, half the contents from the can had already been poured down. Holding the remaining half, Lu Su asked politely, "Are you sure you don't want any?" Without waiting for a reply, he immediately continued. "All right, thanks." Then came a tilt of the neck as he continued guzzling. From start to finish, it took less than a minute for that entire enormous container to vanish down his throat. This manner of consumption had completely transcended human behavior. Simply put, when it comes to eating, what Lu Su is demonstrating right now is nothing short of supernatural, it's outright superhuman power. To be honest, the moment Lu Su picked up that can, his instincts screamed rejection. Though under the influence of the gluttony mask, he perceived the contents as the most exquisite delicacy imaginable. Reason warned him this might not be edible. But committed to testing the mask's capabilities and factoring in the agony value, Lu Su resolved to go through with it anyway. Old 8's secret recipe burger. But the moment it entered his stomach, Lu Su completely lost control. A heavenly delicacy. He had never tasted anything so delicious before. It wasn't just stimulating his taste buds anymore, it was directly electrifying his brain. Can't stop. Downing the entire jar brought an all-over comfort, a warm sensation enveloping his entire body as if he'd stepped into a fairyland. Yet there wasn't the slightest feeling of fullness. On the contrary, his hunger intensified to new extremes. Ravenous appetite consumed him as Lu Su felt surges of energy coursing through his limbs, driving him to seek even more food. The numerous spectators who had been watching Lu Su, along with the staff of related organizations, were all dumbfounded at this moment. What? No way. Ha? What does this mean? Is this also part of the mission content? I don't understand at all. Is there anyone who can explain this? Where's the blank expert from before? Can someone tell us what this means? Compared to that, the lunatic's behavior across the street seems downright normal. I'd long heard this big shot had unique ways of doing things. Analysts from major organizations were scratching their bald heads, unable to figure out what any of this meant. But Lu Su had given the reason very clearly from the start. He was hungry. The patient swallowed hard, staring at the masked figure before him, feeling his mind turn sluggish. You're not staff. You're another patient? Lu Su settled comfortably on the floor, deciding to lower all his defenses. Regarding hunger, he resolved not to restrain it, surrendering completely. All rationality would remain anchored to his core purpose, focusing solely on the mission. This is delicious. The life you lead here every day must be what the gods enjoy. The man's lips twitched a few times. And here I am entertaining the gods? After a moment of mental chaos, he let out a cold laugh and glanced at the plate beside him and the medicine on it. His gaze turned vicious once more, glaring fiercely at Lu Su. No more acting, is that it? No one cared what these people ate. So-called meals were just ways to force-feed them medicine. They used to at least put on a pretense. Was this lunatic now planning to shove the medicine down his throat directly? Pointing at the medicine with his finger, the patient spoke up. What's the meaning of this? Oh, my apologies. Lu Su glanced over and offered an apology. Then he picked up the dish, flipped his hand, and poured everything into his mouth. Without even needing to chew, he swallowed it all straight down. Wasting is shameful. That guy across from me seems pretty decent, he even reminded me. After finishing his meal, Lu Su rubbed his growling stomach and glanced at the scrawny man shackled opposite him before asking, You full yet, skinny? Scrawny patient, huh? Knocked out face? What did I eat? Didn't you eat everything? When did I ever eat your food? Lu Su asked in confusion, degree. It was as if what had happened just seconds ago never existed at all. Barefaced lie with eyes wide open. Patient. Ha? He clasped his head in his hands, replaying everything in his mind. Comparing it with Lu Su's earnest tone now, he couldn't help but seriously doubt whether his mental state was deteriorating further. Yeah, there's no way food that disgusting and revolting could be for the staff to eat. Could it be that even eating now gives me hallucinations? Was it me eating just now? The patient muttered to himself, his gaze gradually growing unfocused. Ha? No? What does that mean? Tricking the fool into crippling himself. Got it. I got it. It's about brainwashing the other person into doubting themselves first, then interrogating becomes easier. Absolute legend. The people in the live stream seemed to have understood something by now, and they began praising enthusiastically once again. No, the medicine. My medicine. Suddenly, the skinny man's eyes turned blood red as he lunged madly toward Lu Su. Click, click. The iron chains held his body suspended in midair, mere feet away from Lu Su, yet it might as well have been an insurmountable distance, impossible to bridge. Where are my pills? Where are my pills? If you ate them, what am I supposed to take? The man who had previously rejected medication now suddenly lost control, looking like a demon with his emaciated body exposing wiry muscles covered in bloodstains. The chains creaked under tension. The strength displayed by this person was clearly beyond human limits. What pills? I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about, Lu Su responded with remarkable composure, appearing utterly unfazed. I get it now, brother, you must still be hungry. Don't worry, I'll absolutely never let you go hungry. The portions they give here are truly too small. I'll definitely help you. Look how skinny you've gotten, you're practically wasting away. With that, he gently patted the head of the now madman before him, then immediately dashed out, looking utterly unable to wait another moment. The patient left in the room alternated between fits of madness, moments of calm, and desperate howls while writhing on the floor. After running out, Lu Su dashed forward along the circular corridor. At the entrance of each cell sat that revolting meal and pills. What was I coming out for again? Lu Su's mind was slightly muddled. I'll eat first, worry about the rest later. With that, he immediately began devouring everything like a whirlwind, eating with reckless abandon. Every time the hospital announced for patients to return to their wards, Lu Su would sprint back at lightning speed. The skinny patient was dumbfounded. This guy claimed he went out to find food, so why did he come back feasting like crazy every time? Where's my food, bro? Except for the initial snacks each player brought into their room, all the demon hospital breakfast rations left outside had been completely devoured by Lu Su. It's worth mentioning. At first, Cole glanced at the food, thought for a moment, but didn't take any. He simply pushed the door open and went straight in. So, Chapter 32, Where's the food? Cole's mind was blown. So the food Kirk intentionally left behind temporarily also ended up in Luce's stomach. When passing by Kirk's door, Luce even glanced inside and noticed the entrance was left slightly ajar. But he didn't dwell on it. What was the game? Who was Kirk? He'd long forgotten. Just eat. Foreign boss beware. I just checked out this Kirk guy's livestream. He's actually pretty skilled. He deliberately didn't bring the food inside. It's all part of his strategy. I'm kinda looking forward to seeing his expression. While Lusu was devouring everything outside like a whirlwind, Kirk inside the room was carefully employing his special abilities, coaxing step by step. Kirk, the proud American, yet with ample reason for his pride. A former CIA criminal profiler, he mastered negotiation techniques and psychoanalysis, served as an honorary professor at Harvard University, and earned numerous honors in the field of criminal investigation. Thanks to his extraordinary capabilities, after his rookie mission he accessed vast quantities of classified data, recognized the game's significance, and achieved a flawless victory in his first gameplay session. And now, he's a superpowered player. Mind interference. In terms of superhuman abilities, he had even surpassed the achievements of Lusu. Given his background and his current superpowers, Coke felt it wouldn't be an issue to extract some information from a few psychiatric patients. How many years have you been here? To everyone's surprise, Coke spoke fluent Chinese the moment he opened his mouth. The game wouldn't create language barriers internally, but at this moment, he proactively chose to speak Chinese. I can't remember clearly. 3 years? 30 years? Kirk frowned, doing his utmost to interfere with the other's mind while pressing his questions. Through his previous gentle persuasion and harmless, non-threatening questions, he had already basically numbed and controlled the other party. Now he knew that the person opposite was named Long Lu, who, like his own mother, kept muttering something about a mission or the like, and had a craving for fish-flavored shredded pork. Especially the Yu Xiang Ro Si, shredded pork with garlic sauce, they kept repeating it for some reason. So, what illness do you think you have? Kirk asked. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. Long Lu shook his head frantically as if caught in some delirious fit, while Coker felt himself losing control over the situation moment by moment. Alright, sir, we're willing to believe that. So who do you think here deserves to be called the sickest one? Me? Daisine? No. Medicine. Long Joe drooled as he spoke, already delirious and barely in control. Kirk let out a sigh, realizing there was no other way. He'd have to withdraw for the time being. Fine, you rest for a bit. I'll go out to get you something to eat, your favorite shredded pork with garlic sauce. I'll have it back for you in no time. With that, Kirk stood up directly and went outside, ready to fetch the meal and medicine. He hadn't wanted to do this initially. He believed drugs and such things might severely trigger resistance and the psychological trauma accumulated over the years. But now, he could no longer control the situation through personal charisma alone and had no choice but to resort to medication first. However, he had already drawn the other's consciousness into his own rhythm. While other outcomes were uncertain, making that pile of sinister acts appear as harmless as shredded pork and garlic sauce to the other party wasn't a problem. Fish-fragrant shredded pork still seems to be the other party's obsession. Once their obsession is satisfied, then make them take the medication, and after gaining complete control over them, the information about this game will become much simpler. Hell mode isn't that big of a deal after all, just looks a bit more sinister and eerie. The other Chinese people probably haven't made progress as fast as mine. He didn't care whether someone was slacking off, his purpose in joining the game was to achieve a flawless victory. In his eyes, there was no such thing as cooperation. Players were competitors. Whoever cracked the game first would reap greater rewards, and through this snowball effect, they would grow increasingly formidable in the future. Hell mode couldn't intimidate him. With this thought, Kirk had already stepped outside, hands in his pockets and the corners of his lips curling upward, a perfect Western rendition of the infamous Crooked Smile Dragon King. I just stepped out and looked. The plate is empty? Where's the food? Kirk was stunned. This was the first time since entering the game that something had happened beyond his control. Where's the food? Why is there only an empty plate left? The food being gone is one thing, but now all the medicine is missing too? Instinctively, Kirk glanced toward the other room doors. With so many rooms and only 5 players total, there had to be more food somewhere. His body tensed as his eyes darted left and right on reflex. No, nothing at all? Where did all the food go? What the F **K? Cole couldn't help but swear under his breath, looking utterly bewildered. Could it be that uneaten food left outside vanished in this game? The previous game announcement didn't mention it at all. And why is the food gone but the plate's still here? I kinda feel bad for this dude's expression. Didn't expect his own teammates to be the biggest problem. No matter how brilliant the mind is, who could have guessed those things were eaten by teammates? My heart aches for Kirk. Kirk's game screen was now flooded with comments across the entire display. A thoroughly bewildered Kirk retreated back into his room, his earlier confidence completely evaporated. When he looked up again, his eyebrows were practically twitching. The previously dazed Long Lu opposite him had completely shed his foolish demeanor. His bloodshot eyes now radiated pure menace, and the iron chains binding him creaked ominously. Cracks were already beginning to appear on the walls and floor where they'd been clawed at. The sheer superhuman strength on display made Kirk's teeth ache with tension. It felt like his opponent could break free at any moment and charge over to finish him off. Fish-flavored shredded pork, where is it? Wait a moment, the chef is still preparing the fish-flavored shredded pork. To give you the best taste experience, please be patient. Kirk forced himself to stay calm, trying to placate the other person. I'll go and hurry them up. With that, he simply closed the door and left first. While Kirk was at his wit's end, Lu Su had already eaten his way to the end of the circular corridor along his journey. In an open room over there, that Tom was parked. Found anything, dear player? The familiar mechanical voice sounded as the tin-plated robot turned its head to look at Lu Su. Do you have any more food? Tom seemed to have been caught off guard by the direct question and didn't respond immediately. You smell lovely, Lu Su continued, but made no further moves. As the red light was about to flash, he turned and walked back to his room. After taking a few steps, he turned his head and came face to face with Kirk, who had come out to gather information. Defying superstition, Kirk was walking toward the end of the corridor, checking each hospital room one by one. Holding the can in his hand while facing the other person, Lu Su tilted his head back and gulped it down, as if afraid the other might snatch it from him. Kirk. Chapter 33, his eyes instantly cleared. Bro, I was just joking with you. Watching the unexpectedly approaching figure in a red mask and observing Lu Su's hand movements, Kirk felt his brain practically cramping up. Am I hallucinating? Did the mental interference backfire on me? Watching Lu Su chug down a strange canned drink in the blink of an eye, he forced himself to accept everything happening before him, eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. Epic encounter of the century. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. I keep switching between their perspectives honestly, such a terrifying atmosphere got turned into a comedy somehow. Despite the hilarity, I have no idea how they're going to complete their mission. This is the hell game after all. What are you doing? Kirk looked at Lu Su opposite him in disbelief, completely abandoning national arrogance as he directly asked in Chinese. Eating? Isn't it mealtime now? Lu Su replied matter-of-factly. Do you have any more food? Kirk opened his mouth but found himself speechless. He simply couldn't comprehend what Lu Su was up to at that moment. He tried to disturb Lu Su's mind, only to find it already in complete turmoil. His feeble interference had absolutely no effect whatsoever. It was as futile as him dripping a drop of ink into a mud pit, attempting to taint the already murky waters. The moment he activated his supernatural ability, he even felt an immediate backlash, his face turning visibly pale. Kirk stared at Lu Su with a mix of horror and disbelief, his mind racing. Has this guy been through something? In this hellish game, has he already suffered psychological damage? In that brief moment of eye contact, Kirk's mind raced through 10,000 possible scenarios, while Lu Su's brain was busy cataloging 10,000 classic cuisines from around the world. Suddenly, a glint caught the corner of his eye. He spotted the small plate in Lu Su's right hand. There were still 6 pills on it. Without time for further thought, he sharply exclaimed, "Give me the medicine." Lu Su yawned and said, "What kind of gibberish are you speaking? I can't understand you. Give me the medicine in your hand." "What medicine? This isn't medicine, it's my breakfast." Alright, this is breakfast. Can you give me your breakfast? Kirk began coaxing gently, realizing that Lu Su before him had probably lost his sanity, so he adopted the communication style used with mentally unstable individuals. Why should I give you my breakfast? Are you a beggar? Lu Su retorted, his mask displaying a displeased expression, asterisk. Kirk, right, why should someone else's food be given to me? No, why am I thinking about these things? Shaking his head fiercely to calm himself down, Kirk finally realized that this hellish game was indeed rather difficult. With patience, he said to Lu Su, because I am a poor wretch, I've been starving for a long time, and now I need your help. For Christ's sake, won't you help me, my dear sir? In his desperation, Kirk even started speaking in dubbed English style. If you're hungry, eat food. You can't just take medicine as if it's food. Are you insane? Lu Su retorted, then picked up the plate in his hand, flipped it over, and swallowed 6 pills in one go. Kirk, isn't I just going along with what you said, and now I'm the crazy one? But watching Lu Su take the last pill, his heart sank to the bottom. Damn it, why did a perfectly good game turn out like this? Total pig teammate. Can't this game be designed for solo play? The crimson warning lights flared, forcing both men back to their rooms. Kirk's gaze grew gradually colder as he watched Lu Su's retreating figure, saying calmly, if you still have a shred of sanity left, use the exit coin. At least your life can be saved. Lu Su didn't even turn his head, as if completely unaware the words were addressed to him, and strode quickly back to his room. After Kirk returned to his room, his entire body had tensed up. Dragon 6 rolled on the ground, howling like a raging ghost. The scars on his body were torn open by his own fingers, blood smeared everywhere. On the brick-laid floor, he'd actually managed to claw out fragments with his bare hands. Is this even human? The calmness in Kirk's eyes gradually turned into wariness. He didn't dare to speak either, standing pressed against the doorway. Medicine, medicine. Where's my yuxiang shredded pork? Faced with the other party's obviously insane remarks, Kirk swallowed hard and began to mediate. The food is still being cooked. Turning the gaze back to Lusa's side, he had also returned to his own room and was facing his emaciated, monkey-like patient. The situation he faced was similar to Kirk's. A patient who hadn't eaten anything was rolling around like an alien, practically on the verge of transforming. But Lusa showed no trace of fear, casually strolling over to sit cross-legged beside the other person, asking with natural ease, "Ah, what a thoroughly satisfying breakfast. Did you eat your fill this time? You didn't even bring me back a single thing." If the patient could still speak normally at this moment, he would have yelled those words directly into Lusa's ear. But he couldn't speak now, only producing various meaningless sounds. "Arg, arg. You'll become like me too. You'll become just like me." Roaring through clenched teeth, he strained the chains taut as his fingers sliced down like blades, carving a deep gash across Lusa's shoulder where blood immediately gushed forth. But Lusa showed no reaction at all. He just sat leaning against the wall, muttering to himself. "Ah, looks like you're still hungry. Yeah, same as you. I'm still hungry too." Patient. He had gone mad, wildly flailing his limbs, leaving cuts and wounds all over Lusa's body. Chosen of suffering, pain value +1. Chosen of suffering, pain value +1. Lusu remained completely unresponsive, passively enduring the relentless assault as though he couldn't see anything happening. "Alright, we're done eating. What did you want to talk about?" Lusa turned and spoke to this ghostly face. Patient, surprised face. "Shouldn't it be you who came looking for me?" Perhaps Lusa's thoughts were too chaotic, making his condition seem worse than the other person's, to the point where even the patient couldn't help but speak up. I'm so hungry, but I also feel like I ate too much." Lusa patted his belly and stood up. "Bro, this position feels kinda uncomfortable. You came to me for help, right?" As he spoke, he grabbed the other's incoming arm, an arm capable of splitting bricks and cracking stones, but under Lusa's grip, it became completely immobilized. A red glow flashed as Lusa drew his sharp blade from the backpack. The side effect of the gluttony mask, consumed food energy, doesn't belong to you. If it reaches a certain limit without release, it might cause your body to explode and die. Then let's release some. Roark Aya. The patient whose wrist was gripped roared like a wild beast. In the next instant, a red light flashed. 24 points of strength, amplified by the triple sharpness of the blade, combined with the partial release of gluttony's power. Crack! The seemingly unbreakable chains, sturdy enough to shackle a dinosaur, snapped instantly. At the same moment, the howling from the other side abruptly ceased as they stared blankly at the chains that had bound them for who knows how many years. The madness and turmoil in their eyes seemed to instantly clear considerably, and the hands that had been frantically clawing at Lusa finally lowered. What's going on? Chapter 34, breakfast concluded, yet not a single person in the entire ward took their medication. The patient stared at the broken chain as if frozen by a paralysis spell, standing completely still. His back no longer ached, his legs no longer hurt, even his mental illness seemed instantly cured. The man who had desperately tried to kill Lusu moments ago now acted as if it had never been him. "Bro, I was just joking with you earlier. Please don't take it seriously. What the hell just happened? Here he comes, insane strength. This top player's gameplay shocked me last time. Could have just hacked and slashed his way through, but no, he had to perfectly blend into the psychopath squad. Honestly, I'd heard about this legend's condition from the last game. Coming to the mental hospital must feel like coming home for him." The thin patient stood there awkwardly, his entire body stiffening as if he didn't know what to do next. He had shed one chain, but something far more unbreakable than shackles still bound him, Lusa's grip on his wrist. In those fleeting seconds, his nerves seemed paralyzed, his arm completely numb to sensation. Lusu exhaled slowly, feeling the violent energy within him subside slightly, bringing some relief. He released the other's hand. "What are you?" Perhaps the overwhelming external stimulus momentarily pulled the patient from the chaos of his mind, granting him a sliver of clarity. "I'm your fellow patient." Yet Lusa's mental state was no clearer than his, and the conversation remained bizarrely incoherent. "What's your name?" "My name is Guadigang." "Patient?" Though it was a perfectly ordinary name, for some reason, he simply couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. "My name is Longwu. My name is Longwu." Lusu hadn't even asked yet when Longwu proactively declared, no, practically erupted, his own name, as if snapping out of a daze and finally remembering who he was. But the clarity in his eyes soon faded, overtaken once more by chaos and madness. The hand that had gained its freedom began to writhe again. Yet, for some unknown reason, he did not attack Lusu, who stood right before him. Instead, he started swinging the iron chains, lashing out at the walls and the ground. From the outside, it looked like a futile, frenzied rage. Breakfast time has ended. All players, please return to the designated correction area. Breakfast time is over. The game's timer suddenly blared loudly, echoing throughout the prison-like hospital. Oh, the bell's ringing. Seems like it's time to head back. Lusu murmured to himself, paying no further attention to the man behind him who had already begun showing symptoms, and strode out nonchalantly. But suddenly, just as Lusu's figure was about to step outside, a loud bang sounded from behind. Go! Turning back slowly, what Lusu saw was Long Wu collapsing headfirst onto the ground. At this moment, the other man's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging across his purplish face. His forehead had struck the ground hard, and blood was slowly trickling from his temple. His tattered clothes and bloodstains covering his body made him look like someone who had suffered daily imprisonment and torture for 10 years. Seeing Lusu turn around, he continued to squeeze out words through gritted teeth, eyes red. Go, get away from here. If you don't leave, you'll end up just like me. Lusu fell silent for a few seconds, slightly bending down to look at Long Wu. A strange smiling expression gradually appeared on his masked face. He spoke in a teasing tone. Sir, how are we, any different now? You'll still invite me for lunch, won't you? The voice was like a freezing spring, pouring down from overhead, giving Long Wu an inexplicable illusion of his entire body turning cold. After speaking, Lusu straightened up and walked out of the ward. Boom! With a loud bang, the door closed, and everyone returned to that initial room, still the same 5 people, no more, no less. Yet, the expressions on each person's face were far from pleasant. Apparently, no one had made good progress in this round of the game's tasks. The only female player had turned pale, clearly frightened, while the big guy from earlier was actually injured. His entire right arm was drenched in blood, with a hastily tied makeshift bandage made from his jacket still visibly seeping. Alright, players, the first round of the game has ended. How are you all adjusting? A mechanical voice sounded. It was Tom speaking. He was present in the room at that moment. You can all briefly share your experiences and summarize your insights while waiting for the next meal to begin. Of course, if any of you believe you've identified the person in the most critical condition, feel free to inform me at any time. You may now proceed with your own tasks. After speaking, Tom rolled his caterpillar tracks to a corner and ceased all movement, as if powering down into standby mode. Fuck! Goddamn fucking game! A furious roar suddenly erupted in the room as the bulky man, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, desperately clutched his bloodied arm. What kind of place is this? They call this a hospital? Those things aren't even human. His continuous stream of curses made it abundantly clear people could hear the unmistakable tone of fear in his words. Turns out, after entering the ward, the big guy had been solely focused on completing his task, rushing to administer medication to meet his own objectives. He didn't even glance at these tormented patients. When a patient refused to eat, he actually tried to pry their mouth open and force-feed them. At that moment, he finally realized what he was up against. Inside each of these pitiful patients seemed to lunge like ravenous beasts. In an instant, the burly man stood no chance against them. If it weren't for his good physical fitness and regular exercise allowing him to escape in the end, he might have lost his life this time. Right, their physical abilities are almost beyond human measurement. Jiutian chimed in from the side at this moment. Considering it's a hell game, this level of difficulty is to be expected. Be extra careful, at least they're still chained, and we still have medicine. I suggest everyone shares the intel they have so far. I'll go first. I've noticed a strange phenomenon. My patients initially resist the medication vehemently, but after some persuasion from me, they suddenly become frantic, insisting on taking the drugs. The woman's face also turned pale, and she continued after Jiutian, saying, yes, the patient I encountered initially seemed to have manic episodes too, completely refusing medication or food. But then suddenly, after a while, they started roaring angrily to eat everything, swallowing all the pills. It was very strange. Besides, after taking the medicine, that manic feeling disappeared, but nothing useful could be extracted either. The mind was completely chaotic. At that very moment, Kirk suddenly stood up. I have nothing to say, I just have a question. Then, looking at Lusu lying flat on the ground, he said, do you realize that apart from you few patients, everyone in this entire hospital hasn't taken their medicine this time? Did you eat them all? You, Mr. Red Mask. Kolki's last 2 sentences were spoken directly in Chinese. Hearing his words, everyone froze momentarily before turning their heads in shock, unsure of what had transpired between these 2 individuals. Chapter 35. Patients appear more rational before him. Medicine isn't the key to clearing the level. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became terrifyingly silent. No one had expected such internal discord to erupt when the mission hadn't made any progress at all. Jiutian fell silent for a few seconds, his mind struggling to process this information. What did he mean by saying he ate everything alone? So he took the initiative to ease the tension. Mr. Koch, what exactly do you mean by that? Literal meaning, Kirk replied stiffly. I never thought someone could actually gain the ability to eat from a game. I feel this is completely obstructing our game progress. Kirk looked extremely irritated, having lost much of his earlier rationality and arrogance. Upon closer inspection, one could see a bloody scratch on the other party's face. That was because he failed to bring back the fish-fragrant shredded pork, causing the patient Long Lu inside the room to scrape gravel from the ground and throw it at him. Zhou Tian glanced back and forth between the two of them but still didn't quite understand. Eventually, he chose to directly seek help from the external staff in his livestream. After all, they had always been watching over him. Note, Zhou Tian, it's exactly as it sounds. This red-masked contestant literally ate all the delivered products in this entire hospital. Not just medicine, but food too. All kinds of food. After counting, there are a total of 112 portions. This is absolutely impossible for a human to accomplish. The volume of food far exceeds the world record in competitive eating. We speculate this must be one of that person's supernatural abilities, extremely abnormal in terms of level and uniqueness. It's just, currently seems rather useless. Ha! Zhou Tian stared at the replies from his team members on the subtitles, his brain practically short-circuiting. His expression at that moment strongly resembled Coker's when the latter had stepped out earlier and spotted Lu Su. Brain cramp technique. No way, is he sick? What is he eating? That stuff is edible for humans? Isn't he afraid of poisoning himself? Is he trying to test his superpowers or something? Wait, what's the backstory here? Why is he eating it? And why is he eating it all? Was there no particular moment that sparked it? What a pity, Zhou Tian special agent, there's no backstory, no reason why. Well, if I had to say there was any truth to it, it's that from the very start he kept saying he was hungry, so hungry, and all he wanted was to eat, so he ate everything. It was utterly absurd. Our behavioral analysts have been actively working, but we still can't determine the purpose behind his actions. There's suspicion that his mental state may be severely disordered. Compared to him, the other patients in the same ward seemed much more normal. Notably, the patients in his ward actually initiated rational conversations with him twice, something none of you players have ever managed to do. It's just a shame. The patients were rational, but he wasn't, so no further meaningful dialogue developed. Zhou Tian's frown deepened, unable to make sense of the situation. No reason, no motive, yet the outcome turned out relatively favorable. What the hell? A patient is more rational than him. A patient could actually engage in a rational conversation with him? Is there really no meaning in this? After all, since being chosen by the game and becoming a special agent, he had gained extensive grassroots experience and knew many things were not as simple as they appeared. Following the rules rigidly often leads to getting nothing done. In grassroots life, it's often those who seem unruly and don't adhere strictly to procedures who ultimately achieve decent results. He didn't know what was really going on with Lu Su, nor could he come up with a reasonable explanation. Additionally, there's one point that requires particular attention. No matter what, don't offend him. Don't offend that person. Their combat power is extremely terrifying. Brewer Tian frowned. This was the first time he'd seen combat power described as extremely terrifying. At this moment, Lu Su, who had been lying dormant all along, finally spoke up, interrupting Brewer Tian's thoughts. Oh, it's you, my begging brother. What's the matter? Haven't you gotten any food yet? Lu Su spoke words only the two of them could understand, sprawling comfortably on the ground. The big guy and the woman stood to one side, utterly baffled by the situation unfolding before them, having no idea what they were up to. Kirk had shed his previous arrogance, speaking through gritted teeth. Those drugs are for mental patients, not for you to take. You've taken too much, and now you're completely out of your mind, aren't you? If you're not right in the head, just quit. This game isn't for you. If you didn't get any handouts, don't blame me. I got mine through my own skills. Lu Su continued to spout nonsense. Enough! Kirk exploded with fury. Accustomed to living life from a position of superiority, he'd never before experienced this infuriating sense of talking to an utter fool. Don't you understand? If I could just get my hands on that drug now, I could make tremendous progress. I'm just inches away from gaining complete control over him. This damn game itself wasn't dangerous at all. You're the one who manufactured all the danger. Chinese man, I can't tell whether you're playing the fool or have genuinely lost your mind. Those medicines are items to clear the game levels. You're obstructing the game's progress, sabotaging the hell mode difficulty. You'll condemn us all to hell. Either behave properly or get the hell out. Get out of this game. Suddenly, Lu Su, who was lying on the ground, slightly raised his head and glanced at him. From behind the red mask, sharp glints seemed to shoot out like electricity. Kirk felt as if he'd suddenly been targeted by a predator in the wild, experiencing a momentary flash of clarity in his mind. Lu Su slowly spoke up. How do you know those medications are the clearance items for this game? Who told you? All eyes simultaneously turned toward Lu Su lying on the ground. He's speaking human language? For the first time, Lu Su uttered meaningful words, beginning to converse like a normal player. Kirk's brain momentarily froze as well, and Zhou Tian likewise fell into recollection. Come to think of it, the game's description never mentioned anything about drugs. The medicine could relieve the patient's symptoms. This was written on the tray, alongside that shit like food, fundamentally serving as part of the game. What exactly the medicine did, how it worked, or what illness it treated, they had no idea to begin with. Even Kirk himself had doubts from the start and wanted to rely on his own abilities instead of the medicine. Yet in the end, they all silently accepted it. Lusa's voice continued, this time with absolute conviction. Those medicines were never meant to be props for clearing game levels. His words exploded like thunder, plunging everyone into silence. Even Tom, the sheet metal robot who'd stood motionless in the corner, turned his head to look in their direction. Kirk frowned deeply, lost in thought. The entire group became immersed in contemplation. Zhou Tian spoke up. What do you mean? That wasn't game equipment, Lusa said, lying back down again. That was my breakfast. Ah, I'm getting hungry again. When will lunch start? Kirk, hashtag %% UN hashtag. Chapter 36, Repair, Growth. The terrifying power of the gluttony mask. Fuck. You son of a bitch, $$ hashtag dollar. Untranslatable, interpret at your own discretion. Kirk immediately started cursing. All the pent-up emotions he'd barely managed to accumulate collapsed completely at this moment. He genuinely never encountered this kind of opponent before. He had been completely immersed in thought. Considering that the words did make some sense, perhaps this guy before him had some extraordinary considerations. Just as he was starting to take it seriously, the other casually remarked, that was breakfast? Why the hell don't you just call it your last meal before execution? Still not recovered from your illness, huh? What time is it now? A surge of blood choked back in his throat, Coke flushed crimson with suffocating rage, pointing at Loser while unleashing a torrent of abuse. Yet he couldn't actually produce any substantial curses, investigating a psychiatric hospital only to find a lunatic among his own teammates. How the hell was he supposed to proceed with this? Loser lay on the floor, watching the infuriated Coke with fresh curiosity, as though meeting him for the first time, and asked curiously, oh my goodness, what happened? Poor Tom? Has that white cat been toying with your affections again? I'm the real Tom. I'm not pitiable, and moreover, you shall call me the Great Tom. In the corner, the tin robot that had initially turned its head added earnestly, then twisted its head back again. The female player lowered her head in speechless frustration, feeling as if her head was splitting with pain. The burly man immediately started cursing and grumbling as he resumed bandaging, having just burst 2 more spurts of blood in his rage. The entire scene descended into something resembling a farce. The previously solemn atmosphere instantly collapsed, and in that moment, no one gave any more thought to the matter of medicine or poison. It was as if everything had been the delirious ramblings of a mentally disturbed individual. Zhou Tian was initially quite puzzled. He had thought Lu Su must be someone extraordinary who would do unusual things and had been pondering this for a while, but now, it seemed best not to overthink it. Don't end up lost in some lunatic's train of thought and get yourself trapped in this hellish game. It can literally kill you. Leading a team is no easy task. But recalling his colleagues' mention of Lusa's top-tier combat prowess and recognizing that internal discord was the last thing they needed right now, he hastily stepped in to mediate, saying, everyone, calm down first. Let's focus on the game and stop fighting among ourselves. The flamboyant guy in red? Lusa seemed to have just recognized Zhou Tian before him. Zhou Tian's mouth twitched involuntarily. Seriously, dude, aren't you already mentally unstable? How come you still remember that nickname you gave me so clearly? Go fuck away from me. Get away from me. Kirk no longer wanted to say anything more. After coldly leaving those words, he walked straight away from the crowd and sat farther apart. There was no such thing as a team. These useless people either served no purpose or were downright counterproductive, just like that lunatic. He could only make plans for what came next by himself. Lu Su also lay on his back, staring at the sky as if oblivious to everything, lost in his chaotic world. His earlier shout of red-robed flirt had been deliberate, which was about the extent of responsibility he could muster for this team. He was sending a signal that he hadn't completely lost his sanity. If he didn't allow his mental confusion free rein, he couldn't enjoy the enhancements from the gluttony mask, so he let his irrational actions run wild, indulging his body's impulses. Yet, he still clung to the last shred of reason, for completely succumbing to madness and being controlled by the mask was unacceptable. Whether anyone received or understood the signals he was transmitting, however, remained uncertain. He was now reveling in the experience, savoring that intoxicating sensation of power. Though the side effects of the gluttony mask were severe, its unique power amplification currently far surpassed that of the greed mask. 112 portions of food and 700 unidentified pills delivered an overwhelming surge of energy. Lusa currently felt as if there was a powder keg inside his body, ready to unleash immense power at any moment. Cutting through iron with a single blade strike earlier had been child's play in comparison. Torrents of energy swelled within him. With every fraction absorbed, his body repaired itself while his strength grew exponentially. Earlier in the room when Long Wu attacked him, Lu Su had allowed his opponent to claw at him freely, harvesting 4 or 5 points of agony value in the process. But now, in the eyes of other players, he was merely someone with tattered clothes. No one noticed he had been injured, because every wound had already completely healed. The accumulated energy within his body possessed an almost monstrous regenerative ability when it came to these outwardly visible injuries. What's more, his current strength had increased from 24 points to 25. To be precise, all his attributes, except for spirit which remained unchanged, had increased by a single point. This wasn't due to his own attribute allocation, but rather the terrifying effect of the gluttony mask. The sheer potency of its energy, with just a trace absorbed by his body, had already achieved such results. He intended to make full use of this mask. As long as his core rationality remained intact, superficial chaotic thoughts meant nothing. Moreover, he wondered if the disordered mindset somehow resonated with this place. He always felt that with this muddled and unclear state of mind, he could actually think more clearly about many things. Like those medications, like these people. The argument ended, and there was still some time left before lunch. Kirk was standing facing the wall, deep in thought, while Lusa lay motionless on the ground. No one knew what these two perfect clearance players were actually planning. Zhou Tian tried several times to start a conversation, wanting to see what news there was at the moment and what the next steps were. However, few responded. Everyone had collectively learned 2 pieces of information during breakfast earlier. First, that the patients would only calm down relatively after taking medication, and second, that the patients would insist they weren't ill. This fit the characteristics of mental illness perfectly. Such information wasn't much help in advancing the mission. After hesitating, Zhou Tian finally shared some news of his own. My patient said something to me. Aside from claiming he wasn't sick, he also said he was innocent. I don't know if it'll be helpful, but everyone can consider this as reference. The muscular man and the woman showed no reaction, but Kirk and Lusa lying on the ground noticeably twitched their ears. Lunch is about to begin. Everyone knows the rules, get ready. Time is almost up. The gate opened once again as the tin robot Tom rolled away on its treads, leaving the room. Lunch break begins. All players, please start the game. Kirk slowly opened his eyes and walked toward the door. In the history of international medicine, there has never been a definitive standard for grading the severity of mental illnesses. Yet among them, we must identify the most severely ill person. Yet currently, all the patients still claim they aren't sick. It seems we need to change our approach. Thinking this, he turned his head and looked toward Lu Su. Chapter 37, Is the hospital actually a prison? I love you. I need to warn you. WTF? Just as he turned his head to weigh the pros and cons and persuade Lu Su not to interfere this time, he suddenly realized Lu Su had vanished into thin air the moment he looked back. He was the first one to start moving outward. When the game's opening announcement began, Lu Su was still lying motionless on the ground. Where is everyone? An extremely bad premonition rose in his heart, and then, the clanging of metal began to sound behind him. Once the appetite is awakened, it cannot be suppressed. Lu Su waited for this lunch to start, but naturally, after waiting for so long, no one would wait for him. The moment the meal was announced, he had already dashed out like a leopard, plundering everyone else's lunches. That kind of eating could hardly be called eating, it was just rapidly pouring food in, then moving on to the next bite. It happened so fast that by the time Kirk realized what was happening, Lu Su had already devoured over a dozen plates and was speeding ahead at an astonishing pace. It was as though he was terrified someone might snatch it away from him. Honestly, I saw this coming. What the hell? This is supposed to be a horror game, but why is it so goddamn hilarious? Ha! Poor Kirk, I'm dying of laughter. Masked dude gets insta-killed the moment he peeks out. Absolute nonsense. The spectators were utterly dumbfounded. Though they'd previously heard Lusa single-handedly ate all the asylum's food supplies, they never truly grasped what that meant until now. Now seeing it with their own eyes, they looked as if their jaws might drop from sheer astonishment. Zhou Tian couldn't help but swallow hard. Only now did he realize why they said this person's combat ability shouldn't be underestimated, why he shouldn't be provoked. Just based on the way he ate and his charging speed, Zhou Tian seriously suspected that if he approached him now, he might end up being devoured too. Fear. He wouldn't eat me, right? JPG. Stop. With a wail of despair, Kirk forgot all restraint and rushed out frantically, joining the scramble for food. In the end, Kirk managed to secure a plate of medicine, which he carefully tucked inside his coat. Every last morsel of the remaining food was completely swept away. The patients here probably never imagined that while peacefully staying in the hospital, they'd suddenly be denied meals. Kirk glanced at Lu Su warily with the medicine in his hand. This time, he didn't dare say a word. He was genuinely afraid Lu Su might pounce and bite him. Clutching his medicine, he headed straight for Long Lu's room to begin his information gathering in earnest. The other players had clearly already labeled Lu Su as an unstable contestant. They stopped communicating with him and hurried into their rooms as if avoiding something. The patients in the room still appeared somewhat normal. It seemed the hellish difficulty of this infernal game was mainly embodied in this particular individual. Lu Su also entered the previous room, his eyes falling on Long Wu lying on the ground. Long Wu looked as though he had endured severe torture all morning, his body twisted and slumped on the floor. Hearing someone enter, he let out a furious roar and attempted to lunge forward. Yet his charge halted abruptly halfway, his body freezing in an instant. It wasn't restrained by the iron chain, it recognized Lu Su. Its eyes cleared up instantly, the frenzy subsided, and its demeanor became gentle instead. "Hello there, beautiful lady," Lu Su said softly as he closed the door with great politeness. "Why did you change my gender?" Long Wu sat dazedly on the ground, as if his soul had been sucked dry. He didn't move or protest, looking just like a salted fish that had been fried to a crisp. He knew that communicating with the man before him was pointless. Lu Su stood at the doorway and continued, "Why did you call me here? By the way, is there any food? That guy who invited me this morning didn't even let me eat my fill. Absolutely outrageous. Just thinking about it makes me angry. I won't forgive him." Long Wu still didn't say a word, sitting quietly on the ground, thinking to himself that person this morning was also me. "Haven't had your fill yet, have you? You must have ruined my lunch too, right?" Slowly, suddenly, Long Wu, who had been mentally unstable all along, abruptly spoke up on his own. Why me? With great power comes great responsibility, Spider-Man, Lu Su replied with a completely irrelevant response, even patting the other person's shoulder. "Peter, you gotta remember this. What the hell is this? I'm totally confused. What kind of Spider-Man nonsense is this?" The boss is just randomly replying after reading. "But don't you think these patients all seem to have regained some degree of lucidity when speaking before the boss?" Long Wu's lips twitched as if he'd grown accustomed to Lu Su's antics, continuing. "So what exactly are you here for? If you've gone mad, this prison assigns individual cells to every inmate. If not, why come to torment me? I am innocent, those people inside are the guilty ones." Long Wu's words caused the live broadcast room to visibly tremble violently. "Damn, that's some explosive information. What does this mean? Wasn't this supposed to be a hospital? Why has it turned into a prison? What do you mean by people inside?" The patient said so much more than the information we got from Kirk's side. "Is this how the mentally ill communicate? I just wonder if he can understand it." Lu Su rested his hand on Long Wu's shoulder, his masked expression unusually serious, winky face, as if pondering something. "You mean, those people inside will give me food, right?" Long Wu. He desperately wanted to lose control right now, but he restrained himself. "Yes. Thanks for the hospitality." Lu Su stood up and headed straight for the food without a trace of hesitation. After Lu Su left, Long Wu buried his head against the ground, gasping for breath. However, their sins, can be considered repaid here, can't they? Lu Su kept walking inward, all the way to the end of the circular path, arriving at the spot where Tom was parked. His footsteps paused as he looked at Tom and spoke. "Bro, you smell really nice." "Tom." Without another word, Lu Su pushed open a door nearby and entered. In the dim light, against blood-red walls and floor, a figure sat motionless on the ground, slowly lifting its head to reveal a dark face. His eye sockets were sunken, his mouth stretched unnaturally wide in what seemed like a grin, exposing a mouthful of broken, jagged teeth. "Finally, people like you have come again. Where's my meal? Has that shit-like stuff been cancelled too now?" He raised his head and stared straight at Lu Su, who had just entered, emitting an eerie laugh. "I know why you're here, but..." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Su interrupted him. Lu Su said, "I love you. Other party?" Chapter 38, The Great Masked Man begins a new round of torment. "What did you just say?" The patient inside hesitated for a moment, asking suspiciously. "I love you." Lu Su wasn't confused anymore this time, repeating it again quite naturally. "Ha!" Surprised face. With just one confession, the other person was stunned for more than 30 seconds, mouth agape as if something was stuck in their throat, leaving them speechless. The previous perverted grin and twisted expression had completely vanished, leaving only a face full of confusion. "You aren't this." Damn, this opening was unexpected. Opening with an ultimate move, the crowd control effect is impressive. Looks like what Dragon 5 said was true. Masked Dude just switched contestants to torture. "Hey, Kirk, come and learn. Didn't you say Kirk's skill was mental interference? Now let's see what real top-tier mental interference looks like." Just earlier, this patient seemed somewhat rational. Well, that's gone now. The viewers of Lu Su's game livestream had even forgotten about the game's dangers, only finding all this incredibly amusing. But the in-game patient certainly wasn't amused. He stared at Lu Su with an expression like he'd just eaten shit, and ultimately couldn't help but speak up. Why? Lu Su closed the door quite naturally and responded, "Child, you must understand that true love needs no reason." The patient had already forgotten all the words previously prepared, murmuring unconsciously. "So love truly needs no reason? What the hell am I even thinking about this with you?" Looking up at Lu Su with a horrified expression, cursing, Are you out of your damn mind? Are you nuts? Friend, strictly speaking, you're actually the crazy one here, Lu Su responded earnestly. The other person. Well, I guess you might have a point there. Wait, no. He violently shook his head, patted his own face, and inwardly wondered why he always ended up following this guy's train of thought. Originally thinking his toy had arrived, he now inexplicably felt a sense of unease, sensing this person was completely different from anyone who had ever come here before. Who are you? Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others? Lu Su responded with impeccable courtesy. Who am I? I'm not entirely sure myself. His gaze was somewhat bewildered, but you can call me Wang Ao. Ah, Mr. Zhang, hello, I'm Batman, I am Batman. Lu Su deliberately lowered his voice, sounding as if he had phlegm stuck in his throat, imitating the standard DC pronunciation. What the hell? The other's voice rose an entire octave. What the F***ck is all this nonsense? Pounding his head with his fists, Wang Ao even began to wonder if he'd skipped his meds for 2 meals straight. Was his condition worsening? Why does my mind feel so foggy today, like I'm seeing hallucinations? Alright, let's get straight to the point, Lu Su said. Oh, sure, Wang Ao responded instinctively, before the previous gloomy expression resurfaced on his face. So, where's the food? Lu Su asked. Ha? Wang Ao looked up in disbelief, his previously stirred emotions now completely shattered. Where's the food? Lu Su spread his hands, as if interrogating the other. The food, for some reason, they didn't deliver any today. Wang Ao's reply was full of innocence, before he suddenly realized something was off. Wait a minute, shouldn't you be bringing me food? Why? Lu Su's expression was one of utter justification. As the saying goes, when you're brimming with confidence, the other side often loses theirs. Wang Ao was dumbfounded by the question, seeming to genuinely ponder why. Right, why was that? Didn't you ask me to come? Lu Su pressed on relentlessly. When did I ever ask you to come? After entering, Lu Su only spoke a few brief words, but Wang Ao instantly felt as if each moment dragged like a year, his thoughts now a tangled mess in his mind. No, I can't think about these things. In an instant, Wang Ao, his head pounding like a drum, snapped his eyes wide open. His already unstable mental state now teetered on the edge of outright frenzy. Jaw clenched, his entire body erupted with a savage energy. With a sudden stomp of his feet, he shot upright from his seat. Gums streaked with blood were exposed, the facial muscles stretched into stringy strips, with every sinew in his body writhing violently. His condition appeared notably better than Long Wu's had been before. The chains on him were also much fewer, only a single thick shackle remained fastened to his left leg, granting him far greater freedom of movement. Extending pitch-black fingernails, he pointed at Lu Su and said, "Boy, quit beating around the bush with me. I'm warning you." But the next moment, Lu Su's figure seemed to teleport right in front of him, their faces so close they could feel each other's breath. Wang Ao froze. This was the first time he'd seen someone dare to get this close to him on their own initiative. Was this guy not afraid of death? His pupils contracted as a violent impulse surged through him, and he prepared to strike. But the next moment, a strong hand clamped down on his shoulder. "Mr. Lu, what's the rush? Sit down and speak slowly." Then, a tremendous and utterly irresistible force emanated from the other party, pressing down on him like an entire mountain. Wang Ao, who had been completely unprepared, instantly felt his legs give way, collapsing to his knees on the spot. "Ha, why are you kneeling? No need to be so polite, oh, ***. Lu Su spoke as he settled down cross-legged in front of the other person. Wang Ao's lips trembled as his vacant stare remained fixed on Lu Su across from him. For a long moment, he couldn't utter a word. Is he human? Was that the kind of power a human should possess? His blood-red eyes gradually softened, and the earlier impulse to fight instantly vanished without a trace. Excellent, matches expectations. His gaze cleared up in an instant. Ha, exactly like Long Wu before. Long Wu, better you than me, buddy, go ahead and experience it yourself. Judging purely by combat capability, isn't this a bit too overpowered? Let's welcome our great masked one for another round of torture. What's wrong, brotherly? Why are you still kneeling? Lu Su sat facing him, so close they could almost touch. I'm saying even if you can't remember my name, could you at least stick to one surname? How many different surnames have I gone through already? Wang Ao's mind was in complete chaos, stripped of all ability to think clearly. Reasoning with him was futile, and even resorting to force seemed utterly beyond his capabilities. Then it can only be following the procedures. We must quickly take control of the pace and firmly grasp it in our own hands. How pitiful Wang Ao, right here before him, was actually strategizing under Lu Su's utterly deranged state of mind. This lunatic had truly begun thinking tactically. I know why you're here. You have questions for me, don't you? After speaking, Wang Ao, afraid that Lu Su might steer the conversation toward unknown territory, quickly continued without waiting for a reply. Are you here to ask me who the most severely ill person in this asylum is? Chapter 39, The Broken Psychotic, Bloody Games. As Wang Ao spoke, he slightly lowered his head, observing Lu Su from the corner of his eye, his gaze even carrying a hint of smugness. After all, based on his experience, no one who came to seek him out would fail to ask this question. No matter how insane or mentally unstable the person before him might be, he didn't believe they would remain indifferent about this matter. I can answer truthfully, but only if you agree to play a game with me. At this moment, the staff at Jotian who had been monitoring every player's livestream were stunned, all converging their attention on Luce's feed. They never expected that the game, which had shown little progress, would suddenly take such an unexpected turn right here. Wait, that simple? She just came out and said it? Honestly, I feel like this patient isn't even sick at all, seems like the most normal one here. Everything's relative. Compared to this masked big shot, everyone looks pretty normal right now. But did the game NPC really divulge such crucial information so casually? Or has he encountered players like this before? That's actually terrifying when you think about it. Hearing Wang Ao's words, nearly everyone grew excited. Except for one person. Shouldn't the one who's sickest be the one seeking a doctor? What's that got to do with me? Lu Su scratched his ear, looking somewhat perplexed as he spoke. You really don't want to ask about this? Wang Ao was completely baffled. He could now be almost certain that the person before him wasn't the same one he'd met before. So he cautiously probed further, asking, Brother, are you new here? Are you going to live here too? If so, everyone gets their own room, right? Why did you come looking for me? Wang Ao's voice trembled with restless hesitation, even carrying a hint of grievance. After suffering so much torment in this place, who would have thought someone would come today just to torment him further? If you insist on me asking you a question, then it's not impossible. Lu Su stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, What? Wang Ao's eyes instantly flashed red once more, the bloodthirsty desire resurfacing in his gaze. Hearing Lu Su's voice, not to mention Wang Ao, the audience in the live stream room immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They actually thought Lu Su had lost his senses to such an extent that he would truly abandon this easily attainable method of clearance right before his eyes. Yet, against everyone's expectations, the mask of gluttony on Lu Su's face formed a thoughtful expression. Then, with an air of mystery, he leaned forward slightly and asked Wang Ao, Actually, have you noticed something? What? 5 words are actually 3 words? 5, what? Wang Ao's mind instantly buzzed after waiting for so long, momentarily failing to process it. How can 5 words be 3 words? Wait a minute. Then, he counted his fingers slightly, looked up at Lu Su with a pained expression, and nodded speechlessly. So according to you, 5 words is actually 3 words, right? What's the problem? Therefore, 6 words also counts as 3 words, right? Wang Ao. So, 6 equals 5. His facial expression had gone numb. Having lived here for so long, this was the first time he felt such an intense desire to get out. He didn't want to stay in this godforsaken place any longer. Lu Su didn't actually expect an answer from him either, continuing to mutter to himself like a solitary monologue. Following this logic, 7 equals 5, 8 equals 5, 1 equals 2 equals 3 equals 4 equals 0. The grand unified equation of mathematics, I've found it. So, according to this, eating 10 bowls of rice equals eating 3 bowls equals eating 0 bowls equals not eating at all, right? I'm kinda hungry now. At this moment, Wang Ao suddenly lunged forward, grabbed Lu Su's hand with a look of utmost sincerity, and said earnestly, Bro, I think your condition has gotten way worse than mine. For some reason, this creepy hospital hasn't delivered any medicine today. So irresponsible. Tonight, when night comes, you should take my medication. I really think your situation's a bit more serious. Once there was Kong Rong yielding pears, now there's Wang Ao yielding medicine. Wang Ao has utterly baffled me. Seriously, what kind of person could come up with such a question? Right now, I feel like Brother Mask is the only one truly here to play the game pure entertainment. My heart aches for Wang Ao. Wang Ao got played to pieces. After feeling bad for Kirk and Longwu, now we've got Wang Ao to feel bad for too. Lu Su is practically the world's top heart specialist, and even he couldn't cure all this second-hand heartache. Wait, this isn't right. Wang Ao suddenly released his grip, his eyes flashing violently with alternating waves of bewilderment, confusion, and turmoil. I think I might actually be mentally ill. What am I doing? What do I care about this person's problems? What do I care what's wrong with him? I want, he. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Wang Ao's face gradually twisted back into that perverse expression. His lips parted in an idiotic grin, drool slowly trickling from the corners of his mouth. Sir, I know the answer to your question. I know all the answers. But if you want to know the answer, there's a condition: you'll have to play a game with me first. Only then will I tell you. This time, Wang Ao's confusion finally got the upper hand, preventing him from following Lu Su's rhythm. What game? This was also the first time Lu Su genuinely responded to his question. His eyes shimmered with eager crimson light, as if he had finally arrived at his home court. From beneath him, he pulled out a metal piece. That piece of metal was covered in mottled rust, but except for a few notches along the edge, it shone with sharp reflections, clearly honed frequently into a blade. The metallic sheen of the blade reflected the excited gleam on Wang Ao's face. This was truly the manifestation of his ailment. He looked at Lu Su and spoke. Watch closely. Then, with one hand pressed flat against the ground, he began waving the knife wildly in the other. The blade pointed downward, swiftly weaving and striking alternately between the gaps of 5 fingers. Its speed was so fast that after-images flickered in its wake, dancing on the blade's edge in the truest sense. Yet his technique was clearly not that refined. Amidst the dancing after-images, the sound of splitting flesh and flashes of blood occasionally erupted, drawing low moans of pleasure from Wang Ao as the excitement in his eyes grew increasingly intense. Finally, he came to a stop. The blood from his palms had already soaked through the ground, crimson streams meandering across the floor. A bloody metal fragment, still clinging with flesh, was extended toward him. Your turn, 100 strikes. Wang Ao grinned wildly, as if stepping into his natural arena, laughing like the Joker from DC movies. Lu Su slowly raised his head, the mask on his face displaying a huge grinning expression, as he took the blood-stained patch. As I said before, Mr. Chen, I love you. This time I mean it. Chapter 40, Making the Game More Interesting. This time, Wang Ao listened to Lu Su's insane remarks but remained utterly indifferent, as if completely deaf to them. With a mad smile, he stared at that red mask before him, watching the blade in its grasp. This was his illness, and similarly his sin. 100 times? Yes, 100 times. Both men laughed heartily then, staring at each other as they repeated it again, their eyes brimming with mutual desire. Lu Su never expected that at this point, someone would still be so eager to deliver him suffering points. As for Wang Ao, he was already immersed in the highest form of spiritual enjoyment. He craved blood, torment, and pain, whether inflicted upon others or himself, it didn't matter. He couldn't remember how long he'd been here, but he still remembered why he came. Slaughter, torture, indiscriminate harm, he had long transformed into a demon among men. Yet due to mental illness, he avoided execution and was instead confined here, undergoing treatment. But here, he endured torments far more horrifying than death, day after day, year after year. And he relished it. He had adapted to everything here, adapted to his own existence. Moreover, he had encountered several incidents where people came here seeking so-called intelligence from him, only to fall victim to his manipulation and torment. Thus, he sank deeper into the abyss of self-torment and tormenting others, reveling in it. Only this time, he had always exploited their weaknesses, coercing and threatening them, savoring their fear and helplessness. This time, it's a little different. Met someone equally severely ill, and just got mentally messed up by them. But it doesn't matter. Once the game begins, once that bloody feeling returns to him, he won't feel any fear. On the contrary, wouldn't it be more interesting to watch such a unique individual fall before him, witnessing their pain and struggle? Everyone who comes seeking me has their own needs, and whoever has needs will have vulnerabilities. Slap. Lu Su raised his right hand and slammed it forcefully onto the ground, fingers splayed wide and distinct, exposing the gaps between them. With his other hand holding a metal shard, he remained motionless for a long while, as if deep in thought. Then, with a flip of his left hand, he turned the metal shard around and extended it towards Wang Ao opposite him. What? Scared? Wang Ao twisted his neck, his face bearing a smug smile, either mocking or announcing his victory. Then he leisurely sat up, licking the wound on his hand, and said, I don't know what your goal is, but I can assure you this. No matter how strong you are, if you refuse me, your goal won't be achieved. I just want to spend more time with you. The red gluttony mask still wore that playful expression. All seriousness and tension seemed utterly impossible on this mask's features. Here you go, Lu Su said. What? Wang Ao raised an eyebrow slightly. What do you mean? You said it, you do it. Lu Su smiled amiably at him, even giving the blade in his hand a playful flick to assure the other there was no problem. I trust you, you're good at this 100 times over. Wang Ao's mouth twitched momentarily. Then, the corners of his lips curled wildly upward before he burst into roaring laughter. Fine, no problem at all. Then he took the knife, leaned slightly forward, and whispered into Lu Su's ear with a smile. Your mental resilience is truly impressive. You're exactly the kind of prey I like most. I hope you're ready. Then he stepped back slightly, staring fixedly at Lu Su's masked face, observing the subtle shifts in expression, before raising his hand high. With all his strength, he brutally drove that blade deep into the back of Lu Su's hand. Clang! The sound of sharp metal slicing through flesh. Wang Ao had never intended to play the game he'd mentioned. This strike wasn't aimed between the fingers at all. The rusted metal shank sank completely in, blood welling forth as the warm sensation soaked his palm. Wang Ao could feel it, the heat of freshly spilled blood. He licked his lips, gazed at Lu Su's face, and waited for any change in his expression. Yet, disappointment ultimately washed over him. There was no shift in the expression on Lu Su's mask, no tremor in his body, none of the emotions he expected to see appeared opposite him. Even now, at this very moment when the opponent's palm was pierced, there was no evasion, no reflexive muscle spasm that should have occurred. His hand remained completely relaxed, utterly undisturbed. What does that mean? This proves the other completely defied biological instinct, suppressed their neural reflexes, and simply didn't care at all. Wang Ao's facial smile gradually stiffened as he saw Lusu slowly speak at this moment. 1. Lusu's voice was so calm, eerily calm like whispers in the darkness, seeking to drag him into the abyss. Pain's chosen, pain value +2. What, are we keeping score now? Or can't you pull that knife out? As he spoke, those powerful hands clamped onto Wang Ao's wrist, gradually extracting the other's hand along with the metal blade inch by inch. Otherwise, why don't we make this game more interesting? Lusu's words didn't require any response at all. While Wang Ao was still stunned, suddenly everything went dark before his eyes. Lusu's other hand came up to cover his face, shielding his eyes. Ever played this before? Come on, keep going. Wang Ao, shrouded in darkness before him, trembled slightly with a guttural chuckle, as though something were caught in his throat. A complex emotion gripped his heart like a vice, plunging Wang Ao's already muddled mind into utter chaos. Meanwhile, in places beyond his sight unknown to him, Lusu also slowly closed his eyes. Damn, this is a little too extreme, isn't it? I don't understand, but for some reason, I feel really tense. It feels like some kind of competition between two people to me. A battle of minds. Whoever loses experiences a complete collapse of their accumulated pathological thought patterns psychologically. This is apparently called the overjustification effect. Masked Lord didn't fall into his opponent's rhythm. Instead, he's using the opponent's own methods to crush him. Alright, Lusu's slow, gentle voice sounded softly, just like this, 99 more to go. Continue. In the darkness, it seemed as if a command had been given, like a game switch being pressed. Chapter 41, The Collapse of Wang Ao. You're the most sick one. After Lusu issued his command, Wang Ao across from him suddenly let out a maddened roar. With his eyes clenched shut, he began wildly stabbing in all directions. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The metal fragments transformed into the sharpest of blades, raining down in frenzy, some piercing through palms, others slicing off flesh, while some missed entirely, embedding themselves into the ground. Wang Ao's strikes were so violent that even the hand gripping the metal piece was deeply lacerated, blood pouring down and mingling with Lusu's on the floor. Wang Ao carried out his mission like a man possessed, refusing to believe that any mortal flesh and blood in this world shouldn't react to an attack. Even he himself enjoys pain and torment, yet he would never be like the person before him now. Even if he had no reaction to pain, it shouldn't be like this. In Wang Ao's eyes, the other party didn't even seem to consider this as their own body. Even when the 100 strikes were only halfway through, he stretched out his other hand and grabbed Lusu's wrist, wanting to confirm whether he was still there or had already dodged away. But he was disappointed. Lusu's hand remained exactly where it was, unmoving, as though it didn't belong to him at all. And in truth, that was exactly how Lusu felt. He too had shut his eyes, numb to the pain. Combined with his mental chaos, he simply didn't notice anything wrong. Only the intermittent voice echoing in his mind reminded him of the benefits he'd received. Chosen of agony, pain value +1. Chosen of agony, pain value +2. Chosen of agony, pain value +1. Later on, perhaps because the hand was nearly ruined, the incoming pain values became fewer and farther between. 97, 98, 99, 100. Wang Ao hoarsely shouted these numbers before abruptly wrenching his hand free from the person before him, looking down at the unrecognizable mess that was his palm. Then, Lusu's calm voice once again reached his ears. Finished with 100? Isn't it time to answer my question now? Your game is good. I really like it. The voice was calm, the tone gentle. Hee ha, what the hell are you? Laughing senselessly twice, Wang Ao instantly broke down. Roaring at Lusu, he brandished the knife in his hand and lunged forward. Die, you bastard, die. As if possessed by madness, Wang Ao forcefully stabbed the knife into Lusu's shoulder. Lusu didn't even attempt to dodge. But when Wang Ao tried to pull the blade back, he found that under the tension of Lusu's muscles, he couldn't even withdraw the metal from his flesh. There was no time to think, or perhaps he simply lacked the capacity to process anything. Before the next instant, the world spun violently around him. With a loud bang, he was slammed face first into the ground. A giant hand clamped onto Wang Ao's face as Lusu pressed down on him. With a squeeze of those 5 fingers, Wang Ao felt his head might explode in that instant, the intracranial pressure skyrocketing violently. That was absolutely not strength a human should possess. Although Wang Ao's own power had long surpassed human limits, he now believed with absolute certainty that he was utterly outmatched by the man before him. How is this possible? How can you show no reaction at all? What the hell are you? Wang Ao roared, all traces of his earlier rationality vanishing in an instant. Their illness was like a protective shell, tightly encasing them and making them utterly incompatible with the outside world. But now, Lu Su had shattered this shell in the manner Wang knew best. In that instant, a tidal wave of terror completely engulfed him. Lu Su's red mask shimmered with flowing lights that continuously formed various expressions, ever-changing and unpredictable. You know what? There was once a woman who behaved similarly to you who played games with me, kept playing until she tried to kill me. Your luck is better than hers. With her, I didn't give her another chance to speak. Your game was interesting, but now that it's over, shouldn't you answer my question? Lu Su was currently pressing down on Wang Ao with both hands, including that practically ruined palm, leaving the other man completely covered in blood. Wang Ao had long lost his previous demeanor, staring at Lu Su with sheer terror, his mouth repeating the same words incessantly. I don't know, I really don't know, I genuinely know nothing. I'd always trick people this way before. I truly had no idea who was the most severely ill person. Wait, it's you. You're the sickest one of them all. I get it now, I finally understand. You're the one who's sickest of them all. Lu Su forcefully lifted the other's head and slammed it hard against the ground with a loud clang. Did you enjoy that sound? A good sound equals a good head. Who asked you about that? Did I say I was asking about that? Ha! Wang Ao's forehead was bleeding, and he was panting heavily, asking unconsciously, then, what do you want to ask? I'm asking you based on what was said earlier. 3 equals 4, 4 equals 5, so what does 5 equal? And what does 6 equal? Oh, right, all these equal 0, and if it's 0, then our game earlier seems unfinished, there were still 100 more. Wang Ao. His eyes instantly glazed over, hollow as if already dead. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, sprawled on the ground, he began laughing senselessly. Well damn, he's completely broken now. Honestly, ultimate torment king. It's just a 1-hour lunch break, why does it feel so endlessly long? So terrifying. Since he arrived, we get no food, no medicine, and now he randomly grabs patients to torture. A devil, truly. Why, how? It's starting again. He's tormenting me again. Are you one of those who tortured me before? Why have you changed your methods this time? Wang Ao's eyes were vacant, his lips moving mechanically as these fragmented words spilled incoherently from his mouth. Suddenly, a gleam of clarity flashed in Lu Su's eyes. For the first time, his reason forcibly overcame the chaotic spirit of the gluttony mask as he asked, Who tortured you before? Wang Ao's eyes instantly regained some focus, yet the look of confusion within them grew far more intense than before. Clutching his head with both hands, he writhed on the ground in agony. What? What torture? What did I just say? Medicine? Where's my medicine? Why hasn't today's dose arrived yet? Ah, kill me, who are you? No, kill me. In the dim prison cell, Wang Ao's horrific screams continuously echoed, as if he were undergoing the most terrifying torment imaginable. Chapter 42. You seem capable of suicide, Kirk's hypnosis. Lu Su's mask underwent a transformation of expressions, countless smiling faces and sullen visages shifting in permutations before finally settling into calm. I don't know, what abuse? Who abused me? Who are you? I don't know. Only Wang Ao at this moment seemed to have some switch flipped within him, ranting incoherently in complete madness, his mouth spewing utter incomprehensible nonsense. Whether it was Lu Su or the livestream audience, everyone knew that the previous question must have struck deep into the other person's soul. Boom! Without a word, Lu Su stepped forward and kicked the other person squarely, sending them sprawling to the ground. What's your name? Did I ask you? I haven't even asked yet. Ha! Wang Ao looked up in bewilderment, appearing pitifully small and helpless. Didn't you just ask me? What are you talking about? Lu Su threatened, raising his foot. No. Whatever you say. Wang Ao hastily conceded, his complete mental breakdown revealing the most vulnerable side of his entire life. The madness and ferocity in his eyes from the beginning had long vanished, his spirit thoroughly shattered by Lu Su. Lost between confusion and fear, he would periodically slip into a dazed stupor. What are you asking? You ask, no, wrong, the medicine, kill me, let me go. Their words were so disjointed you couldn't even form a proper sentence, which really showed how utterly confused they must have been. Dear Mr. Chin, if you truly wish to die, haven't you always had this metal shard right here? Why don't you just kill yourself? Wang Ao? In an instant, his gaze became clear and transparent, as if awakening from a deep dream. He had never considered this question before, but now, after Lu Su's inquiry, he suddenly found it strange that he had never thought about it. Before Lu Su asked, it was as if his brain had never had this option available, as if it had been erased by something. Yes, it seems I could kill myself. Staring fixedly at the metal shard in his hand, Wang Ao's eyes flickered with struggling light as restless impulses gradually stirred within him. Why not end it? Death would finish everything. Just as he wrestled with his chaotic thoughts, his vision suddenly blurred, the metal shard had vanished from his grasp. Looking up, I saw the metal piece was now in Lu Su's hand, somehow he had snatched it away. Classmate, how can you play with knives during class? I'll have to confiscate this for now. Wang Ao? Wait, weren't you the one who told me I could consider suicide? Are you out of your fucking mind? Why don't you just drop dead? Grimacing in pain, Wang Ao's nerves felt like a wire being ruthlessly bent back and forth by Lu Su. Now, it was clearly on the verge of snapping. Wang Ao lunged forward but was instantly kicked down by Lu Su, who then stepped on him and snarled, "Don't scream, I just thought of what to ask you." Lu Su's mask displayed a serious expression, which in turn made Wang Ao's face grow solemn as well. But the question that followed made Wang Ao seriously consider whether he should just smash his head against the wall and end it all. "Tell me, if you had really killed yourself just now, would this prison have one more person who committed suicide, or one less? Now that I've snatched your knife, does that count as saving your life? In our culture, saving a life makes you like a parent. Does that mean I can now call myself your dad? Guess my love for you is fatherly affection then." Wang Ao. Just perish already. The livestream audience was absolutely rolling with laughter by this point. Heartaches for Wang Ao. Being tormented repeatedly, now it's practically a living death. Tisk, speaking of which, did we gain one more suicide or lose one? Both interpretations seem oddly plausible. Upstairs, better drop that train of thought. Keep going and you'll lose your mind. Honestly, feels like the masked faction always gets the most intel, crucial stuff too, but never manages to dig deeper. It's obvious we can't get through. This Wang Ao has revealed a lot of information, but he breaks down every time we talk. Either he genuinely doesn't know, or there's clearly something wrong. Let's check out Kirk's side. That foreigner seems quite capable, appears he's already gathered substantial information. In Long Lu's room, Kirk, who had already established some level of trust, was now frenziedly brainwashing him. The 6 pills painstakingly extracted from Lusa's grasp had all been forcibly administered to Long Lu. As for food, Kirk thought it wasn't important, he could do without such garbage, and he couldn't care less whether these in-game patients starved or not. All that mattered was clearing the level. At this moment, he was exerting his mental interference abilities to the maximum while coaxing them verbally. In his hand, he kept swinging what appeared to be a pocket watch. This was his hypnosis device, not a game prop, but one he regularly used in real life. To bring it in, he actually adopted Lusa's close contact carrying method as well. As for how to carry such an object in close contact, well, by clamping it. No need to explain further. You just said you're innocent, right? Kirk spoke up. This was information already shared by Jiu Tian earlier. He was guiding the other person. Yes. Long Lu now sat honestly on the ground, like a dazed child. You also said you came later? The people before were the guilty ones. This is a prison. Yes. But when entering the hospital, there's always a matter of timing. What does coming later mean? Does this imply that those who came before were all guilty? Dragon 6 shook his head weakly and responded. No. The ones who came first were already guilty from the beginning. We came after. Kirk frowned, pondering seriously, sensing something here didn't quite add up. In that case, the people in this hospital are likely divided into 2 groups. I wonder if this is key information, and what the basis for the division is. The people you mentioned earlier, are they imprisoned here because they committed crimes, or because they're mentally ill? That's right. Then you people behind, what brought you in here? Me? Why did I come? Suddenly, Dragon 6's condition took a drastic turn, as if he were on the verge of exploding. Kirk's mental interference began to backfire, and within the depths of the other's mind, it seemed like a tempestuous storm had erupted. Without warning, Dragon 6 suddenly opened his mouth wide and roared fiercely at Kirk. Sensing danger in advance, Kirk swiftly leaped backward, gripping his pocket watch tightly, and positioned himself against the corner of the wall. Lunch break is over. All players please return to the initial resting area. Chapter 43, Killing Time by Stabbing Tom. Lunch break is over. All players please return to the initial resting area. The alert sound suddenly rang out, repeating 3 times in succession, like the gong signaling retreat from a battlefield. Kirk let out a relieved sigh. His nerves had been stretched taut throughout the entire lunch hour as though he'd just survived a military campaign. Now his back was soaked with sweat, something he hadn't even noticed during the earlier round of questioning. Arg! Long Lu's entire body trembled with the clanking of chains, his neck flushing crimson as if he were about to lunge and sink his teeth into coal. Kirk nervously touched the bloodstain on his face, left by the rampaging Dragon 6 that morning. He hadn't been quick enough to dodge in time. He felt that he was now very close to the truth, touching upon realms no one else had ever reached. This hospital, or rather prison, is divided into 2 groups of people, earlier and later. The issue between these 2 groups is likely related to the final objective of the mission, though he hasn't yet figured out exactly how they're connected. But in any case, progress is always good. With a slight bow toward the Dragon 6 before him, Kirk spoke. Respected sir, the noon psychological counseling session has now concluded. I look forward to our next meeting. After saying this, Kirk opened the door behind him and backed out of the room. Meanwhile, in the room where Lu Su was located, both Lu Su and Wang Ao across from him heard the voice as well. However, this time, it was Wang Ao who visibly let out a sigh of relief. Hearing that voice, his eyes practically sparkled, as if parched land had encountered sweet rain. He cautiously lowered his gaze to look at Lu Su, his expression pitiful beyond measure. Lu Su also reluctantly straightened up, picking up his already ruined right hand and placing it against his mask, meticulously licking off the bloodstains. As he licked, his eyes remained fixed on Wang Ao lying on the ground. Wang Ao weakly shrunk back in fear. This guy probably doesn't want to eat me. For some reason, Wang Ao couldn't help but think this thought. Lu Su held the metal piece without saying a word, turned around, and walked toward the door. Wang Ao's exhausted body leaned against the wall as he collapsed to the ground. That demon-like fellow before him had finally left. Suddenly, at the doorway, Lu Su turned his head once more, his mask displaying a kindly smile, smiley face asterisk. I'll come find you later, Mr. Wang. With those words, he politely closed the door. The light in Wang Ao's eyes dimmed, his lifted heart withering away entirely. To be honest, I think Kirk is quite impressive. Masked Man gives off a vibe of stumbling upon the truth by sheer luck most of the time. I think it's because the Masked Man and the Psycho Door blended in so well, it was like they were communicating without any barriers at all. The Masked Man catches a lunatic and just tortures him. In fact, when comparing the scenes of their departures, I feel the greatest difference lies in the disparity between their combat abilities. The audience buzzed with discussion as they noticed Lu Su emerging, only to see him walking not toward the initial room, but in the opposite direction, turning straight into the open space where Tom stood. He strode directly to Tom's side, saying nothing, and with a swift motion, raised his blade and struck. The confiscated scrap of metal from Wang Ao was plunged straight into the tin robot's iron head. Crack! With such immense strength, it sank halfway in instantly. Tom? Audience? Watching official staff? Dude, are you okay? Are you insane? Why suddenly pick a fight with the game host? Won't this make the game target you? Playing with fire for kicks? Player, do you have any issues? Why didn't a notification sound play? Shouldn't we have triggered some hidden quest in the game, or earned some new achievement medal? Really? You're that stingy. Tom. Fuck it, this pisses me off so damn much. Well, to be fair, Tom's face is naturally the color of iron in the first place. Players should focus on the game itself, without thinking about anything else. Alright, delicious Tom, you smell really good. Great Tom. Lu Su didn't bother arguing with him any further. He simply turned on his heel and started walking along a large circular path toward the room at the very end. Ah! Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the long circular corridor, so horrifying it sounded almost inhuman, exceptionally shrill. Lu Su's masked expression shifted slightly as he continued walking toward the room. When he finally reached the starting room, Lu Su realized he was the last to arrive. Along the way, a distinct trail of blood led straight here. Lifting his gaze, he saw the burly man's face contorted in agony. At this moment, his right arm looked like it was about to snap off, with white bone fragments visible through the torn flesh, barely held together by skin and muscle. Zhou Tian was beside him, helping to stop the bleeding. Any medicine, quick! The burly man grimaced in pain as he pulled out a basic healing potion from his backpack and poured it over the wound. In an instant, the flesh began to wriggle and slowly heal, while the bleeding also lessened somewhat. Seeing this, the burly man finally breathed a sigh of relief and plopped down on the ground, his forehead dripping with sweat. If it doesn't work, prioritize your own safety first. How did this even happen? Zhou Tian, being an official organization member, instinctively felt responsible for protecting others and immediately questioned. Damn him, trying to stay constantly alert to those things' mental states is fucking impossible. Everyone has different boundaries, but that guy actually pulled down his pants right in front of me and started jerking off. Zhou Tian. Well, it's hard for any man to keep a straight face hearing that. Hearing these words, the woman present turned pale and felt slightly nauseated. After working for quite a while and confirming that the other person wouldn't bleed to death, Zhou Tian finally relaxed and sat down on the side. Just 1 short hour, yet everyone felt utterly drained, both mentally and physically. Of course, Lu Su was the exception. Kirk sat at a distance, briefly glancing at the hulking figure before speaking curtly. If you can't, then get out. There was nothing more to say. In his view, these people were useless anyway, better for them to save their own skin sooner rather than later. Amid the oppressive atmosphere, the group finally noticed Lu Su, who had entered without saying a word. With just a quick glance, Zhou Tian's heart jolted in shock. His mind reeled when he saw Lu Su's right hand, almost hacked to pieces. He knew full well that this seemingly deranged fellow before him was likely the most formidable in combat. You're actually injured too? Zhou Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Who could have wounded you like this? Lu Su shook his head in confusion. Who? Me? I'm fine. What injuries? As he spoke, his hand, which looked like it had gone through a meat grinder, dangled slightly in the air. The scene was downright X-rated. Zhou Tian. Chapter 44. No hands chopped off would be unreasonable exiting coin trading. Oh, you mean this? Lu Su looked down at himself and only then noticed the state of his own palms, as if discovering them for the first time, exclaiming in surprise. Ha, what's going on? Did I just do something? But it's okay, no big deal. Jiu Tian. He was somewhat at a loss for words. Judging by the surface situation, the injury on Luce's hand was no less severe than the big guy's. But for some reason, when such an injury happened to Luce, it somehow didn't seem like a big deal to him. Perhaps Luce's performance was a bit too casual. Luce had already taken out a sharp blade from his backpack and was looking at his own palm. Will cutting this off have any impact on the subsequent game progress? A large question mark appeared on the red mask, and it actually seemed to be seriously considering this question. After all, he had already sawed off his legs in the last 2 games. If he didn't cut off a hand or something this time, the whole game would feel rather dull. Wait, Jiu Tian hastily intervened, terrified that this guy might actually chop off his hand. Are you sure you're in the right state of mind right now? Jiu Tian cautiously asked while twirling a finger near his own head in a circular motion. It means whether the other party's mind is still under control. He had information about Luce from the previous game and knew that this person might be slightly mad but highly skilled, with an extremely calm and calculating mind hidden beneath his madness, cunning and greedy. But now, he could see the other's strength and madness clearly, yet not a trace of rationality was evident. Moreover, he had now learned from the off-field staff serving as spectators the reason behind Luce's injury. It can be said to be utterly unbelievable. Is the intel really accurate? Where's that calm composure? It seems more reasonable to say there's no composure at all. Or has his mind been fried from eating the local food and medications? Can we even still cooperate with him? Condition? Not great, Luce pondered as he answered the query, feeling extremely hungry. As he spoke, the mask actually showed a somewhat pitiful expression, #_. Jiu Tian immediately wore an exasperated expression. Ha 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 ha, so cute. Adorable, want to keep one as pet, such unexpected contrast. You probably can't afford it. With this kind of eating habit, even the richest person would go broke. I feel like Jiu Tian is about to snap. The boss goes into the ward to torment the pervert and comes out to torment his teammates specializing in indiscriminate damage dealing. Arg, fuck, holy shit. Suddenly, the big guy beside me let out a furious roar, clutching his shoulder as he began to howl in agony. His whole body began convulsing violently on the ground, an utterly unbearable torment. It turned out that the basic healing potion in the game was actually cutting-edge biochemical technology that repaired the body through mechanisms completely beyond human comprehension. Even the basic version was remarkably effective, yet the rapid muscle reconstruction, bone realignment, and nerve reconnection all brought excruciating pain. The big guy had managed when only superficial muscles were healing earlier, but now that the neural restructuring had truly begun, that special brand of refreshment became absolutely unbearable for him. Ah, what the hell is this? Doesn't this medicine have any anesthetic? Oh, that vicious? Luce, noticing from the side, immediately grew intrigued. He pulled out a bottle of basic healing potion from his own backpack and poured it onto his hand. Jiu Tian twitched at the sight, thinking to himself that this healing motivation of theirs might be slightly different from normal carbon-based lifeforms. The hulking man kept howling in agony, his screams, sharp and piercing, continuously echoing through the room. The already oppressive atmosphere grew even more terrifying. Such was the Hell V game, brutal and excruciating. Luce was slightly disappointed because after waiting for a while, he didn't receive any pain value. It seemed the agony of this treatment wasn't enough to meet the triggering criteria. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. This godforsaken place gives no information at all. Who the hell can clear this level? No one's ever beaten this hell mode game. Wait, why won't it open? The big guy collapsed to the ground, venting his emotions incessantly, when suddenly, his voice became filled with terror. What won't open? Jiu Tian stood nearby and asked curiously. The mall, what's wrong with the mall? Why won't it open? The big guy's voice was utterly panicked, all his previous aggressiveness was gone, leaving him looking like a helpless child. Jiu Tian looked at him strangely and replied. The game store can only be accessed in purchases made outside the game. Only after placing items in your inventory can you bring them into the game. What? Isn't this the official game reminder? You actually didn't know this? The giant's eyes were instantly flooded with fear as he muttered repeatedly. What? When was this said? I didn't know anything about it. Then how am I supposed to buy exit coins? What should I do now? Jiu Tian's gaze suddenly hardened, and he took a few steps back. This is the hell game, and everyone knows its fatality rate. The only reason everyone remains calm right now is because of the exit coins. Everyone present here has cleared games before and has purchased that thing. In the worst case scenario, one can simply exit, though they'll lose everything gained in the game. At least their life will be spared. Life remains intact, so no one is excessively terrified of this hell game, unlike the last time Luce encountered it, when novice players around him didn't even have the option to quit. But how could the big guy forget such a crucial detail? Jiu Tian immediately felt speechless, his heart somewhat heavy. The air fell silent, traces of despair flashing through the big guy's eyes as the atmosphere instantly turned oppressive. Suddenly, a coin toss rang through the air, an unusually crisp metallic ping. All eyes turned toward the source, discovering Lu Su was the one doing it. Bewildered, they internally wondered, is this lunatic showing off or what? Bullying a desperate player? Is that really necessary? I'm hungry. Lu Su's low voice came through. Do you have anything to eat? Zhou Tian's previously confused mind instantly recalled his co-workers' descriptions of Lu Su's performance in the previous game. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he shot Lu Su a surprised glance before turning back to look at the burly man. By using the exit coin, you will lose everything you've gained in the game, whether it's physical enhancements, superpowers, or points. So, when it's time to save your life, go all in for survival. Chapter 45, No Retreat in This World, The Illness Worsens. The big guy's gaze was initially somewhat confused, but then it seemed to dawn on comprehension, instantly lighting up as if grasping a lifeline. Are you planning to sell your exit coins? Just a moment ago, I still thought Lu Su was nuts, but now he's even busting out honorifics, clearly willing to go all out to save his own skin. Lu Su remained silent, unwilling to expend too much rationality on the other person, merely flipping the coin in his hand repeatedly. The intricate patterns make it seem like a fine toy, yet in the game, it becomes something that saves lives. Bro, let's talk this over. Sell it to me. I didn't know the store couldn't be opened, so I saved up all my points without spending a single one. All the prizes and rewards, I barely used any of them, saving them for critical moments. Well, except for that basic recovery potion I just used, my bad. At this moment, the big guy couldn't care less about his pride, humbling himself ingratiatingly to make his plea. I'll give you everything, all of this, just give me an exit token. I want out. Here, you never know when an accident might happen. I can't take it anymore. Or maybe, let's exchange contact details, if we make it out, I could. By the end, like so many players before him, he began offering various post-game conditions, terms that Lu Su, of course, paid no heed to. Lu Su flicked the exit coin in his hand, tilting his head slightly before gently applying force with his fingers. The coin traced a perfect arc through the air before landing right in front of the burly man. The big guy's eyes instantly lit up. He lunged forward 2 steps on all fours, scooped up the coin from the ground, and cradled it in his palm like a treasure. Suddenly, his eyelid twitched as he felt a razor-sharp aura lock onto him. There stood Lu Su, silently holding a gleaming blade before him. The big guy chuckled awkwardly, then quickly initiated the transfer to avoid any misunderstanding with the formidable figure before him. Afterwards, as if afraid Lu Su might change his mind, the burly man bolted the moment the transaction concluded. Clutching the exit token, his figure vanished instantly from the spot. Of the 5-person team, just like that, one was gone. Lu Su acquired 1,400 points, a strength elixir potion, a basic healing potion, and a skill learning scroll. Seeing this skill learning scroll, Lu Su was somewhat surprised. After all, although it wasn't high level, it could be considered a superpower. However, learning this requires spiritual awakening. Fortunately, Big Guy hadn't awakened, otherwise he would have definitely used this already. For now, he stored it in his backpack. This harvest was quite profitable, considering that one exit coin was only worth 1,000 points. At this point, Kirk, who had been staying aloof all along, finally spoke up. He raised his head and surprisingly spoke directly in Chinese this time. It's just as well you're leaving one less person to share the rewards with. By the way, was your exit token given as a game reward? I remember the shop has purchase limits, each player only gets one chance to buy. These words were spoken for Lu Su's benefit. He was half right. Lu Su's exit token was indeed a game reward, but he'd never bought one in the first place. Leaving the game had never crossed his mind. Zhou Tian's heart also tightened beside them. This was an issue he hadn't yet noticed. Would this screw Lu Su over? He hastily asked. Do you still have exit coins left? Probably not. Why would I leave? Isn't the game fun? Lu Su replied somewhat dazedly. But that's just a fallback. What about your way out? Zhou Tian was getting impatient. What way out? Lu Su raised his head, a rare moment when the expression on his mask remained undisturbed. From the moment we entered this game, there was never any way out. This decision was something Lu Su had resolved from the very beginning. It had nothing to do with mental instability. Even without the pain god's selection, without power surpassing others, without immunity to pain, he would still have joined this brutal game. Quit the game and lose everything? Lose superhuman strength, the possibility of changing lives, the current mask, or even, could it be, losing the pain god's chosen status? Impossible. From the moment he entered the game, Lu Su knew there were only 2 ways to leave, success or death. He didn't believe he had anything left to lose. Starting over was just an excuse for the weak. Those without resolve should stick to being spectators. Step back once, and you'll never stand at the summit again. After uttering those final words, as if drained of all spiritual energy, Lu Su lay on the ground and began a slumber that lasted the entire afternoon. Eat and then sleep. That really fits the glutton's personality. Zhou Tian stood there in a daze, staring at Lu Su on the ground, seeming somewhat incredulous. He never expected that someone who was clearly mentally unstable could utter such words. For that brief moment, he seemed perfectly normal, didn't he? Yet Kirk in the distance harbored no such thoughts. He simply sat there watching quietly, his eyes glimmering with skepticism. Dinner time has begun. All players, please start the game. Once again, the door opened, and the sole female player exited the room with heavy footsteps. This time, Lucy and Kiki practically sprang into action simultaneously, Lucy naturally to begin yet another round of sweeping dominance, while Kiki dashed to snatch at least one bowl of medicine from Lucy's grasp. This time, everyone clearly sensed with growing heaviness that the eerie atmosphere of the entire asylum had intensified. As the door opened, previously unheard sounds now poured forth at screams, delirious murmurs, and scratchy, unsettling noises, all obscured, distant, and terrifying. Such a thick iron door couldn't block out these sounds. Perhaps because I hadn't taken my medication all day, it seemed like everyone in the asylum had their conditions worsening, the entire institution descended into pandemonium. That last female player even clutched an exit token while entering the room. But the ones with serious conditions weren't just the patients here, Lucy was equally afflicted. The third time, when all the food and medicine had been devoured, the energy inside his body seemed ready to explode at any moment, as if the mask of gluttony had reached a critical point. Boom! When opening the door, Lucy, who couldn't quite control his strength, effortlessly kicked the 10-centimeter thick iron door until it bent and warped. This terrified the previously agitated patients in the room, who immediately sat up straight in fear. The next moment, Lucy flashed to his side. I heard before that I can ask you questions. I'll ask, and you answer. Meanwhile, no one noticed that Kirk had never actually entered the room. After everyone went inside, he paused briefly before walking toward the door of Jotian's room. The door was flung open. Chapter 46, Doubt and Warning, only 3 remain. In the room at the end, Wang Ao now faced Lucy, who was on the verge of losing control. When the door was suddenly kicked open, his splitting headache had made him instinctively bare his teeth. But the moment he saw it was Lucy, his body shrank back, and the bared teeth disappeared. But he was already pinned against the wall, lifted by Lucy with a terrifying, monstrous strength. From the moment those hands seized him, Wang Ao felt an overwhelming urge to stop resisting altogether. Resistance was futile. The gluttony mask, the more you eat, the hungrier you become, the more you devour, the stronger the craving grows, while the mind descends deeper into chaos. Wang Ao stared at the mask before him, gripped by an inexplicable certainty. This person seemed intent on swallowing him whole. This isn't a metaphor, it's a real, visceral feeling. Hey buddy, calm down, I don't taste good. Whatever you want to ask, just ask. This fear of being preyed upon is a primal instinct rooted deep in our genes, triggering an involuntary will to survive. Huff, huff. Lucy gasped for a moment before continuing. I met someone at noon, and he pissed me off. I hope you can satisfy me. Wang Ao was slowly let down, not daring to utter a word. Inside, he thought, the person you met at noon seems to be me. But at a moment like this, naturally, he didn't dare to contradict or remind him. Wouldn't that just be pure idiocy? Lucy flicked out a knife from his hand, a blade honed to razor sharpness, and said to the other man, after we're done asking, let's play a game, hee. If donating sperm in hospitals is legal, why isn't it legal for me to donate directly to someone in private? They say bananas and carrots have ways to relieve constipation. Do you personally think they're meant to be taken orally or applied externally? If an adult novel only features underage characters, can it still be called an adult novel? You've prepared 5 glasses of water, but 100 million bosses show up. How do you plan to distribute them? Wang Ao. Lucy's mouth kept firing off like a rapid-fire cannon, as if his incessant rambling could somehow alleviate the chaos in his mind. But Wang Ao, trembling all over with lips quivering uncontrollably, could barely manage to stammer. I don't know who's the most sick person here. Perhaps there isn't even one to begin with. Stop pushing me. Hiss. Though the masked man keeps acting crazy, don't you guys feel like Wang Ao's mental state is actually becoming more stable? Forced to be. And what's the point of stability anyway? Instead of asking questions while mentally stable, he insists on coming here to act nuts. Honestly, while this streamer's live broadcasts are thrilling to watch, they seem completely pointless for the game. He doesn't seem to care at all. How's he supposed to clear it this way? Colleague, we were about to get useful information, but he kept acting crazy. Honestly, if you want to see how to clear the game properly, you gotta watch Kirk. Colleague, seriously, I'm going to watch Kirk first. It seems he went to find Jushin. Only watching 2 reliable guys makes sense. As time passed, nearly a full day had gone by in the game. For normally paced games, 1 day would already be quite a substantial amount of time. But here, things still seemed to be at a standstill, and the audience had begun to voice some mild criticism of Lucy. This supposedly brilliant perfect game clearer appeared to have truly lost his mind, blending right in with the mental patients. It seemed he wasn't contributing at all to progressing the game. If anything, he was becoming a liability. By now, prompted by some viewers, the audience had already noticed the encounter between Kirk and Jotian. Zhou Tian sat in the ward, staring at the drooling, screeching fellow before him just as he was feeling troubled, when suddenly a voice came from behind. Hello! With standard Mandarin pronunciation, Zhou Tian's body jolted as he instantly turned around to see a foreign face. Oh, Mr. Kirk, Zhou Tian said while turning his head, why, have you come to my room? The game rules didn't specify that two people can't be in the same room simultaneously, Kirk said with his hands in his pockets, speaking quite arrogantly. Besides, you're from China's special department, aren't you? Zhou Tian. He hesitated a bit, wondering whether such matters could be told to a foreigner. Although he claimed to be an official, his actual background was even more significant. No need to be nervous. Given your country's formidable organizational capabilities, relevant departments must have already been established. Such matters will likely be made public soon anyway. I imagine the information you've gathered here must be the most comprehensive. Our backgrounds, our in-game performances, nothing could have escaped your scrutiny. Zhou Tian nodded and candidly admitted, yes, it's all for the betterment of the game. Let me give you a piece of advice, don't get too close to mentally ill people. Ha! Zhou Tian paused, glanced back, and seeing that this patient didn't seem capable of harming him, replied, thanks for your concern, but I've always been careful to keep a safe distance. No matter how they try to tempt me, my mental resilience is pretty solid. There won't be any problems, Kirk said with a stern face, expressionless. I wasn't talking about them. Zhou Tian? In an instant, he understood. You mean the masked person? What happened? It's nothing, there's still much I haven't figured out yet. The information I have now is too limited. Kirk finished simply, then turned and walked away with his trademark hawk-like arrogance. I must achieve a perfect completion in this game. You've proven somewhat useful, conserve your strength and stay alive. When I figured things out, I might still have use for you. With that, he closed the door and left. Zhou Tian's brows furrowed into the Chinese character 3, unable to calm down for a long time. Ha ha ha. The moment mental illness was mentioned, Zhou Tian immediately realized who they were talking about. Zhou Tian, do you think I can't recognize who's mentally ill? What's this? Infighting already? Seems like Kirk isn't too friendly. That's understandable though. The masked guy has been dragging the team down. Amidst everyone's discussions, the first dinner came to an end just like that. Game over. All players please return to your initial rooms to rest. The familiar voice had barely sounded when a door was instantly flung open, a figure darting out like a leaping fish with vacant eyes. It was the last remaining female player. Her clothes were disheveled, her eyes dull, and bloody streaks still marked her face. Once the door to the initial room swung shut, the four of them exchanged uneasy glances. Then, the female player dashed to a corner, her face turning pale before she vomited violently. Just as Zhou Tian was about to ask something, the female player wordlessly pulled out game coins and exited the game without another word. On the first day, the game progress appeared stagnant on the surface, shrouded in mystery. Only 3 players remain now. Chapter 47, Bone-Chilling Fear, Astonishing Speculation. Zhou Tian watched the spot where she had left and sighed softly. He knew the torment of this game. No one could feel comfortable except that red-masked fellow. Even Kirk's face was frequently bruised. Mental torture, abysmal living conditions, plus the ever-present risk of bodily harm at the slightest misstep. Considering what the big guy had mentioned earlier about being jerked off at, and now this involved a girl. What's more, the game provided no food or water for its players. They hadn't had a drop to drink in an entire day. TSK, apart from that red-masked one getting food and drinks. Why is this guy so special? Zhou Tian shook his head. As an official personnel, he knew the background of that girl. She was just an ordinary player who'd luckily cleared 2 games and received some rewards. After realizing it was a hell game, the woman originally planned to run immediately. But when she discovered surviving meant she'd be counted as cleared if others completed it, she decided to play it safe and stick around. But she realized she had been naive, a madhouse of a prison, lunatic teammates, and the cautionary tale of grievous injuries from those who came before. Forget it. A shame, truly. But maybe quitting is for the best, Zhou Tian said with a sigh. Lu Su glanced at the pile the female player had vomited on the floor and nodded in agreement. It really is a pity. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly gave himself a resounding slap across the face, then hastily turned and walked away. Zhou Tian? What's wrong with this guy now? Meanwhile, Kirk also came over, a rare sight, and continued speaking. There's nothing to regret. Surviving in a game like this is already fortunate. It's not a place meant for someone of her level. With that, he slowly glanced around and continued. What remains now still looks somewhat decent. 2 perfect clearers, one of exceptional skill with a special official status. That's what this hellish game truly deserves. Of course. Coke glanced at Lu Su, who was already lying on the ground in the shape of a character in the distance, and asked, this friend who's been playing the fool all along, are you really not planning to quit the game? My ability is mental interference, and I've used it on you many times, mostly with backlash effects. Your confusion isn't just play acting anymore. Even if you explain it as self-hypnosis, you're about to reach your limit. Your current state might make you lost here forever, doomed to remain a lunatic for eternity. Kirk advanced step by step, closing in on Lu Su as if delivering a death sentence to the man on the ground. In the distance, Zhou Tian frowned deeply as he watched the two. This time, however, he didn't intervene as a mediator but remained silently observant, waiting to see how events would unfold. Your ability is consumption? I've been asking about your intentions from the beginning, and now I still want to know. But I think, for a normal human being, that's not a good choice. Let me ask you again, are you really not planning to quit? Don't tell me you're out of exit coins. Kirk had already walked to Luce's side when suddenly, as he prepared to take another step forward, an overwhelming sense of danger seized him. Lu Su had been lying silently on the ground when suddenly he spoke up. I suggest you don't get too close to me right now. Kirk's footsteps halted as he stood in place, seized by an inexplicable premonition that kept warning him in his heart, don't take another step forward. Ha ha. With a chuckle, he withdrew his foot and turned to leave. Quite confident, aren't you? I'm just worried that if you don't quit, my game will be hard to complete. Lu Su remained silent, currently enduring both the massive energy impact within his body and the turbulent, chaotic thoughts. He didn't want to speak and soon fell asleep on the ground. Zhou Tian didn't say anything more either, and this time he didn't even initiate sharing today's harvest proactively. He knew these two might not listen. 3 starving individuals sat far apart on the floor of the empty room, some leaning against walls to sleep, enduring through the night. Yes, enduring, this night passed with excruciating agony. The entire asylum went a full day without food, a full day without medication. By nightfall, it was as if 10,000 ghosts were wailing. Even multiple layers of iron doors couldn't muffle the sounds. The starving spirits frantically pounded on the doors and walls, making this asylum far more terrifying than any haunted house. Kirk forced himself to sleep through self-hypnosis. Lu Su had already lain down and drifted off, but Zhou Tian remained wide awake. As he sorted through the clues his colleagues had sent him, pondering the sudden hostility between Kirk and Lu Su, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. An inexplicable sense of crisis enveloped him, his mind relentlessly turning over similar possibilities. This hellish game doesn't seem to inflict physical torture, but he constantly feels an inexplicable sense of unease, an indescribable terror gradually enveloping him. After a night filled with haunted house-like atmosphere, the next day arrived, and the game continued. Kirk kept racing against Lu Su, one scrambling for food, the other thinking of securing at least one dose of medicine. But this time, Zhou Tian approached the door of a room with clear purpose. That was Long Wu's room, the first patient Lu Su had seen. Zhou Tian instinctively felt that this place held the source of his terror. Upon entering the room, he saw Long Wu, whose body looked withered and frail, appearing utterly listless at that moment. Another one coming? Changed folks this time. Hello. Zhou Tian was surprised to find that the other party's mental state was remarkably stable, so he came straight to the point. Do you know who the sickest person in this hospital is? Such a familiar question. Now that's more like it. That's exactly what you should be asking. Long Wu trembled and squirmed on the ground, his eyes fixed on Zhou Tian. No, the answer is no, nobody is the sickest one. Who won't get sick? You'll get sick too, you'll fall ill one day, and stay here forever. Seeing that the other party wasn't speaking properly, Zhou Tian also felt somewhat helpless and was about to say something when he suddenly froze. The sense of fear that had enveloped him all night once again wrapped around him at this moment, making his thoughts suddenly become exceptionally clear. His colleague had shared all the information gathered by Lu Su and Kirk with him. Apart from not knowing their inner thoughts, he was aware of everything else, including every patient and the words they had spoken. From Long Wu, Lu Su learned that those behind were innocent while those in front were guilty, so he needed to go forward to interrogate and torment those in the front. The person in front was being tortured viciously by Lu Su, but since Lu Su was completely losing it, he proactively asked whether they should determine who was the most mentally ill. He even wanted to play games, saying that Lu Su was different from the people before. Why did that patient know the problem? Was it the game settings? Or what? Who were the people before that he and Lu Su mentioned? Also, according to what Kirk found out, the people in this hospital are divided into 2 groups. The earlier batch are guilty, while the later batch are innocent. When Kirk asked them, then why have you people from the later group come here? Why stay? The other person just went insane, completely lost it. And now, this Long Wu is telling me that we won't find any answers, and eventually we'll get sick too, destined to stay here forever. What's more, this man is called Long Wu, Dragon 5, while the person on Kirk's side is named Long Lu, Dragon 6. Could it be that? The reason the person in front guessed what Lu Su wanted to ask was because someone had already asked it before, and not just once. The people in the asylum were divided into 2 groups. The first group were genuine patients, while the second group consisted of people who came to ask them questions. However, this second group neither received answers nor managed to identify the most severely ill person. So, they ended up staying here forever. A bold speculation emerged in Zhou Tian's mind and lingered persistently. It was as if the cold wind in the dark night had transformed into a coat of fear, tightly wrapping around him, chilling him to the bone, making it impossible to break free. These people were once players too? Have you heard of the Divine Selection Paradise? Chapter 48, Flaws Our Predecessors Never Imagined. Aren't you going to ask me why? What did you say? As if he hadn't heard Zhou Tian's words clearly, Long Wu lifted his head in bewilderment and asked again. What unsettling eyes those were, mechanical and lifeless, making Zhou Tian's hair stand on end. Yet now, clearly, there were more pressing matters, something even more terrifying preying on his mind, leaving Zhou Tian no room for retreat. Divine Paradise. He spoke these 4 words almost syllable by syllable, locking his gaze fiercely into Long Wu's eyes. 5 seconds. The air remained utterly silent for a full 5 seconds, a stretch of time so agonizingly prolonged that Zhou Tian began wondering if space itself had frozen into stillness. Long Wu kept staring straight at Zhou Tian, motionless as a statue. The next instant, a chain came crashing down toward Zhou Tian's head. The broken chain carried immense force, swinging like a battle axe. Even with lightning-fast reflexes, Zhou Tian simply couldn't dodge in time. Just then, a pair of green boots suddenly appeared on his feet. They released a powerful burst of air, propelling him backward by a meter, barely evading the lethal strike. Exquisite weapons, nimble boots. The wind kicked up by the chains made Zhou Tian's eyes sting, instantly filling him with shock and terror. If this strike connected solidly, broken bones would be the least of his worries. Ray-a-wow-af. Kill them all. Long Wu instantly transformed into a different person, his withered body now billowing with crimson steam as if he had entered an aberrant state. The stone tiles on the ground were abruptly torn open by a massive fissure, sending shattered debris flying. Zhou Tian cowered in terror at the corner, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. That opponent had suddenly gone mad. Hearing that question drove him mad even without an answer. The silence itself spoke volumes. Kill, kill, roared Long Wu, wildly swinging the chains now freed from his hands, lashing out blindly. Zhou Tian weaved and dodged through the room, finally taking refuge at the doorway. The entire room was battered beyond recognition, as if struck by an earthquake. What the hell? What kind of divine selection? What are you talking about? Who are you, and who am I? Medicine, medicine, give me my medicine. Finally, Long Wu clutched his head and collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony while murmuring incessantly. Zhou Tian stood frozen in place, completely at a loss for what to do. No medicine. I won't take those pills. Get them away from me. Suddenly, Long Wu changed his mind again. With a sudden dash, he rushed to the innermost corner and began frantically banging his head against the wall until blood streamed down his face. Then, with his breathing faint, he turned back to look at Zhou Tian. These were the clearest eyes Zhou Tian had ever seen. Run. Then, it returned to that dazed state again, as if asleep. Zhou Tian stood frozen in place, saying nothing for a long while. He was almost certain that his guess was likely correct. But didn't God's Selection Paradise's game just begin? If these people were also players, what was going on? Moreover, based on their memories, they can't even remember how many years they've been trapped here. Why don't they use exit coins? Are they without them, or can't they? When did they enter the game? Has it already started long ago? Or is the timeline asymmetric? Zhou Tian took a deep breath and even took out his exit coin from his backpack, examining it carefully. As he looked at its peculiar yet exquisite patterns, he seemed to regain a small measure of security before tucking it away again. There's still a way out. But if that's the case, then nothing makes much sense anymore. Can this game really be cleared? This Dragon 5, if he really is a senior, his strength might be far greater than what I can sense. If the mission is the same, can I really accomplish something that my predecessors failed to achieve? Find the sickest person. It sounds like an extremely straightforward directive. Yet, everyone who came before has failed. Think of all the loopholes that no one else has ever considered. Is it even possible? And why did they stay here forever? What horrors did they endure? In an instant, Zhou Tian's confidence withered like frostbitten eggplant, plummeting to rock bottom. Zhou Tian, special operative, I must remind you, this is a mental hospital. You need to carefully analyze all the information you receive. An observing official personnel in the live stream spoke up to remind. Additionally, the organization's directive is, in critical moments, preserving your own life is the top priority. Don't push yourself too hard. Zhou Tian nodded weakly, leaning against the wall as he tried to calm his turbulent emotions. Any news from those two over there? From Kirk's side came the patient's reply. How could any of us be seriously ill? We're just slaves after all. Zhou Tian let out a derisive laugh. Based on his own speculations, he felt he could understand the information Kirk had obtained. What about the Red Mask side? Any news from him? Same as usual, no useful information. Just going door to door tormenting patients. The patients all insist they're not as sick as he is. We've practically stopped monitoring that side, basically just conversations between mental patients. Zhou Tian let out a long sigh, recalling Long Wu's condition and the current madness of that Red Mask figure. Could he really have gone mad already? Breakfast time is over. All players, please return to the initial room. The three sat in the center forming a triangle, none speaking, like silent statues. Kirk maintained a contemplative expression, as if deep in thought, while Lu Su remained unchanged as always. Only Zhou Tian, after mastering this secret, had an aura that turned deeply somber. Hello everyone, I am the illustrious Tom. You may communicate with each other during breaks. If you have any discoveries, judgments, or game-related questions, feel free to ask me. The tin robot Tom said mechanically, then rolled forward on its treads before settling quietly to one side. After what felt like an eternity, Zhou Tian finally made the decision to share this terrifying intelligence with the two of them. Though it might dampen morale, there was no time for hesitation now. Everyone, I've got some rather unpleasant news that I think you should hear. In this prison, those people who keep claiming their innocence in the back are probably players just like us. After saying this, Zhou Tian raised his head, observing the reactions of the other two. But then he noticed Cole turning his gaze towards him, a flash of sharp light in his eyes, his expression showing both surprise and, strangely enough, a hint of excitement. As for Lu Su, damn it all, he might as well not have heard a thing, showing absolutely no reaction at all. Don't you plan to ask me why? Chapter 49. The final accusation, is Lu Su the game's target? Zhou Tian inexplicably felt somewhat speechless. These two people's reactions were completely different from what he had imagined. Kirk suddenly stood up, took a couple of steps back and forth, then turned to look at Zhou Tian, speaking very formally. Mr. Wine, thank you very much for your analysis and intel. That makes a lot of sense now, it cleared up my thoughts. Wine Sky. Wait, was what I said really that convincing? Just like that? Without even questioning it, without even wanting to know how I arrived at this conclusion? And why do you look so happy? What's your thought process here? Shouldn't you be feeling terrified right now? Zhou Tian was a bit dumbfounded. All along, he had considered Cole to be someone relatively easy to communicate with, arrogant, yes, but rational. Why couldn't he understand a bit of it? Instinctively turning to look at Lu Su, I noticed an expression of disdain, Omega, appear on his red mask as he matter-of-factly stated. Isn't that obvious? Do you even need to say it? Zhou Tian? How the hell did you, a lunatic, figure it out? Oops, I shouldn't have. How could I foolishly try to discuss this issue with a madman? Zhou Tian felt somewhat bewildered. When he had contemplated this problem himself, he had been gripped by fear and worry for a long time. How come neither of these two people seemed particularly concerned? That red-masked lunatic was one thing, but why was Cole like this too? Could it be his Chinese wasn't good enough and he didn't fully understand what I meant? For the rest of the time, Zhou Tian sat on the ground in a daze, occasionally glancing left and right at his two veteran teammates. As for Lu Su, there was no need to even mention him. Once full, he was all about sleeping, lying stretched out like a complete slacker. Though he was a slacker harboring terrifying power within. Only now, his condition was getting worse. Lying on the ground, he even occasionally let out bursts of laughter and strange, delirious murmurs. Zhou Tiandu suspected this guy might transform into Ultraman any minute now. Meanwhile, Kirk over there wasn't being honest either, pacing back and forth in the distance with alternating expressions of confusion and realization, muttering something to himself. Zhou Tiandu felt completely exasperated. He touched his own face, wondering if there was something wrong with him. According to Long Lu's explanation, the players would eventually be trapped here forever. Have they both gone mad already? Why are they suddenly talking like they're possessed? What does this mean? They really seem to have gone crazy. Watching them gives me chills. These are two perfect clear players. Are we about to witness a total party wipe? Tianjiu should probably run for it now. No, maybe I should quit. What if I really lose my mind? Who knows how many exit coins I'd need then? The audience gradually lost confidence, with all sorts of voices emerging incessantly. Especially that final remark, it made Zhou Tian's heart clench. Yeah, if they really went insane, they probably couldn't even use the exit coins. Lunchtime begins. All players, start the game. As the voice faded, Lu Su sprang into action, charging out to devour food voraciously. But this time, Kirk didn't move. Instead, he slowly walked over to Zhou Tian's side. I think we should stop this game. We've dragged on too long without any food or water. Zhou Tian cast a surprised glance at him, then watched as he turned to the robot beside them and spoke. Host, I've found out who the sickest person is. Zhou Tian? Oh, please call me the Great Tom. Tom turned his head. Now, who might this be? Let's wait till he comes back. Without him joining in, the game can't proceed. Kirk tucked his hands into his pockets, his face brimming with confidence as he watched Lu Su's retreating figure at the end of the road, stuffing himself with gusto. Zhou Tian seemed to have already guessed what the other party was about to do, and for a moment he was utterly stunned, standing there dumbfounded without uttering a word. Alright, player ahead, the game is paused. Please return to the starting room as soon as possible. Lu Su ate with lightning speed, and soon swaggered back in no time. But at this moment, his unstable energy had also reached its peak. Even with his physical constitution, He had reached a stage where he would self-destruct if he didn't release it. The red mask bore a wide grin as it advanced step by step toward the doorway. The aura surrounding it seemed to exude a sinister and eerie distortion. Kirk stood right at the doorway, and the two of them faced off at a distance like this. But just as he reached the doorway, Lu Su abruptly sat cross-legged, nearly a single step away from the threshold. The crimson warning lights began to flash urgently, signaling Lu Su that he must enter the ward immediately. If he didn't get inside by the game timeline, something dreadful would happen. But Lu Su's figure was submerged in that crimson red light, motionless. "Hey player, come on in. Watch out," warned Tom Cat, but Lu Su remained motionless, as if deliberately provoking something, the corners of his smirk steadily creeping wider. "I think there's no need. We've come this far already. My decryption is about to begin." Kirk spoke directly, looking at Zhou Tian. "Every time we touch upon crucial questions, the patient goes completely mad. This must signify something. Zhou Tian, your information is valuable. You said those behind this were once players. I don't care how it happened, but this aligns with my situation, so it must be true. Because when I asked what you were doing here, my patient went mad too. And from this information we concede patients may ramble nonsense, but they never tell lies. So what they said at the beginning might truly be factual. They weren't ill. And there's no most severely ill person here either. Precisely because no most severely ill person exists here, all previous players were completely wiped out. So, the conventional approach won't work. By process of elimination, the most obvious answer has been staring us right in the face, you." As he spoke, Kirk raised his hand to point at Lu Su standing outside the door, his lips curling into a smirk. You're the mission target, the sickest person of all." But, the game specified the sickest person in the sanatorium. Zhou Tian hastily interjected, trying to argue back, only to be silenced by Kirk's raised hand. "Nothing's impossible, isn't he right here in this asylum? And as long as that premise holds true, all his actions become perfectly reasonable. He possesses abilities and strength far beyond ordinary players. He's always been crazed, seems perfectly at home in this asylum. He ate all the patients' medication to keep them in a constantly dazed state. In this game without a scrap of food or water, he chose to devour all those vile things by force, cutting off our last food source to weaken us. He doesn't care at all about exit tokens. All the patients here are terrified of him." At this point, Kirk let out a long sigh, as if he had swept away all obstacles. The answer was always obvious. Even the audience kept saying he was severely ill. This game wasn't complicated at all. It simply exploited human weakness. First impressions deceived them, believing he was a player, and the audience claiming to have watched his past live streams, no one ever considered seriously. Right, even this game has been telling us from the start. Our relationship could be cooperation, or it could be competition. To use an old Chinese saying, it's called darkness under the light. Am I right? Coke's hawk-like eyes glared fixedly at Lu Su outside the door as he said sharply. Chapter 50, Who told you he was the host? Despite Coke's continuous talking, Lu Su still hadn't uttered a single word. The expressions on his mask shifted rapidly, like Sichuan opera face-changing, dazzling the eyes of onlookers. The red lights in the corridor behind them flashed with increasing frequency until the entire hallway became a solid, blood-like crimson. The flickering ceased completely as the corridor became uniformly illuminated, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Kirk also said nothing more, his hawk-like eyes fixed intently on the red mask before him, waiting for its reaction and next move. Ha, ha! From beneath the red mask came a low, hoarse laughter, like the sound of sawing through rotten wood. It seems, I wasn't mistaken after all. The red light has been flashing for 5 minutes now. Lu Su finally spoke, but his words were completely irrelevant. There was absolutely no response to Kirk's accusation. Think? It's hard to believe this verb could be associated with him. I mean, dude, do you even have the capacity to think? Honestly, I think this foreigner has a point. Could he be Mask Guy? If it really was Mask Brothers' perspective, why can we still see his livestream? Isn't this supposed to be player streams? TSK, this is getting complicated. My brain can't keep up. And what's the deal with those players locked inside for years? Is that for real? Every time I consider trying the game myself, the hell mode difficulty immediately kills my enthusiasm. Lu Su's words failed to spark any discussion. Everyone had grown accustomed to the ravings of a madman. No one intends to analyze anything from the words of a madman. Blank. I suggest you all pay close attention next. Blank. In the last game, when everyone thought this expert had gone mad, he turned out to be the most lucid one among them. Blank. I look forward to his next moves. Ha, Blank-sama? Why are you so late this time? Regardless of how the audience judged, after spending an entire day with Lu Su, Zhou Tian could distinctly sense something was off. There exists something profoundly mysterious about a person, their aura, their presence. For instance, when standing near certain individuals, you might unconsciously feel intimidated. That's because their presence overwhelms yours, putting you in a subordinate position. Lu Su's current aura was the most chaotic and unstable since entering the game, carrying an overwhelming sense of oppression like a child facing a heavyweight boxing champion. Yet the words he spoke seemed to be the most sober and rational remarks anyone had made since entering this game. The red-masked man's spirits appeared somewhat clearer now. What occurred to you? Zhou Tian took the initiative to ask Lu Su. Up to this point, he hadn't quite agreed with Kyle's speculations. Logically speaking, there doesn't seem to be any major issues, but Lu Su has business cards. At the beginning of the game, he saw Lu Su pull that golden business card from his crotch. That's our own brother. Could this also be part of some scheme? That doesn't quite add up. I was thinking, Lu Su said, even letting out a belch as if he'd eaten too much. I was thinking, where's the punishment? His words left everyone stunned, not understanding what he was doing. What's the punishment? Didn't the game say something bad would happen if you didn't enter the ward when the red light flashed? How come nothing happened? Ha 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 ha. From beneath Lu Su's red mask came a hoarse laugh, his expression finally twisting into a perverse grin as he turned to look at the motionless Tom Cat standing to the side. What do you think? How come there's no punishment? Tom? Tom's already mechanical body seemed to stiffen even more momentarily, but he remained silent. Kirk went on to say, you're already the ultimate goal, what's there to punish? Whether you're genuinely crazy or just pretending, it's over. Just as he was about to continue, Lu Su suddenly turned his mask toward him for the first time and said with a laugh, hee, bro, you smell so good. I agree with your judgment, your reasoning, and your analysis of this game. There are no issues with any of it. At times like these, it's perfectly fine to consider possibilities that no previous players have ever thought of. Keep it hidden even under the lamplight, no problem. The answer to this game has always been on the surface, yet there's no issue. But you keep saying you want to break free from conventions, break free, yet you're still bound by the rules. Who made you think? Him. As he spoke, Lu Su slowly raised his hand, pointing at the silent tin robot Tom standing nearby. Who told you he was the game master? As Lu Su's deranged voice fell, it felt like a heavy hammer had suddenly dropped into Zhou Tian's mind. Zhou Tian wasn't the sharpest knife in the drawer, lacking quick wit, but he wasn't stubborn either. He usually grasped things quickly once prompted. His footsteps shifted subtly backward. Kirk also frowned, then suddenly laughed and spoke up. You must be out of your mind. He's the host of this game that was established right from the beginning. Oh, really? Lu Su smiled. Think again, who said that? A confident smile spread across Kirk's face. When it came to remembering crucial details, he had a perfect, photographic memory. Every detail of the game, every. Recalling this, Cole's smile suddenly froze on his face as he remembered. At the very beginning of the game, a tin-plated robot had entered the room and announced to everyone, I will be your host for this session. You may address me as the Great Tom. This is what he said himself. Gulping nervously, Kirk's eyes darkened as he suddenly sensed the situation was spiraling beyond his expectations. Staring at the man who'd been acting crazy for 2 whole days, he spoke up. Stop talking nonsense. Who else could have spoken about this if not the host himself? And wasn't it him who laid out all the game rules, the background, and how to play it in the first place? A smile gradually spread across Lu Su's face as he retorted, is that so? Kirk, damn it, his astonishing memory was now throwing his thoughts into utter chaos. The moment he finished speaking, it all came rushing back to him. The rules of the game weren't spoken by Tom, they came from a mechanical voice with no discernible source. The font appeared on the wall of the initial room. Kirk swallowed hard. Before him stood the masked figure, bathed in crimson light, wearing a sinister grin. By his side stood the silent and brooding tin robot Tom, shrouded in darkness. Cole broke out in a cold sweat. You can refer back to chapters 28 to 29 for clarification, as there are clear hints provided there. In fact, the entire dungeon had clear hints all along. Chapter 51. Why aren't you answering me? Truly the most ill one among us. A bead of sweat emerged on Kirk's forehead, rolling slowly down his sharply defined western features, leaving behind an itchy sensation. But Kirk had no mood to wipe his sweat now, nor could he feel any itch. His entire body was completely numb. How could this be? In his mind, scenes flickered like a magic lantern, from the moment he entered the game to every frame up to now. Every word spoken by Tom before me. Call me the Great Tom. Welcome to the Demon Hospital. You can talk to each other and get familiar with one another's abilities. Your relationship is both collaborative and competitive. I'll be right here. Come talk to me anytime if you have questions or if you find your target. It certainly sounds like a competent game staff member, but isn't this all just fucking nonsense? There's absolutely no information at all. The rules of the game were announced by a mechanical voice, the purpose of the game was also announced by a mechanical voice, and then projected onto the walls. The start of mealtime, the end of mealtime, all directly proclaimed by a mechanical voice in the air. Even the warnings came from that mechanical voice. Kirk was astonished to find that it seemed the game worked perfectly fine without the tin robot Tom standing beside him. Ha! Kirk went completely numb, as if he'd just swallowed an entire Sichuan peppercorn tree raw. How had he never noticed this before? Lu Su's words just now were like a sharp knife, brutally piercing through his psychological defenses, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of defeat. You keep talking about breaking conventions, yet you're still bound by the rules. Yes, why had he never thought about it? Never felt that something was wrong? Because he had taken the game's absolute authority for granted, accepted its role as the game master, and thus never even considered such a possibility. He actually found Lusa's words extremely convincing. How could he think a madman made sense? When had this madman noticed all these things and remembered them? His own mental interference had backfired. The other party was clearly genuinely mentally disturbed, clearly already insane. How could this be? Suddenly, in the silent space, an airy laughter rang out. It was Lu Su laughing. The sound beneath the mask grew louder and louder, until it erupted into uproarious laughter. Ha 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 ha. No one knew what he was laughing about. Maybe he'd gone mad again, or perhaps he was sneering. In any case, for a fleeting moment in that space, Zhou Tian genuinely felt that the masked man might indeed be the craziest of them all. Sorry, Mr. Kirk. I do respect you, no mockery intended. Ha ha ha. I just started losing control a little. Zhou Tian listened to his words, and as his gaze followed downward, the corner of his eye twitched violently. Lusa's 4 right fingers had plunged completely into the earth, churning frantically as if crumbling a block of tofu. As Lusa's rationality increased, the aura around him surged wildly once more. The boundary of a single door seemed to leash a ferocious beast. No, let me think. Just as Kirk's mind was tangled in chaos, Tom, who had remained silent all this time, finally spoke for the first time. His tin-can head turned mechanically toward Kirk. Kirk player, correct deduction. UVE identified the sickest person. Now proceed to deal with him. Kill him. The tin robot Tom announced the game's outcome without any change in tone, simply stating it in an utterly ordinary and calm manner. But listening to the other person's words, Kirk couldn't help but shudder. For some reason, he always felt that something was off about the way the other person was speaking now. Shouldn't there be some reaction to what the red-masked person said? But if we insist on saying Tom is the host, there's actually no big problem with that. And your bizarre and crazy behavior seems even more inexplicable. Kirk didn't respond to Tom, but instead looked at Lucian and spoke. My behavior? Hasn't my behavior always been quite straightforward? Lucian sat on the ground, spreading his hands. Because I'm hungry, so I eat. What the hell kind of explanation is this? That's the damn problem itself, alright. Kirk felt like 10,000 grass mud horses were stampeding through his mind, but he no longer dared to look at Lu Su as if he were a madman. Sitting on the ground, Lu Su swayed his head while muttering. I've told you before, there's something wrong with that food and medicine. Especially the medicine. It wasn't meant to help us progress, was it? Our great Tom prepared it, right? That wasn't medicine to stabilize your mind. It was meant to make people lose control, to worsen their condition. Kirk's eyebrow twitched as he instinctively replied, How did you know? But the moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. It was right there in front of him after all. After eating, this guy ended up like this. Who cares how I found out? That's just how it is anyway. Lu Su couldn't really explain it here, after all. This was essentially part of his mask's abilities. The gluttony mask stores the energy from eating, but if not released, there's a risk of bodily explosion. If it were just a single meal of over 100 cans, Lu Su's current physique wouldn't have any trouble handling it. Yet during his first experience eating this way, he already sensed something was wrong. The overwhelming surge of energy felt abnormal. Moreover, under the gluttony mask's effects, consuming poisonous substances grants immunity, but as food energy accumulates, mental confusion intensifies. If those drugs were truly sedatives, then they should be about as effective as sugar pills for Lu Su. Such violent energy and mental chaos, those drugs must be poison, and extremely potent poison at that. So toxic that it makes everyone here believe they're sick, so toxic that it drives them all insane, even alters their consciousness to make them mistakenly think they need those drugs. Actually, ever since I entered this asylum and saw the mission, I've been thinking of a very simple way to clear this level. If I just kill everyone, wouldn't that mean I clear the level no matter what? But later I realized something was wrong. That patient of mine said someone had tortured him before. Who could have tortured him? Previous players? No, they couldn't have defeated Wang Ao, and such things wouldn't have driven him insane. And look, the red light is still flashing, but the punishment hasn't come yet. Who will punish me? Who is tormenting them? Lu Su stood up, took a step forward, and looked down at the tin robot Tom before him, the mouth on his mask gaping wide as if ready to devour the other whole. Why won't you answer me, you who are truly the sickest of all? Tom, you smell nice. I've long noticed the scent of human flesh on you. Chapter 52, Take Action. Who told you I was an intelligence-type player? Hearing Lu Su's questioning, Zhou Tian involuntarily took a step back, keeping Coker shielded in front of him. What nonsense is this foreigner talking about? Our comrade makes much more sense. Yet Coke's body seemed to have turned to stone, standing motionless with gloomy eyes. He was unwilling to accept it, unwilling to concede that he'd been outmatched in intellectual decryption by this mentally unstable fellow before him from the very beginning. And now that he thought about it, the bastard's words actually did make some sense. Even apart from the medication issue, he didn't think the whole situation was particularly complicated. And now, he didn't even need to think about it anymore. Ha, are you saying it's me? Tom finally spoke, sounding as surprised as Lu Su by his own statement. But now, all three people present had noticed his voice had changed. Gone was the previous mechanical tone. Now his voice was sharp and hoarse, exactly how a person would sound after their vocal cords had been destroyed. Oh, so that's how it is. If you hadn't mentioned it, I really would have forgotten. Ha ha ha, how did you guess? Kirk, bro, you actually admitted it? Shouldn't you put up at least a bit of resistance at this point? Is this difficult? Lu Su spread his hands, as if mocking the other person. From the very beginning, this game has given off an inexplicably simple vibe. Finding the sickest person, that's something that can definitely be achieved given enough time. Whether the final answer is someone here, me, you, or anything at all, even a cockroach on the ground, it doesn't matter. With enough time and such a limited space, even a brute force algorithm could find it. Heroes under heaven are as countless as fish in the river. I believe players must have accused you before, haven't they? Tom now turned around, the metallic gleam in his eyes flickering as he spoke. Before you, there have been 4 other groups who came here. Among them, only one person made such an identification, believing me to be the ultimate target. Lusa said with a smile. The rest couldn't hold on before they even had time to think, isn't that right? Tom remained silent and gave no response, merely continuing, guess what happened to the person who successfully identified him? You're a bit late. Had you come earlier, you might have gotten to taste his flavor? These words instantly made everyone present, as well as the audience, feel nauseated. But of course, this was nothing to Lu Su. Strangely enough, his mask even seemed to show a hint of anticipation, as he spoke. Is that so? What a shame, then. If I turn into mincemeat too later, make sure to give that guy Wang Ao an extra serving. He probably hates me quite a bit. He. This statement completely stunned Tom, leaving him momentarily speechless. He'd likely never encountered such a person before and even suspected the man might have some unusual mental condition. It seems you're already prepared to meet your end. Keek. He. Lu Su also smiled, taking a slow step forward. Yet it was this single step that caused a sound of crushing weight to echo through the space. From the corner of his eye, Zhou Tian could see Lusa's step had actually left a deep footprint in the ground. On the ground, there was an indentation as deep as a finger joint, resembling tracks left by a steamroller. I told you, this game quest sounds way too easy in the first half. So difficulty must lie in the second half, huh? Solving you probably won't be that simple, Tom. But I know you must have many restrictions, like you can't intervene unless the player breaks the rules, like when I swung that knife at your head and you couldn't react, or like all the other possibilities I haven't even thought of yet. Listening to Lusa say these words, Tom's body stiffened slightly, as if something in those words had touched a nerve. But you don't need to worry about these matters, I don't intend to waste time on that. Who told you I was the cerebral type? Strategy and schemes are just stopgaps when strength proves insufficient. But now, I believe it's time. Going for it? Great, Tom. Before the words even finished, almost at the same moment as saying going for it, his fist was already flying out. Absolutely shamelessly underhanded. Boom, boom. 2 thunderous booms echoed simultaneously as both bodies were sent flying backward. Right in the center of Tomato's special grade head appeared an enormous fist imprint. Caught off guard by Lusa's sneak attack, he had no time to dodge and was sent flying by a single explosive punch. Since this was against an enemy, Lu Su could finally unleash his full power for the first time, augmented even further by the energy he'd previously consumed. Hell yeah! Of course, at the same time, he suffered severe injuries almost instantly. The thick iron door of the initial room, for some unknown reason, suddenly fell straight toward Lu Su, slamming into him with full force. He had no idea why the door didn't seem to need any distance to accelerate, but the terrifying impact blasted the iron door apart upon collision, scattering shattered fragments everywhere while launching Lu Su backward like a cannonball. A deafening roar accompanied the impact as half the wall collapsed from the force. Buried in the rubble, Lu Su was actually overjoyed. Countless iron shards pierced his body, and his bones clearly hadn't fully recovered yet. In that moment, his pain points surged by 10. Ha, you're so much more useful than that Wang Ao. At the far end of the prison, in a solitary cell, Wang Ao. As he spoke, feeling the surging tide of power within him, Lu Su was overwhelmed with ecstasy, nearly crying out. No pain, pure euphoria. He raised one hand and pressed it against the adjacent iron door, precisely the entrance to Long Wu's hospital room. His room was positioned more toward the front. His 5 fingers exerted force, actually sinking directly into the iron door before twisting violently clockwise. The 10-centimeter thick iron door groaned under the twist with an intense, teeth-gritting screech. Metal shavings sprayed outward as the entire door took on an unnervingly malleable texture. The iron door wrinkled like folded fabric, twisting into a large vortex centered around Luce's hand, strangely beautiful in its destruction. With a single motion, he tore the door off its hinges and sent it flying like a dart toward where Tom had been knocked down. The massive iron door whizzed through the air, generating fierce gusts that sent Kirk staggering, his face twisting in horror. Is this guy seriously this terrifying? He. The expression on Luce's mask twisted with eerie delight. This wasn't his power, yet he could wield it freely for now. Nothing felt more exhilarating than this. It made enduring that near-fatal accumulation all worthwhile. Just like spending money that isn't yours feels the most thrilling. Like another man's woman. Chapter 53, Legendary Weapon, Hell's Howl. Lu Su didn't waste too much time. He understood that even in this hellish game, the ultimate solution likely wasn't about confronting the opponent head-on. Just like in his first novice game, the way to clear it probably wasn't about killing the guy directly. But who told him he was chosen by the god of suffering? Who told him he wanted to stand at the very top and experience the sensation of suffering? So sorry about this, Tom, looks like we'll have to fight for thrills. He knew that his previous punch was unlikely to finish off the opponent, given their formidable strength, so he began boosting his own power on the spot. First, he spent 20 points of suffering to increase the mysterious and enigmatic spirit from 1 to 3. Only then did he meet the learning requirement, allowing him to use the special skill learning scroll he had just acquired. Special skill scroll draw. Acquired powerful skill, Scholar's Right Hand. Scholar's Right Hand, your right hand possesses self-learning capabilities and can masterfully operate any object, as long as it's within your right hand's reach. Description: if you don't know how to do it, leave it to your brother. In that instant, an inexplicably profound sensation flowed into Luce's right hand. There were no other peculiar sensations, just the illusory feeling that this hand had somehow become more dexterous. This was his first time learning a transcendent level skill, and only now did he realize that skills were also categorized by tiers. According to the game description, there are 4 types: normal, powerful, berserk, and forbidden spells. It's fairly straightforward. This ordinary skill lottery ticket can only draw common or powerful skills, and his luck was fairly decent. Without another thought, Lu Su didn't linger on savoring the moment. He swiftly continued drawing. His equipment had remained unused, kept in reserve for moments when he truly needed to boost his combat strength. If unnecessary, it might have been useful for trading with others. But now was clearly a necessary moment. Epic Weapon Draw Coupon *2 or reward from his last flawless victory was cashed in without hesitation. Obtained Epic Weapon, Enigmatic Cloak. Illusion Cloak. Can transform into any clothing appearance according to the wearer's desires, possesses certain defensive capabilities that can perfectly block pistol shots from beyond 10 meters, and features self-repair functionality. Description: I know you might think this thing is useless. This is supposed to be an epic tier weapon, you might say. But trust me, this thing is seriously cool. Plus, it saves a lot of money. Lu Su, this is your epic tier weapon? Even if your description already said what I was going to say, I still have to say it. Acquire Epic Weapon, Hell's Roar. Hell's Roar, a pistol-shaped weapon, or perhaps more accurately described as a hand cannon. Its attacks are divided into 3 modes. Basic mode, no energy consumption, fires bullets with the power equivalent to rifle rounds. Advanced mode, consumes 0.5% energy, delivering an attack equivalent to a small grenade launcher. Hell's Roar mode, the true Hell's Roar adjusts itself based on energy consumption. The more energy expended, the more terrifying the single attack becomes, and the greater the recoil. Description: charging method, Harvest lives to charge. Don't ask me why this defies science, that's just how it's set. Oh, Lu Su stood up in surprise, as if he had discovered something interesting. Just look at the length of this description. This thing seems way more legitimate than that so-called Misty Cloak. At least it clearly has substance to it. Hell Scream, that does sound like something. After a brief moment of consideration, Lu Su stood up and looked across at Tom, who had also just managed to pull himself from the wreckage. The other party's condition clearly wasn't like his own. Aside from the dent in their head, there didn't seem to be any major issues. But it's different for me. With these injuries, in any ordinary hospital I'd be rushed straight to the emergency intensive care unit. But it's alright, the pain value is rising, just pop some pills then. Pulling out a basic healing potion, Lu Su downed it in one swift gulp, fully unleashing his gluttonous potential by drinking remarkably fast. You actually came out unscathed? Having nearly shaken his brain to a pulp, Tom now stared at Lu Su across from him, utterly stunned by the other's physical resilience. The last player who figured out his identity died instantly from just this first attack. Is this kid really that tough? Bang! The response to him was a gunshot, picking up Hell's Roar and firing straight at Tom across the way. With the gun in his right hand, the scholar's right hand skill became unexpectedly useful at this moment. Lu Su, who had never touched a gun before, instantly became a firearms master, hitting a perfect bullseye without even needing to familiarize himself. Tom Cat's mechanical arm lifted up, glowing with an electromagnetic arc that sucked a steel plate toward it, positioning it as a shield in front of him. Clang! The steel plate was pierced, leaving a dent right on Tom's forehead. Blocked, but not fully. Tom, ####. Furious with shame, he suddenly turned his head and glared at Cole and Jotian, who were idly watching the scene. Kirk player, your deduction is correct. He's the one who's the sickest. Aren't you going to lend a hand? Kirk, bro, didn't you just admit it? Wait, this isn't a mystery-solving dungeon? This is a berserk combat dungeon? In that instant, he broke out in a cold sweat. There was no time to dwell on the fact that he'd been defeated by a madman in his own area of expertise. He made his decision immediately. Mental interference. It directly targeted Tom's mind, that much spine he still possessed, enough to not shrink from confronting his opponent. Chaos and madness instantly recoiled upon him, but what shocked him most was one undeniable fact. This backlash wasn't half as intense as what Lu Su had once inflicted upon him. Oof. Tom let out a muffled grunt, then casually waved his hand. Metal throughout the room obeyed like an extension of his body, hurling several iron rods forward. Let's go! Jotian's swift gale boots erupted with a burst of air, instantly propelling him to tackle Kirk down, yet one iron rod still struck true, piercing straight through his thigh. Ah! Holy shit! Damn it all! Clutching his thigh, Kirk was instantly incapacitated. Before Tom could even gloat with a few taunts, a deafening explosion tore through the room. The protective iron plating blasted apart as he was sent flying by the terrifying shockwave. Hell's Roar, upgraded version. Energy remaining, 49.5%. How stingy. They didn't even give a full energy tank from the start. Tom Cat was furious too. Countless holes emerged on the walls, and from their agonizingly dense arrangement enough to trigger trypophobes, myriad iron spikes shot forth, hurtling straight toward Lu Su. Lu Su's footsteps were steady without dodging. With the misty cloak billowing behind him, he strode boldly forward beneath the rain of iron pikes. Hell's Roar in his right hand, second gear firing. His left hand flipped out an intermediate health potion, ready to chug if needed. Come on then, let's trade blows. Chapter 54. Who's the machine now? The potion-chugging god of war. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Hellscream couldn't even be called a handgun, it was practically a hand cannon. Yet, with Luce's current strength, he could wield it with effortless precision, as if it were an extension of his very hand. Under normal circumstances, each shot from a cannon launcher requires its own cooldown and reload time, but Lusu didn't need any of that. Ignoring the recoil, the roaring gun muzzle remained utterly still, steadied as if cheating in a game. To be fair, Lusu really did mean it. But anyway, the game won't ban accounts, so it doesn't matter. Roaring sounds continued relentlessly as all the metal equipment in the initial room, along with large chunks of concrete, had completely lifted off the ground and now floated in a tangled mass before Tom. But the piled-up bulk was utterly useless. What appeared to be an imposing volume couldn't withstand many hits from Luce's bombardment. The entire room was choked with dust and smoke. Fragments of twisted metal and severed wires were scattered everywhere, leaving the room almost completely unrecognizable. It had become difficult for anyone to even stand upright. The violent impact sent Tom, this ironclad, electrically charged machine, stumbling backward, struggling even to keep his balance. Jutian had already flown off with Kirk, abandoning the wounded companion in a corner while he prowled the room in his boots, searching for any opportunity to lend a hand. Tom's metal-plated body was now covered in scars, the relentless barrage of attacks even curling the edges of his armor. Another thunderous blast tore off the protective plating at his shoulder. A pained groan escaped Tom's mouth as, for the first time, he was forced to retreat. His treaded feet carried him swiftly backward, bringing him to the top of a slope. Beneath the ripped-off armor was a human shoulder, completely skinless and already charred to a crisp. The degree of charring clearly showed it wasn't caused by Luce's bombardment. Instead, he had actually welded himself to that outer layer of iron armor. What kind of creature could possibly exist beneath this iron shell now? It's truly beyond description. I told you, barbecue flavor. From afar, Luce's voice echoed. He wasn't about to give this guy any breathing room. The cannon in his hand roared relentlessly as if ammunition meant nothing. A mere 0.5% energy loss, that was all. 100 rounds without reloading. Your body has been modified as well? Tom raised his head, dodging and blocking within the room while staring at Lu Su, who was still striding forward. In utter disbelief, he blurted out the question. In his eyes, Lu Su was no longer human at this moment. It wasn't just Lu Su attacking unilaterally before, he had been fighting back too. With so many iron rods flying toward him, even the most agile person couldn't possibly dodge them all. In Tom's original plan, he intended to withstand a volley from the enemy's cannons, figuring that by the time they opened fire again, most of the opposing guys should have been dead already. But nearly all the iron rods on his side had been exhausted, while the opponent's artillery fire showed no sign of stopping. Is this guy's defense really that high? But then, upon closer inspection, he realized Lusu hadn't even been dodging. At this moment, 4 or 5 iron rods were protruding from his body, making him look like a scarecrow, yet he continued advancing relentlessly without the slightest regard for his own condition. The broken iron rod was dripping with blood, the exposed shoulder bone gleaming with a ghastly white light, enough to make Zhou Tian's teeth ache just from looking. Is this even human? What kind of fighting spirit is this? His abdomen, shoulders, and thighs were all impaled by iron rods, wounds that would absolutely incapacitate any normal person. But for Lu Su, it's that, pain value +7, +6. The illusory cloak covered his vital chest area, while his head remained protected by the gluttony mask, already the finest defense. As long as it wasn't instant death, nothing could truly harm him. Zhu Tian couldn't comprehend what kind of agony this was even if the opponent didn't care about pain due to mental issues. Their current condition made fighting impossible. Boom! Responding to his thoughts was another hand cannon blast. Unable to dodge in time, Tom was sent flying backward and smashed into the wall. Hey, comrade, looks like your neck's spurting blood there. Speaking with creeping horror, Zhu Tian cautiously addressed Lu Su, his scalp prickling with fear. He couldn't help but feel terrified. The combat scene before him had exceeded all his personal understanding. The intelligence analysts who had previously provided him with strategic insights were now utterly useless, all fallen silent as they encountered something beyond their knowledge. The combat capability of this lone warrior before them could probably rival an entire armed squad with firearms. Since joining the game, none of them had encountered anything like this, none were psychologically prepared for it. Can this still be considered human? Lusa touched his neck and found bright red blood on his fingers. It's fine, didn't hit an artery. Casually replying, he tilted his head back and chugged down a bottle of intermediate healing potion in one go. Then, all wounds on his body instantly stopped bleeding before miraculously beginning to heal. If it's an arterial wound, I'm afraid we'll need to use high-grade healing potions. While chuckling, Lusa directly yanked out an iron rod embedded in his abdomen and hurled it back at Tom. Tom instantly dodged, he didn't dare meet this attack head-on. The iron pike crashed into the wall with a thunderous boom, blasting a massive hole through it. The sheer force of this strike was unexpectedly comparable to the earlier hand cannon shot. One after another, iron pikes were pulled from his body, then launched anew as projectiles toward Tom, forcing the tin-plated robot into a frantic, ungainly evasion. What are you dodging for? Didn't we agree on a straight-up sniper duel? Lu Su was extremely dissatisfied with the other party's performance. Tom cursed loudly, who the hell said we had a deal? How could I possibly be the same as you? Wait, no, come to think of it, my defense stats should be way higher than yours. Which one of us is the robot? This was the second question that popped into Tom's mind, following which one of us is the lunatic? Look at me, you bastard. Lu Su fired another blast straight at him. Tom managed to block it with a steel plate drawn by electromagnetic force, but just as the explosion left him dazed, an iron rod came flying right after the blast. Sizzle! The grating sound of metal friction pierced the air before the iron spike plunged straight into Tom's chest. Tom's face instantly twisted in shock as he suddenly raised his hand. The floor beneath Lu Su abruptly lifted upward, sending him crashing into the ceiling, where the collapsing structure promptly slammed him back to the ground. You, courting death! A murderous glint erupted in Tom's eyes, as if some forbidden boundary had been crossed. The entire hospital room twisted and distorted around them. The entire room's masonry surface layer completely peeled off, exposing the underlying metal and steel reinforcement structures that began frantically converging, piling onto Tom's body, growing larger and larger. Look who's talking, hasn't it been kill or be killed between us from the very beginning? Chapter 55, Prison Riot, The Roar of Life Reaping. Disgusting. Lusa spat out gravel and blood from his mouth. As his energy depleted, he finally had the capacity for such basic actions as spitting now. Pushing the rocks off my body, blood staining between my fingers, I forced myself up from the ground. I felt around my body, no broken bones as far as I could tell. Everything seemed fine then. Might as well pretend nothing happened. Pains chosen, pain value +3. Oh, what's this now? The boss's second phase, huh? Triggered it just like that? Didn't even seem to chip away much of its health. This game feels pretty half-baked. The plot and character models are both somewhat mediocre. Lu Su muttered incomprehensible nonsense while pouring another basic potion down his throat like a drug-addled warrior. Better take it slow, this body of mine probably can't endure too much reckless abuse right now. Seems my title as the potion-guzzling war god isn't going away anytime soon. The most crucial supplies in this game will likely be healing items, considering how rapidly I burn through them. We might need to buy more for the next game. Casually firing several more shots at Tom, I shattered quite a few of the metal fragments he had gathered. But Tom's massive body no longer dodged, opting instead to tank the hits head-on. The accumulated layers had become too dense to be blasted away. At Tom's chest where the iron rod had pierced, a circular electric arc formed. Sparkling with an eerie glow, it generated a powerful magnetic field that drew in everything nearby. The iron rod Lu Su had thrust into the opponent's chest was oxidizing at an alarming rate for some unknown reason, already becoming heavily rusted. Yet the energy gathering around his body continued to intensify, distorting the refraction of light through the air. The entire exoskeleton armor emitted hissing sounds as water vapor in the air condensed then evaporated around it, leaving the already massive figure shrouded in writhing mist. Flesh is weak. Machinery ascends. Tom's head seemed somewhat delirious amidst the massive robot that had already retreated over 3 meters away, murmuring something incomprehensible. Lu Su now suspected whether that iron rod he just thrust had plunged the opponent into a near-death state. The man seemed completely uncontrollable now, as if some internal switch had been flipped. TSK, this one might actually prove troublesome. Seems like I didn't eat quite enough. You call that a mechanical ascension? That's just brute strength making bricks fly, Tony Stark. You've still got a long way to go. Covered in blood, he sat on the ground for a brief rest, waiting for his organs to realign themselves. When he turned his head, he noticed the door beside him had already swung open. This was the one he had opened, the same one he unscrewed earlier to attack Tom. Inside the door sat Long Wu, his face full of bewilderment as he sat on the floor, unable to comprehend what was happening outside. Lately, they've stopped giving meals, stopped doling out medicine. Now some madman's been thrown into the prison, and today, all this commotion. No, why is this madman looking at me? Lu Su peered through the door at the familiar face inside, his mask revealing a kindly smile. Oh, oh. Hi, have you eaten yet? Long Wu didn't speak, he just closed his eyes with a look of utter despair, as though unwilling to face the reality before him. Lu Su raised Hell's Roar, aiming it at his opponent, and set it to first gear. Bang, bang, snap. The iron chains broke with sharp cracks. After several gunshots, all the chains on Long Wu's body shattered, and within the prison walls, he finally regained his freedom. He stared blankly at his hands, feeling somewhat at a loss. You're free now, old-timer. Consider this my treat in return for the meal. I took your medicine. So, do you feel much clearer in your head now? Lu Su grinned, then stood up, feeling most of his strength had returned. He raised his hand and fired 2 shots first, kicking up clouds of dust before pulling out his razor-sharp blade from his backpack. He had always known how to use this knife, but now it felt strangely familiar in his grip, as if he were some master of the blade. The scholar's hand sure is something, huh? After testing the familiar weight and twirling the knife a few times, Lu Su remarked this casually in his mind. Pain God's chosen, give me stat points. Strength, 2430. Agility, 1015. Speed, 1015. All 3 attributes were simultaneously enhanced, making Lu Su worry that if his power became too terrifying, it might lead to significant coordination issues. Coupled with the sharp blade, a cutting attribute that triples the bonus of force damage. His right hand sized up the knife, then with a forceful flick, the blade traced an arc through the air. Layer upon layer of metal sheeting was pierced instantly, as if made of paper, and the razor-sharp gleam swiftly reached the head of the sheet metal robot. Tom's eyes now lacked any glint of reason, yet he instinctively tilted his head slightly, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. Whoosh! The blade plunged into the side of the tin-plated head, and a dark red fluid tinged with yellow slowly oozed from the wound, looking grotesquely revolting. Lu Su raised his arm, ready to seize the moment of weakness to deliver a killing blow by firing 2 shots directly into the wounded area. But the instant he pulled the trigger, the entire prison floor heaved like rolling waves, sending him flying backward. The next moment, a rapid series of loud popping sounds, like firecrackers going off, erupted behind him. Across the circular corridor, every iron door except those sealing the player's cells exploded open simultaneously. The iron doors hurtled toward Tom with a fierce whistling sound, fusing with his colossal body like poorly assembled parts of a monstrous patchwork toy. At this moment, the massive body had already pushed against the ceiling, reaching a terrifying height of 5 meters, its entire form resembling a colossal ruin of a war god. Look at this scene, it's practically tailor-made to be a mid-level boss in any Souls-like game. Lu Su muttered sarcastically, preparing to switch Hell's Roar to its 3rd setting. And just then, wolf howls erupted in sporadic bursts throughout the entire prison. What was that noise? Lu Su instinctively turned his head and was shocked to discover that nearly 90 patients from their wards had all rushed out. In the hallway, now twisted beyond recognition, they roared wildly. Then, in unison, they turned their heads, more than 80 pairs of eyes, completely consumed by the urge to kill, locked onto Lu Su without blinking. Ayo! An inexplicable roar erupted as the nearest patient crossed 20 meters in just a few strides, charging at Lu Su like a wild beast. His hands, claw-like, sank into the flesh of Lu Su's arms before he bared his teeth and lunged for his neck. Crunch! Several teeth shattered, a scorching hot gun barrel had already been shoved into the gaping maw. Bang! Yellow and white matter instantly sprayed from the back of the opponent's head, splattering across the wall. Those extinguished frenzied eyes finally met Lu Su's merciless gaze. Life Harvest, Energy plus 1%. Chapter 56, Warning? Dismissing warnings and installing anyway. I don't know if you're being controlled or having a mental breakdown, totally clueless about what to do. Lusa glanced at the corpse lying on the ground, then surveyed the group of utterly deranged individuals standing opposite him. With a chilling tone, he issued his threat. Roar! In response to him came inhuman roars. These former prisoners of theirs had now become nothing less than devils. Well, it's definitely a hungry ghost too. These once terror-stricken individuals, who had suffered under Lusa's torment, now seemed utterly devoid of fear, staring at him with zombie-like indifference. Lusu adjusted Hell's roar to its lowest setting. If he needed to deal with these insignificant grunts, he didn't want to waste too much energy. Since I'm not sure if any of you are innocent, I'll give you a chance. As he spoke, Lusu even feigned the motion of reloading Hell's roar in his hands. I'll count to 3. If you can make it back to your rooms by then, I'll consider you still human. With that, he kicked the corpse lying on the ground, sending it rolling into the crowd. He glanced around briefly, realizing that no one seemed to understand at all. The person approaching him from the front was actually still moving closer despite everything. The expression on the mask shifted slightly. 3. Thud, thud. 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 shadowy figures fell to the ground instantly. Hell's roar's charge increased by 1.5%. It seemed the amount of energy gained from each kill varied from person to person. The value of life was clearly marked at this moment, with concrete distinctions made. Are these people out of their minds? Seriously, how did you brainwash them? Behind Lusu now, that massive 5-meter-tall thing, Tom, had basically taken form. Lusu turned to look at the enormous creation and asked, I just planted a little something in their minds. You're quite the humanitarian, aren't you? By now, Tom's originally calm mechanical voice had completely disappeared, replaced by the utterly mad tones of a complete lunatic. Lusu laughed mockingly, thinking to himself, so that's how it is. No wonder they say you're the most deranged one here. These people are completely under your control and manipulation. What does sickness even matter? Worthless wretch, so you're claiming to be mentally ill? Seems you're just someone lost in your own fantasy world, comforting yourself. Tom? The massive steel frame stiffened slightly, as if momentarily caught off guard. What did she mean by, so you're claiming to be mentally ill? Is mental illness some sort of prestigious honorary title now? You've already controlled all these guys, so what's left for you to play? Everything you're doing here is just entertaining yourself. Playing God in front of a crowd of controlled fools? You're just another pawn in this game. Behind the mask, Lusa's words became even more venomous, relentlessly spewing out insults. Especially that last line to Tom was downright shattered by it. You're just another plaything in this game. You're just another plaything in this game. Like you're not a plaything in this game yourself. Play? Of course there's play. For you latecomer players, I haven't implanted anything. Watching them resist, watching them succumb, I find it quite amusing. And you'll become the most fun toy of them all. Call me the Great Tom. It was clear Tom had completely lost it. With a furious roar, all the emerged patients began charging toward Lusu together. At the same time, the powerful magnets on his body activated, freezing all objects in place and pressing the iron blocks flat against himself. Even elephants can be brought down by enough ants, so Lusu couldn't afford to let his guard down and risk failure. As he leaped and flipped through the twisted corridors, his crimson firearm roared intermittently, claiming lives one after another. Being attacked increased his pain value. Killing others charged his Hell's roar. Lusu scored double victories alone, a true win-win. The players don't have implants in their brains, right? Lusu's foot pressed against the bulge on the wall as he adjusted the Hell's roar in his hand to the third setting, energy at 5%. Jiu Tian, I need you to find a way to release all the remaining players. Wine Sky. Me? Jiu Tian had never anticipated combat in this current state. Just being able to dart through this chaotic battlefield like a swimming dragon was already impressive enough. Trust you, comrade. Play your part now. A glowing sphere brimming with terrifying energy emerged from Lusa's hellish hollow wall. After charging to completion, it blasted directly onto the opponent. Good. Jiu Tian glanced at the ongoing battle before him, realizing he couldn't intervene. Gritting his teeth, he immediately agreed, then pulled out a bizarre-looking object from nowhere and rushed into the adjacent room. The organization had previously researched the game's content. Since escape scenarios were frequent, he had already exchanged for relevant tools in advance. Boom! Lusa's cannon shot seemed to drift onto the opponent's body, then erupted with an even more violent explosion than before. The red light clung to the Cybertron-like metallic frame across from him, setting off continuous detonations. The 5-meter-tall giant robot raised both arms in defense before it. Though it appeared to block the attack, its tower-like frame instantly turned red-hot from the extreme heat, with even the metal at the edges beginning to melt. Tom was also sent staggering backward by the blast before his massive frame bent forward, dropping to one knee on the ground. He warily looked up at the gun in Lusa's hand. Though this foe before him was troublesome, it seemed this weapon was the real thing capable of dealing genuine damage to him. Then, he raised his hand and clenched his fist forcefully. All the remaining patients clutched their heads in agony as blood gushed violently from their 7 orifices, letting out wretched screams. Next, they surged toward Lu Su even more frenziedly, all scrambling for the hell's roar in his grasp. A purely offensive epic tier weapon truly boasts astonishing power. While harvesting the lives of puppets lunging at him from all sides, Lu Su had to dodge the wildly flying metal shards and iron rods, those high-speed fragments practically indistinguishable from bullets. Then, he began frantically adjusting the energy level of Hell's Roar, selecting the 3rd custom power setting he intended to give Tom a hefty dose. Warning, due to limited physical endurance, excessive single energy output is not recommended. Whoa, you can talk? Lu Su glanced at Hell's Roar in his hand, exclaiming in surprise. Warning, due to limited physical endurance, the recommended single load limit is best kept below 20%. Enough with the nonsense. Not accepting it. Crank it up to the max. With the arrow already on the bowstring, you're pulling this stunt now? Is this really the time to be considering capacity limits? Everyone knows what to do in situations like this. Install it, ignoring all warnings. Chapter 57, The Sun from Hell, Achievement Severed Hand Unlocked. At this moment, Hellscream was stuck at the 3rd gear's 20% mark. Under Lu Su's resolute insistence on the chosen operation, it gradually began to increase again. 50%. But while charging his power, Lu Su's body was already crawling with deranged patience. These completely controlled people clung to his waist from behind, using their full body weight in an attempt to restrain him. Humanity had been completely lost. When animal instinct reached its peak, they began attacking with every possible weapon their bodies possessed, fangs and claws, leaving various marks all over Lu Su's body. Earlier, Lu Su, relying on the precision of his pistol firing and single shots, had accurately eliminated 1/3 of the total number. This killing speed was already considerable for someone not yet fully adept at such acts. According to international statistical norms, once a combat unit suffers casualties exceeding 1/3, it typically loses its fighting capability, becoming passive, prone to mutiny, and on the verge of collapse at any moment. Yet now, despite Lu Su slaughtering them like chickens, killing 1/3 of their number had failed to shake their resolve. They continued throwing themselves at him, one after another. It's almost impossible not to kill them. Thus, from the outcome, the most formidable combat force turns out to be the one without self-awareness. At that moment, as if sensing Lu Su's Hell's Roar was charging up and seeing this as their chance, they frantically lunged at his arms. Simultaneously, at least 3 or 4 people were clinging to Lu Su's limbs, gnawing at them like a pack of wolves tearing into prey. Although the gun was temporarily unusable, Lu Su still wore a bewildered expression. His right hand continued to grip Hell's Roar while his left hand suddenly seized someone's head and squeezed with violent force. Instantly, the victim's eyeballs bulged grotesquely, like pressurized rubber balls on the verge of bursting. Still gripping the head, he swung the body like a sack before violently smashing it against the wall, transforming it into something resembling a smashed watermelon that exploded with a sickening splatter. Killing with a gun is because Gramash can absorb life force to recharge. It's not that he couldn't kill otherwise. Tom had now completely finished assembling. All the special metal distributed across the prison walls and floors had adhered to his body, transforming him into a makeshift Megatron. Suddenly, his metallic head swiveled as if spotting something, then turned to look at Kirk, who'd been cowering in the corner all this time. "Player Kirk, what's wrong? He's the sickest person in the prison. Why aren't you doing anything? You don't seem like a qualified player." Kirk had originally planned to lie low and avoid detection if possible, figuring he might just scrape through this level. What if that red-masked guy actually won the fight? The moment Tom's gaze fell upon him, his mind nearly exploded with panic. What should he do now? He wasn't exactly the combat type to begin with. His expertise lay in analysis and decryption, though, judging by earlier events, even that had utterly failed him. "I know, but right now..." Kirk's mind raced furiously, scrambling to buy even a second more, only for a barrage of iron rods to come crashing down on him the very next instant. Gunpowder is an extremely inefficient energy source. With the propulsion of electromagnetic force, these things are no less powerful than firearms. Lu Su could dare to take the hit because he's reckless, but if Kirk took that blow, there'd be no future for him. So the moment he saw the attack coming, Kirk instantly crushed the exit coin in his hand and left the game immediately. Although it's a pity all those accumulated points and rewards from perfect clearances vanished in an instant when it came to his life, he simply wasn't as absolute as Lu Su. Watching his opponent vanish into thin air, Tom was startled but had grown somewhat accustomed to such phenomena. After finishing off the flies, he charged toward Lu Su with long strides. His 5-meter-tall frame sent a shower of sparks skittering across the prison ceiling as his head grazed it. A fist half the size of Lu Su's entire body rose high, steam-powered thrust erupting from the wrist joint along with electromagnetic propulsion, before slamming into Lu Su with devastating force. The blow also reduced one of the patients clinging to Lu Su into a bloody pulp in the process. That blow was no lighter than being hit by a dump truck. In other novels, such a strike would have been enough to send the protagonist straight into transmigration. But Lu Su merely went flying, smashed through a ward wall, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and felt his agony value increase by another 6 points. The fully controlled patients didn't seem to care that their leader had just pummeled one of their own to death, immediately swarming Lu Su again without giving him a moment to catch his breath. Despite landing a successful strike, Tom suddenly felt an inexplicable panic from his machine spirit, sensing something abnormally dangerous targeting him as if his life could be snuffed out at any moment. Lu Su's physical endurance was something he already knew well. He didn't think this punch would actually do much to him. At this moment, he dared not entertain his usual cat-and-mouse mentality. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Resolving this threat first was paramount, and everything else could wait. Just as he took a step forward, a loud bang echoed as metal struck metal, and the relatively petite head compared to its massive body jerked backward instantly. A steel chain lashed Tom fiercely, and he never expected there to be a second person in this prison who could defy him. Looking up, the figure leaping high into the air still had 4 iron shackles attached to its limbs. It was Long Wu, who had already broken free. Now his eyes no longer held confusion or turmoil, only hatred and a resolve that had been absent for who knows how many years. With a swift flick of the chains in his hands, he actually managed to strangle this robot. The sheer audacity of the move was almost laughable. Down below, the former players, as long as they had broken free and retained even a shred of consciousness, all began charging at this war machine-like monstrosity before them. They were no ordinary people after all. While their combat abilities might not necessarily surpass Lu Su's, being stronger than Zhou Tian shouldn't be much of a problem. Tom's massive frame was forcibly brought down to one knee. Though he could shake them off immediately afterward, such high-quality attacks still gave him some trouble. Only then did he remember these people hadn't taken their medication for 2 days, and their current mental state wasn't the same as their previous brainwashed condition. Lu Su had taken all the medication. Was this part of his calculations too? Just as Tom was seething with anger that these playthings had actually begun to resist him, a furious roar erupted from the distant pile of patients. "Make way!" Those words were clearly directed at the players. Immediately afterward, Tom saw a blinding red light obliterating everything in his field of vision. Roaring hell, 50% energy single shot. It was as if a sun from hell descended upon the mortal world, bringing with it an infernal welcoming ceremony, crashing down onto Tom, who had absolutely no room to evade in this confined space. Behind this strike, the terrifying heat instantly vaporized the several people charging at Lu Su, while the tremendous recoil directly obliterated his right arm. The shoulder bone jutted straight out from his back, his right hand gripping the roaring hell snapped at the elbow, tendons and bones severed completely, along with the unsupported flesh, sent flying backward through the air. Third game. After having both legs broken in the previous 2 games, Lu Su suffered broken arms this time instead. Achievement unlocked. Chapter 58, Tearing Through Steel. Rotten flesh beneath the iron. In Lu Su's eyes, everything before him had slowed to a crawl. Tilting his head slightly, he saw his severed right hand still soaring through the air. There was a pleasantly warm sensation in my chest, spreading comforting heat throughout my body. Looking down, I saw the misty cloak protecting my vital areas glowing fiery red under the intense radiation from miniature suns. Beneath the coat, my blood bubbled like boiling water until it transformed into a crimson fuel that clung to Lu Su's body. Chosen of agony, pain value +3. For Lu Su, this collective experience could only be described as one overarching sensation, cozy warmth. It felt quite comfortable. But he knew that theoretically, he was severely injured and couldn't possibly indulge in this comfortable sensation for long. Moving swiftly, he fished out a bottle of basic healing potion and clenched it between his teeth. Meanwhile, he leaped up on tiptoe and intercepted midair, catching his severed right hand with his left and holding it in his grasp. Losing a hand was one thing, but if the epic weapon Hell's Roar were gone, his current combat effectiveness would truly be something to scoff at. This Megatron truly isn't something current players have the strength to contend with. Only Lu Su. With pain immunity, currently unrivaled physical strength amongst humans, plus drug enhancements and decent weaponry, only with all these could he disregard the intended clearing method and charge head-on in this hell mode game. He's currently in combat, unaware of the sheer magnitude of shock he's causing the outside spectators. Among all the perfect clear players, Lu Su's level of visual impact remains absolutely unparalleled. Under Lu Su's ultra-high-speed dynamic vision, though everything appears to happen slowly, it's actually astonishingly fast in reality. From the bombardment, severed hand, to recoil-induced high-temperature injuries, all these events occurred simultaneously, totaling less than a second. And now, that sun from hell has already descended upon Tom, emitting terrifying explosions. The entire hospital was instantly engulfed in a blinding white light, its intensity unbearable to human eyes. Anyone with a shred of rationality instinctively turned their heads away from this level of brilliance. The prison throbbed with unbearable heat waves. At the epicenter of the explosion, temperatures were high enough to melt metal, and those who stood even slightly closer screamed in agony as they staggered backwards. A single output at 50% already surpassed the level of legendary weapons, breaking past perfection to reach unprecedented heights. Even Grommash Hellscream likely never imagined he could achieve such terrifying single-action throughput. "Hey, are you okay?" Amid the scorching heat waves, a vaguely familiar voice rang out. Zhou Tian, wielding a handheld breaching tool, forced the iron door open and charged toward the direction where Lu Su had been. Zhou Tian had already flawlessly completed his mission by freeing those players. Hearing the terrifying commotion outside, he rushed out without hesitation. He needed to make sure that red-masked figure couldn't die. In his view, people come first, the game has just begun, yet a talent of this caliber has emerged. Survival is what matters most. The quality and mental resilience displayed by this opponent made him feel that even if the game couldn't be cleared, it would still be good for this person to survive. It's just starting over from the beginning. After rushing several steps through the dust and blinding light, Luce's figure finally came into his view. Zhou Tian's footsteps halted abruptly as he came to a sudden stop. Before him stood a blood-soaked figure. A cloak draped over his chest, rising and falling vigorously with each heartbeat, while dried bloodstains cast a tragically heroic aura about him. His left hand clutched his severed right hand, which still gripped the gun with a death-like tightness, while he desperately gulped medicine from a bottle clenched between his teeth. The scene before him was beyond words in its sheer impact, rooting Zhou Tian to the spot as if his feet had taken sprout. He stared at the statue-like figure before him, half convinced he was witnessing a movie scene until Luce spat out the medicine vial in his mouth, shattering it on the ground, snapping him back to reality. "You, still with us? Didn't I just take medicine? What's wrong?" Luce glanced down at himself. "Am I sprouting leaks somewhere?" Well, not exactly. Even the severed limbs had been cauterized by the intense heat, stopping the bleeding. Zhou Tian watched as the other person held his own right hand in their left, acting as if nothing was amiss. The last shred of his mental defenses crumbled further. The scene before his eyes was far too graphic. He could hardly believe that just at the start of the game, someone like this already existed in the world. Is he immune to pain? Luce had no time for idle chatter with him. He pulled Hell's Roar off his right hand and then handed the severed limb to Zhou Tian. "Hold this for me. Step aside, it's not over yet." Staring at the severed hand suddenly presented before him, Zhou Tian felt his soul shudder. He instinctively accepted it with both hands, staring transfixed in stunned silence. Holding Gromash's rage in his left hand, the harvested life energy from earlier left about 10% remaining after that shot. Luce switched to second gear, firing continuously with his left hand as he approached the massive figure lying in the ruins ahead. Though lacking the precision of the scholar's right-hand augmentation, accuracy wasn't his priority now, destruction was all that mattered. The enemy hadn't taken the solar strike well, its central metallic structure was completely annihilated, with molten metal at the epicenter now gradually cooling and solidifying. The metal suspension at the arm position had already snapped, with the connected sheet metal rendering it completely unusable, like a human bone broken yet still attached to flesh. Tom's original body was now almost entirely exposed, staring in shock at Lusu, who was still fiercely attacking despite having lost an arm. The roar of second gear made it impossible for the large robot on the ground to reassemble, causing it to skid backward continuously, plowing a trench across the terrain. Long Lu, and others used iron chains to lock the enemy robot's joints, preventing the damaged machine from unleashing further destruction. Without exchanging a word with Lu Su, they moved with an unspoken combat synergy. With incredibly poor marksmanship, Lu Su emptied his Hell's Roar magazine at the target. Surveying the shattered wreckage of Tom scattered across the ground, he holstered his weapon. The arcs of electricity flickered once more across Tom's chest as he attempted to reassemble himself using magnetic force. But in the next instant, Lu Su leaped onto him. Ignoring the scorching metal beneath him, Lu Su stood atop Tom's steel plating, looking down at his opponent with commanding superiority. Snap! His left hand struck like a chisel, punching a gaping hole through Tom's chest. Amid the metallic screech of tearing steel, Lu Su used his bare hands to violently rip away the iron plating from Tom's body. Ah! Tom let out his first human-like scream of pain. Beneath the tin sheet lay rotting, burnt crisp skin still oozing with pus. Chapter 59, Tom's Diary, Sequence Upgrade. After glancing at the tin sheet in his hand, Luce's mask immediately displayed an expression of disgust. The iron sheet had disgusting leathery stuff sticking to it. Upon closer inspection, one could guess it was human skin. Tom had actually welded the entire iron shell together with himself inside. What's the point of this? Luce frowned, muttering to himself. This certainly isn't what they mean by mechanical ascension. No wonder I can smell human flesh. This guy has welded himself to the metal, but the body's natural circulation system inevitably rejects the metal. Festering, scabbing, bonding with metal, even welding. Who knows how many years this guy has spent in this devil's hospital, repeating such horrifying procedures day after day. When it comes to self-torment, Lusu is just playing around. The real grandmaster of masochism is none other than our glorious Tom. Chosen of pain, pain value +1. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lusu realized he had gotten somewhat too close to the scorching hot metal. But it didn't matter much, the reason he chose to tough it out was precisely for the pain value. Tom, your condition is indeed quite serious. Tom stomped on the opponent's chest, but with just that phrase, for some reason Tom suddenly lost his composure. Great Tom, call me Great Tom. Roaring, blue electric arcs flickered in the palm of his right hand, as if he intended to keep resisting. Boom! A kick with up to 30 points of strength directly crushed the opponent's shoulder, pinning their body onto that pile of steel wreckage. Chosen of agony, pain value +1. The scorching metal and razor-sharp edges continued to wound Luce's flesh, but he paid no mind, these weren't fatal injuries. He absolutely couldn't give the opponent a chance to turn the tables. Crack! The right shoulder's metal plating was torn open, revealing the flesh beneath. Pain God's chosen, pain value +1. Snap! Half of the iron armor on the iron robot's head was peeled off, exposing the horrifically gory face underneath that would inevitably require pixelation. Pain God's chosen, pain value +1. Boom! The lower body's caterpillar treads were shattered, revealing the folded and twisted legs inside, now completely deformed. They could no longer even be called legs, just a pile of folded and heaped flesh. It was as though the practice of foot binding had been applied to the entire lower body, then crammed into the treads. Chosen of agony, pain value +2. Luce stood atop the massive steel wreckage, fists and feet striking in unison, pounding at Tom beneath him, dismantling the opponent's body, disregarding his own injuries as he shattered the enemy's defenses. Finally, half of the iron armor had been torn apart by Luce's bare hands, revealing the short, grotesque figure within. The terrifying visage of their foe made Zhou Tian, standing some distance away, instinctively avert his gaze, unable to bear the sight. But upon lowering his head, he caught sight of Luce's severed hand, and his eyes snapped back up in discomfort. Damn, is this the sickest guy? I admit it now. Do people really do this to themselves? Isn't this like torturing yourself every day? I'm gonna puke. Can't take this anymore. The scene was so disgusting that everyone barely had time to process Luce's incredible comeback before being revolted by Tom's skin form. Luce's main objective was to destroy all the motors on his opponent's body, and now that it seemed almost done, he stopped peeling off the remaining parts. Truth be told, for Tom who had welded the armor onto his own body, tearing off the steel shell was pretty much the same as skinning him alive. Actually, there's a little-known fact I could share with you. You could have designed the machinery into a human-shaped mech suit and worn it instead. Tom's mouth gaped wide open, his twisted face revealing what appeared to be two eyeballs flashing with hatred. Die, just die. Call me, the Great. Tom mumbled incoherently as he once again picked up an iron rod, preparing to strike back. Bang! The most common mode of Hell's Roar, a single bullet ended the opponent's twisted and sinful life. Life energy, +4%. This time, the increase was unexpectedly large. With the enemy dead, the pain value vanished instantly. Exhausted, Lusu sat wordlessly amidst the steel wreckage. This dungeon is really quite challenging. If it weren't for Hellscream's decision to stand firm, this could indeed have turned out quite risky. Only Zhou Tian and Lusu remained among the players who cleared the instance, while the other patients were mostly dead. The veteran players who assisted in the battle now sat crouched on the ground as if their souls had been suddenly drained. At that moment, a luminous object floated out from Tom's corpse, just like equipment dropping after defeating a boss when a game ends. Wait, is this thing designed to look so game-like? Lusu stared speechlessly at the book floating before him, then stepped forward to pick it up. Tom's diary. What sane person keeps a diary? Oh wait, it's a psychopath, that explains it. Lusu didn't know what purpose this thing served either, but he flipped it open quite naturally. Work hard, fight for success. I'm gonna make big money. Next year, luxury clubs and models. Work hard, fight for success. The moment he opened it, Lusu instantly made the classic old man squinting at phone meme face. To be strictly accurate, this wasn't really a diary at all, but something more metaphysical. It made countless scenes spontaneously emerge in your mind, fragments of Tom's past. Tom never studied seriously, was short in stature, and came from an ordinary family background, yet he deeply understood the principles of success psychology and firmly believed he'd strike it rich. Every day he'd boast wildly online, feverishly fabricating various backgrounds for himself, reveling in the pleasure of provoking arguments with different people and watching them rage helplessly against him. At last, his parents grew old and could no longer support him, forcing him to go out and find work. So, dreaming of making big money, he began to indulge in wild fantasies. Hearing that short videos could earn money, he tried making short videos. Hearing that being an influencer paid well, he fantasized about fame. Hearing that writing novels was lucrative, he thought about writing one. He joined various chat groups, entrepreneurship circles, job-searching forums, and threw himself into a frenzy of hard work. Big boss is awesome, please mentor me. The big boss must be making tens of millions a year, too humble. When will I ever become a big boss like that? I'm not sleeping tonight, gonna work hard and fight for my dreams. Fawning over masters while belittling newcomers to boost his own ego, this is how he strived for over a decade, ending up in poverty and achieving nothing. Tom lost his mind. Work hard, fight fiercely, I'll make a fortune. I must control everything, I am the greatest, the most. I will. Amid endless whispers of loss, he was guided by a strange force. Arriving at a prison, Lu Su abruptly jerked his head back, tore his gaze from the book, violently shook his head, and snapped the book shut. This book isn't right. Just looking at it for a mere few moments, yet countless pieces of information inexplicably flooded into his mind. And this information carried with it manic, negative emotions, every base desire in human nature, laziness, stupidity, apathy, obscenity. If he hadn't been wearing a mask and already mentally unstable, he might have been completely sucked in by now. The sheer power of this thing is terrifying, Lu Su thought in shock. Suddenly, a voice appeared in his mind. Detected relevant sequence item. Detected related sequence item in backpack. Proceed with sequence upgrade? Chapter 60, a brand new S-Class sealed artifact. Lu Su shut his eyes and turned his head away, his mind brimming with negative emotions as he struggled to force himself into calmness. This was only possible because Lu Che was completely drained of energy now. Back when he'd demolished 2 days' worth of prison rations in one go, that level of mental turmoil probably would have made him indifferent to such provocations. But now, this damned diary did prove to have some tricks up its sleeve. What? Listening to the game sounds in his ears, Lu Su couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. Detected that you possess an upgradable sequence sealed artifact. Detected that you have related items. Upgrade now? Lu Su examined it carefully and only then realized that the so-called related prop was actually a lottery ticket from his backpack. It was a random sealed item draw left over from his second perfect clearance. If upgraded, what level can it reach? It will surpass the current rank. Lu Su? I swear I just heard you let out a massive fart. I asked how the upgrade works, and you said it'll be higher than the current level? Are you telling me there was even a possibility of downgrading instead? What kind of brain-dead game notification is this? And right at that moment, the notification sound played again. The current, Tom's Diary, is a peak B-class sealed artifact. Good reminder. Both sealed artifacts and weapons are special items obtained in the game, with the difference being that weapons have no clear side effects. Sealed artifacts, however, are double-edged swords, especially those ranked higher in sequences. Their side effects are often unbearable. Lu Su guessed this thing was probably designed based on the SCP template, nothing particularly original, just with a slight touch of Lovecraftian elements. However, if used skillfully, the special abilities of sealed artifacts could be absolutely monstrously overpowered. Take his mask, for example. Even without unleashing its full potential, it had already provided him with immense convenience. Out of the 7 abilities, he had only used 2 so far, and he hadn't even experienced the overload mode of either yet. If I were to rank it, it'd be at least A-class, or maybe even S-class. After giving it a quick thought, Lu Su felt this benefit seemed somewhat better than directly entering a lottery. Just now, Zhou Tian had also noticed Lu Su holding a book and grew curious, so he walked over as well. But the moment he arrived, he saw Lu Su slam the book shut abruptly and turn his head away. Wine Sky. Come on, dude. No need to be so guarded against me. To ease the awkwardness, Zhou Tian cleared his throat slightly, unsure where to put his hands as he glanced around, muttering, "Shouldn't the game be over now? It must have ended, right? Game concluded. Players may choose immediate settlement or self-settlement in half an hour." As if responding to Zhou Tian's embarrassment, the game's background sound finally reappeared. At the same moment, the screens before all viewers suddenly went black. 2 lines of subtitles appeared before everyone's eyes. The game has ended. Please visit other ongoing games or look forward to the next one. The Divine Selection Park welcomes you to become players as well. The same message would repeat for all viewers at the conclusion of each game. Though the awakened ones had already entered the game, most chose to remain as mere spectators. They stand aloft, they stay detached, they keep away from danger, yet they also gain nothing at all. Game over? A 2-day-long dungeon run. Every time I see a top player's performance, it kills my desire to join the game. Absolutely terrifying. Wait, isn't this dungeon theoretically impossible to clear? That Megatron-level thing earlier, how could current players possibly defeat it? Rankings. Weren't there supposed to be world rankings? I want to see him claim the top spot. Even with a completely black screen, the crowd refused to leave. The pre-game ranking announcement had seized everyone's attention, even captivating the entire world. Inside the game, Zhou Tian realized that since the game had been closed to spectators, he could no longer contact the outside staff. This felt terrible. Now he had to face this monster alone. Though he had been fighting solo before, there was a psychological difference between being watched by others and having no audience at all. Zhou Tian recalled the others' voracious eating habits and couldn't help worrying they might suddenly turn violent and devour him alive. Here, as if suddenly snapping back to reality, Zhou Tian stretched out Luce's severed right hand toward him. Luce wasn't in a hurry to take it. He just turned his head to look at Zhou Tian while holding Tom's diary aloft, saying, "This thing is mine. You don't have any objections, right?" Zhou Tian was stunned for a moment, then began nodding furiously. "Absolutely, absolutely, it's yours. After all, you did most of the work, we just tagged along for the ride." Having worked in the Department of Cosmic Extremities, Zhou Tian had his emotional intelligence dialed up to the max. "To be honest, I felt a bit guilty after all. With only 2 people clearing the level, he ended up being the sole beneficiary. Wasn't there supposed to be a proper way to clear this?" Zhou Tian hesitated before asking tentatively. Of course there was. Relying purely on brute force wasn't the smartest move. Now that Lu Su was back to his senses, he could finally talk like a normal person. Still, things like finding loopholes, earning trust, or analyzing step by step, they take too much time. And in the end, you'd still have to fight anyway. Maybe just not against his full-strength form. Lu Su briefly explained a few points while casually reattaching his own right hand. Of course, only he knew that the main reasons for choosing to tough it out were also the need to release Gluttony's power and his desire to farm some agony points. They were too weak, the amount of agony they inflicted on him each time was pitifully small. Zhou Tian gazed at Lu Su, whose entire body was now so injured there wasn't an unscathed spot left, yet who inexplicably seemed in good spirits, and found himself at a loss for words. He wondered if there was another player in this world who could replicate Lu Su's performance, but at the very least, recalling it now made him feel a lingering fear from what he had just witnessed. So brutal. Are you really not planning to? Just as Zhou Tian was about to strike up a conversation to confirm his identity, he turned his head only to find that Lu Su had already vanished from the spot. Without saying goodbye, Lu Su had already entered the final game settlement screen, leaving this demonic hospital behind. Zhou Tian. Game over. Upgrade. Upon entering the repair space, Lu Su's entire body floated in that warm, gentle embrace. Immediately, he began upgrading the diary in his hands. The random sealed item lottery ticket in the backpack slowly turned to ashes as if burning, and then, the damaged Tom's diary was enveloped in light. Sequence B-class sealed item, Tom's diary, has undergone void transformation upgrade. You have obtained an undocumented, brand new S-class sealed item. Serial number S147, The Confessions of the Disheartened. Chapter 61, 3 perfect clears in a row, the dual realm backpack. Grade S. Lu Su momentarily felt stunned. He never imagined he'd actually encounter something like this, directly hitting the highest grade of S. What exactly did a grade S sealed artifact signify? Lu Su didn't know, because even his original Sin Mask ranked only at grade A. Though it was near the top of its tier, there remained an essential gap between A and S. Am I really this lucky today? Thinking this, Lu Su hurriedly began reading the relevant description. To his surprise, that self-destructive guy Tom actually dropped some decent loot for him. Sequence S147, The Confession of the Disheartened. An artifact formed through the condensation, amplification, and eventual crystallization of a disheartened individual's lifelong emotions into the power of laws. The book contains 100 pages in total. The further you flip through it, the stronger the negative emotional feedback the user receives, and likewise, the harm inflicted on the reader escalates gradually. Special use, it proves most remarkably effective against spiritual and psychic adversaries. Warning, if you both flip through and read the book yourself, then you truly are a great hero. Description: if you ever suffer from the misconception that life seems pretty good lately, rest assured a few more glances at this book will swiftly cure you of it. A clear description of this double-edged sword seems like some sort of mental attack. Since the description didn't specify, Lu Su couldn't gauge exactly how powerful it was, but this S-rank classification surely spoke volumes. Lu Su had no interest in testing it on himself. While physical injuries didn't faze him, he'd rather save this mental assault for his next enemy in the game. Heaving a sigh of relief, he began reviewing his gains from this round of gameplay. Number of participants this time, 7 125 948. Number of finishers, 1 862 459. Perfect clears, 4 956. Your clearance rating, SSS rank, perfect clear. Current consecutive perfect clears, 3. Rewards being calculated. Special event triggered, deviated from the intended path and chose to confront the game's most grueling challenge head-on. Achievement unlocked, Chaotic Brute, Epic, dot. This reward points, 6,000. This reward includes, Intermediate Recovery Potion *5, High-Grade Recovery Potion *1, Game Exit Token *1, S-Class Sequence Sealed Artifact, Confessions of the Disheartened, Legendary Weapon Core, Mechanical Heart. Perfect triple clear reward, for outstanding performance and successfully bringing in items from the outside world. Reward granted, 1 unit of dual realm backpack slot. Dot. A whole string of rewards was indeed substantial. Every time Lu Su aimed for a perfect clearance, it was high risk but high reward. Especially this reward, the Two-Realm Backpack. Lusa noticed one slot in his inventory interface had turned golden. Reading its simple description, Lusa felt as if his heart skipped a beat. This backpack slot allows interaction between the game and reality, enabling items to travel between both worlds. If games have given powerful players the potential to change the world, then this inventory slot marks the very beginning of games truly transforming reality. Bringing items out from the game, what kind of concept is that? If Lusa wished, he could simply toss out his confession of being a disillusioned loser, and before long, the real world would be left with an urban legend that no one could possibly explain. Not to mention the potentially devastating weapons, poisons, and other items that might exist in the future. And these items could be carried completely covertly, undetectable by any known scanning tools, with effects so subtle that no one could possibly know if you were strolling down the street with a nuclear bomb strapped to your body. The potential threat to society was immeasurable. Lusa suspected that if anyone found out about this, he would immediately be branded a terrorist. This is the reward for 3 consecutive perfect clears. After calming down a bit, Lusa realized this thing was probably still a rare item, likely something very few people possessed. In the world today, who knows how many people have achieved 3 consecutive perfect clears? Probably not many, he mused. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Lusa took out his illusory cloak. Wrapping Hell's Roar, Razor's Edge, the Confessions of a Broken Heart, and stacks of potions together with the cloak, he formed a large bundle. Then, he tried to fit it all into that single slot of his dimensional backpack. Only a single object is allowed. Players, please don't try to be smart. Lusa. Hey no, this is just one object. It's just made of different parts. This thing is called Tom Robot. What isn't composed of different parts? Is there really anything that exists as a complete, natural whole? Lusu began to sophistically argue. Single-object games have their own way of judging. All matter is still made up of molecules. Please place a single item. Seeing that his attempt to exploit the glitch was futile, Lusa pondered briefly before finally equipping the enigmatic cloak. As a functional item, this thing is quite useful. It saves the money spent on picking and buying clothes while also providing protection. Then, Lusa quietly waited for his perfect completion reward, repairing his body and restoring himself to peak condition. This was also why, in every game, he dared to use his body without worrying about the consequences. Gradually, he sank into a deep sleep within his dreams. He had no idea how much time had passed when Lusa woke up once again in bed, gazing at his cramped and narrow room. He frowned slightly. Perhaps his growing strength had elevated his standards along with it. Had he suddenly started thinking he deserved better living conditions? TCH, why was he bothering with such trivial external matters now? Strength was what truly mattered. Clenching his fist, he savored the noticeably greater power compared to his last entry into the game, and Lusa felt considerably more satisfied. I wonder when the next game will be. Just as I was thinking this, the game's prompt in my mind had already ended. The third game has concluded for all players. Summarizing individual performances now. The peak rankings will be released to all selected participants in half an hour. We hope everyone can choose to become a player and join this glorious contest of strength. The game module has been loaded. Language module. All players will hear automatic translations of all languages. A new game mode has been activated. This message was sent to all chosen participants, but Lusa quickly received a customized version as well. Dear player, due to your outstanding performance and remarkable skills, congratulations on entering the pinnacle rankings. Please choose your name before the official announcement is made. Will Lusa be used as the listed name? Chapter 62 The Pinnacle Announcement, World's Best. Lusa listened to the voice in his head, glanced at the question, and without hesitation, immediately refused, saying, No, don't use real names. Alright, please choose an in-game title for yourself. Whatever, as long as it's not my real name. By the way, will my face be shown in this ranking? Are you sure you want to use this name? Any fake name will do, but will this ranking show my face? Luso? Are you out of your mind? That's a name? Are you sure you want to use this name? Are you out of your mind? That's a name? Luso. This dumb AI nearly laughed itself to irritation. Lusa's mind began to twitch a little, thinking to himself, does this mean he can't communicate with the game right now? Does it have to be fixed immediately? Exit the naming interface. Confirm to activate. Lusu was a bit dumbfounded at the moment. He waved his hand dismissively, deciding not to say anything more. He thought he might as well just name it directly. This artificial idiot really had a peculiar sense of humor. The ranking leaderboard will be announced soon. If he dawdles too long, he might really end up putting his own name up there. TCH. He originally thought it would be fine to just let the game generate a random name based on his characteristics. But now that he has to come up with one himself, he actually started hesitating. If he just makes up something casually, what if he can't change it later? There might be all sorts of unforeseen troubles. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lusa decided to start from the mask he was wearing and the titles associated with it. The Mask of Original Sin. Original Sin? The original Sin Walker? The Miracle Walker is still farming jungle creeps. Forget it, just an edgy gamertag. After a moment's thought, I finally confirmed the name on the game interface. Sin. Are you sure you want to use the name Sin? Confirm. Game ID confirmed. Your peak ranking avatar will be selected from your in-game images. We wish you pleasant gaming. May your valor pierce the heavens. After these two courteous remarks, the game's voice fell silent once more. Lucius sat up from his bed, draped the phantom cloak over himself as it transformed into a school uniform, then lounged comfortably while scrolling through his Redmi phone. All major entertainment sites were now flooded with posts related to the Divine Selection game, pushing celebrity gossip and trending news to mere footnotes. God's Playground, the world-changing game, was gradually becoming mainstream, with more chosen ones appearing every day as new people got selected by the game. Though most of the chosen hesitated to become players, opting instead to be spectators, their fascination and yearning remained constant. Many experts jumped out to say some buzzkill statements, talking about how we should resist gaming and such, but such news can't even make it to the table these days, because no one cares. Right now, the only thing everyone truly cares about is one thing: the peak rankings are about to be announced. Truth be told, it wasn't just the spectators. Lusu himself was intensely curious about this. Am I still the strongest? If not, who has surpassed me, and how did they do it? With the bonus from the Chosen of Suffering and 3 consecutive flawless victories, one wonders what kind of power these other heroes under heaven must possess. Casually scrolling through the country's largest social media site, Lusu came across numerous grassroots speculations about who currently stands as the strongest figure in public consciousness, including guesses from various top-tier players. Inside, Lusu saw top experts from various countries, and of course, himself among them. Only, the scenes featuring him were a bit too bloody and violent. Many of the more proper moments simply couldn't be included. In the end, the impression everyone had of him was just that of a mask-wearing lunatic. Peak rankings revealed. The game has already begun 3 times, with many powerful players emerging. To encourage everyone to strive for the strongest, we will establish a peak ranking list. The top 10,000 contestants will receive corresponding badges, while the top 100 will be prominently displayed on the leaderboard. Remaining on the leaderboard for an extended period will bring unexpected benefits. We hope all players will work hard. The same voice echoed in the minds of over 20 million chosen individuals worldwide, carrying a soul-calming effect that sent shivers down their spines. Then, a golden leaderboard appeared in everyone's game interface. Lusu didn't inspect it carefully at all, scrolling roughly from the bottom ranked upwards. Most people weren't using their real names. Whether it was for the sake of anonymity or trying to come up with a better nickname remained unclear. However, those like himself who wore masks were few. Most selected participants appeared on screen with their faces uncovered. After quickly scrolling upward, Lusu made a startling discovery. From the 70th rank onward, nearly all players had achieved 3 consecutive perfect clears. This meant that, theoretically, there shouldn't be significant skill gaps between these players. What distinguishes them might only be minor displays in luck. For instance, someone drawing a lottery ticket for a great weapon while another gets nothing. Take for example how some get an epic weapon that summons a chariot, while others draw an epic weapon that grants a shape-shifting trench coat. The gap remains significant. Some players might already be confirmed representatives of certain organizations, bound to related factions, so they openly include such affiliations in their personal descriptions. No. 17 Thomas Reno. Ability description: exceptional physical prowess and combat skills, proficient in all known human weaponry and equipment, capable of operating any vehicle worldwide. Currently possesses the ability to create duplicates, with indications of possible bodily modifications. Other abilities remain unknown. Relevant information: member of a clandestine U.S. Special Operations Unit directly assigned to presidential missions. All mission documentation is destroyed post-operation with 0 data retention. People with this kind of background were directly exposed because of this game. Lusa thought to himself. Number 14 Black Mountain Bear, codename. Ability description: physical enhancement, possesses shape-shifting superpowers, tenacious vitality, extremely destructive capability, recovery abilities. Related information: participant in Russia's Dead Hand System planning. No. 8 Sun, codename. Ability description: possesses berserk-level power, the merciless scorching sun, with the shortest accumulated clearance time in the first 3 games. Information: suspected Chinese national, the world belongs to the Heaven and Earth Society. Lusa's gaze hardened slightly. This description and phrasing felt somewhat familiar to him. The Heaven and Earth Society? This related information, he must have added it himself, never misses a chance to advertise. Is he the supreme leader of this organization? With this thought, Lusa finally reached the top of the utterly useless ranking as he flipped through it. Number 1 Sin, codename. World's first. Chapter 63, Challenge Mode, the top dog who stands out. Seeing that he had indeed maintained this top position, Lusa's gaze grew more serious. Thank goodness. It seemed his deliberate attempts to push his limits in each game to improve his skills had paid off. To be honest, the honor of ranking wasn't important, but if it turned out his actual abilities fell short, Lusu might find it somewhat hard to accept. He carefully examined his own profile. No. 1 Sin, codename, ability description, possesses too many abilities without any representative one, demonstrates unique understanding of games, often analyzes how to maximize a game's difficulty, then voluntarily plunges himself into perilous situations. Suspected to have severe psychological disorders. Suspected to exhibit self-harm and self-destructive tendencies. Considering comprehensive combat effectiveness, in-game performance, psychological resilience, and other factors, the first place is indisputably deserved. Background information, unknown. In the background information section, any player who wishes to conceal their identity can simply remain unknown. The only difference is that the description of my own abilities happens to be slightly more detailed than others. The irony is, despite all the extra wording, it essentially says nothing at all. There's a peculiar artistry to such redundant elaboration. But this might actually be for the best. Lusa currently has sealed artifacts, skills, attribute points, and equipment all up his sleeve. If he were to reveal everything, he'd undoubtedly feel shortchanged. The privacy protection in this game is quite good, with abilities described in general terms for everyone. However, that picture of me is hardly inconspicuous. It's a battle scene from my time at the Demon Asylum. 7 or 8 iron spikes piercing my body, neck and thighs swarmed by ravenous madmen resembling hungry ghosts, frantically biting and tearing at me. Yet Lusu himself remained motionless, his feet firmly planted as if rooted to the ground. Behind the red mask was a grotesque and ferocious grin, his right hand gripping Hell's Howl as he steadily fired. The scene looked exactly like a freeze frame from a Hollywood blockbuster, making even Lusu momentarily question whether that was really him. Damn, what's going on? Why'd you make it so cool? Lusu laughed at the time. In the heat of battle, masked and consumed by combat, he hadn't the slightest awareness of what kind of image he projected. Now back to normal, looking at myself in a relaxed state, I have to admit I'm actually kind of handsome. The moment the rankings were released, it instantly became the undisputed number 1 across all major media platforms. But what sparked the most discussion was the nationalities of these top players. In modern society, competition between nations ultimately comes down to a competition for talent, especially when it comes to these elite players who might single-handedly influence global affairs in the future. Having a top expert emerge from one's own country, even if it has nothing to do with oneself, still fills most people with a sense of pride through national identity. And Lusu, this world number 1 who hasn't clearly revealed his identity, naturally became an instant global sensation. Holy shit, the world number 1 is this handsome? This surpasses human standards. I've already downloaded the picture as my wallpaper. Is this the privilege of being number 1, getting photographed this insanely good looking? How exactly is this ranking determined? What makes him number 1? I don't see how he's better than those ranked below him. Seems like Korean websites next door have already confirmed it, saying this Sin is actually Korean. Various discussions like these wouldn't stop from today onward. Lusu had practically become the most famous person overnight. Stop. Right at this moment, inside the government office of Province K in southern China, the computer's projection screen froze abruptly. Zhou Tian stood beside the computer, directing the staff as they played the video. That frame right there, zoom in, slow it down, and extract this exact moment. As a special operations officer, Zhou Tian held some authority and was giving orders from the side. The content on the screen showed the exact moment in Lusa's third game when he took out Zhao Jiaqing's business card. Lusa held it very carefully, basically blocking most of it, but a corner still peeked out. Leave? Let me guess, surname Zhao? Zhou Tian muttered to himself, staring at Lusu, who had been his colleague just half an hour ago but was now the world's number 1. Excellent, excellent. I knew you'd take first place. How could there possibly be anyone in this world who surpasses you? The world's top player is Chinese, and might even be one of our own. As he spoke, Zhou Tian couldn't hide his excitement. Are you sure? Another staff member nearby asked hesitantly. Nonsense. I spent 2 days with him in the same game, fighting side by side through life and death. How could I mistake him? Zhou Tian grew visibly agitated. The staff member said helplessly, I meant, are you sure he's one of us? If he's not one of ours but has a business card, then there's a problem. In any case, report it to the organization. Check the database, track down Zhao. The world's number 1 cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of other organizations first, let alone be lost to foreign countries. This is unacceptable. Zhou Tian spoke, his gaze growing increasingly intense as he stared fixedly at the figure in the red mask on the screen. The staff member at the side twitched at the corner of his mouth and spoke. Still talking about living and dying together? You're just hitching a ride to clear the level, you flamboyant red-clad dude. Zhou Tian, TSK. Lu Su sucked in a sharp breath as he stared at the overwhelming online coverage about his status as the world's #1. It's hard to say what capabilities the major organizations possess, and right now we don't even know if there are people with skills like mind reading. I wonder how long I can keep hiding this identity. Lu Su didn't know why, but he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of crisis at this moment. Only one thought occupied his mind now: if a fully armed combined brigade showed up outside his door tomorrow, would he still have any bargaining power? Seemed rather unlikely. You really should play more games. Lu Su thought to himself that if the pain from self-harm counted, he'd probably give himself a few cuts every day. Game update, new mode unlocked, challenge mode. Just then, the game's notification sounded again, instantly lifting Lu Su's spirits. I believe none of you players consider yourselves inferior to others. Well now, the chance to prove yourselves has arrived. Players may initiate challenge requests. Those ranked beyond the top 100 can challenge those within the rankings. If the challenger has a higher streak of perfect clears, ranked players must accept the challenge. For challenges initiated by ranked players, please refer to the detailed description for specific challenge methods. We welcome everyone to actively participate in challenges and prove you're the best. Lu Su stared blankly at the notification before him. For some reason, he felt like the last sentence was specifically targeted at him. Being #1 in the world doesn't just make you stand out like a tree in the wind, but also makes the game itself target you? Ding! Just as he was pondering this, a prompt sound rang out, and a new message appeared on his personal interface. Player number 79 Park Fail has chosen to challenge #1 Sin. Do you accept? Chapter 64 Ultimate Difficulty Challenge. The fourth game, 7 Wonders of the Campus. The moment the challenge mode was announced, Lu Su received a challenge. Talk about efficiency. It just goes to show that being ranked #1 in the world truly makes you a target for all. But when Lu Su saw this message, his first reaction was, what the hell? Only 79th place? What kind of trash is this 79th place? In any normal novel plot, shouldn't there be some golden-haired genius prodigy in second place who considers it a humiliation not to get first and comes to challenge me? You're fucking 79th, what kind of loser comes to challenge me from that position? Leaving no trace behind, Lu Su felt profound disdain as he grabbed his second-hand Redmi phone and turned over on his worn-out dormitory bed in the shabby washroom. Who do you think you are to challenge me? But soon, he noticed the second issue. Piao, won't make it? What kind of decent person has a name like that? Must be Korean. With his current knowledge reserves at the peak of human high school senior year, he actually recognized this character. Piao not working? Why wouldn't it work? You must have a relative named Money Not Enough. Lu Su mentally tore into this Park Bolseong athlete from the great cold Nether Kingdom, lying on his bed without hurry to accept the request. This guy actually used his real name. Does he really think it sounds that good? Suddenly, through the challenge channel, that guy ranked 79th actually sent him a message. So you're #1? A masked coward, as you Chinese say, hiding your head and showing your tail like a rat? Even gave yourself the codename Sin. Seems you know full well that hogging the top spot without the skill is the greatest sin of all. Dare to accept the challenge? If you do, then I suggest you quickly take a screenshot of your ranking. This will be the last glory of your life. If you don't dare, then go hide in your shell like a turtle. The other party kept talking endlessly, always trying in various ways to provoke Lu Su and goading him into accepting the challenge. Lu Su skimmed through it and couldn't be bothered to read further. Though heroes in this world are as numerous as fish in a river, this one clearly didn't qualify. Must be some ditch-dwelling loach that somehow gained sentience. The provocation remarks were equally unimpressive, bearing resemblance to the middle school delinquents Lu Su had encountered before. Hard to believe this was the famed number 79. For now, Lu Su ignored him, not out of hesitation whether to accept the challenge, but because in his current state, any gaming opportunity was mandatory attendance. He'd never let one slip by. He still wanted to wait a bit longer, to see if any higher-ranked contestants would challenge him. If he was going to fight, he might as well face tougher opponents. Since his first-place position was such a prominent target, he figured there should be quite a few challengers. Weren't the top 10 contestants dissatisfied with him? But after sitting on the bed waiting for over 10 minutes, Lu Su realized that most of the higher-ranked players weren't actually that reckless. Most people understand that fighting an unknown powerhouse for some intangible ranking is unwise. A flood of challenge requests poured in, but they were all from those ranked beyond the top 100, some weren't even in the top 10,000. They're just looking to leap to the top in one go. Do they really have no fear of death? After some thought, Lu Su directly replied to one of the challenge messages sent to his interface. Idiot. Without another word to the guy, she swiftly blocked his call interface. Challenge accepted. At that moment, in a luxurious mansion in Itaewon, South Korea, Park Bolseong rolled out of his massive bed. Seeing the beautifully crafted Chinese curses delivered by the system, he was so enraged that he started pounding the mattress. After all that mocking and taunting he spewed, this #1 player just retaliated with a single swear? Is the quality this touching? Damn, Chinese people. Muttering through gritted teeth, he then decided to have a proper chat with this Sin, only to discover he'd been blocked. Instantly, the room erupted with furious roars and the sounds of objects being smashed, making the butler standing outside the door tremble violently. Bang! Suddenly, the door was violently kicked open. The butler gasped in shock, then turned and bowed slightly to Park Bulsung. "Prepare the car, we're going to the Blue House." Park Bulsung's face was livid, though for some unknown reason, he gradually began to smile. "I'm doing this, for our great Han Ming country." 6 hours. After accepting the challenge, you can enter challenge mode in just 6 hours. This was highly efficient. Lusa wouldn't have to wait 3 full days before joining the next game. The only problem was, he had just finished the previous one. No rest period, non-stop action. Although theoretically he was fully restored, this sensation of constant mental strain. Lusa likes it. Of course, the top priority right now is still requesting leave. Open the Redmi contacts page. Yesterday 2108, Xia Andong, is the game over? How'd the clearance go? I've already roughed out the framework for my organization based on previous business models. Want in? Note, the translation preserves the informal messaging tone, retains the gamer terminology like clearance, and converts the business jargon smoothly while maintaining the original brackets and timestamp format. Yesterday 2315, Xia Andong? 908, Xia Andong, what kind of game is this? 1345, Xia Andong, are you still alive? Luso mentally noted that the probability of death was indeed quite high. "I'm sorry to say, I'm still alive, but I've come down with a serious illness, might not make it to school, please excuse my absence." Click send. 1826, Xia Andong? You didn't get selected for that challenge mode, did you? Luso? Seriously, dude, was I that obvious? And you're really bold with your guesses. You actually dared to guess that I was in the top 100? Seriously, no more talking. Help me ask for leave, I got food poisoning in the game and won't be leaving the bathroom today. Click send. After casually brushing off the conversation, Lusa checked the game's start time. There were still over 5 hours to go. Not even glancing at the phone anymore. Closing my eyes to rest, trying to sleep. It'd be best to have a clearer mind before the next game arrives. 1827, Xia Andong, if it's game poisoning, self-repair might not cut it. Do you have potions? Just use them. Skeptically typing back a reply, Xia Andong then turned her gaze to that message on her game interface. Time flies by quickly. When Lusu opened his eyes again, the game had already begun. He found himself standing right on the starting page of the game interface. Welcome to Divine Selection Paradise, esteemed number 1 is Sin. This game session is challenge mode, the 7 wonders of the campus. As the challenged party, you may select the difficulty level. Struggles, nightmares, hell. Lusa still remembered how Xia Andong once told him about the 4 difficulty levels in the game Divine Selection Paradise. This challenge mode skipped straight past the first level of normal difficulty. Hell mode. Lusa glanced briefly at the description and made his choice. Chapter 65, Mask of Original Sin, Wrath. Game difficulty confirmed, Hell mode. We applaud your courage, strongest player. Since this was challenge mode, there would naturally be slight differences from regular gameplay. After all, in past challenges, even if players had some competition, it was mostly just about competing for benefits. Essentially, everyone was teaming up to fight monsters, and the true villain was actually the game itself. But some of this perceived difficulty was really from the perspective of Lu Su, the one being challenged. Players within the rankings could challenge each other, and those challenged could choose whether to accept or decline the fight. However, if someone consistently declined challenges for too long, there might be some hidden penalties. If you choose to accept the challenged will select the game difficulty. Hard, equal difficulty for both challengers, a direct competition or war to determine the ultimate winner. Nightmare, the challenged will face significantly more disadvantages, but if victorious, will receive better rewards than if the challenger wins. Hell, the challenged will be at a complete disadvantage, and the challenger will gain certain in-game advantages, but if the challenged ultimately prevails, they will receive massive rewards. At the same time, the challenger will suffer backlash and face certain penalties. Lusa basically ignored the first half of these 3 descriptions and went straight to reading the latter part. This pack is downright hellish. Most crucially, there's this backlash. If you want to challenge me, you'd better be prepared to pay the price. If I lose my top ranking, you're definitely not getting off scot-free if you lose. Both players have confirmed, this game's difficulty is set to Hell mode. Meanwhile, Park Bulchang nearly pissed himself laughing when he saw the game notification. You actually dared to pick Hell mode? Looking down on me? With a twisted grin, Park Bulchang smashed the confirmation button. He'd never expected this Sin would actually make such a choice. Let me step on your head and climb to the top of this world. Wait till I'm about to finish him off in the game. Make sure you record how he begs for mercy. This final sentence, Pubu Chang addressed to the audience in his livestream. The Great Cold Ming Kingdom had already officially advertised the competition, and there were still quite a few people in his livestream at this moment. The emergence of a top-tier player in our country would significantly boost the national cohesion and international confidence of Great Han Ming. It might even elevate our international standing. Meanwhile, the game's rule explanations appeared simultaneously before the players. This mode is a competitive challenge mode. Since players are not on the same team, any messages from viewers regarding opposing players, regardless of which livestream they're sent in, will remain invisible to the participating players. The specific winning conditions for both sides in challenge mode are determined by the respective game. If either party uses an exit coin, it will be counted as a victory for the opposing side. The game will begin in 10 minutes. Please prepare your equipment, medicines, and other necessary items. Lusu watched as several bugs in the game were fixed, thinking to himself that this actually made the game a bit easier. Why is this game obsessively helping me out? Opening his inventory and after brief consideration, Lusu still purchased some supplies from the in-game store. Though one should disdain opponents strategically, tactical caution remains necessary, especially when it perfectly suits one's playstyle. Last time he used up too many potions in one go, so Lusu spent several thousand points to restock both primary and intermediate recovery potions to 10 bottles each. As for the advanced potions, he had been reluctant to use them, but after some thought, he topped them up to 5 bottles as well. That should be enough for him to chug, right? As long as he had potions, unless he was instantly killed, he was basically invincible. The rest consisted of miscellaneous metals, weapons, and seals. Everything was to be taken along. When it came to his mask, that prompt leaped out once more. Sin Mask. Choice requested. Will you use the currently unlocked Greed and Gluttony? No. Lusu vetoed. Unlock a new one. Random selection. Initialization complete. The usage type for this session will be randomly selected from unlocked emotions. Lusu had been absolutely clear from the start. He hadn't even begun to tap into the true potential of his original Sin Mask. During these early stages of the game, unlocking as many emotional facets as possible was his top priority. How fortunate that this reckless newcomer had come challenging him right on cue. Game ready. Initializing. Hell game loaded. Wishing all players an enjoyable experience, the 7 wonders of the school. Then, Lusu's vision went black as he was transported to another scene. Lifting my drowsy head felt exactly like waking from a blissful nap during senior year's Chinese literature class upon hearing the bell marking the end of class. Looking up, what a coincidence, this classroom's layout bore striking resemblance to my senior year classroom. Nearly identical segmented blackboard, nearly identical desk arrangements, even those single desks flanking the front rows. Lusu even began questioning whether he'd simply fallen asleep in class, and whether all that divine selection game nonsense had just been a dream. Looking at the familiar scene before him, Lusu instinctively glanced at his classmates around him. Turning around, he spotted someone wearing what looked like a helmet. Lusu recognized him at first glance. The one eye was covered by a pale blue visor, the other completely sealed by the helmet, with the chin and mouth also wrapped up. The rest was still far too obvious. Lusu wasn't like Brother Dawn, he wasn't face-blind at all. Isn't this my challenge? Who are you? Siat Anton was completely taken aback as well. He had merely received a random match notification when the challenge mode first started and chose to participate. After all, compared to the normal game mode, the challenge mode was relatively less life-threatening. Who knew that immediately upon entering, he'd receive that hell-level difficulty notification? Her mind went blank for a moment, and after hesitating for a while with a choked voice, she finally clicked that confirmation button. Who on earth would deliberately make things harder for themselves? What kind of person did she even get matched with? Then, she saw a masked figure sit down beside her. The moment she saw that pale green mask before her eyes, everything suddenly made perfect sense. Siat Anton instantly recalled this person's participation in various games, remembering all the unreasonable and exceptionally cruel behaviors they displayed. At that moment, she felt as if half her life had already slipped away. Challenge mode isn't a solo instance. It assigns game-related personnel to both the challenger and the challenged. I'm your teammate. Suppressing her inner fear and nervousness, Siat Anton responded as calmly as she could. Lusu. So that's how it was. It seemed she had assumed the same situation applied to herself earlier. Damn, are there this many people taking on challenges? Right now he really wants to ask if you're here too. Did you actually request leave for me or not? Lusu said. So what exactly is your role here? Listening to the other party's somewhat cold tone, Siat Anton felt tremendous pressure. She had analyzed the opponent's abilities through several consecutive games, forming some conjectures. If her guess was correct, the mask the opponent wore right now was pale green. Among the 7 deadly sins, pale green represented wrath, gumi. Chapter 66, the privileged always have the first mover advantage, gunshot. The 7 deadly sins each have corresponding colors, something habitual offenders know well. It began with the blue mask in the game. Lusu was desperate for money, valuing wealth over life itself, and blue precisely represents greed. Next came the red mask, where Lusu began devouring meals recklessly in the game, daring to eat anything, and red symbolizes gluttony. Anyone with relevant knowledge who has specifically analyzed this top player would likely deduce the meaning behind Luce's mask color. Xiat Anton was clearly one such person. As she stared at the pale green hue on Luce's face, alarm bells rang wildly in her mind. Why anger of all things? This situation couldn't be worse. Judging by this man's behavioral patterns, killing a teammate doesn't seem entirely out of the question. Involuntarily, just sitting beside him, Xiat Anton even began pondering the issue of quitting the game. Lu Su also realized that his tone earlier had been slightly abnormal. His original intention was actually to ask about the purpose of assigning teammates in this game, or perhaps inquire about the other person's general abilities. But what came out of his mouth was abruptly shortened to just, "What's your role?" This is an exceptionally unfriendly statement, yet when paired with rage, it somehow feels utterly justified and terrifying enough to deter any opposition. Light green, Gumi, rage. Personality effects: taciturn, cold, volatile. I am the wildfire that burns the world to ashes. Benefits: mental oppression, intense psychological pressure inflicted on those with weak willpower, inducing fear. Combat performance: comprehensive enhancement for all-round improvement, comprehensive enhancement of strength, agility, and defense. All effects intensify with growing fury. Immunity to all mental interference: any psychic attack only serves to amplify the user's rage. Side effects: increased irritability, diminished rational thinking, but heightened intuition. All negative emotions are converted into anger, and if not properly controlled, may turn the user into a bloodthirsty maniac. Since it was his first time using it, the default remained in normal mode without entering overload. However, Lu Su had no intention of activating overload mode. Just reading the description made him uneasy. Is this a normal person? This is straight up a chosen Spartan. Anger is incredibly hard to control, because when you're angry you don't think your anger is unjustified, and you're likely to sink deeper into it. A blaze that could burn the whole world? For example, now, since Xiat Anton hadn't answered in a few seconds, he was already feeling a bit irritated. This was still someone he knew. If it had been a random match, Lu Su might have already felt an inexplicable urge to take action. Are you asking about my abilities? After being roasted by Lu Su and realizing he was likely in a furious rage, Xiat Anton quickly adjusted her approach and took the initiative to speak up. You're the strongest player. If I have any ability, it's probably just being rich. Lu Su was utterly impatient and interrupted before hearing the whole thing, saying, "What's the point of that? Money is incredibly useful. No matter how much the world changes, wealth and influence will always offer some first-mover advantage. For instance, my gear might even be better than yours." As she spoke, Xiat Anton pointed at the helmet on her head and continued. "This, the all-seeing eye, a legendary grade weapon." Lu Su? Those words left him momentarily stunned. A legendary grade weapon? Even I don't have one yet. How could you possibly? Not everyone wants to keep fighting in the game if one merely passes a level by sheer luck, or draws a top-tier weapon through another stroke of luck. Then using this chance to trade with the highest authorities for everything they desire, and never entering the game again, is the choice many make? In reality, ever since this game began, its resources have rapidly concentrated in the hands of a select few. Xiat Anton spoke while observing Sin, who seemed to have calmed down somewhat before opting to demonstrate his own value. You may not have paid much attention, but the challenger on the other side is likely also from South Korea's elite class. I have his data. He's representing all of South Korea in this battle. His equipment definitely won't be inferior to mine. That's probably why he dares challenge the top rank. Otherwise, did you really think he was just seeking death? Lu Su. He was suddenly at a loss for words. What? A challenge? 4 players, 3 from the privileged class. Only he, the first ranked, was the exception, yet he was seen as easy prey, to be used as a stepping stone? The God selection game, this thing that was bound to change the world, still had too much left unchanged. Suddenly, a strange fury surged within him, giving him an impulse to destroy something. Yet, he didn't know exactly what his target was. It was as if a raging fire was burning fiercely in his chest. But in that instant, Xiat Anton's sensation was unusually vivid. She felt as if something had suddenly clenched her throat, an asphyxiating terror that seized her heart like a gigantic hand. The Sin before her seemed to morph in that moment into a man-eating tiger, making her feel like prey facing an apex predator. Was he angry? Simultaneously, countless data streams flashed across the blue lens over Xiat Anton's left eye. In an instant, she had already realized something. This strongest player wasn't just from a poor family, it was probably far worse than that. Xiat Anton wisely chose to keep silent. Just then, a voice echoed across the entire campus. The game's notification had arrived. Challenge mode, game, 7 wonders of the campus. Sin and Blank belong to the Black faction, who must find and solve the campus's 7 wonders within 24 hours. The Black faction fails, the White faction wins. These few words offered almost no useful information. Is that all? Lu Su's mask gradually displayed a pattern of hashtag symbols. It's not like I didn't choose the hell mode myself. Xiat Anton grumbled silently in her heart. But since she had already come, it wouldn't hurt to witness the intensity of what was supposedly the world's #1 game. As these thoughts crossed her mind, the omnipotent third eye above her head began its operation. The 7 wonders of the campus were actually a collection of 7 very old and widely known urban legends. But there must have been some twisted alteration here. We need to check where the issue might lie. First of all, this classroom itself is problematic. It's been unusually noisy since the moment the two of them started talking. Apart from the two of them, all the students around seem off, as if each one is suffering from hysteria. And that guy in the back, he seems to be playing with his own snot, using it to make cat's cradle. Beside him, 2 people were dancing with their shoes balanced on their heads. On the podium, it seems several people were pretending to be gorillas, howling and roaring chaotically. The entire classroom was filled with white statues for sketching, their presence amidst the messy room creating an eerie sense of discord. On the blue lenses, streams of light flickered continuously, like a computer processing data, while Sa Antong's mind entered an ethereal state of absolute focus. This classroom, if we were to make a comparison, just as she was completely absorbed. Boom! Suddenly, an enormous cannon-like explosion roared beside her. Chapter 67, Kill. Sigma men never waste words. Sia Anton was startled into full alertness, abruptly pulled from the depths of her concentrated thought as she turned to stare bewildered at the culprit beside her. There stood Lu Su, wearing a green mask emblazoned with a large hashtag symbol, wielding a Hell's Roar cannon set to second gear mode, the very weapon that had just blasted the classroom blackboard into splinters. Why did you fire that shot? Sia Anton gaped at him with utter incomprehension, her train of thought completely derailed. She had always been the analysis queen, having collected data on nearly all currently known top-tier experts. This omniscient eye was also the most perfectly matched artifact tailored to her abilities. Omniscient eye, mythical grade weapon. To see oneself, to see all living beings, to perceive all creation. A top-tier data analysis tool. Given sufficient mental capacity and physical energy, it can theoretically deconstruct and analyze all objective existence. Observation, all things are connected, it's just that people can't see it. Omniscience equals omnipotence. She had already gotten into the zone, starting to solve mysteries based on the urban legend of the 7 wonders of the campus. Luce's gunshot nearly scared her soul out of her body. I mean, could you maybe keep your emotions a little more stable, big shot? Previously, while observing Sin attempting to clear the level from the sidelines, she felt the opponent was incredibly strong. There was a kind of deranged, violent artistry to it, mixed with thought-provoking logic. But now, after truly becoming teammates, she felt the pressure was immense. Compared to the game's difficulty, the intimidation brought by this top player seemed even more overwhelming. The most crucial aspect of this gunshot was its impact on the classroom. The entire classroom fell silent instantly, as if someone had hit pause. Every expression froze in that previous moment, with all 20-something eerie students in the room fixing their gaze on Lu Su, who had fired the shot. But not a single face showed any expression of fear. Looking at the frozen, grotesque expressions on her classmates' faces, Sia Antong's all-seeing eye compared them with normal humans in her memory, stirring an inexplicable sense of unease. Imposters, the word flashed through her mind. These people appeared indistinguishable from humans, yet their movements and behavior gave her an uncanny sense of dissonance. Even in broad daylight, just sitting here gives one the eerie illusion of feeling chills all over, as if trapped in a haunted house. Fortunately though, the most terrifying presence in this haunted house is currently sitting right beside him. What's all this shouting? Keep it down. Lu Su scanned the surroundings amplified by his fury mask. His instincts became razor-sharp, and those very instincts screamed that something was wrong here. But all negative emotions would ultimately transform into anger. So sitting here, he felt himself growing increasingly furious. Watching these eerie students gave him an overwhelming urge to lash out. What is the all-seeing eye? Lu Su spoke up, asking Sia Andong for the first time on his own initiative. Analysis and deduction, establishing connections. Theoretically speaking, just by knowing the information before your eyes, you could predict who the next US president will be. So, where is Park Bulsung now? There's enough time, we can theoretically deduce his location, Sia Antong replied. Lu Su nodded, spinning his infernal roar one-handed. So you find him, I kill him. Sia Antong, what you said makes perfect sense. But according to the game rules, your victory condition is to solve or destroy the campus's 7 wonders, not to kill him. Moreover, because you chose Hell mode yourself, the in-game freedom is granted to the opposing side, so directly finding him shouldn't be possible. Sia Anton was just telling the truth, but regretted it slightly the moment the words left her mouth. This guy might be raging right now. Would he think she was blaming him by saying this? What are the 7 wonders of the campus? You don't know? Sia Anton froze for a moment, thinking this had been an internet sensation ages ago. If you don't even know this, then the game's difficulty must be truly hellish, I quickly added. The 7 wonders of the school are a popular urban legend that circulated widely on the early internet. 7 types of supernatural phenomena said to occur on campuses. Specifically, Hanako of the toilet, the 13 steps at night, the anatomical model in the biology classroom, the moving Ninomiya statue, the piano in the music room at night, the crying portrait, and the ball bouncing sounds in the empty gymnasium. However, in Hell mode, I suspect these 7 mysteries must have gone through all sorts of twisted modifications. Park Bolchong has probably altered them beyond recognition, they're nothing like they used to be. After Xia Antong finished speaking, Lusa slowly lowered his head, his mask now displaying a thoughtful expression. But in reality, he wasn't thinking about anything at all. After Xia Antong finished speaking, he had even listened to the entire description, yet still didn't quite understand what these 7 events were about. It all sounded very boring. So, in other words, these are 7 special incidents that occurred on campus. Yes, Xia Antong nodded. You mentioned earlier that you have quite some connections? Xia Antong didn't quite understand what he meant by that. Thinking that more words might lead to more mistakes, she chose not to respond for the time being. Then do you happen to be carrying a nuclear bomb with you? What? Xia Antong's lenses shimmered chaotically before her eyes as the omniscient eye seemed to glitch like a stuck tape, staring in disbelief at the sin before her. Are you carrying a nuclear bomb? Lu Su repeated. If this is happening on campus, then this method seems more fitting, kill them all. As he uttered kill them all, the murderous intent radiating from Lu Su began to surge violently. Xia Antong. No offense, but big bro, maybe you should stop thinking about that mask today? Suddenly, the classroom that had been quiet for so long erupted into chaos again. All the people who had been silenced by Lu Su resumed their frenzied behavior as if his earlier threats had never existed. Lu Su? Hey, your class is the noisiest in the whole hallway, you filthy animals. Suddenly, a pot-bellied man stormed in through the door, muttering curses under his breath. Judging by his weight, he had to be at least 500 pounds, the flesh on his belly sagged down to his knees, and he was clutching a glass water bottle in his hand. Especially you two, he barked, his greasy finger pointing at the only 2 students in the class who hadn't caught the illness, Xia Antong and Lu Su. Endless nonsense. Even the worthless trash who end up in this class don't know how to strive for better. You motherless bastard. Go fuck your damn selves, all you ever do is. Xia Antong knew this was probably game dialogue being triggered, but her heart still sank as she silently cursed, this is bad. Sure enough, in her peripheral vision, Crime's pale green mask showed no expression, but his hand was slowly raising his gun. With a loud slam on the table, the fat man roared. You little bastard, how dare you defy me? Try moving a muscle. What do you think you're doing? Come on, bring it. If I flinch, my name isn't Wang Longfei. I'll fucking. Boom. In the classroom, a gunshot rang out for the second time. Chapter 68 Game Punishment? Game Reward. The gunshot cut off all sound abruptly. A bullet hole appeared on Wang Longfei's fleshy forehead. Behind him, a massive blood mist covered half the wall. Reds, whites, and yellows splattered everywhere. His massive frame didn't disappoint in making an impressive mess. His eyes were still wide open, the look of arrogance and ferocity still lingering on his face as he fell stiffly to the ground. Did you just say what your name was? Bang! Who were you just cursing at? Bang, bang! Lu Su adjusted the hell's roar to the first gear and fired several more shots at the corpses on the ground without wasting any energy. The bloated body trembled violently on the ground with each forceful impact. These shots were purely for venting rage. Wang Longfei had already been dead for a while. For someone who had successfully earned a name for themselves, exiting the scene this early truly counts as a miracle. The entire classroom froze for an instant before immediately returning to normal, as if the gunshot and corpse hadn't caused even the slightest ripple. Some kids kept playing with their snot, others picked at their feet, and the one doing a handstand while dropping his pants continued undoing his trousers. In the whole classroom, one could say Xia Antong was the only sane person left. Beneath her helmet, her lips parted slightly as she felt her brain beginning to overload. He had watched the Sin gameplay videos before. Although it had always been crazy, at least you could still discern his intentions from the subtle details. Now it's genuinely hard to tell. This might trigger some kind of penalty mechanism in the game, Xia Antong said weakly, feeling like she didn't have enough time to analyze the situation properly. And immediately, she realized just how effective her jinx had been. A red light instantly flooded the entire classroom as a cold mechanical voice rang through the room. Warning! Warning! Player Sin has violated game rules by forcibly disrupting the game progress, now initiating mandatory punishment. And after this voice sounded, a rare smile actually appeared on Lusa's usually irritable face. Yes, a smile. This had been his goal all along. When you have no information and truly don't know how to deal with your opponent, then find a way to make your opponent come at you. You'll soon get the follow-up information you need. Whether you seek out your opponent to eliminate them or they come to you and you eliminate them, the outcome makes no difference. The moment the red warning lights flashed on, the room instantly filled with a killing intent so thick it froze the air. Lusa's body abruptly stiffened, as if weighed down by an unseen force of game mechanics, pressing him slowly back into his seat like an obedient child sitting primly in class. Beside him, Xia Antong was pushed away by a terrifying force, thrown directly against the back wall of the classroom. Then, more than 20 classmates suddenly produced an assortment of weapons, extendable batons, spiked clubs, whips, and began closing in on Lu Su, swaying menacingly. As they surrounded him, they chanted loudly, their wild movements resembling mountain savages clad in school uniforms. And then, the storm of violence descended. Chosen by agony, agony value +1. Chosen by agony, agony points +1. Lu Su almost wanted to laugh, but the overwhelming sense of being surrounded snapped his emotions back into fury. Our dear Park Bolchang is really the best. Before, we had to struggle just to get a bit of pain points, but now it's a piece of cake, isn't it? Game punishment? Game reward. And this punishment announcement is synchronized for all players in the game, even the challengers can hear it. Park Bolchang was still studying the game's permissions to see how he could design the strategy to maximize his own benefits. Xia Antong guessed correctly, he was indeed a player clearly boosted by resources. Equipped with top-tier weapons provided by the South Korean government and leveraging his family's piled-up resources, he stepped into the spotlight, bearing the expectations of the great Han nation, ready to challenge for the top spot. If he succeeded, it would elevate him to the heavens in one step. From then on, his name would carry more weight than anything else in the great Han nation. What does being first mean? The game has just begun. How strong can the first player really be? I'll steadily take the victory myself, as long as I win. Just as he was lost in his fantasy, suddenly, the game's notification sound reached his ears, making the corners of his mouth uncontrollably curl up wildly. That easy? Isn't this going a bit too smoothly? The netizens from the great cold underworld nether realm who were also watching his livestream instantly reached climax. Park Bolsung brother is definitely going to win, Sumnida. We've already won half of it. I knew it'd be this easy. Our great cold underworld nether realm competitors are the strongest after all. Park Bolsung Appa is the top player. While others pop champagne at halftime, these Korean players are already chugging it straight from the bottle right after kickoff. Looking at the game announcement page, Park Bolsung's grin was harder to suppress than an AK recoil, but to maintain his dignified facade, he casually remarked, "Heh, the game is indeed slightly easier than I imagined, but I won't be careless. I'll make sure that the throne of the strongest player remains with our great Han Ming Empire." Meanwhile, Lu Su, who had collected a wave of pain points, also ended his punishment. The crowd that had gathered earlier put away their blood-stained tools and slowly retreated. They resumed their eerie previous actions. Those who played with snot continued to play with snot, and those who took off their pants kept taking off their pants. Lu Su sat quietly in his seat. His trench coat remained intact, but crimson blood was seeping from his sleeves and pant legs. The atmosphere in the entire room was like the calmest depths of the ocean, yet concealing a storm capable of swallowing everything at any moment. Xia Antong intended to walk over, but the oppressive air made it nearly impossible for her to move. She knew that at this moment, Zue was likely in a state of rage and bloodlust. The situation seemed on the verge of spiraling out of control. Lu Su slowly rose to his feet, gracefully adjusting his blood-soaked cuffs before meticulously straightening his slightly disheveled collar, smoothing it back into perfect crispness. At this moment, his mask showed no expression, mirror-like as it reflected the cold light of the room. "Think you can just leave after finishing?" The calm words held no furious roar, unclear whether spoken to anyone in particular or merely muttered to himself. The next instant, he raised his gun once more. He pulled the trigger, aiming at the back of the head of someone who had just been beating him with a stick and now had their back turned to him. Bang! The figure dropped to the ground with a thud. Everything felt unnervingly natural. The gunshot echoed through the empty classroom like a funeral bell. Kill! Warning! Warning! Player guilt has violated game rules and forcibly disrupted the game process. Compulsory trigger initiated. Chapter 69, Lu Su, I reject your suggestion. When the alarm sounded again, all the classmates who had previously moved like puppets froze mid-action and turned stiffly. They first stared blankly at the corpse on the ground, seemingly unable to comprehend why such a thing had happened. Then, lifting her head again, she looked at Lu Su with a somewhat stiff expression. A group of people surrounded Lu Su, but no one stepped forward for quite some time. Her expression seemed to say, "No way, dude." Lu Su lowered his gun, awaiting the constraints and limitations inherent to games, his gaze never leaving the crowd before him. Xia Antong could sense the murderous intent emanating from Lu Su, thick and palpable as a physical presence. She knew any further words now would be pointless. The beast's reins had already been slipped, there was no reining it in anymore. All she could say was, "Remember to take your medicine." She understood Lu Su had been in a drug-enhanced gaming frenzy last round. She could only hope this boss wouldn't play himself to death. That would really make things interesting. As for herself, she began observing the room's furnishings. The all-seeing eye translated everything before her into data, arranging and combining it for her analysis. With the all-seeing eye, she knew no coincidence in this world was truly coincidental. Calculated thoroughly enough, even a pencil could become the trigger for a murder case. Therefore, if the game had a purpose, then the permission given to Park Bulchong should have been strictly limited to the locations of the 7 urban legends. So, this eerie classroom where the 2 of them initially spawned must be one of the locations where the 7 mysteries occurred. No matter how excessively it's been altered, some foundational elements should remain consistent and unchanged. What's the most bizarre aspect of this classroom? There are sketch-like sculptures in many places. While they might seem harmless at first glance, could they actually be the only props here? Speaking of sculptures, a walking Ninomiya statue? After Park Butcho's magical modifications, they're all sculptures anyway, so it somehow makes sense. But, what's the deal with these strange classmates and that Wan Longfei who got shot dead with no hesitation? Are they just NPCs? Useless existences? Simply tools for Park Buzong to hurt them? Xia Antong stood alone at the back of the classroom, watching everything unfold as she pondered other possibilities. Meanwhile, Lu Su lay on a desk, surrounded by a group of people administering his punishment. The warning sounds signaling the punishment were simultaneously transmitted to Park Buzong, leaving him momentarily dazed. Ha! Did you break the rules again, bro? Are the levels and traps I designed really this powerful? Triggering the penalty mechanism again already? Dude, are you even trying? Heh, looks like our so-called strongest player isn't quite living up to the title. I just hope he has the self-awareness to step down if he truly can't make it. All I want is his top ranking, I don't necessarily need him dead. Facing the crowd in the livestream, Park Bulsun was still busy crafting his image. On the other side, Lu Su had already completed his punishment. His bloodied body rose, and he downed a basic potion before raising his gun once more. Wait, Sin, you might really need to kill these people. Suddenly, Xia Andong, who had remained silent all this while, finally spoke. What else could it be? Lu Su stopped his finger from pulling the trigger. As his murderous fury was interrupted by her voice, his violent aura instantly shifted directions and enveloped Xia Andong instead. But now, please hear me out. Next shot goes to that snot-nosed idiot, aim for the head right between his nose. Upon hearing Xia Antong's words, the guy who had just finished his business and turned away to continue playing with his snot spun back in disbelief, his eyes fixed on Xia Andong like a pair of dead fish. Damn girl, you're a real demon lord too. He already had the perfect look of a certified moron, but now, staring like that, he truly embodied the essence of intellectual brilliance. But he never got the chance to speak. Boom! A gunshot roared as Gramash Hellscream spat death-dealing flames. A gaping bloody hole appeared right between the eyes of the idiot singled out by Xia Antong, and he collapsed stiffly. His eyes remained wide open as he thudded lifelessly to the ground. The other students carried on with their activities as if nothing had happened, their indifference chilling to the bone. Lu Su let out a syllable in his throat, as if expressing confusion. The game's punishment segment, which had appeared several times before, was notably absent this time. Xia Antong breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had made it in time. Her guess hadn't been wrong, she'd identified the issue just before the fury escalated completely out of control. This classroom was one of the urban legends, though it had been twisted into the frenzied spectacle now before them. The human body sculptures here, along with the anatomical sketches on the blackboard and the splashes of color across tables and floors, made her think this must be an art classroom. The presence of sculptures also led her to instinctively suspect that this bizarre tale might involve moving statues. Yet the behavior of her classmates, their clearly purposeful yet strange actions, couldn't possibly be meaningless. So perhaps these human sculptures were teaching aids after all. The human figure sketch on the blackboard clearly depicts a dissected view, yet it could just as easily be an instructional diagram for lectures. The colors on the table and floor might not merely be pigments, they could well be various reagents from a laboratory. This space might actually be a laboratory, a biology laboratory, which means the urban legend here is the anatomical model from the biology classroom. The mannequins here might genuinely originate from human bodies, sourced from anatomy laboratories. These students aren't students at all, nor are they human beings, they are disparate human body parts. If you inhale carefully, you can still catch the faint formaldehyde scent clinging to them. Their true forms are the most essential components within their grotesque movements. Take this idiot endlessly playing with snot, for example, his true form is actually a nose. When all these clues connect, every conjecture becomes terrifyingly plausible. And when Sin fired that shot, it confirmed everything, destroy the nose, and the game's punishment failed to materialize. This eerie tale can be considered solved. The only issue is that Xia Antong still can't deduce the true nature of some people's movements, so she has to prioritize sharing information about the one she's confident identifying with Sin. The next bullet, shoot the leg of that upside-down person over there, the one who keeps trying to dress themselves using their feet. But this time, no gunshot followed. Lu Su turned his head, his pale green mask bearing an intriguing expression, Xia Antong felt a shiver run down her spine, though she couldn't figure out what exactly had gone wrong. The next instant, Lu Su raised his hand and lifted the gun. Bang! A single shot to the head. Warning! Warning! Player Sin has violated the game rules by forcibly disrupting the game progress. Enforcing mandatory punishment now. Chapter 70, Park Bulchang's terror and addiction to rule-breaking? A gunshot rang out, a body collapsed. The game's punishment struck again, and with it shattered Xie Antong. Why aim for the head? Why did you choose to reject the suggestion after watching me for a while? Do you have other considerations? Are you really in a state to think clearly right now? As a highly specialized sin analyst, she was genuinely confused at the moment. This strange tale, she should have already solved it. She couldn't find any flaws in her reasoning. So, what was his real intention? Involuntarily, Xie Antong recalled the first time she watched the game Sin, that scene of the severed leg, and all the speculations people had about him. Back then she had scoffed at those rumors, but now she couldn't help feeling a creeping dread. Could he really have some sort of twisted preference? Meanwhile, Xie Antong wasn't the only one feeling completely bewildered. Park Buching on the other side was equally perplexed. Hearing the game's warning alarm sound again just minutes later, he finally sensed something wasn't right. This is happening way too fast. Triggering the game's warning mechanism every 3 minutes? That can't possibly be normal. What are you doing? Despite having an extremely high degree of freedom, unable to see what his opponent is doing, he suddenly felt a bad premonition, his heart pounding with unease. No, this guy is kinda weird. Citizens of the Great Cold Kingdom, help me see what he's doing over there. If it's too simple, I won't design as much for the later parts. Though he didn't feel great inside, he still had to tough it out and not show any weakness. But he forgot the game's fundamental limitation: viewers couldn't drop hints during competitive gameplay. So all the messages coming through were just weird jumbled nonsense. He asterisk 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 at asterisk 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 at, it's always TSK. Damn it, why is everything so useless? Watching a string of garbled codes floating across his bullet comments, Park Bulchong couldn't help but curse under his breath. But this annoyance soon passed, as what followed became perfectly clear to him. Wow, what's he saying? How dare he call us useless? He forgot the rules himself, yet has the nerve to speak such harsh words. We're doing our best to help, and even the challenge mode favors him. Park Bulsung Appa wouldn't disgrace our great Han Ming nation, would he? In the land of the great cold underworld, no one would usually dare to speak to Park Bulchang like this. But now it's online, in a game, people couldn't care less about him. At that moment, he was so furious he desperately wanted to swear, but mindful of the consequences, he had no choice but to hold it in. Hold on, everyone, that's not what I meant. I wasn't talking about you. Don't worry, I'll win. Could they even win? We will win. On the other side, Lu Su had turned the classroom into a slaughterhouse. Without rhyme or reason, once the punishment was over, he would raise his hand, draw his gun, and take the life of a punisher, each shot exploding a skull. Throughout the entire ordeal, he didn't utter a single word, nor did he make any threats, just pure, ruthless slaughter. Every act of punishment now seemed less like discipline from Lu Su and more like a countdown to the executioner's doom. Every time the countdown ends, someone's life is taken, followed by the start of a new countdown, until everyone is killed. This is a psychological execution by 1,000 cuts. Lu Su said nothing, but at this moment, even these supposedly emotionless pseudo-humans had eyes brimming with overwhelming fear. Their movements retained that eerie perversion, yet each action grew slower and slower, as if they were afraid of something. They didn't want to get close to Lu Su. They desperately tried to flee from Lu Su, yet the game's rules forced them to deliver punishment to Lu Su. Lu Su's fury actually made these supposedly unconscious beings feel fear. This bizarre scene left Xie Antong staring dumbfounded, feeling utterly unnatural being caught in the midst of it. Moreover, she gradually noticed these pseudo-humans' movements beginning to distort, though she couldn't fathom the reason. Earlier, there was a petite woman who placed her right leg atop her own head and hopped forward jerkily. Judging by the fluidity of the movement, Xie Antong guessed the creature's true form must be that right leg. But now, with terror in its eyes, the creature had switched to placing a different leg on its head, continuing its grotesque hopping dance. Can this body be swapped too? Xie Antong couldn't quite understand. In the meantime, she meekly reminded Lu Zue and said, if you aim for the head, it will almost certainly trigger the punishment mechanism. The parts one mentioned are their true forms, they weren't human to begin with. Lu Su seemed completely unaffected, maintaining his own rhythm, taking hits, getting up, firing, getting hit. An aura of darkness seemed to coalesce around him, like an emotional black hole, with Lu Su at its terrifying epicenter. Anyone who ventured near was instantly overwhelmed by sheer dread. Though already covered in wounds, his trench coat soaked through with blood, and the ground around him painted crimson, he showed no signs of weakness. Instead, his fury only intensified, as if fueled by some bloodlust. This aura was not currently enveloping Xie Antong, so she still felt relatively at ease. She only noticed that the air in the entire classroom seemed somewhat thin, with a sense of oppressive atmosphere lingering within. Warning! Warning! Player Sin has violated game rules, forcibly disrupting the game process. Warning! Warning, player Sin has violated game rules, forcibly disrupting the game process. Warning, the game's penalty alert sounded every 3 minutes like a death sentence from a judge, except it wasn't Luce's life being hastened. Park Bo-chang was completely numb by now. The constant notifications of Sin's violations echoed in his ears, from initial ecstasy to numbness, and now to sheer terror. He wasn't by Sin's side, nor did he know what Sin was doing. Those alerts that should have delighted him now made his entire body shudder with each chime. What happened over there? Even his own teammate outside couldn't be reached. Logically speaking, if something really went wrong, shouldn't they have contacted him? The warning tone signaling punishment was incredibly precise, sounding every 3 minutes without a single second's deviation, and the game's penalty duration was exactly 3 minutes, which meant Sin kept breaking the rules repeatedly. Park Bo-chang sat in a classroom at the edge of the campus, fingers interlocked, his face pale with tension. Could any of the urban legends or traps he'd devised possibly have led to this situation? You're addicted to breaking rules? Chapter 71, The Substitution Trick, you saw through it before? And the most crucial question is, why haven't any teammates been able to contact me? Where exactly did things go wrong? During the design process, he had considered almost every possible scenario, yet never anticipated that rule violations could occur one after another like this. If it wasn't caused by flaws in his own rule design, then only one explanation remained. Sin itself was deliberately and continuously breaking the rules. What is his purpose then? Is he crazy, just lying down to win effortlessly? Although he had fantasized before, dreaming of his own victory, he never imagined such a simplistic way to achieve it. Could it be that the former first place truly had no skills at all, and he was actually the chosen one? Park Bo-chang's lips twitched upwards as he lost himself in fantasy one moment, then broke into a cold sweat questioning himself the next. His mind was in utter chaos. The Sin, currently lost in some distant urban legend, hadn't even acted against Park Bo-chang yet it had him completely in its grip, subjecting his heart to relentless torment. Anyway, he's the one breaking the rules now, he's the one being punished. I'm unaffected by this. He chose hard mode for himself, so it's only fair the game gives him some special treatment. This challenges him against me in the game, and the advantage is mine. For some reason, Park Bo-chang started muttering something under his breath. Who even asked him? Let's just say it was more about psyching himself up. After forcefully instilling these ideas into himself, he finally felt somewhat better, his mood gradually calming down. 3 minutes later, when he didn't hear the game's punitive sound again, he actually felt somewhat unaccustomed to the silence, raising his head with a puzzled expression. After what seemed like half a day, the game's notification sound came through once more. School's 7 Wonders, the human model in the biology classroom, completed by Black Team. Current progress, January 7th, remaining time, 23 hours 17 minutes and 8 seconds. Hearing the voice in my ear once more, but after steadying myself slightly, I realized the voice seemed to have changed. It wasn't what I had imagined at all. Cleared? How could it be cleared already? Park Bo-chang was instantly stunned. Wasn't the advantage supposed to be on his side? It hadn't been long at all, so how could the level already be cleared? Moreover, he'd clearly been breaking the rules constantly. How did he pass the level? Was his horror game really something that could be cleared just by breaking the rules? Could it have been his teammates? But his teammate was clearly brought in to hinder his progress. I protest, Divine Selection Paradise, can you hear me? How did he clear the level? I need to know. I've never heard of any game where you can clear it just by breaking the rules. Wasn't he breaking the rules just a few minutes ago? And now he's cleared it? Park Bo-chang couldn't bear this blow and actually began directly questioning the game. But the game completely ignored him, offering not a single response. Not everyone could be like Lusu, provoking the game yet emerging victorious with a badge. After being disregarded by the game, Park Bo-chang had no choice but to swallow this rejection in silence, pacing back and forth as he brooded. He felt terrible, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't have Luce's spirit of risking his life to test the game's limits, so he could only fume in frustration. This is just too bizarre. Wait a minute. Park Bo-chang's overloaded pig brain finally remembered something, and he began rereading that message. The anatomical model in the biology classroom. Biology classroom. Isn't your teammate right over there? At that moment, he grew impatient. Was this person utterly useless? While others kept breaking the rules and still managed to pass, he immediately wanted to reach out and find out what was going on. Then, the game's reminder sound rang out once more, this time utterly shattering his composure. White player, gold second floor, has left the game. Game continues. And this gold second floor was originally Park Bo-chang's teammate in the biology classroom. What? Park Bo-chang's face instantly turned into a meme, strikingly similar to that famous black guy with question marks expression. Keep breaking the rules, clearing levels, and then your own teammates quit? What the hell is this? Is this game really Sin on hell difficulty? This is hell difficulty for me instead. A few minutes ago, after the punishment ended, Lusa stood up from the pool of blood, straightened his clothes and collar neatly, and looked at the last remaining person. The man stood there with a numb expression, his colleagues, those puppet-like figures, already reduced to corpses strewn across the ground. His terrified eyes were fixed on Lu Su, even though moments ago, he had been violently attacking him with the club in his hands. But a mere club couldn't kill the world's strongest player. Now, he likely realized his own life was about to end. He was fortunate Lu Su randomly eliminated one lucky individual, and he was the last one standing. Yet he was also unfortunate, remaining until now meant he had to face Lu Su in this very moment. What a pity. Lu Su finally spoke, though no one knew whom he was addressing. Then, he raised his gun. Imposter, the hell you pitying? Bang! The gunshot rang out, the last person fell to the ground, and silence descended upon the classroom. Lu Su turned around, looking at Xie Antong who had been standing at the back of the classroom all along. Xie Antong hastily raised her hand and waved it, speaking up. Me, it's me, I'm your teammate, I'm not with them. Lu Su, I do. At this very moment, large areas of corpses on the ground dissolved into black smoke and vanished, leaving behind only scattered body parts, various components that once formed human bodies, carrying a foul stench mixed with something indescribably strange. Simultaneously, the notification signaling the game's clearance rang out. Xia Antong walked over, burning with the question she wanted to ask Sin. Why was she so determined to do this? But then she noticed Sin standing motionless, head bowed, staring intently at the severed limbs littering the ground before slowly raising her gun once more. What? Want to desecrate a corpse? Suddenly, a cluster of parts on the ground sprang up, assembling into a humanoid shape mid-air before darting toward the entrance. Before Xia Antong could even react, a gunshot rang out. Lu Su had blown a hole clean through the figure's thigh. Ah! A shrill scream pierced the air as a shadowy figure plummeted, clutching their shattered leg in agony. Stop! I'm not Park Bu-chang. I'm just... Before he could finish speaking, Lu Su's hellish roar in second gear had already been unleashed. Kill! Jean Erlu had no time to think. He used the exit coin, and amidst the high-temperature bombardment, a scream tore through the air before he vanished on the spot, exiting the game. At this moment, all the information she had previously seen once again flooded into Xie Antong's mind. Jean Erlu's special ability, the substitute death technique. It allows the body to be divided into multiple parts, with only one being the true vital point. Injuries to any other location won't cause death, even if it's the heart. Xia Antong couldn't distinguish which part of the pseudo-human's body was the real entity before precisely because they contained components from Jean Erlu. Those parts could also move, pretending to be the true body. If the attack missed its mark, it could easily lead to a situation where after all the pseudos were defeated, the incorrect target couldn't be identified, ultimately preventing the game from being cleared. This would mislead Xia Antong and Lu Su, making them think they guessed the wrong way to clear the level. Was that why Lu Su insisted on taking the risk of breaking the rules to kill all the pseudos? You saw it earlier? Xia Antong turned her head in shock, looking at the masked, taciturn Sin. Lu Su? Saw what? Chapter 72, Increasing Difficulty Levels, Confidence Rising Again, Bro. Lu Su didn't quite understand what image Xia Antong had assigned to him this time, but he didn't explain either. In his current state, all his rational thoughts were focused on suppressing his own violence and killing urges, lest he lose control. Too lazy to speak, annoyed the moment I open my mouth, annoyed enough to want to kill. Damn it, kill. So at this moment, when Lu Su isn't acting out, he appears much more normal compared to his former states of greed and gluttony. He even seems somewhat refined, exuding the aura of a taciturn, aloof male idol. But in reality, these are all illusions, turbulent storms hidden beneath a calm lake surface. Beneath that elegant exterior lies a bloodthirsty beast. Supernatural case solved, the first campus miracle, cracked in less than an hour. Shattered most of Pu Bujing's illusions. By now, the corpses and blood on the ground had all dissipated into black smoke, leaving only scattered organs and limbs that made for an unsettling sight. Xia Antong gazed at the human specimens littering the floor, replaying every detail of what had just occurred in her mind. How could this be? Although my current mental capacity cannot fully unleash the power of the all-seeing eye, it is after all a legendary class weapon. At that time, I hadn't quickly realized something was wrong with these people's true forms. What level exactly is this Sin mask? Or was this simply achieved through their sharp intellect? When did you realize that some of the limbs belonged to those from Golden Second Floor? Lu Su, I didn't notice. After saying this briefly, he gulped down another basic recovery potion to restore his condition. From the very beginning when he drank one, he had only consumed one intermediate recovery potion along the way. Now, his condition had returned to its initial state, and had even improved somewhat. This initial supernatural tale was purely a bonus level for him. Indeed, he didn't overthink things this time. Contrary to Xia Antong's judgment, he wasn't particularly concerned about clearing the level from the start. His insistence on killing the Punisher and subjecting himself to punishment stemmed solely from a desire to be punished. He wasn't staring motionless at the corpse because he'd actively noticed something amiss about this place, nor because he'd detected traces of golden second floor. It was his intuition that alerted him. Just like how beasts in the wilderness can always sense when something is watching them, it was a pure, primal instinct. May I ask what your purpose was in choosing that particular course of action earlier? After hearing Sin's reply and running through countless possibilities in her mind, Xiat Antong tentatively began to question. Lu Su adjusted his bewildering cloak upon hearing this, shifting its surface texture before vigorously shaking off the blood stains. I was just warming up. Also, it's been proven now. Lu Su stretched forcefully, his pale green mask revealing an enormous grin. These supernatural horror games can all be cleared through brute force, right? Xia Antong's pupils abruptly constricted. Though Sin was smiling, the violent aura emanating from them only intensified instead. In other words, for this game session, he was essentially using himself as part of the setup to test the game's clearance methods. If the game's penalties aren't fatal, if eliminating all potential threats could also achieve clearance, then he's planning to just bullheadedly charge through the entire thing, isn't he? A sense of frustration welled up in her heart. She simply couldn't keep pace with the manic patient's train of thought. Just moments ago, she thought she'd finally decoded the puzzle in this top-tier game showdown. Who could have guessed the other party never had such intentions from the outset? Crime never once considered teamwork from the very beginning. Over at Park Buching's side, the game's prompt for him had already popped up, along with a fresh round of reminders. Lu Su of the black team had already cleared one game, and this hellish difficulty was gradually revealing its true nightmarish nature. The authority Pu Buching obtained was growing increasingly powerful. For every urban legend Lu Su completed, he could impose one restriction. Moreover, the severity and scale of these restrictions escalated step by step, becoming increasingly twisted as time went on. For example, when Park Buching wrote from now on, sins aren't allowed to breathe, the game rejected it. Some restrictions simply can't be bypassed, period. Meanwhile, he kept testing the game's limits on the screen before him, strategizing his next moves while muttering incessantly, cursing under his breath. Fucking useless. Didn't even send back any intel before quitting. Wasn't Golden Second Floor supposed to be one of the top-ranked players domestically? Thought he had some life-saving abilities or some shit. Just rage quit like that? Why doesn't he just drop dead already? You spineless wretch, what the hell are they doing over there? Damn it, completely useless. He was already restraining himself. If there hadn't been so many people watching, his language could have been much filthier. To be fair, it's understandable, their opponents seemed to clear the level effortlessly while his own teammates vanished without even sending a message. Everything should have been going perfectly in his favor. But Jean Erlu had no choice. It wasn't that he didn't want to send a message, but Lusa simply didn't give him the time. He had fragmented himself across many artificial beings, and when Lusa violated the rules, the game system forcibly compelled him to enact punishment, leaving no time to transmit any messages. Each time a punishment just ended, Lusu immediately fired another shot. Jean Erlu was too terrified to react, let alone find a chance to relay information. As for the end, he took a bullet to the leg. If he had hesitated even a second longer, Lusu would have turned him to ashes, leaving no chance for any last words. Lusa's rage mask truly focuses on pure efficiency, not even sparing a moment for conversation. As a result, Park Buching now found himself completely in the dark. Soon enough, however, a smile returned to his face as he spoke up. But don't worry, everyone can rest assured, in the end, the winner can only be me. It's just one level, nothing significant. It only proves how incompetent Golden Second Floor is. My restrictions will come one after another, dragging him into the abyss. He'll pay the price for his arrogance. Park Bulchang spoke these words and clicked the confirmation button once again. Some viewers in his livestream were left speechless. Feeling confident again, bro? Meanwhile, a game announcement echoed in the players' minds. The black team player has accomplished a campus miracle. The white team now imposes the first restriction. Among the black players, there must always be at least one person present in the supernatural game's location at any given time. Chapter 73, I never underestimated him, I just wanted to kill him. Hearing the voice in their ears, both Lu Su and Xie Antong, who were already preparing for the next eerie tale, paused simultaneously. Lu Su was a little annoyed at first. Since when were there additional rules thrown in last minute? Xie Antong also furrowed her brows slightly. From how the rules were phrased, this restriction didn't seem like an accidental situation either. This should count as a divisive tactic, a means to separate the two of us. Only now did Lu Su realize what restriction they were referring to. There was nothing to be done. Rage was like that, anger first, thinking later. After pondering for a moment, he said, "That's just perfect." Xie Antong, what do you mean by that? Was it really necessary to make it so clear that you think I'm a burden? But in the end, she sighed softly. Though the all-seeing eye's combat potential wouldn't be weak if fully developed, her current functions weren't primarily combat-oriented anyway. Besides, whatever combat capability she might possess would likely pale in comparison to the supreme being standing before her, so she took the initiative to say, "Very well. The rule is quite clear now, there must always be someone remaining inside the game scenario at all times. You're stronger, so I'll stay here while you go to the next level." Lusa saw the other party take the initiative to speak and agreed immediately. "Alright." With those words, he strode purposefully toward the door. "Hey, hold on, wait a second." Xia Antong hadn't even finished speaking when she saw the person before her practically itching to charge ahead, leaving her somewhat exasperated. "Help me take this out and throw it into the sky." Xia Antong handed over a small metal sphere, less than 2 centimeters in diameter, with a hard texture. Her current appearance was strikingly cyberpunk. A pale blue screen flickering with data streams covered her right eye, while her left eye was sealed shut by a helmet. Pointing first at her covered left eye, then at the metal sphere, she said, "This is my eye dot. Throw it into the air, and it can help you see in all directions, scouting out the right gaming spot." Lu Su exerted a slight squeeze, gauging the object's firmness before nodding in acknowledgement. "Also, wear this." Xia Antong seemed like a treasure chest, pulling out yet another device, this time something resembling earphones. "Stay in touch, make sure you don't lose it." Lu Su took the device and touched it to his ear. Instantly, it melted into liquid that enveloped his ear, weightless yet impossible to dislodge. "What kind of weapon is this supposed to be?" Lu Su reflexively asked. "Epic grade." Lu Su. I couldn't help but pinch my trench coat, thinking to myself that I'd finally encountered an epic grade weapon even more useless than yours. Also, there are a few things I'm not sure if you've noticed, but I'll mention them anyway. First, the temporary restrictions added to this game are likely to increase by 1 with each level cleared. Secondly, Pu Buching's teammates over there are likely to be more than 1. Xia Antong probably also understood Zue's current state of mind, so without further ado, she got straight to the point and stated her conclusion directly. For Lu Su in his state of fury mask, this method of communication was also his favorite. He really hadn't paid much attention to these things, considering them unimportant. His intuition didn't perceive these things as threats to his life. "Take care of yourself." After speaking, Lu Su stepped out of the classroom, leaped from the 3rd floor down to the ground, and violently hurled Xia Antong's eye into the sky. The metal sphere spun several times in midair before vanishing from sight, disappearing without a trace. Xia Antong sat in the eerily quiet classroom, choosing a seat at the back. Holding her breath, she closed her eyes. The campus was silent. Looking up, one couldn't see the sun or any clouds. The sky wasn't blue but a dull gray, as if a bucket of paint had spilled across an oil painting canvas. The entire world appeared muted in gray. An overwhelming sense of lifelessness permeated everywhere, weighing heavily on one's mood. It fueled Lu Su's anger. He wandered aimlessly around the campus, deeply preoccupied with one serious thought: just how much power would hell's roar need to completely demolish the teaching building in front of him? Even if it could be demolished, wiping out the entire school might still be a bit difficult, wouldn't it? What a hassle. At that moment, Xia Antong's voice came through his headphones. She had already gotten into character, her tone cool and steady, with a somewhat robotic feel to it. "I'm not sure about other locations, but in this school, there's only one gymnasium. So, the sound of bouncing balls in the deserted gym, no matter how it changes, should only come from this one place." "Location," Lu Su replied. "Look up." Looking up, the metal eyeball of the all-seeing eye overhead began moving rapidly, refracting rainbow-colored light spots that formed an arrow pointing the way forward for Lu Su. "Also, although Pu Buching's abilities are far inferior to yours, I must remind you once again, he might have high-level support and excellent equipment, so don't underestimate your opponent." Perhaps because Lu Su wasn't around at the moment, that dark aura of fear had dissipated, allowing her mind to function more normally. She found herself daring to say many things she wouldn't have otherwise. "I'm not underestimating him," Lu Su raised his head and responded. "I just want to beat him to death." The voice was steady, devoid of any personal animosity, as if simply stating a fact. Lu Su stretched his body, and amidst the gray fog enveloping the campus, there erupted the legendary sound of tendons and bones resonating in unison, a phenomenon only seen in martial arts masters. Countless disciplinary attacks earlier were no less intense than a real battle. Lu Su was now thoroughly warmed up. With a few swift leaps across the campus, he arrived at the entrance of the gymnasium. Before even stepping inside, the sounds of intense competition from the court spilled out, boisterous and lively, standing in stark contrast to the usual atmosphere of the entire school. Lu Su stood before the main entrance without the slightest hesitation and strode in boldly, making no effort to conceal that he was an intruder. Once inside, the continuous pings of table tennis echoed through the indoor courts, while the badminton area buzzed with the sharp squeaks of shoes against the floor and the whooshing sounds of powerful smashes. On the basketball court, thunderous shouts and occasional whistle blasts pierced the air. Shouts, cheers, and all kinds of noises erupted in the venue. Evidently, this school sports atmosphere was quite vibrant. "Ha!" Lu Su stepped inside, scanning the surroundings as his gaze swept the area before muttering to himself. Seems like there are quite a few people here. Standing at the entrance, the entire venue was laid out before me clearly. Amidst the noisy arena, not a soul in sight. Chapter 74, Park Buchang, your mission is to stall. The noisy stadium stood empty, this blatant eeriness merging with the school's already sinister atmosphere, sending chills down one's spine. An aura of horror lingered in the air, though those who'd come here now knew not what fear truly was. Lusu walked to the center of the deserted sports arena, enveloped in a suffocating black aura. The sounds around him felt so real, so close, yet nothing could be seen. Hundreds of voices chatter around you, yet you see no one. Standing in the gymnasium, you feel like an isolated island, terrified and utterly alone. Staying in this place too long during the day could drive anyone mad. Coming here at night? You'd likely faint on the spot from fright. To help viewers learn and potentially become players themselves later, all footage was streamed in first-person perspective. Previously, they'd only watched Sin's videos featuring psychopaths torturing games. This horror-themed dungeon was their first encounter of its kind. No, why on earth are we doing horror-themed stuff when everything was fine before? No way. My wardrobe just moved by itself. I'm not watching anymore. The other campus miracles are ghost stories themselves. The Sinrod's clearance method was already violent enough, normal puzzle solving would probably be even scarier. Xia Antong was observing through the all-seeing eye, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the situation. This scene has a touch of Chinese-style horror to it. The most crucial part is, since it appears completely empty, she can hardly gather any meaningful data to analyze. Luso stood at the very center of the venue, his chin slightly raised, while the expression on his mask gradually turned perplexed. Facing the deserted stadium, he repeated aloud, "So many people." Though invisible to the eye, his senses were unusually acute. Within this not particularly large space, numerous pairs of eyes were watching him. It was a primal instinct, the amplified intuition of a beast in fury. Just as everyone felt the situation had reached an impasse without knowing how to break through, Lusu inexplicably raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The air seemed to twist from the bullet's passage, leaving a scorched hole in the distant floor. But other than that, it seemed as if nothing had happened. It was just him firing a casual shot. Yet the expression on the Fury mask gradually turned serious, eyebrows furrowing as he swiftly drew his gun and fired another shot at a different spot. Then, gunshots erupted continuously. Luce's right hand seemed to have transformed into that of a Western gunslinger, wildly firing shots across every corner of the room. Though each shot was single-fired, the rapid fire rate and absence of barrel cooling made the gunshots merge into a seamless barrage, echoing through the room like a rifle sweep. The bright and pristine gymnasium instantly turned into a battle-damaged version, as if entering a war zone. The basketball backboard was shattered, the badminton net lay fallen on the ground, bullet holes riddled the floors and walls everywhere. Yet throughout the gym, the same lively excitement remained, the sounds of various sports undiminished, intertwining with Luce's gunfire. It was like collaborating on a dance track. Everyone was stunned. No one understood what he was doing. In this stadium, Sin seemed to have gone mad, firing wildly yet achieving absolutely nothing. What does this mean? Has he lost it? It seems brute force doesn't work here. No kidding. When you can't even see a living soul, what's the point of shooting up the place? It's useless. I thought we could just charge through all the way, but now it seems we can't proceed without finding the right method. Since Luce's behavior was so bizarre at this moment, most people thought he was having a mental episode. Through the earpiece, Xia Antong's voice also came through. What are you doing? The expression on Luce's mask had completely furrowed between the brows as he surveyed everything before him. He could sense it, there were presences everywhere, watching him, and their gazes carried unmistakable malice. Most of this malice was faint, making it hard to discern whether it was just his imagination, as if invisible, intangible ghosts surrounded him. But just now, his sharp intuition pulled tight like a string in his mind, making him keenly aware of one particular direction where the malice grew stronger, more tangible, more real. So, he pulled the trigger. But he knew all too well that he hadn't hit his target. The moment he raised his gun, that intense malice vanished only to reappear right behind him. Each subsequent shot was aimed precisely where the malice seemed most palpable, as if testing the phenomenon. Yet every time, he missed. The vast expanse resembled a star-studded void filled with countless dim and lifeless stars. Among them, one flickered intermittently, just enough to catch Luce's keen perception. But it would only flicker for a moment. The instant Lusu raised his gun muzzle, the shimmering star would immediately relocate, most often appearing behind Lusu, its position completely opposite to where it had last appeared. Lusu fired faster and faster, yet it was futile. That flickering malice was something even bullets couldn't capture. But to everyone else, it simply looked like he had lost his mind outright. No one else possessed his kind of instinct, the ability to sense the malice lurking in the room. Meanwhile, in a corner of the gymnasium, a shadowy figure held its breath, watching as Lusu finally stopped firing. Seizing the moment, it hastily reached out through the game's internal communication system to contact Park Bulchung. Hey, Mr. Park, this crime is now in my possession. He was extremely nervous, trying his best not to say anything unnecessary. Park Bolchang, Then, as he looked at the person who had contacted him, sudden delight flashed across his face. The gymnasium, right? Good. Fanrun, hold him off. I know what you're capable of. Drag this out till he's finished here. Fanrun swallowed hard and continued. That's exactly what I was coming to tell you. Seems like I've been spotted. What? Park Buching's eyes widened instantly as he sprang to his feet, staring toward the distant gymnasium. How did he manage that? I don't know, but among my many spiritual manifestations, he fired a shot directly at my true form. Although I can shift between spiritual manifestations quickly, every shot he took afterwards was aimed at where my true form was. I've dodged multiple times already. Pu Buching's expression finally relaxed slightly as he said, so he just can't capture you, right? Fanrun. Anyway, the difficulty of surviving this bizarre legend mainly rests on you. Confuse him, mislead him, stall. Your mission is to buy time. You shoulder the expectations of the great cold underworld. Chapter 75, Where Eyes Fail to See, the Heart Will Guide You. In the end, Pu Buching couldn't resist striking a grand note, slapping Fanrun with a preposterously exaggerated label. He had no idea what pressures Fanrun was facing, nor did he care whether Fanrun lived or died. He was simply delighted to see that bastard Sin being held back. The game consists of 7 levels, 7 urban legends, all within a 24-hour time frame. This timeline is actually quite tight. As long as any one stage gets stuck, combined with the restrictions he had already placed on Luce's teammates, time would pass very quickly. Moreover, he genuinely couldn't think of any way for Fanrun's ability to be countered by the other side. It was the perfect ability tailored for the gymnasium's supernatural rules, not necessarily to harm Sin, but to endlessly stall him to death. In his original plan, this stage was meant to be the most time-consuming one. He never expected Sin to find his way there as early as the second stage. Fanrun, you'd better not be that useless. After hanging up the call with Park Buchung, Fanrun took a deep breath and continued to feel tense in the gymnasium. Indeed, his ability was invincible on home ground after preparation. All his prowess lay in his skill, the Berserk Tier ability, Spirit Doppelganger. Fanrun can materialize psychic clones, though these clones require time to prepare and cannot stray too far from his main body, never exceeding a distance of 100 meters. The clones possess no offensive capabilities, they merely induce feelings of despondency and fear in humans who come near them. Yet Fanrun himself doesn't understand why this ability proves utterly ineffective against Sin. While this might sound like a rather lackluster power, as long as the distance remains within 100 meters, Fanrun can freely switch places between his spiritual clone and his physical body at any moment. Moreover, Fanrun's true body remains completely concealed, both its presence obscured and its form invisible, making it virtually impossible to locate. Such an ability had almost no offensive potential. Fanrun's current spirit couldn't even freely control the actions of its duplicates, yet in the bizarre setting of the stadium, it became the perfect tool for buying time. Fanrun had always believed that with sufficient preparation time, not even the world's #1 could do anything to him. And now, the moment to test this theory had truly arrived. Only when actually facing Luce could he truly sense that overwhelming pressure, the inexplicable, suffocating, and terrifying aura that made him completely afraid to approach. And after all, this was dodging bullets. With every raise of Luce's hand, he swiftly switched places with his doppelganger in the gun's blind spot. Though he hadn't missed a beat, the mental strain was still considerable. What's more, he still couldn't figure out how Sin had managed to pinpoint his true location. The world's strongest truly had abilities that were far too all-encompassing. To an outsider, Luce's previous actions would have seemed like firing bullets into thin air, utterly meaningless. Combined with his typically reckless brute force approach to obstacles, most people assumed he was just throwing a tantrum at nothingness. Only Fanrun, concealed in the invisible air, could comprehend how disturbingly precise Luce's earlier behavior had been, each shot frighteningly accurate. Maybe we should check somewhere else first? Pointlessly shooting at the gymnasium won't solve anything anyway. It seems Sin isn't in the right state for analysis and decryption now. Maybe let blank have a look first? Let's move to the next scenario. 24 hours, that's actually quite tight on time. We absolutely can't lose to the Koreans. The audience also started offering strategies, though they were just casually suggesting things. Veteran viewers all know that Sin never pays attention to what the audience says. Suddenly, Lu Su, who had remained calm and motionless for a while, abruptly raised his gun again, aiming directly at Fanrun's actual position. Fanrun! The instant Lu Su raised his hand, Fanrun's internal alarms blared. He instantly switched positions, appearing behind Lu Su. Dragging out a fight with this god-tier player was no easy task. A single misstep could mean death. Rumors claimed this big shot killed without blinking, and there were even whispers that he'd eaten people in some dungeon. Terrifying. But then, Fanrun noticed something was wrong, his pupils shrinking instantly. The gun didn't fire. Luce's sudden raising of his hand was purely to test how he had dodged it. A meaningful smiley face gradually appeared on the pale green mask. So you weren't actually dodging bullets. Were you just reading my aiming movements? At this realization, Lu Su relaxed his grip, letting Hell's roar fall from his hand before it vanished, returned to his inventory. He pressed his earpiece and said, "You go first, check out the other places." "Siat Antong? Are you sure?" Seeing Lu Su nod, the metal sphere in the air spun twice before decisively flying away. Siat Antong knew that since the verdict had already been decided, her presence here probably made no difference. Soon, the empty stadium was left with only Lu Su standing quietly in its vastness. Gradually, beneath the mask, his eyes slowly closed as the clamor around him faded into oblivion. He surrendered his entire being to the primal instincts of a beast. After all, the stadium was completely deserted, why not close his eyes altogether? Sometimes, where the eyes cannot see, the heart will guide you. Tell me, which is faster, the gun or me? His voice wasn't loud, but the moment he spoke, it drowned out all the noise in the gymnasium, much like a tiger's roar silencing all birds and beasts, clearly reaching Fan Ren's ears. Fan Ren froze for a moment, unsure whom those words were meant for. How could anyone possibly be faster than a gun, faster than a bullet? But the very next instant, every hair on his body stood on end. A human figure suddenly loomed large in his vision, and the chilling sensation of death enveloped his entire being. Shift! Boom! The next moment, a thunderous boom echoed as Lu Su's raised right leg came crashing down like a mountain-splitting axe, slamming violently onto the ground. Amidst the deafening roar, the badminton court surface was instantly stomped into a massive crater, with enormous cracks rapidly spreading throughout the gymnasium. Fan Ren stood at a distance, watching the scene ahead with shaken composure. He understood why Lu Su had holstered his gun. Because his opponent didn't need any telltale arm movements, he could maintain forward eye contact while dashing backward at full speed. Though not as fast as bullets, such unpredictable movements made him far harder to anticipate. But, how is this possible? How can a human move at such speed? Fan Ren had never seen anyone like this before. Even if his opponent had been the world's top fighter, he never imagined that a human body could be transformed into a lethal weapon. Were his Achilles tendons made of steel? But there was no time left for shock now. Before he could even catch his breath, that terrifying gust of wind came howling toward him once more. The ferocious, enraged mask, carrying the scent of death, rushed right before his eyes again. Only one thought filled Fan Ren's mind. Looks like we can't hold out any longer. Chapter 76, Frenzy and Loss of Control, Pain Points. Shift. With no time for further thought, Fan Ren could practically feel the murderous intent seeping from the opponent's pores. In an instant, he swiftly repositioned himself, dodging yet again. Bang! When he turned back, the floor where he had been standing exploded again, with debris and dust filling the air, obscuring Lu Su's figure within. In a split second, the dust was shattered by a powerful gust of wind, and Fan Ren didn't even need to think to know it must be Sin coming for him again. How can his muscles not need any recovery or build-up at all? Before fear could fully register in his heart, Fan Ren vanished from his spot the next instant, swiftly swapping places with his spirit form once more. In that following moment, the basketball hoop behind him was shattered by a single palm strike, fragments scattering across the ground. Fan Ren's back was now completely drenched in cold sweat. Just these two moves proved that Sin, the world's #1, was definitely not undeserving of the title. With such physical prowess, this strength far exceeded anything he'd ever seen from other players. Were all the top-ranked players on the game's leaderboards at this level? Switching places with his spirit body required only a single thought, yet his pursuer had to physically chase him with their actual body. Just like that, he felt he had narrowly escaped countless dangers. As for why he had to hide instead of trying to resist, Fan Ren could only respond with a sarcastic chuckle to people who said such things. Why don't you try resisting one yourself? It takes real guts for him not to immediately quit now. Fan Ren didn't even dare to imagine holding the other party off for 24 hours. After actually facing off, one thought kept lingering in his mind. Can this damn game even be won against him? If the clearing condition were a one-on-one fight instead of dealing with paranormal rumors, Fan Ren suspected this monster before him could literally tear Park Bol-sung apart alive. Then it really wouldn't work anymore. Shift. Dodging yet another deadly attack, Fan Ren retreated to a safe distance, warily watching the rampaging beast wreaking havoc in the arena. For now, all he could do was give his utmost effort to keep this monster contained here for as long as possible before his energy ran out. After all, this challenge also represents the great cold underworld nation, making it quite unlikely for him to go easy. He. Suddenly, amidst the empty and sports-filled sounds of the stadium, an eerie laugh echoed. It was Lu Su's laughter. Seeing that his successive attempts had failed, the power of the rage mask began to gradually increase, forcing his fury into a twisted chuckle. Brat, you're pretty fast. The mask featured a huge grin that split it cleanly in two, like some deranged smirk stretching ear to ear. Boom! The ground beneath his feet instantly cratered as terrifying recoil launched his body toward Fan Ren. This time, Lu Su had entered a berserk state, verging on losing control entirely, involuntary laughter beginning to spill from him. Without catching his breath, without rest, without easing his physical exertion, Lusa's entire body began an uninterrupted, frenzied sprint. Like a wind-up machine, his speed was so fast that after images appeared, making it difficult for the human eye to catch up. Every time Fanren changed direction, it was a sharp turn back, trying to slow down Sin's pursuit this way. But there was no noticeable effect. Lusa's sprinting and turning back showed not the slightest pause, and the incredibly high pursuit frequency left Fanren feeling suffocated. Though it was just a transition, the psychological pressure was simply unbearable for any human. Ha ha ha. Moreover, an eerie laughter reverberated throughout the entire gymnasium, a laughter devoid of any joy, one that sent chills down the spine when heard. Fanren was now under the illusion that he felt like a helpless little girl, fleeing down a dark alley late at night, with a deranged serial killer chasing after him. Though not quite appropriate, the psychological pressure felt remarkably similar. Fear, helplessness, if caught the consequences would be dire. The gymnasium had been ravaged beyond recognition, basic equipment lay destroyed everywhere, with flooring and wall panels violently torn up. Suddenly, the relentless roar of destruction came to an abrupt halt. Lusa stood amidst the shattered floor, amidst the swirling dust and smoke, finally coming to a halt. The gymnasium was now unrecognizable, choked with dust and smoke, while the scoreboard on the giant screen overhead swayed precariously before finally crashing down. The mask of rage on Lusa's face laughed silently as he lowered his head, gazing at his right hand. In his hand was a half-foot-long strip of gray fabric, the initial clothing that game players started with. Just moments ago, Fanren finally succumbed to the prolonged psychological pressure. His mind briefly faltered, and in that instant, Lusu managed to tear off a piece of his clothing. That sensation, it truly felt like death itself had brushed past him. Fanren's face flushed crimson as he carefully caught his breath. He didn't know why Sin had suddenly stopped, but even this brief moment to recover was incredibly precious to him. The mental strain was overwhelming. Wasn't this supposed to be Park Bulching's first-place challenge game? Why did he feel like he'd been thrown straight into hell instead? Looking at his torn clothes, Fanren was still shaken, quickly taking this moment to contact Park Bulching. The in-game channel connected. "Hey, Mr. Park, get everything ready for the next steps." Park Bulching sounded puzzled and replied, "What do you mean? Ready for what? I can't hold on any longer, this might be it. He's really terrifying, absolutely terrifying." At the end, Fanren repeated twice how terrifying it was, revealing the utter collapse and pressure within his heart. "Park Bu-chang? What? Can't hold on? It's only been a few minutes. What are you talking about? What's going on?" Fanren had already ended the call. Damn it! Inside the venue, Lusa looked at the torn piece of clothing in his hand, and his raging emotions finally eased slightly. After all, he didn't truly want to lose control. Holding the object in his hand, he could now confirm that his intuition had been correct. There was indeed someone here, exuding malice. "Why didn't you run away this time? You, not good enough either." Seeing the scraps of fabric that had abruptly appeared in his hand, even the viewers who had thought Sin was just randomly acting crazy were dumbfounded. Wait, what the hell? Where did that come from? There really was something, and it's physical, so the boss was actually chasing someone just now? Actually using physics to ward off ghosts really works? This sent chills down my spine. To have such speed and still remain undetected, this person must be an expert. If Fanren could see the audience comments about Lusa's side, he'd probably cough up blood. Fanren, what? An expert? Me? Lusa stood motionless, staring at the cloth fragment in his hand for a solid 10 seconds. The smile on his mask gradually widened into something wild, before he spoke in his mind. Good. Confirming there's someone here is enough. Enough games, chosen of agony, level me up. Chapter 77, did I say you could leave? With a single thought, the personal strength data panel appeared before him. After accounting for equipment and other factors, Lusa's current personal strength points could truly be described as impressive. Strength, 30. Speed, 15. Agility, coordination 15. Luck, 3. Spirit, 3. Except for the unclear function of luck, which Lusa left untouched, all other attributes far surpassed the average player's level. The stat allocation ratio for spirit seemed rather inefficient. With a 110 return, Lusa deemed it rather unnecessary. He still preferred the tangible strength that came with a physical body, something he could clearly perceive. From the previous horror tale, Lusu had also accumulated a considerable amount of agony points. Including the sporadic gains from before, he now had over 40 points. Beneath the mask of fury, Lusu couldn't be bothered to calculate meticulously. Since he intended to play this game thoroughly with his opponent, he might as well crank things up a notch. With this thought, he dramatically boosted his speed and coordination in one go. It's almost all in. Speed increased, 1530. Coordination increased, 1520. Forget about strength for now, focus on speed first. His personal speed stat was directly doubled by the agony value. He didn't know whether the hidden thing in the shadows was human or ghost, another player, or some existence within the game. He was determined to drag it out. Being toyed with like this was utterly infuriating. Though Fanren kept feeling like he was narrowly escaping death, Lusa certainly didn't see it that way. From his perspective, he'd encountered a damn rat that kept running instead of fighting, and worst of all, he couldn't even catch it. Nearly every missed attempt made the anger in his heart flare up a few degrees higher. Though Fanren hadn't been running for long, the time he'd bought had done little more than help Lusu accumulate more rage. Even when wearing the gluttony mask, Lusu had never felt the urge to eat someone, but now he genuinely wanted to devour a person alive. That damn thing seemed almost capable of teleportation, extraordinary abilities, no doubt, but they only served to infuriate him further. Now, with his speed doubled, he felt as if he were stepping on the wind, experiencing the illusion of his entire body growing lighter. If he had already pushed his opponent into a corner earlier, now his confidence had soared immeasurably. Fanren was lurking in the distance, holding his breath and staying perfectly still, observing Sin as he waited for the other's next move. Though he didn't know why the other had stopped, Fanren couldn't shake off a creeping sense of unease, as though needles were pricking his back. Suddenly, Lusa turned his head and looked straight at Fanren's location. For a brief moment, it felt as if their eyes had locked. Fanren was absolutely certain he was currently invisible, yet that single glance still made him feel completely exposed, as if his very skin had been stripped away. His heart seemed to skip a beat. "Buddy, your breathing gave you away." The rage mask grinned broadly as it addressed the spot where Fanren stood. "Fear is like the scent of blood, laying bare everything about you." Fanren's muscles instantly tensed as he held his breath, bracing for another round of deadly pursuit. But Lusa showed no urgency to strike. Instead, he calmly adjusted his cuffs while taking measured steps toward Fanren, speaking in an unhurried tone. "I hope you're ready now. The boss has entered phase 2. "What?" Fanren was taken aback, not quite grasping what this meant. Why did it feel like his personality had suddenly shifted? However, in the very next moment, Lusa's steady footsteps abruptly turned into a sudden dash, without any preparatory movement, bringing him right before Fanren's eyes. Shift. Fanren's nerves were strained to the breaking point. The moment Lusu began moving, he had already teleported away. But he immediately sensed something was wrong. Despite having teleported, the roaring gusts of wind were still lashing against his face. That pale green mask was already upon him. Fanren had no time to ponder how this could happen nor why he'd been instantly closed in upon after teleporting. His only recourse was to execute a second teleportation within that split-second moment, narrowly escaping disaster. Because Soldier Lu's charge this time was made with anticipation. Due to fear, Fanren's every evasion was in the direction farthest from Soldier Lu and at the maximum deflection angle, which gave him a greater sense of security. However, by the same token, such behavior also became very predictable. Therefore, Soldier Lu's initial charge wasn't even aimed at overpowering his opponent, he simply reached his spot, stomped the ground, and used the recoil to swiftly dart backward. Sure enough, as soon as he moved, the scent his beast-like instincts had been tracking was already close by. Yet again, he failed to land the second strike, but Lusa's hand swept out like an iron spike, slicing through the air with a spray of crimson. Though the space before him appeared empty, fresh blood splattered violently across the already battle-scarred floor. A distinct, pained groan echoed through the air. Fanren was injured. But then, he failed to evade Lusa's third onslaught. Without pausing for breath, Lusu made his third turnaround and finally managed to grasp something solid in midair. With a forceful grip, his fingers dug deep into flesh. After smashing through 2 billboards by the court, Lusa slammed his target heavily onto the ground, leaving them utterly powerless to resist. The air rippled as a figure gradually materialized. It was Fanren, who had been arduously hiding himself for half the day. Cough, cough. A sweet taste surged in his chest as Fanren violently coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. At least this could be considered a decent player, someone who hadn't died instantly from that single crushing press. But the moment he was caught, Fanren's mind went completely blank, truly blank, shattered by an overbearing and unreasonable force. Fury diminished Lusa's own rationality, yet the psychological pressure it exerted on others, especially his opponents, was unparalleled. Fear gripped him, rendering him unable to think. The agony coursing through his near-shattered body awakened ancestral memories buried deep in his genes, especially in their current position, one atop the other. It was the primal terror etched into bone, the horror of being captured by a predator, of being slaughtered, devoured. Fanren had no time for shock. Survival instinct took over as his hand flipped open, revealing the exit token he carried. But the moment he took it out, an immense force seized his wrist. In the blink of an eye, it felt as though his hand had been placed in a hydraulic press, the pain obliterating all other sensations. Amidst his screams, the crushing force compressed his muscles and tendons. An ominous cracking sound made it impossible for him to maintain his grip. The token had scarcely left his backpack before his fingers gave way, sending it clattering to the ground. Looming mere inches from his face was a sinister, lime-green grinning visage. "What's the hurry? Did I say you could leave?" Chapter 78, Crying Counts as Time 2. Lu Su's grip tightened relentlessly. Blood began seeping from Fan Ren's pinned wrist where flesh was compressed against bone with such force it seemed Lu Su meant to crush it entirely. Ah! Fan Ren kept screaming, his mind completely overwhelmed by terror, reduced to mindless shrieks of panic. He deeply regretted agreeing to join this game. None of this even involved him. Park Bolchang was the one challenging for first place, so why was he the one suffering? The moment he saw the exit token clatter to the ground, he knew with absolute certainty that he was doomed. Although it's unclear what happened to Jean on the second floor, at least he managed to escape the game and save his life. What about me? The past 30 years of his life began to flash before his eyes like a kaleidoscope. Before anything had even happened, he was already reminiscing about the past as if bracing for death. At that very moment, the searing pain in my wrist suddenly eased, replaced by a tingling numbness as the agony vanished entirely. Fan Run? What does this mean? Has my hand already been crushed? The horrifying image of mangled flesh flashed through his mind. Fan Rensheng turned his head despairingly to look at his hand, only to discover. It turned out Lu Su had loosened his vice-like grip without applying any further pressure. Fan Ren froze for a moment, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief as if having narrowly escaped death. But immediately afterward, a deep voice sounded by his ear. What are you howling about? Lu Su was pressed against him, feeling somewhat dazed himself. He couldn't understand why a grown man could scream so miserably. It was so pitiful that it even alleviated some of the anger burning in his chest. I haven't even said what I was going to do yet. What's wrong with this guy? It was just grabbing their wrist. It's not like I broke it or anything. This was nothing like the enemies he'd imagined. Lu Su had pictured meeting some classic brainless minor villain, someone who'd provoke him after being subdued, fight back desperately, and then get crushed with one slap. How did he end up encountering such a pathetic one? But he himself remained unaware of his current appearance. Beyond the aura of fury, his pale green mask gave him a fanged, demonic visage, like a starving ghoul emerging from hell to stand before you. Fan Ren looked up at Lu Su's mask and let out another involuntary scream. Lu Su? Do I look really ugly now? Fan Ren felt what he saw wasn't human, but rather a fanged monstrous beast drooling with hunger, while he himself seemed like nothing more than food on a plate before this creature. He's going to kill me. He's going to eat me. Fan Ren's veins bulged on his forehead as these two thoughts cycled endlessly through his mind, rendering him incapable of rational thought. The moment the exit coin left his hand, he felt like he'd already glimpsed his departed grandmother welcoming him into the afterlife. Don't kill me. I was just running for my life. I didn't even dare to lay a finger on you. It was Park Buchang who challenged you, not me. Not me. I've no intention of competing for first place at all. Please spare my life. Let me go. Killing me won't do you any good, right? I have an 80-year-old mother above, children below. Lu Su. To be honest, watching such a player made him feel utterly exasperated. It was downright laughable in a pitiful way. Initially, he had thought the opponent's escape skills were impressive and assumed they'd be a formidable player. But seeing this, it seemed they'd invested all their skill points into survival abilities out of sheer terror of dying. Ha ha! Lu Su gave speechless chuckle as he yanked the guy up and propped him against the wall. If someone could actually amuse Lu Su while he was wearing the rage mask, then Fan Ren truly had some unique talent. Lu Su opened his mouth and said, I have a few questions for you. Asking questions was one thing, but Lu Su's sudden smile earlier had nearly scared Fan Ren out of his wits. What on earth were you smiling about? His body trembled, and he barely registered what this sin before him had just said, continuing to ramble to himself instead. Don't kill me, let's talk this out. I'm not tasty, don't eat me. Lu Su saw how he was and didn't waste words, giving him a pat on the shoulder before asking. This place must be full of things, right? The kind you can't see or touch. Can you tell me what's going on? As if afraid of startling the other person, Lu Su's voice remained steady and exceptionally gentle as he spoke. If you can't give me an explanation within 10 seconds, I'll shove your head into your pelvis. My hands are fast, it won't hurt. In that case, your upper and lower heads will be reunited. Fan Ren's barely calmed mood instantly exploded again. Only one phrase echoed in his ears. This bastard before him was determined to kill him. He immediately burst into wails again, though his crying lacked any sincerity, all sound with no tears, just loud noises. Boom! Lu Su kicked the wall beside Fan Ren's head and said impatiently, Crying? Crying counts as time too. I'll count to 10. 1, 10. With that, Lu Su directly summoned his hell's roar. Wait. What about those 8 digits in the middle? Let me think. Fan Ren lunged forward and grabbed hold of Lu Su's thigh. Yes, they're mine, I did it. If you sensed many things, they should all be from my spiritual body. Spiritual body? Lu Su retorted. That's how it is, just like that. Speaking as if performing clapper talk, Fan Ren laid out all his abilities in one go, terrified that hiding anything might get him instantly killed by the sin before him. Lu Su listened in stunned silence. A spirit entity, you say? Can you withdraw it? No, absolutely not. They'll only dissipate once we're out of range, Fanrin quickly explained, thinking to himself that if he could just get away, these things would disappear on their own. No? Perfect. As those words were spoken, the furious mask displayed that smiling face once more. Truth be told, Fanrin had become the person who'd made the furious mask exhibit laughter more than anyone else. Just happened to? Fanrin felt bewildered, when suddenly his shoulder was seized tightly. Lusa forcefully grabbed him and pinned him against the wall. Did you study hard when you were in school? Read more books. What? Before Fanrin could react, a grey book materialized before his eyes. It seemed to possess a strange magnetism, casting an almost hypnotic spell that made it impossible to look away. Yu Guangzhong could still make out the lettering on its cover, Confessions of the Disheartened. In that intoxicating shade of grey, the book cover slowly opened, turning to its first page. In an instant, Fanrin felt his life was such a failure. Before the strongest player, he was like an ant. Maybe it'd be better to just die here, he thought. There was no point in living. At the same time, a series of unknown, piercing shrieks erupted in the gymnasium, wailing like the cries of ghosts. Chapter 79. Skip the tutorial, skip the setting, skip the cutscene. Then kill, kill, kill. In the sports arena, clusters of grey mist exploded but vanished almost instantly, leaving an eerie sense of optical illusion, as if you'd imagined it, while the entire space itself seemed to momentarily warp and twist. Shrill screams erupted one after another, mingled with faint popping sounds resembling dust kicked up by sudden gusts. An invisible fireworks display had silently lit up the stadium. Lusa could distinctly sense it. The overwhelming tide of malice that had been fixated on him throughout the venue was rapidly dissipating. The speed reminded him of vanishing Tetris blocks. Moreover, the chaotic noise of the stadium gradually quieted. The vibrant clamor of athletic activity steadily faded until silence reclaimed the space. It seems even those incidents were the work of Fanren's spiritual manifestations. Everything inside the sports stadium was designed to deceive Lu Su and keep him trapped there. Pu Bucheng and Fanren had meticulously planned every detail, but they failed to account for Lusa's true capabilities. The S-class sealed artifact had only been active for a few minutes, yet an eerie silence descended upon the stadium. The hundreds of spiritual clones that had filled the space moments earlier were completely obliterated. Bang! With forceful determination, Lusa snapped his book shut, putting away the confessions of the defeated. An S-class sealed artifact truly lives up to its reputation. With just this single unassuming page, it utterly obliterated Fanren's spiritual form while delivering equally conspicuous backlash. The primary adverse effects manifested in emotions and mental state, yet due to the Rage Mask's influence, he remained oblivious to these disturbances. Luso could only perceive an inexplicable fury surging through his heart the moment the book opened, as if everything in existence suddenly became utterly unsatisfactory. The sight of Fanren before him became unbearably loathsome. He wanted to kill him. The gymnasium's furnishings appeared disgustingly shoddy. He wanted to smash them. The entire school now seemed unbearably irritating. He wanted to blow it all up. Everything in this world just refuses to go my way. It was like a black hole, devouring all tenderness and reason in my heart, transforming them into a fury that sought to destroy everything. Lusa finally understood that description of wrath. I am the wildfire that burns the world to ashes. This book really shouldn't be read too much. Reading too many books of saints and sages, that's truly a ruthless way to kill without blinking an eye. After the books were taken back, the entire gymnasium fell into an eerie silence, as if the previous clamor and liveliness had merely been illusions, never having occurred at all. Silence is better after all. Except for one person. I'm such a failure. I am nothing. I might as well die. Fanren collapsed weakly onto the floor, murmuring unconsciously like a broken doll. His nerves had been twisted back and forth until they were barely recognizable. First terrified by the Wrathmask's fury, then affected by the conceptual ability of the disheartened, his mind was on the verge of collapse. Lu Su, already in a foul mood himself, looked at Fanren's pathetic state and asked with unervingly kind concern, "What, do you want to die? Need my help?" Fanren's eyes suddenly blazed with divine light as his entire body twisted and sprang up from the ground, staggering backward a few paces. "No, bro, I was just messing with you. I was talking nonsense. I desperately want to live. I want to live so badly that I can't sleep at night, terrified I might not wake up if I doze off." All negative thoughts in his mind were swept away. Fanren's overwhelming will to survive made him disregard any sense of defeat right now. Merely escaping with his life from this sin felt like a miracle. Although the challenge mode didn't have elimination penalties for winning or losing, getting caught and killed by sin would be entirely on you. As Fanren eyed the exit token on the ground, plotting how to retrieve it, Lu Su naturally bent down and pocketed the token himself. Fanren? Lu Su ignored the turmoil in his heart and walked toward the center of the gymnasium, faintly hearing the sound of a bouncing ball. Yet at this moment, his primal instincts detected nothing, no sense of malice staring at him from within the gymnasium, nor any sign of abnormality. Although he had rooted out all the distractions, the actual substance of the game eluded him for the moment. Eliminating wrong options is not equal to finding the correct one. Having fought for half the day, Lusu couldn't be bothered to clear the level normally anymore. Wasn't there someone ready-made right here? Turning back to Fan Ren's utterly confused face, he asked, "What's the deal with the game here?" Fan Ren replied cautiously, "If I tell you, can you promise not to kill me?" "You can choose not to tell me," Lusu responded with perfect calm. "No, I'll tell. I must tell." Fan Ren immediately straightened up like a soldier at attention. Basketball? They were basketball players. Fan Ren's face-changing speed shocked all the audience, but admittedly, it was indeed a great survival tactic. Then what? Seeing the other party cooperating, Lusu continued asking. "After that, I really don't know either. It's the truth, I only have slight awareness because I can separate spirit forms. The specific way to clear the level is only known by Park Bulsung. Why don't you go find Park Bulsung? Torture him instead." "Don't torture me, it would be useless anyway." Lusu. Fan Ren could be said to have completely thrown away his integrity at this point, selling out teammates at the first opportunity. After all, if it weren't for Park Buching, he wouldn't be facing this murderous presence before him. Lusu. Spiritual entities were thankless work, offering no pain value to exploit. He couldn't be bothered to overanalyze for this urban legend, he just wanted to clear it as fast as possible. This might require analyzing the backstory. The protagonist of this urban legend seems to have been waiting endlessly for someone who could defeat him in basketball. Also, he might have had a tragic upbringing. Things like moral restraints, once lost, hardly burden your conscience anymore. Fan Ren was now speaking with utmost sincerity, as if he were truly Lusa's ally. "Enough, spare me the lecture." Lusa cut him off directly. "Tell me where he is." To put it in gaming terms, decryption and analysis are highly inefficient strategies. If it were the Greed Mask, he might still have some thoughts on these matters, but now he was Wrath, and Wrath only bothers using his brain during combat. It's like when you're playing a game and skip the tutorial, skip the background story, skip the cutscenes, then go straight into the game screen to pick up a gun and start killing. "I don't know who I am. I don't know where I am. I only know I want to kill everything in sight." Fan Ren didn't quite understand Lusu, but he was currently in the already behaved, begging for mercy state, so he pointed to one spot. That place had already been ravaged beyond recognition. The basketball hoop was even knocked over by Lusu's earlier slap, toppled onto another court. Lusu walked over, picked up the basketball hoop from the ground, and with a thud, planted it firmly upright into the ground. Then, he once again took out the Confessions of the Disheartened, opened it, and laid it flat on the basketball hoop. Chapter 80, Playing Games with the Walking Dead. I too want to use a max level account. Fan Ren was somewhat stunned as he watched the scene before him, observing Lusa placing the book flat on the basketball hoop, unsure of what he was trying to accomplish. But soon, he would come to know. On the basketball hoop lies a confession letter of the disheartened. Unless turned by human hands, no gentle breeze could stir it. In the gymnasium, the soft echoes of dribbling suddenly gave way to a sharp swish, as if the ball had been released. A few seconds later, the pages trembled faintly, as though something had dissolved upon them, then all sound vanished. The air fell silent for 3 seconds, all sounds vanished. Then, from beneath the basketball hoop in the gymnasium came a razor-sharp roar, as eerie winds swept through the entire sports arena, as if something terrible was about to erupt. Lusa's eyes narrowed as he charged forward, leaping onto the basketball stand to perch on the rim of the backboard. Picking up the Confessions of a Disheartened Man, he crossed his legs and waited poised for the battle that might unfold. An aura of raging fury spread outward, clashing with unseen resentment like dragons locked in combat. Lusu wasn't entirely sure what would happen next, while Fan Ren huddled in a corner of the gymnasium, trembling and hoping the chaos wouldn't reach him. Then, the tense and confrontational atmosphere gradually dissipated, and everything returned to calm. A game prompt Fan Ren had never even imagined hearing sounded in his ears. Campus 7 Wonders, the sound of bouncing balls in the empty gymnasium. Black Team Challenge successful. Challenge progress, 2/7, remaining time, 22:39:46. Fan Run? Seriously dude? It's this easy? Then what was all that torment I endured before? Field training? But upon recalling the book's harmful effects on spirits, coupled with Pu Buchung's words to him at the game's onset, many things suddenly made perfect sense. Pu Buchung had told him then, your abilities are unique. While the gymnasium level isn't particularly difficult, I've specially tailored it for you. This stage resonates exceptionally well with your spirit form. As long as you can endure and avoid detection, no one who enters this level will ever find their way out. Too bad Fan Ren failed to endure. 0. In Pu Buchung's plan, hundreds of spirits identical to the basketball-playing ghost would blend together, making it impossible for anyone to locate the correct target. Additionally, with Fan Ren nearby causing interference and displacements, no one would be able to find Fan Ren either. If an ordinary person were to try to block out distractions and search for crucial clues amid the tangled mess, they would inevitably fall into Pu Buchung's trap. But it was Lusa who arrived. The Fury Mask noticed someone secretly watching him. Then there was only one option, to hunt them down and take them out first. Who dares direct malice at me? Looking for death? Lusu watched as the matter before him was resolved just like that. Having mentally prepared himself for another confrontation, he suddenly felt somewhat dissatisfied. Then, an oddly puzzling game announcement rang out. White faction player, Fanren, has withdrawn from this challenge mode competition. Lusu thought to himself, hadn't he already taken the other's exit coin? Could the other guy have also obtained exit coins from game rewards? Turning back, he found Fanren still standing behind him with an equally bewildered expression on his face, patting himself down to check if any part of his body was missing. Lusu frowned slightly and asked, "Didn't you say your name was Fanren? Were you lying to me?" "No bro," Fanren pleaded anxiously. "But what's going on here? Why did I exit again?" Fanren had never encountered such a situation before. Strictly speaking, no one in this world might have ever faced circumstances like his. He was still in the game, yet he was already considered logged out. The game notifications had finished broadcasting. Moments ago, when he tried to send a message to his teammates through the game's internal communication system, it failed. The channel was completely closed to him. Even his own live stream had disappeared. When he opened his screen, all he saw was darkness. What am I now? A game zombie? Probably if my teammates saw me now, they'd think it's not me but someone who's changed their appearance, plotting some scheme. Fanren was lost in confusion. His exit token wasn't even in his possession anymore. Even if he genuinely wanted to quit now, he couldn't. Then all his statuses in the game vanished. No audience, no teammates, no one knew he was still wandering around. Especially right now. Could this damned guy in front of him actually believe that he was Fanren? If this guy couldn't even figure out who he was, he probably wouldn't bother to find out either. Forcing a smile, he proactively spoke to Lusu. "Really, boss, you've got to believe me, I have absolutely no reason to lie to you. Could you give me back my exit token? I can leave right now, just calm down and don't hit me." Lusu didn't speak. He simply picked up the hell screamer in his hand and transferred it to his right. "Don't. Let's talk this out. Why the need to pull the trigger?" Fanren nearly pissed himself in terror. Why wouldn't this guy believe him when he swore he had no ill intentions? "If you don't believe me, ask your audience. Even my own perspective livestream got cut off here." Lusu didn't look at him, switching hands before putting Hell's Roar away. He pressed his earpiece. "Hey." After establishing the communication line with Xie Anton, Lusu turned and walked toward the gymnasium exit. "I saw it. Seems you cleared the level remarkably fast." Several seconds of silence passed before a voice finally responded through the earpiece. "Pretty straightforward," Lusu replied briefly. "Any leads on the location and details of the next strange tale?" "Basically got a rough idea of all the locations already." The response through the earpiece surprised Lust. He hadn't expected the situation to be this optimistic. Xie Anton continued on the other end. "The music room and art classroom clues are relatively more directional. I've got a general target area, I'll guide you there in a bit. The directions for the restroom and the 13 steps aren't clear enough. I've got a few rough ideas, so I'll need you to scout ahead later, check out the spots I think might be problematic. We'll judge based on what triggers in the game." It seemed she had already grown accustomed to Sin's current way of speaking. Now, she issued commands directly without any unnecessary words. The two of them operated like ruthless gaming machines, focused solely on bulldozing through this game. LOL, why but watching their convo gives off such intense pressure. Wonder if Crabapple can even handle it over there. Seriously, no respect at all, it's been such a short time. Honestly, putting myself in that position feels exhilarating. Whenever I sense something's off, I just tell Zue, and she charges straight in to slaughter them all. Damn straight, who wouldn't love playing with a max level account? I'd kill to be a pro's teammate too. What? Does the upstairs have a way to get legendary weapons too? Chapter 81, each with their own schemes. Dealing with you is still quite simple. Lusa's bribery operation had reached its peak, leaving people dazzled by its rapid pace. Now that it was finally over, during this idle moment, they could at last begin chatting about other topics. Xie Anton's eyes had already flown back once more and were now circling in the air, ready to guide the way toward the music classroom for another round. Lusu also understood that many aspects of the Seven Wonders were steeped in the supernatural. If the confessions of the disheartened had a potent effect against spirits, then wielding this item might prove far more useful than a gun. So he took the book in his hands, straightened his attire, looking exceedingly scholarly, even resembling a university professor. This stark contrast in appearance left Xie Anong, who had just flown over, momentarily speechless and somewhat at a loss for words. The metal orb spun twice mid-air, spotting the utterly despondent Fan Rin in the gymnasium, before asking, "What is this fellow?" As for passers-by, their life dream probably just boils down to staying alive, Lusu replied. "Alright. Also, Pao Bujing's side is likely devising new restrictions. After all, another level's been cleared. Remember to stay extra vigilant." Watching Lusa's figure gradually vanish from view, Fanrin finally exhaled deeply, his body giving out as he collapsed onto the floor, now little more than rubble. His mind went blank as he found himself utterly adrift in his current predicament. completely at a loss for what to do next. I've already been completely kicked out of the game system, why should I just keep waiting here like this? What must Park Bulchung be thinking about me right now? How must the citizens of the great cold netherworld kingdom be judging me? Given that bastard Park Bulchung's temperament and character, he's probably considering me completely worthless, might even be cursing me out loud right now. Wouldn't want that jerk to take out his frustrations on me if he ends up getting slaughtered too. At the very least, Fan Ren's judgment about Park Bulchung was spot on. Shit, how long has it been? A level completely customized for that guy, and it didn't even last an hour before it ended just like that? And why did he exit again without sending back any information? How can all these guys be so useless? How is it possible not a single message could be relayed before they're out? Over 100 clones, swapping positions with just a thought, even if they were 100 pigs, they shouldn't all die without managing to say a single word. Shit. Park Bulchung was currently in a state of impotent rage. Truth be told, he hadn't actually expected to defeat the world's #1 player Sin in just 1 or 2 games. But what he absolutely couldn't accept was how his teammates kept quitting the game without saying a single word. Meanwhile, on the other side, since Fan Ren's gameplay footage had completely disappeared, viewers in the livestream from the Hanning Nation, those who hadn't been watching Fan Ren's first-person perspective, began speculating and bad-mouthing. Comment: this really doesn't make sense for Fan Ren, the most time-consuming level, and he failed so quickly? Comment: I looked it up, apparently Fan Ren has some Huagua heritage in his bloodline. That makes sense now, that backstabbing bastard, goddammit. Park Bulchung had no mood to maintain his image anymore, nor did he want to explain anything to his audience. For the first time, he began feeling a sense of crisis. Though the game got progressively harder with more restrictions he could impose, if that unseen Sin could clear stages at such speed, he genuinely felt unsure about his chances. How could 2 humans show such a massive gap after just 3 games? Damn it! It must be because of my useless teammates that things turned out like this. Absolute trash. The game's suggestion interface had appeared long ago, but he hadn't exercised his authority for half the day, adding new restrictions for the black side. He wasn't as confident now and didn't know how to guarantee his victory with 100% certainty. If he were to lose this, he didn't even dare to think about it. Damn it, it must be because my teammates are too stupid, I clearly designed. As if realizing something, Park Bulchung's urge to swear momentarily paused, as though struck by a sudden thought. The corners of his lips curled slightly as he began inputting new restrictions into the game interface before him. Since all my teammates are worthless, no matter how awesome you are, can you be sure your teammates are equally badass? At this moment, Lusu had already been led by Xie Anton's eyes to a peculiar arts building, stopping before a classroom in the basement. This is the place. It's the creepypasta location I'm most certain about. But how to trigger it depends on the game, and how to clear it, that's up to you. Lusa nodded. He was already accustomed to clearing dungeons solo. For him, this was the most liberating feeling. This kind of cooperation didn't restrict his movements either. Alright, then I'll deal with this place first. You can check the other areas. Lusa's words carried a hint of urging. This was already the most polite way he could phrase it in his furious state. Just as he was about to step inside, he suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, "Wait a minute, you just mentioned only 4 follow-up games. Only 2 have been completed so far, which means there's still 1 more, right?" Hearing this question from Sin, Xie Anton on the other end replied, "Yes, that should be the most hidden one. I still haven't found it yet. I'll take another look around later." Lusa frowned slightly, not because he sensed anything wrong, but because his intuition told him Xie Anton's tone carried some unusual emotion. Yet he said nothing, simply acknowledging her words before heading into the classroom. Inside the biology lab, Xie Anton sat alone in the messy yet silent empty classroom, legs crossed as she communicated with Sin. Just as she said, I hadn't noticed yet, unseen by anyone, the plaster sketch of a lip-shaped model behind her curved slightly at the corners. Who said there could only be one urban legend in a classroom? But equally unknown was this, Xie Anton, with her back to that plaster model, also wore the exact same subtle upward curl at the corners of her mouth while speaking these words. How could the all-seeing eye possibly have a blind spot? I have eyes in the back of my head. And in this delicate atmosphere, the game's restriction condition finally arrived fashionably late. Black team player has already passed the second campus miracle. Now the white team player announces the second restriction. Among the black team players, in this challenge mode game, everyone must have a record of clearing campus wonders. The moment she heard this restriction, Xie Anton could barely restrain the corners of her mouth, almost bursting into laughter right then. He lifted his head, his expression somewhat inscrutable. Park Bulchung, oh Park Bulchung, although the mindset and behavioral patterns of crime are challenging to analyze, predicting you still seems a bit too easy. Chapter 82, Plans and Predictions Conditions. Lusu walked into the classroom before him and paused mid-step upon hearing the voice beside his ear. Siat Anton had almost perfectly predicted Park Buching's thoughts. However, Lusa still didn't quite understand just how capable Siat Anton truly was. The all-seeing eye, a legendary weapon. Though undoubtedly impressive, its combat capabilities don't seem particularly outstanding, or perhaps they simply haven't been demonstrated yet. Is she also supposed to clear a stage? Isn't this ridiculous? What if she fails? Does that mean my challenge fails too? This is a complete joke. This game is in challenge mode. It's a challenge between me and Park Buchung. The earlier restrictions didn't mention what would happen if she loses on her side. As he thought about it, Lusa felt the problem might be even bigger than he'd realized. As he stepped into the room, the door automatically closed behind him. A distinctly eerie atmosphere immediately permeated the space, but Lusa paid little attention to it. Once more, he pressed the earpiece and spoke. "Did you hear the game restrictions just now?" "I heard it," replied Siat Anton. "You confirmed the game difficulty is hell level before selecting teammates, and only then did the game match you with companions. It's been confirmed that Park Buchung isn't working alone, he has multiple teammates, which means more people helping him. But for you, this was hellish difficulty from the start. So originally, the teammate matched with you, me, was meant to drag you down." As she spoke, she stood up and began wandering aimlessly around the classroom like she was bored, occasionally touching and rearranging the sculptural models with her hands. By now, she had repositioned every single sculptural sketch model in the classroom. Lusa listened to her explanation, paused for a moment, then replied, "Well, at least you're self-aware. Do you always have to be so blunt when you speak? Alright, enough small talk. Among these urban legends, do any seem relatively simple to you?" Lusa's expression grew slightly more serious. "You could pick an easier one. I'll beat them half to death for you to finish off. Don't let it delay the game." Siat Anton. At this point, she hadn't yet told Lu Su about her situation because she'd already roughly guessed Pu Buching's intended strategy. After a few seconds of silence, she adjusted her all-seeing eye helmet. The armor near her ears liquefied, extending downward to envelop her headphones before solidifying again. Then, an extremely fine neural spike pierced into her skull, causing her to frown slightly from the pain. But immediately after, without uttering a word aloud, the thoughts in her mind transformed directly into sound and traveled into Lusa's ears. "Mizu, I hope you won't make a fuss. What I'm about to say next won't be heard by the audience, and Park Bulchang won't know either. Only the two of us can hear it. Lusa, the weather at this school is truly awful." Siat Anton nodded in satisfaction and continued speaking in her mind. "To cut a long story short, whether I become a burden to you isn't something you can decide, it's the game's decision. If the game has this intention, then the stronger you become, the more counterproductive it might be. Plus, Park Buchung is already working in this direction too. But I think, regarding this aspect, we might be able to turn the situation to our advantage." Lu Su wasn't quite sure how to pretend. Wearing the mask of rage made him rather unskilled at this. "Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Anyway, the next game probably won't focus on restricting you, but will likely try to use me as the breakthrough point. Your current game still needs to be completed with overwhelming force. Make them fear, make them panic. After completion, I predict the opponent will add another restriction. Most likely it'll be, if any member of the black team dies or withdraws, it will count as failure in challenge mode. His previous additional restriction wasn't enough, so this one is necessary. As long as you strike hard and fast enough, I'm 90% certain I know what Park Buchang has in mind." Siat Anton quickly thought these words in her mind. Though only she and Sin could understand what was being said, leaving even the audience completely baffled, her words were quite intriguing. The implication was clear. She had completely taken for granted that Sin could clear the horror tale, and do so swiftly through brute force. She didn't even offer a plan B, as if it were entirely of course that Sin would never fail to clear it under normal circumstances. Upon hearing this statement, Lu Su didn't even voice any objections, as if he thought the same way. At this moment, their pride aligned with astonishing harmony. Neither considered the possibility of failure, or rather through the first two challenges, Siat Anton had already defined Sin, the strongest player, as possessing extraordinary capabilities. Hearing no opposition from Lusa's side, Siat Anton tentatively continued. "So, I believe this can be exploited. If the additional restrictions after clearing your level are exactly as I predicted, I hope during the upcoming stages, you can appropriately accept my suggestions, even when I sometimes won't provide explanations." She knew Sin wasn't easy to communicate with when enraged. Her conditions could only be proposed during relatively calm moments. Otherwise, everything would spiral out of her control again. The thought of Park Bulchang using her as the breakthrough point to win would be utterly unacceptable to her. Lusa wasn't quite sure what the other person had thought of, nor was he certain about their exact plans, but he could detect confidence in their words. If this could truly affect him by making her fail, it seemed to be the only tricky problem he faced at the moment. It appeared she was confident about solving it. "Alright," Lu Su replied, "is this room of mine an art classroom or a music classroom?" Listening to the voice coming from Sin, Xia Antong suddenly pursed her lips as if suppressing triumphant emotions, like she'd just won a battle. Though she remained in this eerie space filled with grotesque sketch statues, the psychological pressure from negotiating with Sin clearly weighed far heavier. After entering challenge mode for 2 games, she'd finally achieved the initial stage. Now, everything was ready. Moreover, she realized that under normal circumstances, Sin still possessed basic rationality and the capacity for communication, much like right now, when it deliberately spoke about irrelevant matters to throw others off the scent. When it comes to caution, you sure know how to be cautious. Alright then, keep in touch. With that, Xia Antong disconnected from the unusual brainwave communication, visibly drained as her face paled slightly from the mental exertion. On the other side, Lu Su. No. So is this classroom an art room or a music room? Chapter 83, your playing sounds lovely, but I'm in a hurry. Why aren't you responding? My question wasn't just a front, I'm genuinely curious. Lu Su raised his head and casually glanced around, spotting a portrait on the wall. The figure in the painting seemed to be mimicking the Mona Lisa, smiling as they looked forward. I remember, my teammate once told me there's an urban legend about a weeping portrait, right? Without much thought, Lu Su took a brief look and then stepped forward to give it a try. Is it you? What are you laughing at? Not planning to give us a cry? Lu Su stood motionless before the portrait for more than 10 seconds, as if engaged in some mental standoff, staring directly at the painting. He didn't know how to handle this situation himself. Usually he'd wait for the other party to make the first move, then find a way to eliminate the target. But this time, his intuition detected no eerie atmosphere from the portrait, nor did he sense any malice. This guy seems quite tricky. How can his aura concealment be so masterful? Just as he was confronting the portrait, a melodious piano melody echoed through the empty room. Lu Su. Turning his stiffened head toward the source of the sound, he spotted a vintage Steinway piano draped with a red cloth in the corner of the room, exuding an air of classical elegance from the last century. At that moment, the piano sat quietly by the wall, emanating graceful classical blues. It seemed to have stood there for countless eons, emanating an overwhelming sense of solitude. Lu Su swore that when he first entered, this piano definitely wasn't here. It had inexplicably appeared at some unknown moment. In other words, this bizarre scenario wasn't the weeping portrait, but rather the sound of a piano in the music classroom at night. He had just been outwitted by thin air. Lu Su, ##. In almost an instant, the otherwise relatively normal rage mask began showing signs of overloading, its fluctuating streams of light repeatedly transforming until they finally formed the visage of an angry face. TCH, that woman Xia Antong couldn't even explain things clearly. If it wasn't you, then why didn't you say so? Blinded by rage, she punched straight toward the wall, shattering both the painting and the wall itself, sending wooden paneling and brick fragments scattering across the floor. Portrait, I can talk? Wait, no. I vaguely remember this was supposed to be a horror game, right? Why does it feel like it's turning into a comedy? Any experts able to analyze if there's deeper meaning behind this sin move? Even the piano got confused and came out by itself. Piao Buchung miscalculated. If this piano had remained hidden, this level could have probably stalled the big shots for quite some time. It seemed that everyone had already grown accustomed to Sin's style. Despite the horrors of this challenge, the audience still brimmed with cheerful energy. In the music classroom, all the curtains suddenly snapped shut, plunging the entire room into pitch darkness. Clap! The rasp of a match being struck rang out, and in the darkened room, a faint glow materialized around the piano out of nowhere. Gazing at the dim and flickering light, Lu Su remained motionless and simply spoke. What a cozy scene! The audience, who were just beginning to immerse themselves in the horror setting, were utterly speechless upon hearing this. Only you could find this moment cozy, seriously. In the room, the melodious piano music seemed capable of soothing one's heart when an ethereal female voice suddenly sounded. Would you like to play a piano duet with me? Her voice was light and graceful, embodying everything one could imagine about beauty, making it impossible not to want to comply. Such a beautiful voice, I feel like I'm falling in love. Wait, hold off on the romance. Did Blank ever tell Zue about the characteristics of each urban legend? I checked. If this really is nocturnal piano, then you mustn't listen to the melody nor attempt to play along. Viewers who supported Lu Su grew anxious, but their concern was futile. In challenge mode, such information was blocked, and Lu Su wouldn't see their messages anyway. Under the ethereal female voice's guidance, Lu Su slowly moved forward until he stood before the piano. Looking down, he saw the keys of that antique Steinway piano moving freely, producing intoxicating melodies. Would you play a duet with me? The ethereal female voice sounded again, tempting Lu Su like a mermaid in the deep sea luring passing sailors. Meanwhile, several piano keys began alternately glowing with a pink light, as if guiding Lu Su to play the piece in this particular manner. Lu Su gazed at the piano before him, fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly tilted forward slightly and gave a gentle bow. Your playing sounded beautiful, but I'm in a hurry. Just as the audience wondered what he was up to, thinking this rage-fueled man might have changed his nature, almost. Then he straightened up and, mustering all his strength, violently smashed the Steinway piano with his fist. Courtesy before force.jpg. The exquisite antique Steinway piano instantly exploded, offering no resistance whatsoever to this formidable punch that ordinary metal and wooden structures couldn't hope to withstand. Boom! The sound was like a demolition explosion. The entire piano disintegrated like a toy construction set, scattering parts across the entire classroom, some even ricocheted onto Luce's body, turning into powder on impact. Luce didn't care about conventional ways to clear the level or any taboos. In his view, since the bizarre tale's subject was piano sounds, smashing the piano was naturally the best solution. The instant the piano exploded, the room's lighting dimmed abruptly. Once again, Luce's intuition sensed that something had appeared in the room. Having something appear was good news. Whether human or ghost, as long as it existed, it could be dealt with. Passionate, melodious, and somber piano pieces began playing simultaneously. Music possesses the power to sway human emotions. Each composition felt like countless threads tugging at one's soul, seeking to drown them in its depths. A row of piano keys gleaming with red light flowed encircling Lusu and forming a massive ring. The room plunged into an eerie darkness, broken only by the blood-red hue of the piano keys. The original pale red lights had also gone out. Without hesitation, Lusu took a few steps forward and yanked the classroom curtains down. Damn, it was pitch black. Outside the window it was no longer daylight, but an ink-like darkness, as if such blackness hadn't existed since the dawn of humankind. Lusu pressed the earpiece on his ear and asked, "Has night fallen now?" "No, you might have entered the supernatural scenario." Xia Antong immediately guessed that the Sinside had probably begun. "Got it." Lusu nodded. "Remind me in 10 minutes if there's no clearance notification." Chapter 84. The Skeptical Korean Player. One shot, two lives. After finishing his call, Lusu hung up and began observing the situation inside the room. His greatest concern was actually his mind being bewitched, leading to faulty judgment of time, like when it suddenly turned dark outside moments ago. He needed precise timing, so this task was delegated to the relatively safe Xie Antong. If time itself hadn't truly malfunctioned, then this could only mean we'd already entered the game's scenario. Clearly, a new strange tale had been triggered. After all, the sound of piano music from an empty classroom late at night. "Classmate, would you play a duet with me?" That ethereal female voice from before resurfaced once more, except this time it was unnervingly close, as if a beautiful woman had draped herself over my shoulder to whisper these words directly into my ear. Lusu felt as though he had stepped into a dreamlike starry sky, his entire being enveloped in darkness while a row of surreal, illusory piano keys floated before him. The keys were circular, surrounding Lusu's body in a massive ring, enveloping him even from behind. At this moment, Lusu's intuition clearly signaled that there was someone behind him. The others seemed pressed tightly against their back, like a ghostly possession, issuing their invitation with a mournful, plaintive tone like a beauty steeped in sorrow. Lusu raised his fist and smashed it violently toward the piano keys before him, but the heavy blow passed unimpeded through the shimmering illusion of the keys, cutting through the air with a terrifying whoosh. Seeing his attack fail, Lusu frowned slightly and turned sharply with an elbow strike, yet he spun a full circle without making contact with anything. The thing clung to Lusu's back like a persistent maggot, impossible to shake off. The 7 campus mysteries, why are they always about ghosts and spirits and such? "Little handsome, would you play a duet with me?" The ethereal voice sounded once more, right behind Lusu, now carrying a playful teasing tone, even a hint of showing off. It seemed proud about how Lusu could do nothing about it. "Lusu, is there no other word?" Sheet after sheet of musical scores floated upwards, golden staves fluttering in the air, each bearing different notes while the corresponding melodies played around Lusu in endless loops. There were decadent love ballads, weeping and wailing as if heartbroken. There were the fierce clangs of swords and shields, as if transporting one to the roaring chaos of battle. Lyrical, blues, jazz songs both elegant and vulgar, spanning ancient and modern times, east and west, played on incessantly. Lusu even wondered if he was hallucinating snippets of bizarre online tunes. For example, Big Banana, Big Banana. He violently shook his head as intense emotions surged abruptly. With all sorts of music ringing in his ears, Lusu's emotions were tugged back and forth. And such sheet music keeps multiplying, continually generating new ones as the melody flows. And the guy who had been clinging to Lusu's back was gradually becoming more and more smug in his tone. The power of emotions is boundless. If humans experience extreme joy and sorrow repeatedly in a short time, it's like repeatedly bending a wire, it will eventually snap. As long as Lusu entered without a solution, he would ultimately sink forever, becoming a slave to the music. At least, that's what Fan Zian believed. That's right, Pu Bucheng has many teammates, and each is highly skilled. To make a comparison, many of them reach Jiao Tian's level. And she is the teammate hidden at this stage, but now she's feeling very resentful, because Pu Bucheng had just given her some orders over the call. Lusu's 2 rapid clearances earlier had even prevented her teammates from sending back any messages, which had already left Pu Bucheng feeling frightened. Even a pig would recognize the terrifying nature of Sin by now, so Park Bucheng had already lowered his standards to some extent, simply hoping to secure his final victory. As for whether he was truly as formidable as Sin, he no longer harbored such obsessions. In his view, did strength even matter? Being number one was all that counted. He had already planned it all, leveraging this wave of momentum to claim the top spot, then riding the hype to instantly become a spiritual leader for the ages. Achieving wealth and fame would be child's play. Who still plays games anymore? Use an exit token and you lose everything, lose the game and you might just die. With so much wealth back home, why risk my life? Thus, Park Bucheng briefly suppressed his own idiocy, restrained his arrogance, and began moving towards more cautious actions, so he decided to give Fan Ziyan a warning. Sin's ability is strange, possibly very powerful. Your checkpoint isn't that crucial in the grand design. Don't aim to defeat Sin, just stall if you can. The most crucial issue is that the message must be delivered back. In a way, Park Bucheng never believed Fan Ziyan could defeat Lu Su in this round. He was already planning the subsequent Weird Tales content. But now, Fan Ziyan doesn't see it that way. Her abilities clearly align well with this stage, and this so-called Sin before her seems like nothing special. I couldn't really see how the Sin in front of me could possibly hurt me. Though at first, she'd been shocked when it shattered a grand piano with a single punch. This also served to escalate the urban legend scenario to its second phase. Without bothering to unravel any mystery, it immediately resorted to violence, thereby cranking up the difficulty level for me. Her final verdict on this Sin was all brawn and no brains. I wonder how my previous teammates managed to lose. Classmate, would you like to perform a duet with me? Once again, she said teasingly, having decided to challenge the so-called world's number one. She just refused to believe this superstition. Are you human, or a ghost? Lu Su turned around several times, only to find the figure stubbornly clinging to him. That sensation of being persistently shadowed by something intangible made his brow furrow. I am both human and ghost, Fan Ziyan declared with a hint of pride. Lu Su had merely asked casually, never expecting this person to actually respond. But that wasn't all. Fan Ziyan continued. Play a tune, fleeting world champion. My ability is spirit possession, and that girl behind you is a creation of the game itself, now possessed by me. You can't catch me, don't waste your effort. Lu Su, who asked you anyway? When will you people ever fix this habit of announcing your abilities like bad Shakespearean monologues? That means you don't have a physical form. I could if I wanted to. As she spoke, the girl leaning against Lu Su gradually solidified her ethereal body. To an outsider, the music classroom would appear like a scene of a man and woman standing back to back, a picture of quiet beauty. Fan Ziyan deliberately maintained just enough physicality to provocatively press her back against Sin. Now tangible, now intangible, she controlled her form entirely as she pleased. The next second, bang! The fiery tongues of hell's roar licked hungrily as Lu Su pressed the gun against his own abdomen and pulled the trigger. A double penetration. Chapter 85, I'm not bloodthirsty, I just might lose control. Fan Ziyan had already transformed back into human form the moment she sensed the slightest movement in the muscles of Lu Su's back. But it was too late. A muffled groan shattered the melodious piano music in the classroom. Anyone could hear the pain and restraint in that sound, turning the once chaotic yet harmonious notes in the room into discordance. Fan Ziyan, having reverted to her spectral form, lowered her head to look at her upper abdomen. There was a bullet hole there. Though there was no bleeding after becoming a spirit, and though the sensation of pain was greatly diminished after spiritualization, the intermittent throbbing and the unstable trembling of her spirit form made her acutely aware of how dire her current condition was. Her mental state was especially fragile. She felt utterly wretched because she had to confront a brutal truth: she'd been shot. In the entire course of her life, this was her first gunshot wound. She had absolutely no idea how to handle being shot, let alone how to materialize again later. Will it hurt? But the most crucial thing was that she couldn't believe what had just happened. In her original plan, she intended to tease the top-ranked player behind her, then instantly possess a ghost and become intangible when the other tried to turn and attack. This wasn't just provocation, it would successfully provoke the opponent's emotions while perfectly matching this urban legend scenario. This person will drive themselves insane sooner or later. But he fired directly? From that angle just now, there was only one scenario where I couldn't react in time to dodge if he shot at my abdomen, piercing through both of us in one hit. What kind of freak is this? Sin isn't crazy yet, but she herself is nearly losing her mind already. With his thoughts in turmoil, the singing in the room began to falter intermittently, even as Lu Su's voice sounded once more from behind. His tone was steady, as though completely unharmed. Classmate, would you like to play a duet with me? The same words Fan Ziyan had repeated countless times were now being echoed back to her by Lu Su, word for word. Fan Ziyan. She didn't know how to respond, secretly resolving in her heart that she absolutely couldn't revert to her physical form before dealing with this man. Do you know I showed you mercy? Lu Su's voice was calm yet strained, as if struggling to restrain something. Fan Zian didn't understand what he meant, so she remained silent. Due to the supernatural tail's design, her spirit form could only remain back-to-back against Lu Su at this moment, unable to see what was happening on his side. He shot at me, but not a scratch? What kind of monster is this? No, I can't delay, must keep increasing the notes. With this thought, spectral hands began dancing across the piano keys at his back, sheet after sheet of music floating into the air. Each sheet tugged at Lu Su's sanity, assaulting his nerves, fueling his fury. But he remained remarkably calm at this moment. If I had just struck my own neck, you'd be dead. A chilling sensation crawled up Fan Zian's spine. The position of Lu Su's neck corresponded almost precisely to where her head would be. Although shooting herself in the neck with a gun sounded utterly absurd, she suddenly sensed that the person behind her meant every word he said. He absolutely dared to do it. For no apparent reason, an inexplicable dread washed over her. She couldn't shake the feeling of teetering on the edge between life and death. Even in her spectral form, immune to something as destructive as a nuclear blast, she still felt utterly defenseless. The man behind her seemed to carry a suppressed aura, as if it could erupt at any moment, devouring everything in its path. What a shame you won't get that chance, Fan Zian retorted defiantly, swiftly composing sheet music while weaving a spider's web to control her trapped prey. You should withdraw now, Lu Su repeated firmly. Classmate, would you like to perform a duet with me? Came Fan Zian's unexpected response. For some reason, she always felt this sentence determined her fate. I'm sorry. Lu Su's restrained tone gradually faded away. If anyone could see it, his eyes were slowly changing at that moment, as if the pupils were dilating in size. Little by little, his eyes turned completely black. I'm not particularly fond of killing, but I might lose control. This urban legend specializes in manipulating emotions, so after him, out-of-control episodes will likely follow. And when he loses control, it won't be himself who suffers the consequences. A suffocating aura of despair permeated the classroom, sending bone-chilling waves of terror through Fan Zian's entire being. The light green mask of fury revealed two black hole-like eyes as its corners began to crack and dissolve. The confession letter of the despondent suddenly floated into the air, aligning with those hovering musical scores and causing them to shudder momentarily. Then, Lu Su's left hand flipped open the book while his right came to rest on the piano keys before him. Scholar's right hand, the performance technique of a grandmaster. The first page unfolded, revealing the confession of a defeated soul. Its characters scrambled chaotically like a disorderly dictionary with maddening, squirming letter sequences. Yet Lu Su gazed at that utterly incoherent mess as his right hand began performing. Don't ask how a scholar's right hand could perform, just know it treated that confession as sheet music and played symphonies. Instantly, a bizarre sound emerged in the classroom, jarringly dissonant. It's as if the Vienna Golden Hall was performing a symphony 1 second, and the next, the second-hand Rose Band rushed onto the stage. In terms of emotion, Fan Zian's musical score is multifaceted, delving into human passions and desires, tormenting them relentlessly. Yet the emotion pouring from Lu Su was pure, unbridled rage. That emotion possessed an overwhelming aggression, instantly drowning out everything else. Even the illusory sheet music and piano keys trembled violently under the illumination of the loser's self-confession. Fan Zian, what's going on? No one answered her doubts. With his left hand, Lu Su flipped the book to the second page. His right hand moved so fast it blurred, conjuring what seemed like an apparition of demonic gods within the empty room. They rampaged wildly, attacking the other sound talismans and rebounding against the core of the formation, Fan Zian herself. Less than 2 minutes had passed since Lu Su uttered those words, I regret to say. Fan Zian felt a soul-crushing suffocation, her spiritual form trembling uncontrollably. She sensed the ghost she was possessing could collapse at any moment. If it collapsed while she was still possessing it, she'd be dead too. But if she materialized into solid form, between the pervert behind her and her own gunshot wound. As Lu Su turned to the third page of the book, Fan Zian finally made her decision, retreat. Materialize into physical form and produce the exit token. In the brief moment it took to execute those two motions, the ghastly mask had already closed the distance to her face. Its right arm swung in a devastating arc toward her cheek with mountain-toppling force. The scene resembled a sledgehammer smashing into modeling clay. Lu Su 2 minutes earlier, my deepest condolences. Chapter 86, The Brutal Side, setting the fastest record. 2 bottles of poison are placed before you, which one would you choose to drink? Naturally, any sane person would refuse to pick either when faced with such a question. Yet, this was precisely the dilemma Fan Zian had just encountered. She never anticipated the situation could deteriorate so rapidly, nor did she expect the adversary's counterattack to be so ferocious. Her spectral form was on the verge of collapsing any moment now. In the end, to save her life, she chose the bottle of poison that seemed less deadly. But now was the time for her to face the consequences. She didn't have the vigilance of Xia Andong. After all, ever since entering the game and discovering her teammate was Sin, Xia had kept the exit coin in hand without ever letting go. The spectral ability had given Fan Zian a sense of security, but it also made her lower her guard. Lusa's movements were simply too fast, faster than the time it takes for a human's neural reflexes to react. So now, the scene was brutal, even somewhat grotesque. Boom! A slap across the face actually created a sonic boom in midair, even producing a momentary spark. Fan Xian's gorgeous face instantly caved in, her features shattering like molded clay. Crimson flesh and pale bone fragments sprayed through the air, mixed with glistening fluid. Not only were all her teeth gone, but even her jawbone was sent flying. The state of Fan Xian's ruined face now reached levels requiring censorship blur. That was one hell of a slap. On the other hand, this eerie tale truly excels at stirring emotions. For Lu Su, it sparked his most intense outburst of anger during the entire game, pushing him to the brink of losing all rationality. Fan Xian's remaining functional eye was completely bloodshot, violently trembling as if witnessing the most terrifying sight in the world. Her entire body convulsed violently, involuntarily so, as erratic nerve spasms betrayed her complete mental collapse. Her remaining half-mouth gaped wide, yet no screams escaped, only agonized, muffled whimpering sounds. Because the muscles in her mouth and the structure of her throat and tongue had all been obliterated by this slap, along with the fascia of her vocal cords now completely torn, even her cervical spine was fractured. It nearly ripped her head clean off. The effect of Lusa's slap was so dramatic, it could serve as a graduating thesis for a cosmetic surgeon's doctorate. Her entire body was sent spinning like a top from the impact, flipping several times midair before crashing heavily onto the floor in the distance. Fan Xian's body had completely lost control, flopping about like a torn sack, her brain thoroughly scrambled. By all rights, she should have lost consciousness by now, but the excruciating pain on her face and the terror in her heart forcibly kept her awake. The only thing she could do was clutch the exit coin with a death grip, clinging to it like her last lifeline, refusing to let go. Just as her mind was slipping into delirium, a hellish laughter rang in her ears. Hee hee hee. Almost instantly, Fan Xian, who appeared to be on the verge of losing all vital signs, suddenly had a glimmer of survival light flicker in her remaining eye. Retreat, retreat. This was the only thought left in her mind before, in the next second, a terrifying axe kick came crashing down towards her. Fan Xian vanished, leaving only the final impact to smash against the floor. Yet a chunk of shattered flesh still remained on the floor, pooled in blood. Perhaps some body part had failed to make its escape in time. Ha ha ha. Lu Su continued laughing grotesquely. The edges of his rage mask now emitted dense black fumes, saturated with an aura of malice and the uncanny. The violent energy surged through the chamber. After Fan Xian's withdrawal, the original spirit entity, exposed to the radiation of Loser's confessions, began rapidly disintegrating. This marked the first time such bloody imagery had appeared in Lu Su's game, and the first instance where Lu Su himself displayed such brutality. Ha ha ha. Lu Su continued producing unidentifiable laughter, standing motionless as he gazed at the minced flesh beneath his feet, silent while his right foot kept grinding the scattered meat into pulp and juice. By the end, he had stomped so violently that the entire floor gave way beneath him, leaving a gaping hole that revealed the scene of the lower level. Such brutal scenes are far more unsettling than simply shooting someone dead. The audience is utterly stunned, feeling a chilling fear through the screen, as if holding their breath in terror. Moreover, Fan Xian just now was a real person, not some game character, and a beautiful woman at that. No one expected Sin to suddenly shift from a relatively stable emotional state to this. Comment. Wait, I feel like something's off about him. Comment. This is scarier than killing. I can barely watch. That last scene made me nauseous. What kind of man hits a girl that hard? Honestly, that's just kind of gross. Everyone felt somewhat unsettled. The viciousness and ruthlessness of Lu Su's earlier strike had left shadows in their minds. Some had already noticed Sin's emotional state was clearly off right now, and the anger still hadn't subsided. Lu Su wasn't normally a sadist, if anything he tended toward normalcy. But in this moment, blinding rage had almost completely overwhelmed his reason. Although the strike he had dealt to his enemy earlier had somewhat alleviated the fury in his heart, that overwhelming rage had not completely dissipated. Lu Su's reason had not yet regained its dominant position. He had known this beforehand, which was why he had warned Fan Xian. If she refused to withdraw at that moment, her fate would truly be left to the whims of destiny. He couldn't control himself now. The urge to destroy still burned fiercely within him. The musical scores floating in the air began to burst and vanish. It seemed this bizarre tale was nearing its inevitable collapse. At that very moment, Xia Anton's voice suddenly came through the headphones. 10 minutes have passed, how are you doing? Lu Su couldn't control his frenzied thoughts yet, continuing to emit incomprehensible laughter from his throat. Ha ha ha. Xia Anton? What do you mean, dude? Just as she was utterly confused, wondering what nonsense this number one was spouting, suddenly, a series of deafening explosions roared through her headphones. It was like a demolition team had stormed the village. Xia Anton furrowed her brows slightly, clueless about what was happening, and swiftly maneuvered her eyes to fly toward the scene. The 7 Wonders of the Campus, Piano Music in the Classroom at Night Black Teen Challenge successfully completed. Challenge progress, March 7th, remaining time, 22 hours 27 minutes and 56 seconds. The sound of success rang out. This level was cleared in exactly 10 minutes. It was the fastest clearance since the challenge mode began. Fan Zian, determined despite all odds, pushed herself to the brink and ended up setting this glorious record. By the time Xia Antong's eyes caught up to the scene, what greeted her was dozens of classrooms riddled with bullet holes, an entire floor completely obliterated. And standing amidst the ruins, calmly adjusting his cape, Sin. Chapter 87, Perfect Prediction, Hunter and Prey. Did something happen here just now? Originally, Xia Antong, who had received the clearance notice, was still somewhat puzzled. She didn't understand what the inexplicable laughter and sounds of battle meant, since she had already passed the level. After arriving here, it still ended up like this? Did she encounter a master? Nothing happened at all. Lusa spoke with utter composure, brushing the dust off his clothes in an indifferent tone, holding the confessional of the disheartened between his fingers with an air of scholarly tranquility. As for the ruins surrounding them, they were naturally the result of his earlier venting indiscriminate destruction unleashed in his uncontrolled state. Only then did the Mirage Cloak reveal its true value. After all, if it had been ordinary clothing, Lusu would likely be standing there naked by now. Never regret an epic-grade weapon. Having vented his rage and having immediately closed his book after clearing the bizarre tale, stabilizing his emotions, Lusa's rationality regained the upper hand. Now he appeared remarkably calm and composed, a complete contrast to his earlier state, and entirely different from the moment he had smashed half of Fan Zian's head with a single slap. However, Xia Antong surveyed the chaotic wreckage of indistinguishable classrooms strewn across the floor and could only feel speechless. She could roughly guess that this must have resulted from Lusa's earlier loss of control. She couldn't fathom who could have driven him to such extremes. Pushed to the limit, so I just speedran it in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the audience who had been watching Sin's behavior the whole time were barely holding it together. What kind of face switching is this? Wait, why did you change your whole attitude when talking to your teammate? Won't this actually cause schizophrenia? In less than 2 hours of gameplay, Lusu had switched between elegance and thug mode far too many times, but there was no other way. The moment he put on the mask of fury, Lusu knew he couldn't afford to slack off this time. He had to constantly wrestle for control of his body against the rage. Anger was different from chaos. It was an absolute abyss, capable of devouring reason entirely. If Lusu didn't want to lose himself completely, he had to remain vigilant, disciplined at all times. And so, we ended up with this current state, like a schizophrenic split. One moment erupting into violent killing, the next appearing utterly harmless. Circling around Sin twice, Xia Antong noticed that the other party didn't seem to have any major issues at the moment. She thought to herself, please don't completely spiral out of control. If you lose control, it's game over for sure. I might as well make a run for it myself before it's too late. Alright, we're in a hurry. Lusa straightened his trench coat and tucked the book under his arm. Where to next? Actually, we're not really in that much of a hurry. Xia Antong glanced at the remaining 22.5 hours and couldn't help but mutter. She could actually sense that the anger in this guy's heart was still extremely intense, merely suppressed by reason, again clearly in a state needing somewhere to vent. Then she continued, hold on, remember what I said earlier? Wait for Park Bulching's next move. You cleared his stage so quickly, his restrictions are coming soon. Indeed, Park Bulching was currently glaring at the game screen before him, veins bulging on his forehead as if suffering from varicose veins. Look at the time now. Only an hour and a half has passed. The game, damn, it's almost halfway finished. After mentally preparing for Sin's strength, he didn't overthink it anymore and no longer considered failure completely unbearable. Especially for this level, he never truly believed he could keep Lusu around anyway. Losing meant losing, and he already had subsequent plans in mind. But what he couldn't stand the most was actually the game's notification sound. White player, Fan Zian, has left the game. Fucking useless. No information transmitted yet again. Is this some kind of joke? He's already made it clear winning isn't necessary, there's no expectation of victory, and retreating is fine if things get tough. You don't even need to quit. The crucial thing is gathering intelligence on the enemy, providing detailed reports about their abilities, combat tactics, equipment, and special skills. Is that really so difficult to ask? Why do they all quit the game without saying a word? Don't they know that everything in the game will be lost if they leave? Park Buzon was starting to question his life at this point. Earlier, they said Fan Rin dragged things out for so long despite having such a good skill. Now Fan Zian took it to the next level, just 10 minutes in total, basically handing the opponent's achievements on a silver platter. Are you sure there's nothing wrong here? Park Buzon voiced his doubts about the game once again. Game. Damn it. After cursing, he could only start muttering to himself. It's fine, everything's still under control. It's just 3 games, it's not over yet. He remained calm because he had already placed his biggest bets on the final 2 games, one of which he was confident could eliminate any player in the world. Its difficulty far exceeded his imagination. And even if that sin truly defies the heavens to an unprecedented degree, even if it genuinely manages to overcome that obstacle through sheer defiance, then he still has a method, his trap, which will point to another teammate on the black side, blank. That is Siat Anton. Dealing with a nobody like you is a piece of cake. Even if he did lose to Lu Su, he still wouldn't lose this game. After all, he had a backup plan. In his mind, he was like a spider who had already woven a vast web. The closer his opponent thought they were to success, the closer they were to failure. With a sly smile, he wrote down the restrictions he had long prepared. Black team player has passed the third campus miracle. White team now proposes the third restriction. Any member of the black team dying or withdrawing will count as challenge mode failure. The moment the announcement sounded, Siat Anton immediately laughed. Perfect prediction. Dealing with someone like Park Bu-chang seems to be a bit too easy for me. At this moment, she had already begun guiding Lu Su toward the location of the next urban legend. Looks like I was right. Remember what I said earlier? Lu Su's earpiece crackled with Siat Anton's voice. He nodded and replied, "It seems your condition has taken effect. Tell me, what is it you want me to agree to?" Siat Anton stood up in the classroom, stretched her waist, and began pulling equipment out from her backpack. First rule, you absolutely must not drop the earbuds. Second, when you're about to clear this level, remember to let me know. Okay. Lu Su also kept his promise, no questions asked.